A century ago, countless spatial rifts opened upon the blue planet, heralding the arrival of innumerable monsters and enigmatic energies. The native flora and fauna, as well as the mountains and rivers, underwent a frenzied evolution and mutation, acquiring terrifying supernatural abilities. At this critical juncture, humanity awakened its beast-taming capabilities, enabling them to form contracts with extraordinary entities, whether they be plants, animals, elements, the undead, mountains, rivers, or even metallic machinery and ancient weapons. Thus emerged the beast tamers, who would contract monsters, nurture their evolution, and train them to grow. A century later, Lin Heng, hailing from Earth, traversed into this realm and awakened a unique talent, embarking on an unprecedented journey as a beast tamer. Chapter 001. Crossing into the beast-taming world. Who am I? Where am I? Lin Heng jolted awake in bed, staring at the unfamiliar ceiling, posing the existential inquiries of his soul. He felt as though he had merely drifted into slumber, experiencing an interminable darkness in his dreams, only to awaken in a completely alien world. The ceiling was a soft blue hue, the bed utterly foreign, and, as he glanced over, he noticed an array of peculiar books on the desk, including Beast Taming Compendium and Beginner's Guide for Cultivators. Wait, I am Lin Heng, have I crossed over? As this realization dawned upon him, a cascade of fragmented memories erupted in his mind, a torrent of images flashing through his consciousness like slides on a projector. It took a full 10 minutes for Lin Heng to assimilate all the memories and comprehend the entirety of his situation. Indeed, he had truly crossed over into a place known as Blue Planeta Realm, strikingly reminiscent of Earth, yet distinctly different. The similarities lay in the grand environmental structure. Both worlds were divided into 7 continents and 4 oceans. However, this world was imbued with wondrous beasts, and society had formed around them, creating an entirely different existence. According to the memories flooding his mind, this world experienced a cataclysmic event 150 years prior that sent shockwaves across the globe. An unknown energy and radiation enveloped the planet, rendering the genetic makeup of all species susceptible to mutation. Even rocks, plants, and machinery, when exposed to high concentrations of this energy over time, could awaken intelligence and supernatural abilities. Consequently, various extraordinary monsters and plants swept across the globe, some being mutations of native blue planet life, while others emerged from the mysterious spatial rifts that time. Humanity's technology was powerless against these phenomena. Satellites fell from the sky, water and power supplies were cut off, and the entire world was plunged into disconnection. In the span of merely 3 years, the population halved and continued to dwindle to a mere 300 million over the subsequent 7 years. On the brink of extinction, humanity eventually completed its evolution, acquiring the ability to contract monsters, thus giving rise to the profession of beast tamer. From that point onwards, every human reaching the age of 16 would cultivate a space for beasts within their dantian, wherein lay the seeds of beasts available for contract, along with a unique, innate talent for beast taming. With the advent of beast tamers, humanity gained a means to harness extraordinary abilities. Coupled with scientific advancements, they swiftly developed various methods to nurture and evolve beasts, enabling them to contend with the monsters of the natural world. However, by this time, the human population had drastically diminished, most nations lay in ruins, and ultimately, 7 of the strongest beast tamers established a new realm that has persisted since the year of the cataclysm. Lin Heng, having crossed over, inhabited the body of a freshly graduated 16-year-old boy, sharing the same name as his own. My heavens, what an astonishing world! Upon absorbing the memories, Lin Heng felt a surge of exhilaration. This world possessed far more intrigue than Earth. Moreover, having been an orphan back on Earth, unencumbered by ties, he relished the opportunity to traverse such a realm. In this world, beast tamers could form contracts with a myriad of extraordinary beings, nurture them, evolve them, and explore the world together, filled with challenges and excitement. Notably, upon accessing the beast space, individuals could extend their lifespans to 150 years, while master-level beast tamers could live to 200, epic level to 300, and those who achieved legendary status could live up to 500 years. This was simply splendid, and Lin Heng felt immensely grateful to the heavens. Once he had calmed himself, Lin Heng began to assess his circumstances. He stood at a height of 6 feet, slender, with a handsome visage adorned with large brown eyes, yellow skin, and black hair. Not bad, he mused. Though I may lack the striking elegance of my past life, I am certainly not displeasing. He nodded in satisfaction. The only aspect he found somewhat unsatisfactory was his family background. They were not of noble lineage, merely ordinary beast tamers, and his parents bore injuries. Nevertheless, procuring a young beast for him to become a beast tamer was not beyond their means. Lin Heng. This was already a fortunate circumstance at the very least. He was not starting out as a destitute orphan burdened by debts or vendettas. In contrast to him, many orphans whose parents had perished lacked even the opportunity to become beast tamers, unable to afford education and relegated to mere insect catchers. Even now, in the year 156 after the cataclysm, humanity's situation remained dire. Continuing, Lin Heng focused his thoughts on his dantian, eager to inspect what he valued most. The sensation of inner vision was wondrous. He soon located a white light amidst the darkness. Upon entering, he found himself in a 20 square meter white space, encircled by a luminous membrane. Suspended above in the space was a silver orb the size of a fist, which represented his beast seed, a means to contract with beasts. His previous innate talent was neither remarkable nor poor. It was a healing ability that could be utilized for his beasts or himself, restoring injuries or replenishing strength. Beast talents were diverse, most of which served to assist beasts, such as enhancing certain attributes to significantly amplify their skills. Others, akin to frenzy, could comprehensively boost a beast's capabilities, while some were peculiar, such as invisibility, telepathy, avatar creation, and fusion, truly a myriad of wonders, with the underlying principles remaining a mystery to this day. Huh? What is happening? Lin Heng exclaimed, startled to discover that his beast space was suddenly inundated with streams of silver energy, causing the entire area to expand until it reached 100 square meters in size. Moreover, at the center of the beast space, another silver beast seed coalesced, accompanied by a mystical, ethereal seed. Could this be a result of my crossing over? Or perhaps the arrival of my golden finger? Upon discerning the changes, Lin Heng felt less astonished after all. A golden finger was a requisite for any traveler. It seemed that the merging of his soul had triggered this transformation, enlarging the beast space fivefold and generating an additional beast seed. However, the most significant aspect was the ethereal seed. Known as a fate seed, it could be planted in the corpses of fallen monsters, absorbing their essence to yield a skill or bloodline fruit. Feeding this fruit to a beast would enable it to learn the associated skill or acquire a new bloodline. This fate seed talent is quite formidable. I wonder if there are any limitations. Upon understanding this, Lin Heng smiled in satisfaction. For now, he only grasped the skill's function, while any restrictions would require practical experimentation to ascertain. That he speculated that limitations surely existed, possibly quite substantial, as the two fundamental aspects determining a beast's strength are potential and skill, one dictating growth potential and the other combat prowess. Such a talent would undoubtedly be regarded as a powerful and unprecedented gift in this world, likely accompanied by numerous constraints. Yet without a beast of his own, he found himself unable to conduct any experiments. Lin Heng, hurry and wash your face, dinner will be ready soon. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated from outside, one that Lin Heng, inheriting the memories of his former self, recognized all too well. It belonged to his mother. I understand. I will be there shortly. Without delay, Lin Heng promptly responded, ceasing his contemplation, and rose to wash his face. Chapter 002. The Choice of Beast Companions. The city in which Lin Heng resides is called Jinmu City, a second-tier city located in the Asian nation of Qinglong. His home is situated in the Lushan district, not far from the city center. After completing his morning ablutions, Lin Heng descended from the second floor. In the living room, his mother, Bai Mei, was employing the powers of her beast companion, the green-eyed cat, to tidy up the table. This feline closely resembled a ragdoll. Its pristine white fur complemented by a delicate pink nose and paws, while its large, emerald-like eyes radiated an extraordinary brilliance. With a graceful lift of its paw, a surge of verdant energy swept across the surface, gathering all dust into a small gray ball, which it subsequently launched in an elegant arc into the nearby wastebasket. Meow. Having completed its task, the green-eyed cat nodded in satisfaction, yawned, and rolled over on its cat tree, choosing to resume its slumber. Completely indifferent to Lin Heng's presence as he descended the stairs, Lin Heng found this spectacle utterly enchanting. Indeed, it was a wondrous world. Through the corridors of his memory, he recognized that this creature was a low-tier, third-level leader-class beast companion, with its data cataloged as follows. Name, green-eyed cat. Attribute, wood. Level, leader class, tier 3, LV 13. Potential, low tier. Skills, rapid recovery, rending claw, cleaning, accelerate maturation. Description, a wood-type healing companion, proficient in the mid-tier skill of rapid recovery, fearful of fire types, and effective against earth types. The designation tier 3 leader class refers to its level. In this world, beast companions are classified from low to high as servant class, leader class, and chief class, with each tier requiring 10 evolutions to transcend. The term low tier signifies the potential of the creature, also known as its racial rank, with a low-tier beast's growth ceiling capped at leader class. Reaching the pinnacle of tier 10 in this category precludes any further enhancement unless a racial evolution occurs, allowing the creature to ascend to a stronger species and achieve mid-tier potential. Lin Heng understood that this was highly improbable. The green-eyed cat was already 20 years old, having reached maturity, and had missed its optimal opportunity for evolution. Typically, beasts in their growth phase are the most likely candidates for evolution. Furthermore, even if an evolution formula were discovered, their current financial situation would render the acquisition of necessary materials unattainable. His mother possessed only this single beast companion, relying on it to work as a healing practitioner at a training facility responsible for tending to injured pets or beast tamers. Although she had passed her professional beast tamer examination 3 years ago, advancing from an apprentice to a professional level and acquiring a second beast seed, she had yet to form a contract with a second beast. This was due to her awareness that at her age, the likelihood of further breakthroughs was slim, and additional beast companions would incur significant expenses, necessitating savings for future beast purchases, leading her to refrain from forming a contract. Lin Heng, go call your father for dinner. Bai Mei instructed, bringing 2 dishes to the table. All right. Lin Heng replied with a nod as he stepped outside, reflecting on how the inhabitants of this realm, known for their longevity of 150 years, appeared remarkably youthful. His mother, at 36, looked as though she were merely in her teens, her skin smooth and devoid of wrinkles. In contrast to Earth, this world is sparsely populated with vast expanses of land, rendering housing relatively inexpensive. Thus, their family resided in a standalone villa covering 500 square meters, accompanied by an additional 500 square meters designated as a training ground. Naturally, properties in the city center commanded exorbitant prices. Their home lay within a more remote suburb. Lin Heng's father, Lin Yu, was currently training alongside his beast companion, the stone-skin ape, within the training facility. Standing at a towering height of nearly 2 meters, Lin Yu possessed a strikingly formidable presence, while the stone-skin ape, measuring 2.5 meters and weighing over 300 pounds, was enveloped in a layer of gray stone skin, a beast of the earth attribute, exceptionally skilled in close combat. Interestingly, this stone-skin ape was only at the servant class, tier 9 level, even inferior to Bai Mei's gem cat. In truth, Lin Yu had another beast companion, but 7 years prior, during an arduous hunting expedition, he encountered a tremendously powerful creature that claimed the life of his other beast. The stone-skin ape sustained severe injuries, and upon recovery, its rank had diminished to its current state. Now, he could only engage in low-level monster eradication or training assistance to sustain their livelihood. According to Lin Heng's memories, his father had once harbored aspirations of becoming an elite beast tamer, surpassing even the professional level, but fate had dealt a cruel hand. Nevertheless, he persisted, rising each day at 4 o'clock to train diligently, managing to maintain the stone-skin ape at its current level, which should have otherwise fallen into obsolescence. Dad, dinner's ready. Lin Heng called out from a distance. Okay, I'll be right there, Lin Yu responded, raising a hand in acknowledgement. He paused to fetch the stone-skin ape's meal, a jade mineral, before entering the house. Xiaohong, have you decided what beast you wish to select today? Lin Yu inquired, patting Lin Heng's shoulder with a smile. Not quite yet. I plan to see what's available when I get there, Lin Heng replied as he took a seat. Let us eat first. Then we can leisurely explore the market afterward, Bai Mei added, setting down the final dish of seaweed and egg soup. Sounds good. The father and son nodded in agreement and began their meal. This world diverged significantly from Earth. Every individual attended school for a decade, graduating high school typically at the age of 16, coinciding with the age at which they could initiate their beast companion space and become a beast tamer. The subsequent journey involved becoming a beast tamer and striving for strength, with choices generally including joining martial arts academies, research institutions, or pursuing independent growth. While there are beast tamer universities, only those who have attained professional status and received a recommendation can attend. Thus, class divisions are even more pronounced than on Blue Star. with the sole pathway to transcendence being one's strength. This is a world that belongs to the formidable. Likewise, those with sufficient power may establish their own cities and families. With the right strength, one could even rise to become the leader of a nation and reconstruct a state. As much of the world remains wild, dominated by monstrous creatures. Consequently, becoming a beast tamer is an essential pursuit for everyone, and Lin Heng is no exception. After dinner, Lin Yu produced a card and handed it to Lin Heng, stating, "This is the 1 million we have saved over the years, to serve as your initial funding as you embark on your journey to become a beast tamer. This amount encompasses the costs of purchasing a pet and nurturing it to the point of independent capability. We can only provide this much. It is the extent of our means." Both parents bore a sense of guilt, particularly Lin Yu, who lamented that had he not been injured, he could have contributed double that sum. This capital, while meager for a beast tamer-esque startup, was nonetheless significant. "Thank you. It's already a substantial amount. I believe it will suffice," Lin Heng replied, nodding appreciatively, harboring no grievances, fully aware that this was the result of his parents' frugality. While the sum was limited, it would suffice for purchasing a beast. Once he quickly ascended to professional status, he could secure financial support and earn his own income. "Are you planning to purchase the beast on your own, or would you prefer that we accompany you?" Lin Yu inquired. Fully respecting Lin Heng's autonomy in his growth and refraining from imposing his own desires. "Let us go together," Lin Heng decided. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, reliant solely on himself, devoid of the experience of love and care. The sudden presence of parents who cared for him, along with the provision of 1 million as startup capital, felt like an immense blessing. Although this money was meant for his predecessor, it also symbolically belonged to him, and he accepted them in his heart. Thus, he bore no resentment. Despite possessing extensive theoretical knowledge of beast taming, his parents' practical experience was far greater, making their company a boon. After all, this decision would significantly impact his future, and he could not afford to be careless. Chapter 003: The Contrasting Personalities of the Sword-Tailed Ferret. Upon hearing Lin Heng request their company, both parents were momentarily taken aback, their mouths agape in surprise. Although the original Lin Heng was not a particularly terrible prodigal son, he certainly possessed a rebellious spirit, harboring an unwillingness to communicate with his parents or submit to their constraints. "I consider this a significant matter. You possess more experience than I do. However, when it comes to the specifics of what to choose, that decision rests solely with me. You may offer suggestions, but you cannot dictate my choices," Lin Heng stated. "Rest assured, we shall not interfere in this regard," his father, Lin Yu, assured him with a reassuring pat on the shoulder, visibly pleased. Subsequently, they stored their summoned beasts in their respective spaces and walked alongside Lin Heng towards the bustling street. According to Lin Heng's recollections, the trading of juvenile summoned beasts was a perpetual affair in this world dedicated to them. Juvenile summoned beasts could be sourced from two primary avenues. 1. Those cultivated in specialized breeding bases, generally characterized by their docile temperament and affectionate nature, albeit lacking in ferocity and bravery. The other, those captured directly from the wild, imbued with a strong sense of survival and fierce demeanor, but often resistant to commands and harboring a disdain for humans. With an initial capital of only 1 million, Lin Heng's options were limited to low-grade summoned beasts, typically priced between 300,000 to 500,000, with some rare varieties reaching nearly 1 million. Mid-grade summoned beasts, on the other hand, started at a minimum of 1 million, making them unattainable both in purchase and maintenance. Compared to the prices of summoned beasts, the consumption needs of these juvenile creatures were substantial, with feeding and care representing the true financial burden. Most ordinary individuals acquire their first summoned beast as a low-grade specimen, whose growth potential caps at the commander level, sufficient for a career as a professional Beastmaster. Moreover, with appropriate preparation, there exists a possibility of elevating their potential to mid-grade, given that many low-grade species have publicly disclosed evolution formulas. Lin Heng's parents advised him to purchase juvenile summoned beasts with publicly available evolution formulas, although they were slightly pricier than others. This would prevent future worries over the complexities of evolving species. Whether hiring a professional breeder to customize an evolution formula or purchasing one from research institutions, such endeavors would incur significant costs. The sole drawback of utilizing these public formulas was that their strengths and weaknesses had been thoroughly studied, providing no advantage in combat. Overall, however, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Ultimately, Lin Heng resolved to heed his parents' counsel and acquire a juvenile summoned beast with a public evolution formula. Despite his innate talent to convert the corpses of summoned beasts into bloodline fruits, The specific effects remained untested, rendering him cautious about relying solely on that ability. Opting for one with a public formula would safeguard against potential limitations of the bloodline fruit. If no restrictions were present, it would only enhance his choices. Most importantly, Lin Heng believed that temperament was paramount. He sought a diligent and ambitious summoned beast, for a naturally lazy one, regardless of innate talent, would be of little use. Much like a powerful yet obstinate creature, it would be far more beneficial to have a compliant companion. Before long, they arrived at the street. Characterized by a somewhat rugged aesthetic, yet spacious enough to accommodate a variety of summoned beasts traversing the thoroughfare, alongside numerous shops selling beast-related items. Unique creatures like the unicorn forest wolf, diamond cat, dream butterfly, and flame dog passed by, each igniting a sense of excitement within Lin Heng. Before long, they entered a street dedicated to the sale of juvenile summoned beasts, where the atmosphere was lively and bustling. A 1-year-old iron eater has awakened the rending claw skill. Last one of the humanoid summoned beast flower fairy, being sold at a loss. Freshly arrived grass skirt monkey, gold needle hedgehog, and azure wind falcon, all with publicly available evolution formulas. The cacophony of vendors' calls was overwhelming, as adorable juvenile summoned beasts with wide, pleading eyes gazed up at the onlookers, creating a delightful yet chaotic scene. That grass skirt monkey appears promising, with a fine appearance, already standing a meter tall at the 3rd tier of servant level. Lin's father remarked, eyeing the creature. Indeed, Lin Heng, would you like to take a look? The grass skirt monkey is quite a versatile wood-type summoned beast, evolving into the wood-armored monkey, boasting formidable close combat prowess and excellent healing abilities, which would complement your healing talent. His mother, by May, inquired. Not interested. Let's continue looking, Lin Heng replied, shaking his head. The grass skirt monkey was characterized by mediocrity in both attack and defense, lacking the exceptional qualities he sought. Soon, they had perused the entirety of the street's shops, identifying 3 candidates that piqued their interest. The first was a juvenile flame fox, regarded as a top-tier low-grade summoned beast, featuring skills such as fireball ejection, rending claw, and swift, priced at 500,000. The second was the wind shadow night owl, a dual wind and gold-type creature with skills like overlook, rending claw, and flying peck, priced at 550,000. The third was the silver-winged white light mantis, a dual bug and gold type from a breeding base, endowed with skills such as mantis blade, bite, and cross slash, priced at 600,000. Now, they arrived at another shop, primarily selling the sword-tailed ferret and gem tiger from breeding bases. The sword-tailed ferret was a low-grade gold type, while the gem tiger was a mid-grade gold and psychic dual type, noted for its powerful attacks and elusive psychic assaults. Are you interested in the sword-tailed ferret? Inquired a blonde woman in her 20s, observing Lin Heng's gaze fixed on the ferret. Yes. Do you have any particularly unique sword-tailed ferrets? Lin Heng responded, nodding. What do you mean by unique? The blonde woman asked, puzzled. Specifically, one with an unusual temperament, he clarified, having found the personalities of the summoned beasts thus far unsatisfactory. Well, how about one that's particularly gluttonous and prone to fighting? The blonde woman suggested tentatively. Lin Heng's interest piqued. I'd like to see that one. This one tends to be quite restless, always causing trouble, she explained as she led Lin Heng and his parents to the backyard. This is it, she exclaimed, pointing to the sword-tailed ferret housed in a wooden cage made of firewood. The creature was predominantly white-furred, with brown fur on its forelegs and white paws, adorned with round ears, a pink nose, and bright black eyes, exuding cuteness. However, its demeanor was anything but gentle upon their entrance. It relentlessly struck the cage with its tail, attempting to cut through the bars and escape. Arg arg. Upon seeing Lin Heng and the others, it began to shout, using its paws to beat against the cage. What is it saying? Do you understand? Lin Heng inquired, intrigued by the creature's peculiarity and boldness. It's probably demanding to be let out so it can take down those wretches stealing its food. The blonde woman replied, a hint of annoyance in her voice, as her talent allowed her to comprehend the speech of summoned beasts. Excellent. It exudes a vibrant spirit. How much is this one? Lin Heng asked while scanning the creature with his father's identification device. Chapter 004, Contract Fulfilled. Name, Sword-Tailed Ferret Attribute, Gold Level, Servant Level 3, LV3. Potential, Low-Grade Species Skills, Rending Claw, Sword Tail, Chi Gathering. Description, a Gold-type summoned beast. Strong against wood types and weak against fire. It possesses 3 publicly available evolution formulas, Lightning Sword-Tailed Ferret, Golden Sword-Tailed Ferret, and Earthly Sword-Tailed Ferret. Lin Heng felt quite satisfied with the Sword-Tailed Ferret, as it naturally possessed 3 species skills, Rending Claw for close combat, Sword-Tail for ranged attacks, and Chi Gathering for enhancement, allowing it to gather gold-type spiritual energy to amplify its skill power. As it stood, the creature had awakened both the Rending Claw and Sword-Tail skills, with the latter seemingly nearing proficiency, a remarkable feat indeed. Typically, youngsters of this age, devoid of guidance from a Beastmaster, possess only rudimentary proficiency in their skills, merely having grasped the basics, making failures exceedingly common. They struggle to control both direction and power, often resulting in self-injury. The fact that this creature can wield its sword-tail within a confined space, merely capable of turning without harming itself, is indicative of commendable skill proficiency. If you desire it, you may take it for 500,000, spoke the golden-haired lady. Though it is mischievous, its skill level is quite respectable, and with a bit of training, it could reach a proficient level. 40,000, countered Lin Heng's mother, her voice brimming with authority as a master negotiator. Its inclination towards combat suggests it resists obedience, and observe its tail. A typical sword-tailed weasel would be entirely covered in golden elemental fur, yet this one is only 2/3 covered, indicating its elemental affinity is not particularly high, thereby diminishing its worth. The golden-haired lady, momentarily taken aback, opened her mouth in disbelief. You chose a combative one, and now that is a flaw? Furthermore, Lin Heng's mother, by May, continued, its rank is only tier 3 of the servant level, while other sword-tailed weasels are at tier 5. If we bring it home, we will incur additional feeding costs. Its claws do not appear well honed. It likely relies on its sword-tail alone. As a physician and someone who had previously attempted to acquire a beast breeder certificate, she was quite knowledgeable about beast handling, her words carrying considerable weight. At least 450,000. As you know, sword-tails utilize ranged spiritual energy skills, which are significantly more challenging to master, the golden-haired lady replied, her confidence waning as by May's arguments were valid, leaving her at a disadvantage in the negotiation. This fellow spends all day attacking other beasts from within its cage. It has not merely practiced its sword-tail. No, this price is excessive. After further back and forth, they settled on 450,000 Qinglong coins, with the golden-haired lady agreeing to provide half a month's worth of food. Son, if you are certain, proceed with the contract, Bai Mei said gently, turning to Lin Heng after the price was agreed upon. All right, Lin Heng nodded, thinking it was a wise decision to bring his parents along. He approached the cage, unafraid of the creature's sword-tail, as it had exhausted its spiritual energy with its previous attacks. Little one, would you like to become my companion and venture into the world together? Lin Heng addressed the adorable creature, which, in its juvenile form, measured only 50 centimeters long. Its tail included, and looked quite endearing when still. Oh, the sword-tailed weasel glanced at Lin Heng, pounding against the cage in a fit of rage. Creatures imbued with extraordinary power are often quite intelligent and can comprehend human speech. I have no intention of roaming the world. I merely wish to be freed to deal with those wretched weasels. Lin Heng turned to the golden-haired lady, who sighed in exasperation as she translated. By following me, you can grow stronger. Being powerful means no one would dare take your possessions, and you would be provided food and shelter, free from the confines of a cage. Though attacking those weasels was out of the question, for fear of injury, Lin Heng decided to shift the conversation. While you cannot fight, I can ensure you eat their food right in front of them, he proposed, presenting an even more enticing idea. Oh, upon hearing this, the little sword-tailed weasel extended its claws in excitement, signaling that this was precisely the Beastmaster it desired. Hurry up and contract with me. This is splendid. I can enjoy a delightful meal while taking revenge on those who previously stole my food. It's the best of both worlds. It had never occurred to it before. Truly, this was a worthy Beastmaster. Without hesitation, Lin Heng grasped the soft little paw, channeling the essence of beast contracts from within the Beastmaster space. The silver beast seed swiftly burrowed into the little sword-tailed weasel's body, returning with an emblem depicting a sword-tailed weasel. Lin Heng felt a profound bond form, accompanied by a warm sensation spreading within him. He recognized this as the weasel's reciprocation. Though faint, it was quite pleasant. Come forth, little one. Lin Heng opened the cage and lifted the creature onto his shoulder. It was soft and delightful to touch. Oh, the sword-tailed weasel called out at the entrance, eager to embark on its new journey. The arrangements I mentioned should pose no problem, correct? Lin Heng inquired of the golden-haired lady. None at all, she replied, somewhat bemused. Soon, as they exited the hall, Lin Heng set the little sword-tailed weasel down and, in the presence of the other weasels, placed their food bowls before the little sword-tailed weasel. Initially, the sword-tailed weasels believed they were about to be fed, wagging their tails in delight. However, Their expressions shifted to confusion as Lin Heng, with a stoic face, set their food before the little Sword-Tailed Weasel. Oh! The little Sword-Tailed Weasel let out a taunting cry and began devouring the food voraciously. Instantly, the other Sword-Tailed Weasels grew furious, scratching at their cages and glaring at Lin Heng, as if to say, "Though we are not human, you truly are a dog." Had it not been for the weasel's inexperience, you would have witnessed a demonstration. Nearby, the gem tiger stared wide-eyed at Lin Heng, seemingly appalled at his actions. Lin Heng, however, remained unfazed, proceeding to pay with his card. "My name is Lu Yi. Please provide me with an address, and I shall deliver the food to you in due time," she said with a smile after he made the payment. "Very well," Lin Heng nodded. And after the little Sword-Tailed Weasel finished eating, he led it away. "Oh, goodbye." As they departed, the little Sword-Tailed Weasel couldn't resist standing up for one last act of defiance. "This beast is quite remarkable. With proper nurturing, it holds immense potential," remarked Lin Heng's father. "Lin Yu. Indeed, you should name it," Bai Mei chimed in. The little Sword-Tailed Weasel remained lively, darting around on Lin Heng's shoulder, curiously peering outside. After contemplating, Lin Heng said to the little Sword-Tailed Weasel, "Today happens to be June 17th. How about we name you 17? Or perhaps Little White or Little Sword? Lin Dad. Lin Mom." Oh, 17 seemed indifferent, looking at Lin Heng as if to say, "Master, is it time for food?" It still wanted to eat. "Then 17 it is. I can't think of a better name, and every year on this day, we can enjoy a grand feast." As someone with a penchant for indecision in naming, Lin Heng resolved to settle on this, cherishing the memory of this special date. Chapter 005, The Art of Commanding Beasts. With a name established, Lin Heng took 17 to procure some food. As a servant-level gold-type beast, it could consume anything bearing the gold attribute. Its digestive capabilities and teeth were beyond imagination, capable of digesting even steel plates. However, for optimal growth, Lin Heng decided to purchase materials rich in gold elemental energy. After some deliberation, he ultimately spent 20,000 on 100 pounds of diamond ore, a mineral imbued with potent gold spiritual energy, exceptionally durable. Perfect for honing 17's teeth and digestive abilities. This, combined with the half-month's worth of food gifted by Lu Yi, would be just right. Once his purchases were complete, Lin Heng parted ways with his parents, who had to attend to their work, while he returned home. "Stay safe, and remember to adhere to the training manual," Bai Mei reminded him as she turned to leave. Lin Heng then took a leisurely stroll back, carrying the diamond ore, but on his way, he spent an additional 3,000 to acquire the corpse of a 9-tier gold-type servant-level monster. 17, this will be your new home. Upon entering the gate, Lin Heng set 17 down and announced, "Oh, 17 let out a joyful howl, frolicking in the training area. Lin Heng allowed it some time to revel, placing a portion of the diamond ore inside the house before stepping back outside. 17, come over and enjoy some delicious food," Lin Heng called, waving a piece of diamond ore enticingly. Oh, in an instant, 17 dashed over, leaping up in an attempt to snatch it away. "Of course, this is for you. But do you understand where food comes from?" Lin Heng asked, now that they could comprehend each other's meanings due to the contract. 17 expressed confusion. "Isn't this provided by my master?" No, Jiang Heng replied. "Food is procured with money, and where does money come from? It is earned through the hunting of monsters. Do you understand now?" He waved 100 Qinglong coins and pointed to the monster carcasses on the ground, then looked at 17. After a considerable pause, 17's little head felt a bit overwhelmed. Suddenly, it let out a sharp cry, realizing that food equates to monster corpses. Yes, but not entirely correct. To obtain monster corpses, one must possess sufficient strength. In other words, one must be strong enough to slay monsters and earn a bit of coin to buy the food you desire. Thus, the pursuit of food is synonymous with the pursuit of strength. Do you comprehend, 17? Jiang Heng shook a piece of ore in his hand and, with a gentle demeanor, addressed 17. "Moreover, there are many villains in this world who might snatch away your food. Only by being powerful can you safeguard it, understand?" Lin Heng added. "Oh." 17 raised its paw, exclaiming, "I understand. To acquire food, I must grow stronger. To protect my food, I must also grow stronger. Therefore, I shall strive to become powerful so that no one can steal my food." Strengthening oneself requires training, and only through relentless practice can one prevent food theft and acquire more sustenance to protect the best master, which is me. Do you understand? Jiang Heng concluded with a smile, handing the ore to 17 and patting its head. 17 joyfully gnawed on the ore, nodding repeatedly, already linking the concepts of strength and food in its mind. Lin Heng was pleased to see this. With this foundation, continuous reinforcement would lead 17 to strive on its own, making training significantly easier for him. He even considered staging a scenario where food was stolen to deepen the impression. Although 17 had already experienced food theft, a little extra stimulus would enhance its understanding, and he estimated that it wouldn't be long before he reaped the rewards of a diligent beast companion. A diligent beast companion, combined with his innate talent, bodes well for the future. Once 17 finished eating, Jiang Heng began to guide again. 17, let us train. For food, to prevent it from being stolen. And to protect your handsome master, let us start growing stronger. Oh, 17 was filled with spirit, eager to begin. First, we shall engage in physical training. Let us warm up with a run. Lin Heng placed 17 on a large hamster wheel, while he himself hopped onto a treadmill, and soon they were both running. After half an hour, Lin Heng, panting heavily, stopped, while 17 remained energized. Now we can commence skill training. You need to alternate between using your rending claw and sword tail on this wooden post. Ideally, strike within the circle I drew. Only then can you eliminate your opponent in a single blow when your food is threatened. After drawing a circle, Jiang Heng stepped aside, allowing 17 to train. With a fierce roar, 17 charged forward, alternating its rending claw and sword tail. The potential of a beast is primarily assessed through elemental affinity, physical quality, and bloodline, while strength manifests in realms, physical prowess, and skill. In battles of the same realm, the proficiency of skills often determines victory. Based on years of consensus, skill proficiency is categorized into 5 realms: novice, proficient, expert, perfect, and transcendent. Currently, 17's claws appeared dark and were only 3 centimeters long, barely capable of tearing bark, clearly indicating a novice level of rending claw. With continuous training, its proficiency would increase, transforming its claws to a silver hue, extending to several centimeters in length. A perfect rending claw skill could effortlessly tear through a 1 centimeter thick steel plate. Oh, after about 10 minutes, 17 paused. The sword tail was manageable as a ranged attack, while the rending claw, being a close combat move, quickly stained the wooden post with blood. Jiang Heng applied a special ointment and used his healing talent to restore it. Then continued, 17, you wouldn't want to face a future without food or have it stolen, would you? Enduring hardship is the path to greatness. Soon your claws will grow stronger. Though reluctant, the sword-tailed ferret gritted its teeth, recalling Jiang Heng's words, and surged forward again. Thus, every time it hesitated, Jiang Heng would offer encouragement and comfort with food. Coupled with the innate combative spirit of the sword-tailed ferret, it soon ceased to retreat. In just one day, Jiang Heng had nearly trained the sword-tailed ferret to its full potential, even advancing its sword-tail skill to a proficient level. At this stage, as long as it wasn't severely interrupted, the sword-tail would not fail to release. It could now aim accurately. However, its power fluctuated, and only upon reaching the expert level could it maintain perfect control. Meanwhile, the rending claw remained unchanged, but after healing and applying ointment, it began to feel on the verge of transformation. Lin Heng's parents were astonished upon learning of this progress, watching in disbelief as the little sword-tailed ferret, 17, attacked the wooden post. Is it truly so obedient? Training all day? They knew that even the most well-natured beast typically resisted training at first, requiring days of coaxing before any preliminary training could commence, as the nature of beast companions did not encompass the concept of training. Yet, Lin Heng had genuinely managed to train the little sword-tailed ferret for an entire day, which was simply incredible, leaving both parents thoroughly astonished. Of course, it's all about finding the right approach, Lin Heng chuckled. The CPU method is no trivial matter, once you discover the focal point. Even a creature of this intelligence cannot withstand it. Chapter 006, The Training Methods of Beastmasters. Before sleeping, Lin Heng gave 17 a bath, then fed it 2 pieces of diamond and a golden fruit gifted by Lu Yi in the afternoon. All right, 17, return to the beast space for some rest. My beast space is quite expansive. Lin Heng stroked 17's head, and with a thought, a wave of invisible spatial fluctuations enveloped it, drawing 17 into the beast space. Lin Heng checked the size of his beast space, which had grown comparable to that of a professional beastmaster, despite being merely an apprentice at this stage. Within such a spacious beast space, the sword-tailed ferret would grow at an accelerated rate. Afterward, Lin Heng took a bath and settled into bed to meditate. Being a beastmaster entails more than merely nurturing beasts. One must also cultivate oneself. While physical prowess is bolstered by the beasts, requiring less intense training, mental fortitude receives minimal reinforcement, necessitating self-reflection and meditation. Over the years, meditation techniques have become widely adopted. Beastmasters can enhance their mental strength simply by practicing the basic meditation methods taught in schools. At the beginner stage, human beastmasters primarily enhance their perception of the five senses: sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch through mental meditation. As a beast's level increases, their speed in battle escalates as well. Without sufficiently powerful senses, one cannot effectively command their beasts. Some advanced beasts move faster than sound. If ordinary senses cannot even perceive their shadow, commanding them becomes impossible. Moreover, only with a strong soul and spirit can new beast seeds be birthed, allowing for more adept control during combat. All five senses are intrinsically linked to the strength of the soul, serving as an external manifestation of spiritual power. As an apprentice beastmaster, Lin Heng's primary focus is on continuously enhancing his mental strength through meditation. Once he achieves dynamic vision, perceiving darkness as daylight, and even seeing invisible spiritual energy, he will have met the standard, at which point his mental strength will be sufficient to nurture a second beast seed. Thus, Lin Heng resolved to substitute rest with meditation, striving diligently to grow in this extraordinary world he had finally entered. The allure of both longevity and extraordinary powers was immensely tempting to him. Meditation, in essence, entails emptying oneself of thoughts and desires, immersing the mind in a boundless dark realm, while continuously channeling mental energy to complete a certain cycle. During this process, the vitality of his physical body would transform into a portion of spiritual energy, thereby strengthening his spirit and soul. Currently, Lin Heng focused on enhancing his vision, and as he delved deeper into meditation, he felt a subtle warmth emanating from his eyes, as if undergoing an unknown transformation. Before he realized it, dawn had arrived, and Lin Heng heard the sounds of the training ground outside. Upon opening his eyes, he saw his father, Lin Yu, conducting physical training with the stone-hide ape. Stretching lazily, he washed his face and stepped outside. Owl, the little sword-tailed ferret, 17, was snugly asleep and, upon being released, felt a bit perplexed. The Beastmaster space was far too comfortable, and it wished to continue its slumber. "We must train," Lin Heng urged. "We have fallen behind our peers and must work harder to secure more food and protect it from being snatched away." As he pointed to the distant stone-hide ape, he continued, "Look how powerful it is, yet it still trains. We must strive. We must strive." Seeing the stone-hide ape, 17 nodded vigorously, determined to become strong enough that no monster would dare to take what belonged to it. After physical training came skill training, where Lin Heng's healing talent revealed its advantages. He could heal injuries and restore stamina, alleviating concerns about being delayed by wounds. To set a good example for 17, Lin Heng also engaged in physical training alongside it. "Lin Heng, you have truly matured," Lin Yu remarked with satisfaction as he approached. In his eyes, the essence of a beast master lay in perseverance. Much like his own decade-long commitment to early morning training, he believed that only through talent and hard work could a brighter future be attained, and he felt certain that his son was destined for greatness. The ranks of beast masters are as follows: apprentice, professional, elite, guild master, epic, and beyond, into realms of legend and myth that are scarcely accessible to ordinary people. It is said that a qualitative transformation occurs from epic to legendary, requiring special methods. "Dad, you must know martial arts. Could you teach me?" Lin Heng inquired, nodding. He recalled that his father, Lin Yu, initially belonged to the Beastmaster Legion and, as a veteran, certainly had martial skills. "If you are willing to learn, I shall teach you wholeheartedly," Lin Yu replied with a smile. Noting the significant changes in Lin Heng, previously, he had been reluctant to learn, believing that martial arts were futile for a Beastmaster, as no matter how formidable, they were ineffective against beasts. "Of course I'm willing," Lin Heng affirmed, recognizing the importance of martial arts as a form of preparation. Soon, the two began their practice. Lin Yu, having served as a squad leader in the Beastmaster Legion, was adept in combat techniques. The military boxing Lin Heng learned was not the kind taught in universities of his past life, but rather a genuine military boxing aimed at incapacitating opponents. As a Beastmaster, Lin Heng's intellect proved advantageous, and by the end of the morning, he had mastered a complete set of boxing techniques and could practice independently. After their parents left for work, Lin Heng continued training with 17. He had yet to experiment with his life seed talent, fearing it might negatively influence 17's character. Opting to wait until it had developed further, 7 days swiftly passed, and under Lin Heng's guidance and exemplary conduct, the little sword-tailed ferret had cultivated a habit and belief in diligent training. During this time, its rending claw skill advanced to a proficient level. With its claws transforming from a deep black to a murky silver blue, significantly enhancing their power. It also underwent an evolution, rising from Servant Level 3 to Servant Level 4, with a notable boost in physical capabilities. As for Lin Heng, while he experienced no significant changes, his meditation continued, and his vision improved, albeit gradually. However, he had made considerable progress in military boxing and martial arts. On the afternoon of June 26th, Lin Heng walked towards his room with the trained 17, saying, "Come. Today I have a surprise for you." "Owl, a surprise? Could it be new food?" "To be honest, I have grown weary of the diamond mine, Master." 17 gazed at Lin Heng with excitement, thinking how considerate his Beastmaster was. "Haha, it can be considered food, but it is much more than that." Lin Heng replied with a mysterious smile, leading 17 back to his room and drawing the curtains. It was time to experiment with his life seed talent, and Lin Heng was filled with anticipation. Chapter 007. Experimenting with life seed talent. Once the window was closed, under 17's eager gaze, Lin Heng retrieved a monster carcass he had purchased earlier, a large sword-tailed ferret, classified as Servant Level 9. "Owl." 17 looked at Lin Heng in confusion, unsure of his intentions. "Just watch. I have a surprise for you," Lin Heng said. Beasts lack the compassion and empathy of humans and feel no sentiment towards the corpses of their kin. He opted for a similar carcass, believing it would yield skills or bloodline fruits more suited to 17. He attempted to channel the life seed, and soon, the ethereal essence of the life seed emerged from his third eye and merged with the carcass of the large sword-tailed ferret. Upon integration, Lin Heng discovered he could control the condensation of bloodline fruits or skill fruits through intent, though the specific type of bloodline or skill remained beyond his control. "Let us go with the skill fruit," Lin Heng decided, wishing to see what would materialize first. Approximately a minute later, a green plant sprouted from the ferret's forehead, rapidly developing into a half-meter-tall green stalk at a visible pace. It soon blossomed and bore fruit, resembling a time-lapse photograph, yet this was a genuine occurrence. The fruit was the size of a fist, similar to an apple, initially green but gradually turning red. Within about 3 minutes, the fruit ripened, falling away as the original root, stalk, and the large sword-tailed ferret's carcass turned to ashes. "Owl." 17 displayed a look of astonishment, its mouth agape. It was utterly shocked. "Do not fear, this is my talent. Try it." Lin Heng offered the skill fruit to 17, who, upon consuming it, would grasp that the proficiency of the rending claw could be directly elevated to perfection. Through this experiment, Lin Heng gained insights into his life seed talent. Currently, he could only control the type of fruit his life seed condensed, but not the specific skill or bloodline, leaving uncertainty as to whether it was random. He surmised it likely was random, yet further experimentation was needed for confirmation. The formation of a fruit from the life seed would completely consume the monster carcass, preventing any reuse, and the resulting skill or bloodline fruit could not be stored. It would begin to dissipate immediately after birth, vanishing within 10 minutes at most. While utilizing the life seed consumed some of his mental energy, it was of little consequence, as he quickly recovered. Lin Heng speculated that most of the expenditure was likely absorbed by the large sword-tailed ferret's carcass. After using the life seed, it would recondense within the Beastmaster space. Lin Heng calculated that at the current rate, he would be able to use his life seed talent again in approximately 5 days. 5 days was not a long time, but he wondered if it could shorten as his strength increased. In his heart, Lin Heng mused that it should indeed change in accordance with his growing strength, for talents stem from within oneself. "Owl." At that moment, 17 suddenly let out a cry of astonishment. It was utterly captivated by the skill fruit. Just moments ago, it felt as though it had rehearsed the technique of rending claws countless times within the confines of its mind, akin to a dream. It sensed a surge of power integrating into its claws, igniting a fervent itch within them, a compelling urge to rend everything asunder. "Ah, I must train, I must train." 17 flung open the door and dashed towards the training grounds, forsaking even its meal. Jiang Heng tidied up the ashes on the ground and hastily followed suit. After consuming a skill fruit, 17's training was as if guided by divine intervention. Its moves were fierce, cunning, and executed with unparalleled perfection. Merely by afternoon's end, 17's rending claws skill had reached a state of flawless mastery, emanating an artistic elegance during execution, with its power doubled. The progression from novice to proficient, then to master, and finally to perfection, was a journey marked by distinct stages. Mastery signified the assured release of skills with reduced charging time, as effortless as eating or drinking, allowing for the flexibility of power at will and the simultaneous use of other skills while maintaining the current one. The pinnacle of perfection, however, elevated skill execution to an art form, enabling instantaneous activation and the application of flawless techniques to amplify the skill's strength, effectively doubling its might. In just one afternoon, 17 transcended from mastery to perfection in the rending claws technique. Its claws, through rigorous training, had metamorphosed into gleaming silver, measuring 15 centimeters in length, glinting with a chilling radiance capable of slicing through the finest of hairs. Such was the effect of the skill fruit. It did not function as merely a means to instantly enhance proficiency like in games, but rather required continual training post-consumption for a complete transformation. The rending claws skill of that formidable sword-tailed ferret exemplified perfection. With the aid of the skill fruit, 17, through diligent practice, could swiftly shorten the time required for its metamorphosis, achieving perfection in a remarkably brief period. With 2 crisp sounds, the 50-centimeter wooden post before 17 was severed cleanly in 2. This level of rending claws could easily slice through not just wood, but even a steel plate 1 centimeter thick. Oh whoa! 17 gazed at Lin Heng in astonishment. Its expression a mix of shock and admiration, aware that its rapid evolution was not solely its own doing, but a testament to Jiang Heng's guidance. This is the surprise I have for you, yet it is intricately tied to your training. Only through relentless practice can such results be attained. Truly deserving of the advantage I have bestowed upon you, Jiang Heng remarked with a smile, affectionately patting its head while offering it diamonds and golden fruits. That afternoon, 17's training amounted to what would typically take 3 days, necessitating a substantial intake of nourishment. 17 nodded vigorously, devouring the bounty with fervor, quickly finishing off all the diamonds. The portion of golden fruits originally intended for half a month would now barely sustain it for a week. Such was the consequence of its vigorous training, escalating from 3 fruits daily to 5. Once 17 had eaten its fill, Lin Heng accompanied it to tidy up the remnants of their training, determined not to let his parents discover the extent of their endeavors. Particularly, Lin Yu, his father, who trained alongside 17 daily. Witnessing the perfected rending claws would surely send him into a state of alarm. It was noteworthy that even wild sword-tailed ferrets, known for their frequent brawls, rarely attained perfection in this skill before breaking through to the leader level. The nature of this skill was extraordinarily formidable, especially considering the skill fruit could also be utilized by other beasts. Should this information come to light, Lin Heng might find himself seized by powerful figures intent on exploiting him as a production machine for skill fruits and bloodline fruits. Until he possessed absolute strength, Lin Heng would refrain from revealing this skill, even to his parents. However, using it outside posed no risk, as outsiders remained oblivious to his daily training progress. Coupled with 17's diligent training habits, which could easily lead others to believe in the results of its hard work. After all, with relentless effort, anything is possible. This reasoning underscored his necessity to select a particularly industrious beast. He had long harbored this suspicion and had devised methods for concealment. Chapter 008, The First Combat. At 5 o'clock the following morning, upon releasing 17, Lin Heng was pleasantly surprised to discover that its level had ascended overnight from the 4th tier of the servant stage to the 5th. Oh woo, master, is it time for breakfast? I'm so hungry. 17 rolled about playfully, nuzzling Lin Heng with its small head in a pitiful manner. It seemed entirely unperturbed by its newfound strength, its thoughts solely consumed by food, and more food. Of course, dear one, this is your breakfast, Lin Heng replied, presenting it with a golden fruit, as the diamonds had all been consumed. After finishing its meal, without needing a reminder, 17 made its way to the training grounds. Upon completing the morning's training, and once both parents had departed for work, Lin Heng packed his bag, preparing to venture out. Having trained for an entire week, it was time to test the fruits of their labor, while also purchasing some sustenance for 17. Naturally, he would not dare venture into the wild. At his level, that would be tantamount to courting disaster, as even within the Dragon Country's wilderness, dangers lurked, not only in the form of rampant monsters, but also the sporadic emergence of spatial rifts. Thus, he opted for a specialized beast training facility, where the infrastructure was well established in this world dominated by Beastmasters. It boasted dedicated battle arenas alongside wilderness training grounds simulating hazardous environments. Lin Heng intended to utilize the battle training arena to gauge 17's capabilities and simultaneously augment its experience and knowledge. After researching on his phone, he deliberately avoided the Huiyun training grounds where his mother was stationed, opting instead for the more distant Qingyun training grounds. Come along, 17, let us seek out some opponents. Lin Heng called as he slung his bag over his shoulder and stepped outside. Oh woo, master, just say the word and I shall take on anyone, 17 replied, brimming with enthusiasm. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Qingyun training grounds, primarily frequented by apprentice beastmasters, with few professionals of higher ranks present. Upon entering the hall, they were soon approached by someone inquiring, "Hello, may I assist you with any services? What options are available? This is my first visit. Could you kindly provide an introduction?" Lin Heng replied, "There are primarily 3 types of services. The first is self-training, which involves merely renting the venue at a cost of 1,000 dragon coins per day, inclusive of specialized healing doctors and meals for the beastmasters. The second option is combat. You may engage in battle with a pre-arranged opponent for a fee of 200 coins for half an hour, with a dedicated referee present. If you do not have a predetermined opponent, we can match you with someone of similar strength, with the cost split equally. The last option is a wager battle, where you can establish a certain stake and specify the upper and lower limits of your opponent's strength, initiating a wager battle. The victor claims all stakes and is exempt from venue fees. Your selection depends on your preference, the customer service representative explained with a smile. Let us commence with a battle. Please match me with an opponent, as I have none arranged. Lin Heng contemplated before responding. Very well. Please disclose the strength of your beast. False claims will incur a fine of 5,000 coins, the representative stated, producing a tablet. I am Lin Heng, an apprentice beastmaster, and my beast is a sword-tailed ferret of the gold type, at the 5th tier of the servant level, Lin Heng affirmed. I have successfully booked your appointment for number 25. Please proceed to the hall and await your number to be called. It should be shortly, the representative confirmed. Lin Heng nodded, taking a seat with 17 as they patiently awaited their turn. Approximately 5 minutes later, the announcement echoed through the hall. Number 25, Lin Heng. Number 29, Wang Zhou. Please proceed to Training Arena 18 within 5 minutes. Let us go, 17, Lin Heng said, rising with 17 and swiftly making their way to Arena 18. Moments later, they spotted Wang Zhou sprinting towards them, his beast, a thorn fox, adorned with azure fur and sporting a pair of thorn-like horns atop its head. Greetings. My beast is a thorn fox, of the wood type, at the 7th tier of the servant level. If you don't mind, we can commence the battle immediately. I prefer not to delay, Wang Zhou stated with a smile as he entered the training arena. Seeing Lin Heng's beast, Wang Zhou felt a surge of joy, especially after being thoroughly defeated by Jiang Shui, the top student in the school's breeding program. Now, he finally encountered a weaker opponent and could relish the thrill of dominating someone else. Lin Heng reiterated the introduction of his beast and nodded, indicating readiness for battle. The referee, observing their efficiency, expressed satisfaction and promptly announced the commencement of this match between mere novices. The match begins. You may strike first. Wang Zhou smiled, believing he should exhibit a semblance of a strong man's demeanor. 17. Go ahead and initiate with your rending claw. Lin Heng did not hesitate, directly issuing commands, as he preferred verbal instructions over the swifter mental communication during non-critical battles. Thorny Fox, you too. Let him witness the mastery of rending claw. Wang Zhou nodded eagerly, eager to showcase his prowess in front of a newcomer. In the next moment, both beasts charged towards each other, their speed impressive, as they met within seconds, simultaneously revealing their claws to unleash rending claw. Growl. The thorny fox emitted a confident roar. Its rending claw had reached the proficient level, measuring 10 centimeters in length. Gleaming silver and formidable in power, it struck first, its silver claws aimed at 17. Awoo. 17, undaunted, countered with a rending claw of its own. Its 15-centimeter long, bright silver claws shimmered under the sunlight, cutting through the air like a blade that could sever space itself. Upon seeing the dazzling silver claws of 17, a flicker of panic crossed the eyes of the thorny fox. How could this seemingly feeble creature possess such formidable claws? Yet, it had no time to react. In an instant, a crisp snap echoed as the silver flashed, severing the thorny fox's claws cleanly, which fell to the ground. In the midst of its stunned bewilderment, the thorny fox was pinned to the ground by 17, utterly subdued. Perfect level rending claw? This is impossible. Wang Zhou gaped, astonishment flooding his expression. How could a 5th-tier servant-level sword-tail ferret possibly master a perfect-level rending claw? Do you have any idea how much effort I expended to elevate the thorny fox's rending claw to proficiency? How could such a weak sword-tail ferret possess a perfect-level rending claw? Wang Zhou's composure shattered. Even the referee displayed surprise. What was thought to be a mere novice skirmish turned into a swift defeat of the strong by the weak. The sword-tail ferret emerged victorious, and Lin Heng had triumphed. After swallowing hard, the referee announced, his gaze towards Lin Heng transformed. In truth, the thorny fox still had potential, but it had been utterly intimidated. It began to doubt itself, Why did this weaker creature possess a rending claw that was more powerful? Was this truly a perfect level rending claw? How did you achieve this? The thorny fox was taken away for healing, while Wang Zhou remained in shock, still struggling to believe. Indeed, achieving this isn't insurmountable. Dedicated training combined with a touch of talent suffices, Lin Heng casually remarked, offering 17 a golden jade fruit, preparing to depart. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhou couldn't help but mentally scoff. What do you mean by dedicated training? I wake at 5 each day to train, using the best restorative ointments for claws. And it took me a month just to barely reach proficiency. Is that not enough effort? I accepted defeat to the gem tiger, considering it a mid-tier potential beast. But how could a fellow low-tier creature, 2 levels below me, be so powerful? A perfect level rending claw. Are you certain this isn't a cheat? Wait, this sounds familiar. Jiang Shui, the top student in breeding, mentioned something similar. Wait, you aren't from Lushan No. 1 High School, are you? Are you also in the breeding program? Wang Zhou inquired tentatively. Yes, I am, Lin Heng affirmed, confirming his background in the breeding program, where he ranked among the top 5. Is the breeding program really that formidable? Wang Zhou questioned incredulously. After all, he was in the combat program, specializing in the study of beast battles. He hadn't anticipated such a disheartening experience. Did the breeding program possess some unique training methods? He resolved to investigate further and vowed never to engage in combat against a breeding student again. Damn it. That was humiliating, 2 consecutive defeats. Exiting the training grounds, Lin Heng felt a sense of resignation. The thorny fox had been too timid. Once its claws were severed, it ceased to fight, failing to reveal 17's true strength. After deliberating, he decided to engage in another battle, seeking a wager to test the waters. Soon, he located the same customer service sister from earlier. Are you looking to make another appointment? She asked, recognizing Lin Heng's handsome features. No, I wish to observe a wager fight. If possible, Lin Heng replied. It seems you had a smooth victory earlier. The customer service sister remarked with a smile as she operated her tablet, presenting him with the information of ongoing wager battles. You can either challenge someone directly or create your own match. Feel free to look around. After a brief search, Lin Heng quickly identified a suitable opponent, Jiang Shui. With her gem tiger, possessing dual attributes of gold and spirit, mid-tier potential, and at the 6th tier of servant level. Her wager was set at 1,000 yuan, which was relatively high. As most wagers were typically a few hundred, it was clear that she had confidence in her abilities. Moreover, Lin Heng remembered that she was the class leader from the adjacent class and frequently ranked first in the breeding program, indicating her considerable strength. I'll go with Jiang Shui, Lin Heng declared, scanning 1,000 yuan with his phone. All right, I've notified her. You can proceed to training ground number 3. Lin Heng nodded and made his way towards the designated area. Hey, Lin Heng, are you here to watch Jiang Shui in action? Upon entering training ground 3, he noticed a gathering of about 10 people, including 4 from his own class, with the speaker being the class representative, Liao. Jiang Shui's gem tiger is incredible. It has won 5 matches today without a single defeat. Another person interjected. Indeed, Lin Heng, you should take the opportunity to broaden your horizons. Others chimed in excitedly. Lin Heng paused before responding. I'm here to compete. He had not anticipated that such an indoor training ground would attract spectators. However, considering Jiang Shui's father was the vice president of the Lushan District Breeding Association and a mid-level breeding master, it was not surprising that her peers gravitated towards her. Nonetheless, he had no interest in investing significant effort in breeding at the moment. What? You intend to challenge Jiang Shui? Liao exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment, seemingly unable to believe her ears. Do you possess a mid-tier potential beast? But wait, that's a sword-tailed ferret, isn't it a low-tier beast? She continued, incredulous. You dare to challenge her? You are truly bold. However, you'll soon understand the prowess of mid-tier potential beasts. Indeed, even if your servant-level beast has not fully unleashed its potential, a mid-tier potential beast is still extraordinary. The classmates murmured amongst themselves, each expressing their astonishment. Their sentiments did not veer into mindless mockery, but rather conveyed an understanding that Lin Heng was attempting to clash with a formidable opponent, bound to face a significant challenge. No worries. I merely wish to gauge the true strength of a mid-tier potential beast, Lin Heng replied with a smile, slowly making his way towards the referee. The classmates understood, whispering among themselves, even if the servant-level beast's potential isn't fully realized, mid-tier potential beasts are still on a different level. Indeed, Lin Heng will soon discover the truth. One gets what one pays for. Lin Heng disregarded the murmurs around him, verifying his identity before slowly stepping into the center of the training ground. He calmly announced, I am Lin Heng, a sword-tailed weasel of the gold element, servant level. 5th rank. I humbly seek your guidance. He was uncertain whether he could match 17, but his primary goal was to assess his own strength. Jiang Shui, a gem tiger of the gold and psychic elements, servant level, 6th rank. Please, make your move first. We are merely engaging in a friendly spar, after all. Any wager is a trivial matter, Jiang Shui replied with a warm smile, alleviating Lin Heng's anxiety. Very well. Lin Heng nodded, turning to 17. Let us first test the rending claw. He then added telepathically, if you win, I'll buy you food with the prize money. Oh, 17 responded eagerly. For the sake of a feast, let us go. In an instant, 17 dashed forward with fervor. Duh, we shall also employ the rending claw. Jiang Shui said with a slight smile towards Lin Heng. Roar. The gem tiger, with eyes resembling golden gemstones and a coat adorned with silver and black patterns, charged forward. Despite being a cub, it was as large as an adult golden retriever, dwarfing the sword-tailed weasel by twice its size and weighing thrice as much. With a fearsome roar, the gem tiger lunged, its claws poised to strike. The surrounding spectators held their breath, captivated by the impending clash. The gem tiger, seizing the initiative, unleashed its claws first. The pale golden claws, measuring 10 centimeters in length, represented a mastery of the rending claw technique, and combined with the ferocity of the tiger, could easily spell doom for 17. Yet, emboldened by Lin Heng's words, 17 did not falter under the tiger's intimidation. Instead, it raised its paw and instinctively struck from an unconventional angle, its 15-centimeter-long silver claws darting forward without hesitation. No beast could prevent it from savoring its meal, not even the tiger, 17 thought fiercely. A sharp metallic sound echoed as their claws collided, followed by a flurry of sparks. After the initial engagement, the two combatants momentarily disengaged, both retreating. 17, lacking in weight, was pushed back 10 meters, while the gem tiger only retreated 5. Yet it was already bleeding. The gem tiger had sustained an injury. Liao gasped in disbelief. That's an impeccable rending claw. Look at the sword-tailed weasel's claws. They're not even nicked. Unbelievable. The crowd erupted in awe, rising to their feet, their faces alight with astonishment. How could a servant-level 5th-rank creature wield such a perfect rending claw? How did you achieve such a flawless technique? Jiang Shui regarded Lin Heng with newfound respect. Her gem tiger, a feline by nature, had a natural affinity for claw usage, yet even with premium training and a month of diligent practice, it had only just reached the mastery level. The fact that the sword-tailed weasel attained perfection was beyond her expectations. It's nothing extraordinary, just relentless training day and night, coupled with its innate talent. Lin Heng shrugged. He realized that 17 lacked the brute strength to compete directly, and without the advantage of its perfect rending claw delivered from an astute angle, it would have struggled to retaliate. The gem tiger's power was formidable. Jiang Shui seemed to find his response eerily familiar. Do you wish to continue? She inquired after a brief pause. Of course. Lin Heng nodded. One strike is hardly sufficient for assessment. Then let us proceed. This time, I shall hold nothing back. Jiang Shui affirmed, shifting to a telepathic command. In the next round, the gem tiger charged once more, employing its psychic skill, gaze, to instill fear. This technique would slow the target's movements and could even cause mental collapse, rendering them immobile. Lin Heng, however, was prepared, having examined the gem tiger's data. He knew that it predominantly wielded this singular psychic skill at the servant level. 17. If you lose, there will be no food. Overcome this obstacle, and a bountiful feast awaits. Use your sword tail. Lin Heng urged telepathically. Oh, how dare you threaten my meal? 17 roared, breaking through the intimidation of the gaze. It pivoted, its tail swishing, unleashing a beam of white sword light directed at the gem tiger. Its sword tail technique was at a proficient level, striking with precision and forcing the approaching gem tiger to evade. With a resounding crash, the sword light grazed past the gem tiger, etching a deep mark into the ground. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Not only was 17's rending claw at a perfect level, but its sword tail was also honed to proficiency. How had it achieved such prowess? Even Jiang Shui exhibited a flicker of panic, not from the failure of the gaze, but from the unexpected accuracy and swiftness of the sword tail. She had assumed Lin Heng focused solely on training the rending claw, leaving the sword tail unrefined. However, it was evident that the sword tail also boasted considerable mastery. How had he accomplished this? Quickly charge in. Rending claw. Lin Heng commanded once more, seizing the moment as the gem tiger, forced to dodge the sword tail, revealed an opening. 17 understood the cue and leaped forward, the silver gleam of its claws reappearing. The gem tiger, now in a state of shock, could do little but raise its uninjured paw in a futile attempt to counter. A thunderous impact resonated as their rending claws clashed again. Unlike the previous exchange, 17 did not aim for a clever angle. Instead, it engaged head-on, intentionally allowing itself to be sent flying, albeit in a direction of its choosing, to gain a more advantageous position. During its retreat, 17's tail shimmered once more as another beam of sword light shot forth, this time with the gem tiger too close to evade. With a sickening sound, a gash opened on the front leg of the gem tiger, blood splattering as it lost mobility in that limb. Oh, 17 wasted no time, landing and propelling itself forward again, its brilliant silver claws aimed at the gem tiger's throat. At this moment, the gem tiger was bereft of any means of resistance. One paw was injured and bleeding, while the other suffered even greater damage. It could only resort to using gaze again, baring its fangs at 17, showcasing the ferocity of a tiger. Yet, having already been rendered ineffective, its gaze lost potency almost instantly. Just as 17's claws were about to land a decisive blow on the gem tiger's neck, a surge of energy intervened. As the referee's beast stepped in to halt the fight, Lin Heng emerges victorious. This sword-tailed weasel is astonishing, the referee proclaimed, astounded by the prowess of the creature, whose might had left even him in awe. Nearby, a healer promptly attended to the gem tiger, assuring its swift recovery. I concede, Jiang Shui admitted, turning to Lin Heng with a puzzled expression. Your sword-tailed weasel is a wild creature, isn't it? It's far too fierce. Not at all. It was cultivated at the base. Not wild, Lin Heng replied, maintaining a humble demeanor. Reflecting on 17's final performance, Lin Heng himself was taken aback, for it had acted independently rather than following his commands. However, he surmised the reason. 17 had been among the weaker sword-tailed weasels in its cohort, often deprived of sufficient food. This relentless competition for sustenance had instilled a profound drive within it to train from a young age, ultimately shaping the formidable creature it had become. Thus, it was through the promise of food that it had attained such remarkable success. It appears that your beast is quite extraordinary, remarked Jiang Shui with a hint of surprise. However, the most astonished were the onlooking students, who were left utterly speechless. Lin Heng's sword-tailed ferret had indeed triumphed over the gem tiger. Not only did it possess perfectly honed tearing claws, but it also exhibited a skillful sword tail and remarkable combat talent. How on earth was such a creature cultivated? Was this truly the Lin Heng they knew? They were all internally screaming, incredulous at the absurdity of it all. In retrospect, they felt a tinge of embarrassment for their earlier comments, realizing that the true jesters were themselves. Haha, I suppose so. 17 is exceptionally gifted, Lin Heng chuckled, stating, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. He had no desire to linger with Jiang Shui and the others. The demonstration of his strength was sufficient, and he had significant matters to attend to. In a few days, we plan to undertake some tasks within the city. Would you care to join us? Jiang Shui invited with a smile, eager to uncover how Lin Heng had nurtured his sword-tailed ferret. For now, I shall have to decline. You all go ahead. Lin Heng replied with a shake of his head. Very well then, Jiang Shui said with a hint of resignation. Farewell. Lin Heng nodded and exited the training room. Although Lin Heng's sword-tailed ferret was formidable, it would inevitably fall behind the gem tiger as its capabilities continued to rise, so Jiang Shui need not be overly concerned. Comforted Li Yao. Despite the shock Lin Heng had inflicted upon them, she felt it was merely fleeting, as the potential levels were clear. No, that sword-tailed ferret is indeed impressive, Jiang Shui countered, shaking her head, refusing to be one who could not bear defeat. This is merely a minor setback. I shall reclaim victory next time. Meanwhile, Lin Heng left the training room and sought out the customer service sister in the lobby, promptly establishing a betting match starting at 1,000, requiring low-quality potential beasts of servant level below the 8th tier. 17's narrow victory over the gem tiger made Lin Heng realize that there was still a considerable gap between 17 and medium-quality potential beasts. Upon witnessing a servant-level 5th-tier sword-tailed ferret set such a high-stakes wager, the onlookers were intrigued and eagerly signed up, perceiving it as an opportunity for easy money. After all, how strong could a servant-level 5th-tier sword-tailed ferret truly be? However, soon enough, they emerged one by one, hearts heavy with despair, as fear of being ruthlessly defeated loomed over them. News of a monstrous rookie at the Qingyun training grounds spread like wildfire, prompting everyone to warn their friends and classmates not to be deceived. This fellow seemed to possess only a servant-level 5th-tier sword-tailed ferret, but in truth, it boasted perfect-level tearing claws and a skillful sword tail. Was this something a novice could possess? This individual was merely fishing for easy prey. Everyone should be cautious. Alas, it seemed they would need to find another training ground. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson. Lin Heng exited the Qingyun training grounds with 17, letting out a soft sigh. Today, we earned a staggering 70,000 coins. What a delight. Alas, I suspect we shall have to venture to other districts next time, for the news has surely spread throughout Liushang district. Nevertheless, I am grateful for you, 17. Let us spend our earnings on delectable treats. Lin Heng affectionately nuzzled 17, truly a bringer of fortune. Alwaf, master, food. 17 joyfully danced, believing it was a splendid decision to accompany Lin Heng, who was exceedingly clever. In just a few days, they had accumulated so much wealth. Enough to buy a plethora of delicacies. Indeed, strength equated to food. Upon returning, they would undoubtedly double their training efforts to earn even more riches, 17 gleefully calculated. Chapter 011. Utilizing the skill again. Armed with the 70,000 earned today, Lin Heng added an additional 30,000 to amass a total of 100,000. Purchasing some top-tier gold-type spiritual plants. 50 golden fruits at 1,000 coins each, which, when consumed, would slightly enhance one's affinity for gold-type spiritual energy. 17's affinity was not particularly high, so Lin Heng intended to bolster it. This expenditure amounted to 50,000 coins, while the remaining 50,000 was used to acquire sword energy spears, also 1,000 coins each, totaling 50. This was an excellent material for nurturing sword-tailed ferrets, as consumption could transform the ferret's tail. Each hair on its tail would gradually convert into sword hairs. However, the effect was not permanent and would diminish with subsequent molting. Continuous consumption was required for a complete transformation. Currently, the sword energy emitted from 17's tail was merely a crescent of 10 centimeters in length. And even upon achieving perfect proficiency, it would only extend to 20 centimeters. The power was not sufficiently formidable. Yet, with enhanced affinity for gold-type spiritual energy, and the transformation of tail hairs into sword hairs, the power released could increase by at least tenfold. This would allow for the condensation of a complete sword light, reaching a length of 1 meter, resulting in a qualitative leap in both penetration and cutting power. Let us return home. After completing his purchases, Lin Heng headed home with 17. Alwaf, home to eat. 17 joyfully pranced, salivating at the thought of the food purchased today. Indeed, having strength was advantageous as it meant an abundance of food. In its small mind, it had firmly linked the notion of strength with sustenance. Upon arriving home, Lin Heng's mother, by May, inquired curiously, "Where have you been?" "We went shopping and took 17 to the training grounds for some combat experience." Lin Heng replied as he sat down to eat. "Did you win?" "Of course, 17 is quite fierce." Lin Heng nodded, while 17, perched on the bench munching on fruit, raised its head in affirmation of its prowess. "Haha, it seems you both are progressing quite well," Bai Mei remarked with a smile. "Indeed, 17 has been training alongside me," Lin Heng's father, Lin Yu, proudly stated. Lin Heng gazed at his parents, pondering how their jaws would drop if they were to discover what he had accomplished today. During dinner, his classmate Xiao Bai suddenly messaged, "Wow, did you actually defeat Jiang Shui today?" Lin Heng glanced at his phone and responded with a simple yes. This news had already circulated throughout their class group, with no less than half the attendees inquiring about it since morning. "Wow, Jiang Shui is the pride of our breeding program. You actually beat her?" Xiao Bai replied, his shock evident. "Do you want to join me in completing a task?" "I want to see just how formidable you truly are," Xiao Bai added. "I cannot. I have other matters to attend to." Lin Heng decisively declined, having already arranged his schedule and lacking the time for anything else. The next day, Lin Heng's life returned to its tranquil rhythm, training 17 and honing his own skills. Day in and day out, he held a clear objective: to live for several hundred or even thousands of years, or perhaps attain immortality, and then explore the world, experiencing vistas and wonders previously unseen. Thus, the monotony of his life was sweetly embraced by Lin Heng. He rejected all unnecessary distractions. 17 too became increasingly diligent, understanding that greater strength meant more delicious food. Soon, 5 days had passed, and the seed of fate once again formed in Lin Heng's mind, indicating that he could utilize this ability once more. Without hesitation, he took 17 to the monster processing plant, where a substantial number of monster corpses were acquired daily for dissection and sale. This time, Lin Heng opted for the corpse of a large sword-tailed ferret, but instead of a servant-level specimen, he chose one of the commander level. Unlike the servant-level monster corpses, those of the commander level had begun to develop crystal cores within, albeit only the size of broad beans and impossible to extract, yet they commanded a much higher price of 10,000 coins. However, in order to utilize the seed of fate skill, Lin Heng grit his teeth and made the purchase, specifically selecting a commander-level sword-tailed ferret with an exceptionally thick tail. A robust tail indicated high proficiency in its sword-tail skill. With eager anticipation, one person and one pet returned home, securely locking the bedroom door and drawing the curtains. The seed of fate was once again sown, and Lin Heng opted to craft a skill fruit, temporarily setting aside the bloodline fruit. Primarily due to the absence of a desirable bloodline, he did not wish to burden 17 with inferior ones. The scene unfolded like a time-lapse film: germination, growth, blossoming, and fruiting. Moments later, the commander-level sword-tailed ferret was reduced to ashes, giving rise to a red skill fruit. Lin Heng held it in his hand, feeling a twinge of disappointment. It was neither the sword-tailed skill fruit nor the tearing claw skill fruit, but rather a fruit of energy gathering. This indicated that the crafting of skill fruits was entirely random, unrelated to proficiency or skill level. However, not all hope was lost. It was said that within this world existed a type of beast that could alter one's fortune. Should he procure one, he could transform his luck into that of a fortunate sovereign, thereby obtaining the desired skills each time he utilized them. After a brief moment of disappointment, Lin Heng regained his spirits. Although beasts of fortune were said to exist only in legends, he was determined to seek one out if it truly existed. Alright, eat up quickly. Once consumed, you can awaken the energy-gathering skill in advance, which is quite remarkable, Lin Heng remarked with a smile. This skill was indeed impressive. Upon use, it would amplify the power of gold-type skills by 1 to 3 times for a duration, making it a top-tier skill among lower ranks. His disappointment lay solely in the randomness of the Fate Seed talent. 17 eagerly devoured the fruit, visions of the energy-gathering skill flashing through its mind. As if learning in a dream. Soon, it successfully utilized the energy-gathering skill on its own, gathering a stream of white spiritual energy to integrate into its body. This was gold-type spiritual energy. Over the next 2 days, 17 diligently practiced, swiftly reaching a proficient level, mirroring the energy-gathering proficiency of the deceased sword-tailed ferret. The skill fruit's efficacy lay not only in learning, but also in the energy it contained, enabling the beast to rapidly enhance its proficiency through practice. Before long, 5 days had passed, and Lin Heng once again spent 10,000 to acquire another commander-level sword-tailed ferret corpse, crafting yet another skill fruit. This time, he found it rather amusing that he once again obtained a proficient-level energy-gathering skill fruit. However, it could not be gifted to another. It had to be used by 17. Upon its use, Lin Heng was pleasantly surprised to discover that the effects of skill fruits could stack. This new fruit, combined with 17's efforts over the past days, propelled its energy-gathering proficiency from proficient to mastery level. Not only was the charge time significantly reduced, but its power also increased, with the energy boost for gold-type skills reaching an astounding 15 times. Chapter 012, The Expansion Plan of the Qinglong Kingdom. Since utilizing the second energy-gathering skill fruit, Lin Heng found himself immersed in an unending cycle of training and cultivation. Even his parents were astonished by his diligence, with his mother by May pleading for him to take a break and enjoy some leisure time. Yet both Lin Heng and 17 shook their heads in refusal. How could they pause such an exhilarating endeavor as training and cultivation? Over the next 10 days, Lin Heng purchased 2 more commander-level sword-tailed ferret corpses and performed the Fate Seed skill twice, resulting in the condensation of 2 skill fruits. The first was a perfect level tearing claw skill fruit, which upon use brought 17's tearing claw skill to the brink of transcendence. Entry level, proficient, mastery, perfect, and transcendence. Transcendence represented the pinnacle of skill proficiency, an unfathomable depth, a sublime state of mastery. Each skill achieving transcendence would undergo a qualitative leap. Lin Heng felt confident that even without the skill fruit, it would not be long before 17's tearing claw reached transcendence. For the tearing claw, this stage meant that it could condense a 30-centimeter long white claw light during use, significantly enhancing its cutting and tearing capabilities, with power increasing by more than 3-fold. The critical transformation, however, was the ability to release the white claw light, allowing the tearing claw, a close combat skill, to transition into a ranged attack. Lin Heng eagerly anticipated the transcendence level of the tearing claw, even hoping for a second tearing claw skill fruit from the next condensation. Whether due to ill fortune or mere chance, 5 days later, he condensed another skill fruit, but it was not the tearing claw. Instead, it was the sword-tail skill fruit. Upon witnessing the result, Lin Heng found himself both amused and exasperated. Truly, what one desires often eludes them. Nonetheless, he was relieved, for the sword-tail skill fruit was also highly coveted. It was a proficient level fruit. Upon use, 17 sword-tail skill proficiency smoothly reached mastery level. Nearing the threshold of perfection, as 17 had been diligently training. A month had passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Heng completed another round of meditation, and his vision had noticeably improved, achieving dynamic visual acuity, allowing him to accurately predict the flight trajectory of a fly and crush it between his fingers. He surmised that this rapid advancement stemmed from the fusion of his soul with shards of the original owner's soul, rendering him significantly more powerful than the average individual. Over this month, both he and 17 had made considerable progress. Name: Sword-Tailed Ferret. Attribute: Gold. Level: Servant level 7. Potential: Low grade. Skills: Tearing Claw, Perfect Limit, Sword Tail, Mastery. Energy Gathering, Mastery. This was 17's current status panel, having surpassed other sword-tailed ferrets of the same rank by leaps and bounds, not only elevating its level by 2 tiers, but also acquiring a new skill. Furthermore, all its skills had reached mastery level, with the Tearing Claw on the verge of transcending. Additionally, due to the intense training regimen, 17 had consumed the previously purchased golden fruits and sword energy spears. It also spent an additional 100,000 to buy 50 more golden fruits and 50 sword energy spears, consuming them all once again. Though this nearly drained Lin Heng's finances, the results were exceptional. 17's affinity for gold-type spiritual energy had risen to match that of an ordinary sword-tailed ferret. The potential of a beast is primarily reflected in its spiritual affinity, bloodline, and physical attributes. Previously, 17's potential was likely only average among low-grade varieties. Now, with the enhancement of its spiritual affinity, it had ascended to a respectable status within the low-grade category. Moreover, after consuming 100 sword energy spears, its tail fur had transformed into sword-like bristles. Coupled with the improvement in spiritual affinity, 17 now refrained from unleashing this skill at full capacity, fearing it would deplete its spiritual energy all at once, leading to a state of weakness. Lin Heng estimated that with the addition of the energy gathering skill, a single strike should incapacitate any servant-level beast. Even those with superior potential would hesitate to face it head-on. This confidence stemmed from the advantages gained through strategic investment and sheer expenditure. Fortunately, the mastery-level sword-tail skill could now be controlled in terms of power, alleviating concerns of exhausting his energy with a single blow. In terms of offense, both close and range combat capabilities had significantly improved. However, 17 still lacked skills in defense and speed, which were essential to formulating a preliminary combat system. Yet, such substantial advancements came at a hefty financial cost. Having started with 550,000, Lin Heng was now left with merely 200,000. Under normal circumstances, this amount would suffice for a month, but under high-intensity training, it would only last 10 to 15 days. Thus, Lin Heng found himself compelled to step away from training to seek ways to replenish his finances. Another reason for this decision was his desire to hunt gold-type monsters himself to create skill fruits. Finding rare skill-bearing monsters in the monster market was exceedingly difficult. Even if such creatures existed, they were elusive. Since they were corpses, discerning their skills could only be done through external examination, and many skills do not leave observable traces unless one were to dissect them. Therefore, he resolved to hunt on his own. Even without venturing outside the city, there were still ample locations available for monster hunting. Each slain monster would provide clear insight into the skills possessed by the opponent, greatly facilitating the production of skill fruits. "Oh, Master, let's go." 17 dashed toward Lin Heng with a bottle of drink in tow, freshly retrieved from the refrigerator. "Haha, thank you." Lin Heng chuckled, affectionately ruffling 17's head. The gesture made 17 squint his eyes in sheer delight, thoroughly enjoying the moment. After more than a month of nurturing and training, 17 had grown considerably, measuring approximately 120 centimeters in length, including his tail, which was comparable to that of an adult border collie. His demeanor had also become more robust and vigorous. "The midday sun is relentless. Let us take a break. Tomorrow, we shall venture out to earn some money and buy you delicious treats," Lin Heng remarked, casting a glance at the blazing sun. "Oh woo. Money, money. We need to earn money for food." 17 joyously twirled in place, eager to engage in a brawl. With his current prowess, encountering that gemstone tiger again would result in a swift victory, leaving no opportunity for resistance. Such was the confidence emanating from 17. In the afternoon, Lin Heng received news from his friend Xiao Bai that the higher-ups in the Qinglong Kingdom had decided to invest heavily in talent cultivation, preparing for territorial expansion in the coming years. Various levels of the Beastmaster Association had received directives, and numerous plans for training newcomers would soon be unveiled. Xiao Bai urged Lin Heng to stay vigilant for updates, as his mother held a position within the Beastmaster Association in Lushan District and had received this information early. Territorial expansion, huh? Lin Heng mused. Indeed, it was time for expansion. For over a century, the territory of the Qinglong Kingdom had remained at over 5 million square kilometers. While the population had surged from under 100 million to 500 million, the kingdom had undoubtedly amassed the strength necessary for territorial expansion. Such an endeavor would undoubtedly bring immense opportunities. Formidable Beastmasters could leverage this momentum to establish families and cities. For Lin Heng, this was a fortuitous development, as increased opportunities would accelerate growth, and he might even partake in the dividends of territorial expansion. During dinner, Lin Heng shared his plans to venture out with his mother. Good. Young people should explore more, balancing work and rest. One must not always push oneself. His mother, by May, replied with 3 affirmations, clearly relieved that Lin Heng's relentless training had not taken a toll on him. Actually, I've developed dynamic vision. My training progress has plateaued for now, Lin Heng clarified. What? Could you repeat that? I didn't quite catch it. His father, Lin Ba, paused in his task of ladling soup, staring at Lin Heng in disbelief. A similar expression of astonishment mirrored on his mother's face. I said I've achieved dynamic vision through my training, but progress has slowed, so I'm preparing to go out. Lin Heng repeated, feeling a bit exasperated at his parents' shock. Is that true? You developed such a level of mental acuity in just a month? Bai Mei gasped, her mouth agape in disbelief, a piece of meat slipping from her chopsticks. Right? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Lin Ba had already stood up, struggling to comprehend the implications. Lin Heng shrugged, extending a hand to catch a few flies and mosquitoes flitting about, making it appear as if they had collided with his palm. This spectacle left his parents speechless, unable to utter a word for what felt like an eternity. My son is not merely gifted, he possesses epic talent, Lin Yu exclaimed, realizing that such a level of mental acuity in just a month was something they had only witnessed in exceptional peers. Those prodigies were now at least masters of the Beastmaster level, akin to the heads of martial arts schools, while the president of the Beastmaster Association in Lushan District was at a similar level. Son, you are not merely obsessed, you are extraordinarily talented. Continue your training. Bai Mei endeavored to compose herself, having initially feared that her son was struggling with his training. Instead, it turned out he was simply too gifted, lost in his pursuit. Lin Heng thought to himself, is this how it is? He had intended to share his progress to bring joy to his parents, only to find them utterly astonished. Fortunately, he had refrained from mentioning 17. Otherwise, his parents might have thought they were dreaming. Such was the terror of raw talent. Chapter 013, Mastery of Metal. The following day, July 18th, Lin Heng set forth with 17, opting not to head to the training grounds, but instead making his way directly to the Lushan District Beastmaster Association. Even at such an early hour, a considerable number of people were present. Lin Heng glanced around before entering the business hall to register as an apprentice Beastmaster. While there was no specialized Beastmaster certificate for non-professional practitioners, registration allowed him to access the task hall to accept missions. As an apprentice Beastmaster, he could only undertake tasks within the city, typically involving the eradication of various low-tier monsters or investigating unusual occurrences. Eliminate the burrowing rat. Capture white wool caterpillars for the Breeder Association. Eradicate golden-winged locusts. Locate the orchard thief. As Lin Heng perused the tasks, he found most of them far too simplistic, with meager rewards, evidently designed for newly minted apprentice Beastmasters. This was somewhat tedious for him at present. Moreover, his primary objective in accepting these tasks was to seek out formidable metal-type monsters to slay and extract skill fruits. Lin Heng. Just as Lin Heng pondered his next move, a familiar voice called from behind. Turning around, he was greeted by a red-haired youth who rushed toward him and threw an arm around his shoulder. I knew it was you. Why didn't you let me know you were coming out? Xiaobai grinned widely. I'm out here because I'm out of money and need to take on some tasks, Lin Heng replied with a resigned shrug. Do you find these tasks too easy? Xiaobai teased, his eyebrows dancing mischievously. I've got a fantastic task lined up. I'm gathering a team. Are you in? What task? Lin Heng asked, intrigued. This one, investigating anomalies at an abandoned spiritual mine. Xiaobai displayed the task he had accepted, explaining that he had heard about it from an acquaintance. Located just outside Lushan District, not far from the city wall, the abandoned mine was reportedly home to golden magnetic monsters of significant level, and it was rumored to contain some spirit crystal fragments that could fetch a handsome price. Golden magnetic monsters? Lin Heng curiously checked the creature's entry in his compendium. Name: Golden magnetic monster. Attribute: metal. Potential: low. Racial skill: metal mastery. Advanced. Levitation. Basic. Description: a creature born from metallic mutation, naturally adept in the advanced metal skill. Metal mastery: capable of manipulating metals in battle, making it exceptionally powerful. Let us go. I'm taking this task. Lin Heng maintained a composed exterior, but internally he was elated. Truly, fortune favors the bold. Xiao Bai was a true friend. This golden magnetic monster was precisely the metal-type creature he had longed for. With only 2 skills, the advanced metal mastery was among the most practical skills in the metal category, making it a significant asset. Moreover, the golden magnetic monster's limited skill set gave him a 50% probability of acquiring metal mastery. Excellent. We need 2 more people. Let me send a message in the group to see if any classmates want to join, ensuring we have a team for safety, Xiao Bai said cheerfully. He promptly messaged their class group. Lin the Great leads an expedition to explore the abandoned mine. We only need 2 more members, so hurry on over. Lin Heng thought to himself. I knew he would look for girls, but it doesn't matter. I'm only interested in the golden magnetic monster. Before long, a female classmate from the Beastmaster Association replied to the message. After Xiao Bai coordinated, they arranged to meet at the entrance. Lin Heng, long time no see. When will you have time for another spar? Jiang Shui, who had come with Li Yao, greeted him, her eagerness evident as she recalled their last encounter, where she had tasted defeat. Indeed, when shall we engage in a friendly spar? I am eager to witness your sword-tailed weasel, too. Xiao Bai displayed a semblance of eagerness, wishing to behold the monstrous newcomer that everyone spoke of. It was hard to believe that someone who was once comparable to him could achieve such prowess after contracting a beast, leaving him somewhat incredulous that this was indeed Lin Heng. You might want to reconsider, Xiao Bai. Don't court disaster, Li Yao interjected, clearly familiar with Xiao Bai and showing no inclination to spare his feelings. I refuse to believe it. My fire-patterned wolf is a creature of the flame. Surely it can withstand for a while, Xiao Bai retorted. Well, give it a try, Li Yao shrugged, thinking that he would only understand the true meaning of strength after suffering a brutal defeat. Let us first discuss the task at hand. Sparring can wait for another time. Lin Heng hastily redirected the conversation, having no desire to agree to such a pointless contest. Very well, let us converse as we walk, Jiang Shui nodded, for she was not one to engage in frivolous disputes. The quartet proceeded onward, swiftly traversing the Willow Mountain district and arriving at a desolate wilderness devoid of human presence. Jinmu City was established upon a vast plain, encircled by 8 districts around its center, with a broad expanse of vacant land reserved for future development beyond that. Surrounding it was a formidable wall, erected to fend off monstrous incursions, and manned by the Beastmaster Legion. The human territories were rich with spiritual flora and various spiritual ores and springs, all coveted by the creatures that lurked nearby. There were not many monsters in this open area, as it was frequently purged, leaving only some low-level slimes, goblins, and thorn beasts as subservient monsters. For safety's sake, everyone summoned their respective beasts. Roar! The gem tiger had grown even more formidable, its size noticeably increased. Its level had likely risen considerably as well, and upon sighting the sword-tailed weasel, it let out a furious roar, evidently recalling its previous defeat. Oh whoa! The weasel stood undaunted, its silver claws glimmering, ready to retaliate should the tiger dare to threaten it again. It had trained long enough and was eager to test its mettle. However, without their master's command, the 2 merely exchanged provocations, exercising restraint. The display from these 2 beasts left Xiao Bai's fire-patterned wolf and Li Yao's osmanthus spirit somewhat bewildered, timidly trailing behind their respective masters. With the gem tiger and the weasel leading the way, they encountered no obstacles and soon beheld the towering Black City Wall, reaching a height of 100 meters. Even from a distance, the wall's grandeur was palpable, resembling a colossal black dragon lying across the horizon. That direction is where the abandoned mine is located. Let us proceed, Jiang Shui stated. Unlike Lin Heng, who was witnessing the wall for the first time, the others had seen it numerous times and were unperturbed. Lin Heng merely cast a glance before following along. The mining area was not extensive, encompassing only 1,000 square meters. Just as they entered the mining area, several iron spheres hurtled toward them from 3 directions, moving with incredible speed and arriving in the blink of an eye. Watch out! Lin Heng was the first to react, dodging to the side while warning the others to retreat. Damn it! Xiao Bai shouted, quickly evading as well. The iron spheres initially flew at a tremendous speed, but soon slowed down, making it not too difficult to dodge. Xiao Bai managed to evade, and Jiang Shui and Li Yao did not struggle either. However, the astonishment on their faces indicated that the gold magnetic monsters that had just launched the attack were no ordinary adversaries. To be able to manipulate iron spheres for a sneak attack from such a distance suggests that this creature is likely a high-ranking subservient monster. At least level 8 or 9, Jiang Shui remarked. Indeed, we must exercise caution, Lin Heng concurred, leading the way with the weasel. the stronger the metal control exhibited, the more anticipation he felt within. Yet, the ensuing silence was perplexing. Apart from the earlier iron sphere attack, there was no further movement. Could it be that this creature fled upon seeing our numbers? Xiaobai quipped. Unlikely. There were probably 3 gold magnetic monsters earlier. Such creatures have a strong attachment to their birthplace and wouldn't abandon it easily, Jiang Shui countered, her large eyes vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Before long, they arrived at the mine's entrance. It seems these monsters have retreated into the mine. This is troublesome, as it is fraught with danger, Li Yao remarked, expressing her reluctance to delve into the dark and filthy mine. This diverges from the information I received, Xiaobai added, his expression reflecting his distress. 17. The black iron object to the left ahead seems suspicious. It just moved slightly. Approach it as if casually, then deliver a decisive blow. Lin Heng suddenly communicated telepathically with 17. The slight disturbance was nearly imperceptible even to him with dynamic vision. Yet he was fortunate to have his gaze directed that way at the time. However, he could not yet ascertain whether it was a gold magnetic monster. 17. Receiving Lin Heng's instruction, feigned retreat, exposing its back as it drew near. Just as they closed the distance to under 3 meters, 17 abruptly turned and charged, closing the gap in an instant, its silver claws gleaming with lethal intent, ready to unleash its rending claw. As 17 approached, the black iron object suddenly morphed into a humanoid monster. However, before it could mount a defense, a flash of silver light arrived, accompanied by a piercing sound of slicing. As one of the gold magnetic monster's arms fell away, leaving a massive gash in its chest. What the hell? A gold magnetic monster. How did you notice that? Lin Heng. Xiaobai exclaimed, startled by the sudden turn of events. Jiang Shui and Li Yao also turned to look, having been completely unaware until the weasel initiated its attack. Yet, there was no time for astonishment, as the other 2 gold magnetic monsters also launched their assaults. You two be careful. I shall handle this one, Jiang Shui commanded, urging the gem tiger to confront the more formidable gold magnetic monster, while the weaker one was assigned to Xiaobai and Li Yao to deal with together. Oh whoa. 17 landed, glancing at its claws with dissatisfaction, having failed to achieve a one-hit kill. What a pity. Had I utilized the energy concentration, it would have been finished, Lin Heng sighed, addressing the other 3. Exercise caution. I should be able to dispatch this one quickly. 17. Channel your energy and unleash rending claw once more, he instructed, urgency underlying his tone. The gold magnetic monster's chest had already begun to heal, its arm regenerating as well. Fortunately, its proficiency in metal control was not exceedingly high, otherwise, it could have extracted metal elements to facilitate its recovery. Such is the absurdity of metallic life. Only by destroying the heart's core can one truly eliminate it. Oh whoa. 17 howled in frustration, irked that it had not succeeded in an instant kill, resolving to train harder upon returning home. As it gathered energy, white metal attributes spiritual energy coalesced, and 17 charged forward once more. The gold magnetic monster, silent and still, saw 17 rushing at it again and immediately activated its metal control skill, launching sharp steel rods like arrows. Uft, uft, uft. The sharp steel rods incessantly pierced toward 17. However, 17's evasive capabilities were commendable. It dodged repeatedly. And when evasion was impossible, it simply severed the rods with a claw. In the blink of an eye, it had once again reached the gold magnetic monster, using rending claw in succession to sever the creature's other arm before plunging a claw into its chest. A plume of white smoke erupted as the gold magnetic monster collapsed to the ground, transforming into a basketball-sized black metal sphere. It was dead. Despite the formidable nature of its metal control, its proficiency was merely at the basic level, lacking alternative skills to compensate, and a prolonged defense was bound to fail. Its remaining levitation skill only allowed it to hover a meter off the ground, rendering a swift escape impossible. Oh no, Lin Heng, hurry over and assist us. We cannot hold out much longer. Xiaobai, noticing that Lin Heng's battle had concluded, was first astonished, then cried for help. Their beasts were not as valiant as 17. And faced with the steel rod rain unleashed by the gold magnetic monster, they were being overwhelmed. You two hold the line. I'll be there shortly. Lin Heng first fed a fragment of a spirit crystal to 17 to restore its stamina before commanding it to assist. Utilize the chi gathering technique coupled with the sword tail. Let us see the extent of its power. Lin Heng instructed, gazing at 17. Owl. 17 responded eagerly, having long desired to try it out. It initiated with a chi gathering, then launched into a charge, deftly evading the onslaught of steel arrows. Just 5 meters from the golden magnetic beast, it suddenly halted, using its body's momentum to execute a tail whip. In the blink of an eye, a 1-meter-long beam of white sword light shot forth, slicing through the barrage of arrows with astonishing speed, piercing directly into the chest of the golden magnetic beast. With a resounding bang, the white sword light pierced through, severing the iron pillar behind it. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiao Bai stood agape, rendered speechless. Even Li Yao, who had previously witnessed 17 in battle, was left in awe. In just a month, the prowess of this sword-tailed mongoose had skyrocketed. That strike alone demonstrated the combat capability of a quasi-leader level Beastmaster. But how could this be? In merely half a month, her osmanthus spirit had only advanced a single tier, yet Lin Heng had achieved such a remarkable enhancement. However, upon seeing Xiao Bai, who was utterly stunned, her mood lightened. And she teased, "Do you still wish to spar with him?" Before Xiao Bai could respond, his beast, the fire-patterned wolf, silently took a step back. As if to say, "If my master wishes to fight, he must do so alone. I dare not." Xiao Bai exclaimed, "This is utterly absurd. What do you mean by sparring?" Frustrated, he glared at his cowardly wolf. Then at 17, feeling utterly inadequate. At that moment, the gem tiger also dispatched the final golden magnetic beast. Possessing the mind-affecting skill of stare, it had a natural advantage over the golden magnetic beast, making the battle relatively effortless. Initially, Jiang Shui was quite pleased until she witnessed 17's sword-tail skill, at which point her satisfaction evaporated entirely. Everyone was left in a stupor, struggling to believe what they had just seen. The power displayed was far too extraordinary for a quasi-leader level. It completely extinguished her desire to engage in a spar, as it would only result in a humiliating defeat. "Do you already possess dynamic vision?" Jiang Shui approached Lin Heng, her beautiful eyes fixed upon him. Indeed, Lin Heng replied nonchalantly while using his healing talent to restore 17's stamina. Although developing dynamic vision within a month was impressive, it wasn't beyond the realm of possibility. It merely indicated a slight genius, not an extraordinary feat. Hearing Lin Heng's nonchalant tone, the three fell silent. They wished he would consider their feelings. Such casual acknowledgement made them appear utterly incompetent. The trio remained speechless for quite a while. Let us not dwell on that. "Surely you've noticed that the golden magnetic beasts here are rather unusual," Jiang Shui suggested, eager to shift the conversation, fearing that continuing down this path would shatter her mental state. "My mental state is shattered," Xiao Bai lamented, feeling utterly defeated. He regretted ever challenging this fellow. In comparison, he felt like a mere dog, especially considering they had previously shared similar standings. Indeed, Lin Heng nodded. The task indicated that the golden magnetic beasts here had only recently emerged, with a count of 2 and levels not exceeding tier 5 of the servant rank. Yet the 3 we have slain were all at least tier 6, with the strongest reaching tier 8. "So you also believe there is something amiss within this mine?" Jiang Shui inquired. "What do you intend to do?" "Naturally, we must investigate further," Lin Heng replied without hesitation. Chapter 015. Secrets of the Depths of the Mine. The four took a moment to recuperate, restoring their beast's conditions before venturing forth to slay a cave rat, from which they extracted some fat to fashion torches before setting off into the mine. The concentration of spiritual energy here is astonishing. It seems implausible for an abandoned spiritual mine to harbor such high levels of energy. "There must be something amiss," Xiao Bai marveled. "Be cautious. There may still be monsters lurking," Jiang Shui warned, peering into the dark mine. After traversing 50 meters, Lin Heng spotted a fragment of a metallic spirit crystal at his feet. "Owl, so fragrant. Master food," 17 exclaimed, its paws clasped together, eyes wide with anticipation. Unable to resist such an adorable display, Lin Heng reluctantly fed the still warm fragment to 17. "I'll share mine as well." Li Yao couldn't help but toss her own fragment to 17, unconcerned about the monetary value of the metallic spirit crystal. 17 twirled joyfully, thinking, "What a kind sister." Subsequently, the group began to uncover additional spirit crystal fragments. Just as they expected to find a complete spirit crystal ahead, a spatial rift unexpectedly appeared before them. The rift was a 2-meter-high silver-white gap, continuously exuding spiritual energy. "So that's why the golden magnetic beasts were behaving oddly," Jiang Shui remarked, nodding in understanding as the spatial rift clarified everything. This was Lin Heng's first encounter with a spatial rift, and he was filled with curiosity. "So what now? Shall we enter?" Li Yao inquired. "This is a relatively stable spatial rift. It is safe to enter," Jiang Shui affirmed, her vast knowledge allowing her to discern its nature. She was the first to lead the gem tiger through the rift. Lin Heng glanced at it and followed closely behind, feeling a rush of darkness envelop him as he arrived in an entirely new location. Soon, Xiao Bai and Li Yao also stepped through. It seems this is a miniature spatial rift, containing only a small metallic spirit pond, Jiang Shui informed the others. The space before them measured less than 10 square meters, elongated and surrounded by walls of white, flowing light. The ground was a grayish-white, and at its deepest point lay a small, white pond. The pond, 3 meters in diameter, contained a viscous, mercury-like white liquid, with vapor continuously rising from the surface, transforming into metallic spiritual energy. It appears this spirit pond can only be utilized by us and Lin Heng's beasts. As compensation, how about we grant you the reward for discovering the spirit pond? Jiang Shui proposed to Xiao Bai and Li Yao, recognizing that their beasts could not partake in the metallic spirit pond. Lin Heng nodded, expressing no objections. Although it was his first encounter with a spatial rift, he was well aware of its associated knowledge. Spatial rifts had emerged a century ago and were considered one of the primary culprits behind the mutations on Blue Star. Initially, people believed that the rifts were teeming with endless monsters until someone occupied one, discovering that each spatial rift contained a spirit lake at its core. Unlike the spirit lakes native to Blue Star, those within spatial rifts possessed unique properties that could enhance a beast's spirit and potential, especially during the first usage. The effects were optimal, diminishing with subsequent uses. Historically, many low-tier Beastmasters had emerged from such spirit lakes, undergoing transformations that propelled them to greatness. The current spirit liquid in this pond was as viscous as mercury, indicating it had not been used extensively, and the special properties remained intact. Once depleted, the liquid would become transparent like water. Xiao Bai and Li Yao exchanged glances. We have no objections. After all, we cannot benefit from it. While it's a pity we cannot use it, reporting this discovery to the Beastmaster Association could yield a substantial reward, which would be sufficient compensation. You exerted the most effort in dispatching the golden magnetic beasts, so your beast should use it first, Jiang Shui directed at Lin Heng. No need. Such a large pond can accommodate both of our beasts. If you feel guilty, you can simply gift me the corpse of the golden magnetic beast you defeated. Lin Heng replied, shaking his head, as he deemed the beast's corpse to be of greater significance. A quick dip in the spirit pond is sufficient. In his perspective, the utmost value lay in the prospect that should Shichi acquire any peculiar skills in the future, he would have a scapegoat at hand. Without the need to concoct any excuses, simply attributing it to the awakening from the spirit pool. After all, there were historical precedents to consider. He remained skeptical that this spiritual spring could bestow any extraordinary talents. Very well then. Jiang Shui's eyes sparkled with gratitude, recognizing Lin Heng as an exceptionally understanding individual. To alleviate her psychological burden, he had specifically requested a useless corpse of a Gene CI monster. With their decision made, it was time to commence. Lin Heng wasted no words, stating directly that Shichi was already brimming with anticipation. All right, Jiang Shui nodded, signaling the gem tiger to approach the spirit pool. And together with Shichi, they leapt into the water. As the two summoned beasts entered, the spirit pool exhaled a copious amount of spiritual energy, and the essence within began to surge into the bodies of the two beasts. Oh well, Shichi felt an enveloping warmth, utterly comfortable, as a substantial influx of gold-type spiritual energy, accompanied by unique substances, penetrated its body. This state persisted for nearly half an hour before gradually subsiding. Nourished by the spirit pool, Shichi had reached the pinnacle of a low-tier summoning beast and transformed the sword-like fur at the tip of its tail into a permanent feature, no longer requiring sustenance from sword energy to maintain it. However, while the spiritual spring was indeed splendid, it could not directly facilitate the evolutionary advancement of the summoning beasts. Meanwhile, the gem tiger remained submerged for an additional 2 minutes, not because it had also reached the limits of its mid-tier potential, but rather because the special substances within the spring had been entirely depleted. It was a mid-tier summoning beast, inherently more potent than Shichi, yet alas. The spirit pool was too small, and given that it had undoubtedly been utilized by the 3 Gene CI monsters prior, the results were already commendable. Very good. Even so, Jiang Shui felt a deep sense of satisfaction. After this transformation, the gem tiger's potential had seen a notable enhancement, reaching an upper echelon within the mid-tier potential. Regrettably, both of them were servant-class summoning beasts, lacking crystal cores, which limited their capacity to harbor significant amounts of spiritual energy. Otherwise, they could have leveraged the spiritual spring to elevate their ranks. Jiang Shui gazed at the now translucent pool water with a hint of regret. We could collect some to sell. Do you need bags? Lin Heng produced a bag and quietly filled it, realizing he was in no position to dismiss such an opportunity. Even the depleted spiritual liquid bore considerable value, and fortunately, He had plastic bags capable of holding water. No need. You can just keep it. Liao shook her head, dismissive of such trifling sums. Then could you help me carry it? Lin Heng was indifferent, thinking that even the legs of a mosquito were still meat. If it was free, he might as well take it. He filled 3 large bags, approximately 30 pounds of spiritual liquid, and requested his companions to assist him in carrying it. It's already afternoon. Let us head back, Xiaobai remarked, glancing at his watch. The 4 ascended to the surface, where Lin Heng proceeded to bind the 3 basketball-sized corpses of the Jin Ci monsters together, attaching them to Shichi's leg for transport. Even in death, the core remnants of the Jin Ci monsters weighed around 50 to 60 pounds. Combined, they were beyond his capacity to carry, thus Shichi was tasked with the labor. Jiang Yao appeared perplexed. Did Lin Heng truly lack funds? Why else would he insist on retrieving these relatively worthless corpses? Or was he merely performing a complete act, unwilling to acknowledge his reliance on others? Chapter 016. Attention from the influential. By the time they returned to the Beastmaster Association, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Since Lin Heng had already distributed the task rewards to Li Yao and Xiaobai, he chose to depart ahead to sell the spiritual liquid. Jiang Shui and the other 2 proceeded to the association's hall to report their findings, and to their astonishment, they were soon ushered into the president's office. The president of the Beastmaster Association appeared to be in his 60s, but was, in fact, already 80 years old. Nonetheless, he maintained a robust physique and possessed sharp eyes, showing no signs of aging. His name boasted considerable gravitas, Zheng Qianquan, and he was a peak-level master. I have just heard your report. You mentioned another companion? He was the main force behind the defeat of the Jin Ci monster? Zheng Qianquan inquired, scrutinizing Jiang Shui, Xiaobai, and Li Yao. Indeed, Grandpa Zheng. While I did independently slay a 7th-tier Jin Ci monster, the most formidable 8th-tier beast was discovered and dispatched by Lin Heng, who also assisted in eliminating another 6th-tier Jin Ci monster. Jiang Shui, being the daughter of the vice president of the Breeder Association, naturally recognized this esteemed elder. In truth, we merely played a supporting role. Our Jin Ci monster was practically slain solely by his sword-tailed mink, which was extraordinarily powerful. With its adept mastery of energy gathering and sword tail, its rending claws were nearly perfected, approaching a transcendental level. A single enhanced strike from its sword tail pierced the Jin Ci monster cleanly. We were mere spectators. The most remarkable aspect is that it has only been a little over a month since its awakening, yet his mental prowess has already granted him dynamic vision. Had it not been for him, we would have all fallen victim to the Jin Ci monster's ambush, Xiaobai added, unabashedly extolling Lin Heng's prowess. He understood that the president was on the lookout for talent. Lin Heng came from humble beginnings, and if nurtured by the association, he would undoubtedly have a brighter future. Is he truly as formidable as you describe? Zheng Qianquan expressed skepticism, questioning when such a talent had emerged in Liashanku. Grandpa Zheng, how could I dare deceive you? You can verify it yourself, Xiaobai chuckled. Very well, you may leave now. Go collect your rewards. You have performed admirably this time. Remember to diligently enhance your skills upon return. In a few days, there will be an assessment for all apprentice Beastmasters in Liashanku. Those who pass will receive the association's full support for their development. Zheng Qianquan nodded, sending them off. A sword-tailed mink of such strength, coupled with the baptism of the spiritual spring, truly seems to be a prodigy. I wonder how it would fare against other talents from the 7 districts. Zheng Qianquan sipped his tea, gazing toward the city. The highest echelons of the Qinglong Kingdom had announced plans for territorial expansion and had opened numerous resources for cities to cultivate talent. Yet this year, Liashanku had not produced any particularly outstanding prodigies, which left him somewhat anxious, as it directly impacted the resources they could secure from the city. Now, Lin Heng proved to be an unexpected delight, and he resolved to keep a close eye on him. Although Shichi was merely a low-tier beast, after the spiritual spring's cleansing, it had reached the pinnacle of that tier. Achieving dynamic vision within a month indicated exceptional mental acuity and promising meditation talent. Indeed, it was a seed worth nurturing. Meanwhile, Lin Heng was blissfully unaware that Xiaobai and the others were in the presence of the president. He was happily returning home with the 6,000 yuan earned from selling the spiritual liquid. Accompanying him were the corpses of the Jin Ci monsters, which he had no intention of selling. Lin Heng, did you purchase that Jin Ci monster's corpse, or did you slay it? Upon seeing Lin Heng return, his father, Lin Yu, approached the door, curious about the items he carried. 2 of them I killed, while 1 was taken down by a classmate. I plan to study them before selling, Lin Heng replied, anticipating his father's astonishment. As expected, the next moment, his father's expression shifted to one of surprise. His voice rising involuntarily, you killed 2? Has Shichi truly become that formidable? What a substantial harvest today. I'll discuss it with you over dinner. Lin Heng responded. Oh woo. Shichi, unable to contain its excitement, began to swirl around, wagging its tail. After placing the items down, Lin Heng washed his face before joining his family for dinner. At that moment, Shichi, the stone-skinned ape, and the green-eyed cat were already seated, enjoying their own meals. Lin Heng scooped a bowl of rice, eating while briefly recounting the day's events. Due to the lack of intricate details, his parents did not discern Shichi's exceptional nature. However, upon hearing about Shichi's experience in the spiritual pool, they displayed expressions of astonishment. You were exceedingly fortunate. Such microspatial rifts are often unstable, and most are inaccessible. Yet, you managed to enter. Indeed, fortune has smiled upon you. With the baptism of the spiritual spring, the enhancement of your innate talents at 17 will significantly elevate your chances of successful race evolution in the future. You have truly struck a remarkable bargain. The beaming smiles on your parents' faces reflect their aspirations for you. Every parent wishes for their child to thrive, and they are no exception. Lin Heng, with his naturally exceptional gifts, now boasts an enhanced affinity for beast mastery, leading his parents to believe he may genuinely have the opportunity to attain the esteemed rank of guild master one day. However, do remember to prioritize your safety. Talent and potential mean little without being transformed into real power, so avoid recklessness at all costs. His mother, by May, gently advised as she served him more food. Indeed, otherwise you may end up like your father, rendered powerless. Do not let pride hinder you. Retreat when necessary. There is no shame in it. Surviving is what truly matters. His father, Lin Yu, sighed, reflecting on how had he understood this truth in his youth, things might have been different. Rest assured, I am quite composed, Lin Heng nodded. Fully grasping this principle, one must remain alive to possess anything at all. After the meal, Lin Heng returned to his room and discovered a message from Xiaobai. This fellow boasted extensively of his accomplishments, claiming he had fervently recommended Lin Heng to the president. Touched by this gesture, Lin Heng recognized the loyalty of his friend. He indeed required the recognition of influential figures, unlike the naive youth who believe they can conquer the world solely through their own efforts. He had learned from over a decade of navigating society the importance of leveraging connections. Having a discerning patron can smooth one's path significantly and accelerate growth exponentially. Thus, he chose not to conceal his capabilities, hoping to receive mentorship. Xiaobai had indeed lent him a hand and was someone he could trust. The upcoming assessment appears to be a golden opportunity. Lin Heng mused, resolving to bolster his strength in the coming days, aiming to elevate the tier claw to its transformative state before the evaluation arrives. Clearly, this assessment for all apprentice Beastmasters in Lushan District is the first wave of benefits under the National Expansion Initiative. Seizing this chance could lead to soaring heights. Given that he had received this information ahead of time, he must prepare thoroughly to be like a great rock soaring into the skies. He must express gratitude to his previous incarnation for diligently studying and gaining admission to the top high school in Lushan District. Otherwise, he would not have encountered exceptional individuals like Xiao Bai and Jiang Shui. Chapter 017, My Liver Emperor Father. Crack, crack. On the training grounds, 17 dashed about, slicing the stones thrown by Lin Heng in half, silver glimmers tracing arcs through the air. This practice had persisted for 5 days, with the number of repetitions reaching at least 60 to 70,000. Yet the proficiency of the tier claw remained at its perfect limit. That will be enough for this morning. 17. Lin Heng glanced at the sun now high in the sky, wiped the sweat from his brow, and decided to pause for now. He had realized that grasping the transformative state of the tier claw was no simple feat. It required a transcendental understanding, achieving a qualitative change that would allow the originally melee-based tier claw to unleash claw light and claw radiance as a form of ranged attack. Oh woo. 17, slightly frustrated, scratched the ground in anger, lamenting the inability to break through. Even mealtime was devoid of the joy it once held. Never mind, let's try metal control instead. After lunch, Lin Heng retrieved a corpse of a golden magnet monster from under his bed. The life seed was once again usable, and naturally, he prioritized crafting the high-level skill of metal control. Even with the metal corpse, the life seed integrated effortlessly, quickly sprouting a green seedling. The seedling grew rapidly, blossoming and bearing fruit, as the metal sphere turned to ash, yielding a red skill fruit in short order. The floating skill fruit, just as expected. Lin Heng smiled wryly upon receiving it, knowing it was unlikely he would obtain metal control on the first attempt. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. With 2 more golden magnet monster corpses on hand, he couldn't believe that 3 attempts wouldn't yield a single metal control. Yet, he desperately needed a luck-based beast to become a true emperor of fortune. With a sigh of longing, Lin Heng handed the skill fruit to 17. Here, eat this. Although it's not metal control, having an additional skill is still beneficial. The floating skill is not restricted by attributes and can be learned by most Beastmasters. Though its effect is rather average, while it allows one to float, the speed is quite slow. Woo. 17, unfazed by the limitations, devoured it on the spot. In the afternoon, Lin Heng chose not to train further, instead opting to take 17 out for some leisure time, and they found a river. Lin Heng sat by the riverside, fishing, while 17 sat beside him, its claws together, eyes fixated on the water's surface, filled with anticipation. With a sudden splash, Lin Heng jerked the rod, and a jade-green carp leapt into the air. Just as expected, he patted 17's head, grinning as he fed it the fish. Woo. 17 beamed with delight, relishing the delicious fish. The fish in this world reproduce rapidly and possess fierce temperaments, ensuring a bountiful catch. Even Lin Heng, a former member of the Air Force, could experience the thrill of a successful fishing trip. Not only could he roast some fish on the shore, but he also returned home with several, showcasing his culinary skills. Son, I didn't know you could cook fish. His father Lin Yu exclaimed in surprise. I learned online. I just happened to go fishing today, Lin Heng replied with a smile. Indeed, my son has impressive skills. Any future daughter-in-law will be fortunate. His mother by May teased. Lin Heng smiled faintly. He had not given much thought to matters of romance in this life, as his mind was consumed with thoughts of longevity and even immortality. Compared to procreation, the allure of eternal life was far more enticing. Women seemed to him like a beautiful sunset, fleeting and ephemeral. Nonetheless, he genuinely enjoyed spending time with his parents, feeling a familial warmth he had not experienced in his previous life. Of course, this was primarily due to the open-mindedness and wisdom of these two parents. Had they been the typical overbearing ones, he likely would have run away from home long ago. Father, let us spar tomorrow morning. I wish to see 17's current limits, Lin Heng suggested. Sure, but be prepared to be brought to tears. His father Lin Yu chuckled. Perfect. I shall serve as your referee and part-time healer. His mother by May smiled, occasionally taking on this role during training sessions. The next morning, Lin Heng and his father Lin Yu arrived punctually at the training grounds, initially warming up by engaging in combat with each other. Once his mother was awake, they commenced the battle between Beastmasters. Lin Heng. Although my Stonehide ape was injured 7 years ago and fell to the 9th rank of the servant level, I have never ceased training it over these 7 years. The Stonehide skill, Earth Fist, Earth Spike, and its self-understood skill, Frenzy, along with Rock Cannon, total 5 skills, all mastered to perfection. Especially the Stonehide skill, which has reached the transformative state, becoming passive and always attached to its body. Its overall combat strength is such that even typical commander-level Beastmasters cannot contend with it. You must be cautious, his father Lin Yu said with a smile, emphasizing the remarkable results of his decade-long dedication to training. It could be said that within the servant level, he could easily overpower even a Beastmaster of superior potential. This was the fruit of his unwavering commitment to training, resulting in such impressive statistics. It was precisely because of his formidable Stonehide ape that he could undertake tasks outside the city. A transformative level Stonehide. How did you manage that, father? Lin Heng was taken aback, realizing why his father's Stonehide ape differed from the illustrations in the books. It was due to the transformative state of the Stonehide skill. It's nothing much. Just years of practice. During one particular battle, it suddenly underwent a metamorphosis. His father Lin Yu chuckled, considering it his only source of pride. Lin Heng. He pondered that this might be the essence of a determined spirit, akin to that of a seasoned warrior. In comparison to his father, he and 17 were still far from reaching that level. I understand now. Let us begin, Lin Heng declared, initially believing he could best his father. But it seemed he was destined for a harsh lesson instead. This was largely due to the previous incarnation's indifference towards his father, leaving him unaware of crucial data. Very well, let the battle commence. His mother nodded, announcing the start before retreating to the audience with the drowsy green-eyed cat. You may attack first, Lin's father suggested. All right. 17. Unleash the rending claw. Lin Heng resorted to his familiar method of attack. 17 charged forward, launching into the air with a flash of silver light, executing the rending claw without hesitation. In response to such an assault, the rock-hide ape remained motionless, merely raising its right arm to block. With a couple of sharp cracks, 17's once infallible rending claw left merely 3 scratch marks on the ape's arm, with not a drop of blood in sight. Subsequently, the rock-hide ape swung its arm, sending 17 hurtling back like a cannonball. The rending claw displayed perfect technique, even approaching the realm of transformation. No wonder you feel confident challenging me. Lin Yu, the father, exhibited a glimmer of surprise, but did not inquire about how this level was attained. Instead, he remarked, however, with just this, you stand no chance of victory. Lin Heng nodded, realizing through this trial just how formidable the Rockhide's transformed state truly was, both extraordinarily hard and remarkably resilient. Then let me try the rending claw after gathering energy. Lin Heng continued. Chapter 018, The Earth Spirit Transformation. Awu. 17 roared, gathering a mass of white spiritual energy before charging once more, feeling humiliated that the previous rending claw had failed to breach the opponent's defenses. The silver light re-emerged. But this time, the Rockhide ape did not use its arm to block. Instead, it stepped forward, its fist suddenly enlarging, launching a powerful earth fist attack. 17's enhanced rending claw not only failed to inflict damage, but was also repelled by a single punch, leaving it feeling exceedingly frustrated. With a fierce growl, it charged again, relying on its agility to launch attacks from various angles. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, all of 17's assaults were effortlessly countered by the impeccably defensive Rockhide ape. Until the final attempt, when it landed in a strategically advantageous position beside the Rockhide ape. Now, Lin Heng called out, and 17 unhesitatingly executed its tail whip skill, sending a beam of white light aimed at the Rockhide ape's lower back. This was an opportune moment, as the distance was minimal, only 3 meters, leaving the Rockhide ape with no time to turn. Roar. In fact, it did not turn at all. In that instant, the stone skin of the ape began to shift, concentrating at the lower back to form a stone shield. At this critical moment, the Rockhide skill exhibited a completely unexpected transformation, catching both Lin Heng and 17 off guard. With a sharp crack, the sword light shattered after penetrating 1/3 of the stone shield, vanishing into nothingness. Awu. Yet 17 did not relent. Unlike before, having soaked in the spiritual spring, it still had ample energy after executing the full force tail whip. It dashed forward, leaping and unleashing the rending claw once more. This time, even the Rockhide ape could not adjust in time and had to endure the strike. With a tearing sound, 3 deep gashes appeared on its arm, exposing bone, though blood was swiftly halted by the petrified stone skin. Impressive combat quality, yet much room for improvement remains. Now let us observe how the Rockhide ape engages in battle. Lin Yu praised, believing that Lin Heng and 17 had already demonstrated remarkable skill to reach this stage. Roar. In the next moment, the Rockhide ape emitted a furious roar, enlarging its hands as it grasped the ground, conjuring basketball-sized rock projectiles that were hurled towards 17. The speed of these rock projectiles was astounding, forcing 17 to dodge towards the center of an area, which was precisely what the Rockhide ape intended. With another roar, it stomped its right leg down fiercely, and a 2-meter-high earth spike erupted from beneath 17. Surrounded by rock projectiles and an earth spike, 17 had no avenue of escape and was directly blasted into the air, losing control of its body. Bang! A colossal sound resonated as the Rockhide ape stomped the ground, creating a large crater. Utilizing the recoil, it activated its charging skill, transforming into a streak of light that instantaneously positioned itself beneath 17, delivering a massive earth fist aimed at it. If this punch struck, 17 would either perish or be gravely injured. But at that critical moment, 17 suddenly floated upward just enough to evade the blow. Indeed, this was the floating skill it had recently mastered. Floating? Lin Yu was prepared to intervene, but was momentarily taken aback at the sight. He had anticipated that the Rockhide ape would catch 17 with a punch, intending to deliver a profound lesson to Lin Heng and, in turn, bolster his own prestige as a father. However, this floating skill left him in an awkward predicament, as it had nearly succeeded. This kid possesses an astonishing array of peculiar techniques. Is it too much to ask for him to simply let me bask in a moment of glory? Enough, I concede. Lin Heng chuckled, waving his hands dismissively at his father. Even with the floating skill, victory was unattainable. This time, 17's evasion was solely due to Lin Yu's ignorance of its floating capability. You have demonstrated considerable strength. Both the sword-tail and rending claw are quite formidable. However, your fighting style lacks coherence. To triumph in battle, one must possess a comprehensive combat system like that of the Rockhide ape. He continued, after gauging your opponent's capabilities. You should devise a coherent strategy for your beast, rather than relying on improvisation. A complete combination of attacks should flow seamlessly, akin to the sequence I demonstrated earlier. Though somewhat embarrassed, Lin Yu held his head high, maintaining the facade. Your son has already excelled. It is entirely reasonable that you cannot surpass me, given that I have trained this rock-hide ape for over a decade. His mother praised while directing the green-eyed cat to tend to the rock-hide ape's injuries. I understand. Lin Heng nodded. This battle indeed provided him with a clear understanding of combat. It was only natural that he could not win. The rock-hide ape had no discernible weaknesses. With a full suite of defenses, speed, and both close and range combat skills, coupled with his father's extraordinary combat experience, victory was never a possibility from the outset. Yet, he had not anticipated a defeat of such magnitude. Clearly, there was much room for improvement. Furthermore, the unexpected variations in the rock-hide skills deepened his desire for the transformed rending claw. He believed that if the rock-hide ape's realm were not so low, even a leader-level beast would dominate the field. He had heard tales of a unique group among beast tamers, those who raise a single beast, nurturing it to conquer all challengers. Truth be told, your prowess astonishes me. You already possess the strength of a quasi-leader level fighter, and I suspect that soon I shall find myself unable to match you. In fact, the rock-hide ape has yet to unveil a skill I have been recently contemplating, intending to amalgamate these abilities into a singular, devastating technique. Lin Yu smiled, continuously seeking ways to enhance his strength, even with just a single rock-hide ape. On another note, he aimed to reclaim his dignity, implying that he had merely allowed his son a moment of triumph. Otherwise, his finishing move would have been far too overwhelming for Lin Heng to withstand. What finishing move? Lin Heng inquired with curiosity. He understood well that a finishing move is a combination of several skills, yielding an effect exponentially more powerful than any singular skill. Typically, such maneuvers are the domain of advanced beast tamers, as the base requirement for executing a finishing move is that the skills involved must reach at least mastery level. Only at this level can skills be maintained in a continuous flow while releasing other skills, thus forming a finishing move. Generally, finishing moves consist of 2 or 3 skills fused together. Lin Yu's ambition to integrate all of the rock-hide ape skills into one was indeed extraordinary. I refer to it as the Earth Spirit transformation. However, we are still a step away from achieving success, Lin's father chuckled. Indeed, we are merely a minuscule fraction away. He naturally refrained from disclosing that this is only a half-finished endeavor. Father, you are truly remarkable, Lin Heng exclaimed, astonishment etched across his face. He mused that his father must possess extraordinary talent. Had he not been injured, he might very well have attained the rank of a master beast tamer. Huh. You are quite impressive yourself. His father laughed heartily, raising his head, relishing Lin Heng's awe and admiration. Once we finish here, let us have breakfast. We can discuss matters further at the dining table. At that moment, Lin's mother interjected, casting a glance at Lin's father but choosing not to expose him. Lin Heng nodded, intending to call for 17 to join them for breakfast, but 17 let out a growl, shaking its head in refusal. It was fervently practicing its rending claw technique. Clearly, the recent battle had shaken it profoundly. It feared encountering such formidable adversaries again, worried that Lin Heng might be harmed while it remained powerless to protect him. After offering a few words of encouragement, Lin Heng realized they were ineffective and settled down to watch 17 train while holding breakfast. Although they did not emerge victorious in today's battle, Lin's parents were nonetheless profoundly impressed by Lin Heng's prowess, unanimously concluding that he had already attained the combat capability of a near-commander level. As for the reasons behind his remarkable strength, they attributed it to his diligence and the influence of the spirit spring, harboring no excessive doubts. They believed that with continued effort, Lin Heng held great promise for passing the professional beast tamer assessment scheduled for January of the following year. Lin Heng himself was contemplating just that, preparing to partake in the professional beast tamer examination come January. Chapter 019. The frantic migration of birds ever since his skirmish with his father. 17 had engaged in combat with the stone-hide monkey every day, though it was mercilessly defeated each time. Nevertheless, this little creature possessed an indomitable spirit, eagerly rushing off to train with even greater determination than before. During this period, the announcement regarding the beast tamer assessment practice in Lushu Mountain arrived, confirming that the evaluation would focus on wilderness survival, taking place on the 1st of August, merely 10 days away. Registration was required, and Lin Heng decided to wait a bit longer before signing up. For the past few days, he had been immersed in training. This afternoon, under a clear blue sky, Lin Heng meditated for a while before reclining on a lounge chair with a book. Suddenly, a series of sharp cries pierced the air above. Lin Heng looked up to see a dense flock of birds soaring in from the west. They congregated in a dark mass, blocking the sunlight from the ground as they desperately headed east. Among them were the red jade goose, the footless bird, the woodfoot golden rooster, the iron-beaked vulture. and the white iron sparrow. With his keen eyesight, Lin Heng identified several species within the vast swarm. But he found it peculiar that many of the birds appeared to be injured. As they flew past, the air filled with a foul, charred odor and blackened. Scorched feathers began to fall. With a thud, a bird carcass plummeted from the distance. 17, go fetch it and take a look. Lin Heng called to 17, who was honing its rending claw technique. Oh well, 17 chirped excitedly, darting off in a flurry. Even though the bird's corpse was nearly a kilometer away, it returned in just 10 minutes. 17 placed the lifeless body on the ground, its claws clasped together in anticipation as it looked up at Lin Heng, seemingly asking, Master, did I do well? You did splendidly. Lin Heng praised, ruffling 17's head before offering it a piece of mineral, showering it with accolades. Oh well. After receiving affection and a treat from Lin Heng, 17 joyfully leapt about, exuberant with delight. Indeed, the bird had perished from horrific burns. Lin Heng approached to inspect the carcass, discovering it to be a commander-level woodfoot golden rooster. This creature, a dual-attribute entity of wood and gold, typically remained immobile once it selected a suitable location, utilizing its wood-like legs to draw nutrients from the earth and producing fruits to lure nearby serpents and insects, before launching a sudden attack to devour them. However, its wood-like legs had transformed into charcoal, and its feathers were scorched, emitting a heat that deterred any approach. Upon cutting open the woodfoot golden rooster's body, Lin Heng found its inner veins and blood vessels had also turned to charcoal, the flesh gradually carbonizing. What a formidable fire skill! The flesh can burn and carbonize. Lin Heng's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He surmised that the fire skill responsible for the golden rooster's demise must be at least of a high tier. Whether it was of the super tier remained indeterminate, as he had never encountered such skills and thus had no basis for judgment. What kind of entity could instill such fear in a multitude of birds, sending them fleeing in disarray towards human settlements? Lin Heng felt a surge of curiosity. Shortly thereafter, he received news that a terrifying blaze had erupted in the Wind Bamboo Forest west of Jinmu City, suspected to be the doing of a powerful monster. A powerful monster? What could it possibly be? Lin Heng pondered, yet upon recalling that he was not even a professional beast tamer, he felt little desire to pursue the matter further, realizing he would be unable to venture beyond the city to witness it. In a departure from the norm, Lin's father, Lin Yuetian, returned home before nightfall. Father, why are you back so early today? Lin Heng inquired, observing his father's hurried demeanor. You must have seen the flock of birds that just passed overhead, right? They all came from the Wind Bamboo Forest in the west. The guards atop the city walls were utterly powerless to stop them, under the threat of death. These creatures are now scattered throughout Jinmu City, his father explained. This afternoon, I was on the outskirts of Wind Bamboo Forest on a mission, and I witnessed the blaze firsthand. I also brought back a peculiar creature. I plan to present it to you before heading out to capture those scattered avian monsters. As he spoke, Lin's father handed Lin Heng an iron box. What is this? Lin Heng asked, curious as he opened the box to reveal a silkworm lying in the center, though it was not an ordinary wood-type silkworm, but rather a fire-type one. Aren't silkworms supposed to be wood-type? Is this a mutation? Lin Heng asked, lifting his gaze. Silkworms are renowned for being insect-type and dual-attribute wood-type beasts. They are weak in their infancy, but can evolve autonomously, benefiting from the fact that most insects undergo complete metamorphosis. Those that gain extraordinary power often have a chance for self-evolution. Like silkworms, they can typically evolve into various beasts such as the pollen butterfly, the jade butterfly, and the poison pollen blue butterfly, with the specific outcome largely dependent on what the insect consumed during its formative stages. However, Lin Heng had never heard of a fire-type silkworm. While fire-type insects do exist, they are typically lava snails, lava earthworms, or the like. Indeed, this one is quite unusual. It was originally an ordinary silkworm, but then a scorched parrot fell from the sky, inadvertently igniting the tree it inhabited. Remarkably, instead of perishing, it transformed into its current form, prompting me to hastily bring it back for you to study, Lin's father explained, pointing at the sleeping silkworm in the box. Is that so? Let me take a closer look. Lin Heng nodded, preparing to investigate further, sensing that this silkworm was indeed extraordinary. You proceed with your research. If anything arises, we can discuss it when I return tonight. Lin's father waved his hand and hurried off. Many of the birds that had landed within the city were severely injured commander-level monsters, and he intended to seize a lucrative opportunity. Once his father departed, Lin Heng first employed his Pokédex to scan the creature. Name, unknown. Attribute, fire. Level, servant level 3. Potential. Skills. Description. However, aside from the attribute and level, nothing else could be discerned. indicating that this creature had never been cataloged in the Pokédex. Could it be a form of unknown mutation? Lin Heng could only speculate. After further examination yielded no additional insights, he chose to set the silkworm aside in the box for the time being. When his father returned that evening, Lin Heng reported on the matter, expressing that he had yet to derive any conclusions. Then you'll take care of it for now. I have no time to fuss over this creature. Even if it were a rare insect, I wouldn't be able to form a contract with it, Lin's father remarked while eating. Due to an injury sustained 7 years ago, he had been unable to gather a new beast seed, no matter how deeply he meditated. All right then, Lin Heng nodded, curious about the silkworm's condition, whether it was a mutation or an evolution. It had yet to awaken. Once it did, he wondered what it would become. Would it still belong to the insect-type beasts, or would it possess dual attributes of insect and fire? Just let me know what happens when it wakes up, Lin's father said before resuming discussions with Lin Heng and Lin's mother about the recent forest fire in one bamboo forest. The entire city was abuzz with speculation, primarily revolving around two theories, one positing that a fire-type monster had broken through, and the other suggesting that a spatial rift had opened, unleashing powerful fire-type monsters. Both theories had their merits, but the truth would only be revealed upon the military's announcement, as they had dispatched a Beastmaster team to investigate. The following morning, while training, Lin Heng discovered that the fire-type silkworm had awakened. Its vivid crimson hue suggested it had undergone no significant changes. It shook its head, searching for food. Wait a moment. Lin Heng quickly gathered a few leaves, only to find the silkworm disdainfully ignoring them. Have you developed a taste for fire-type plant leaves? Lin Heng pondered, then added, you'll have to wait a bit. I'll buy you some fire-type leaves after my training. He placed the silkworm into a small cage, allowing it to bask in the sunlight. After completing his morning training, Lin Heng purchased fire-type plant leaves and received the latest news about the one bamboo forest. It was reported that a medium to large spatial rift had opened, releasing a multitude of fire-type monsters, with Lord-level monsters already sighted. Beasts and monsters were categorized from low to high as servants, commanders, leaders, lords, and sovereigns. Lord-level monsters were particularly terrifying, capable of obliterating a small mountain, a skyscraper, or a bridge with a single strike, possessing the power to breach city walls. This was merely the information gathered so far. The depths of the rift remained unexplored, leaving the presence of even stronger monsters uncertain. It could be said that Jinmu City faced a grave challenge. Failure to navigate through this crisis could lead to its destruction. However, if they succeeded in overcoming it and subduing the rift, they could harness the high concentration of spiritual energy within to cultivate spirit plants and beastmasters, significantly enhancing the city's overall strength. In fact, many cities were established upon the foundation of spatial rifts, which served as sources of spiritual power, often containing richer spiritual energy, making them ideal for cultivating spirit plants. For Lin Heng, this was not entirely a misfortune, with external pressures mounting. The city would inevitably allocate more resources to nurture a new generation of beastmasters. Reflecting on the pros and cons, Lin Heng realized this development would ultimately benefit him. Typically, the higher-ups would not wish for an increase in powerful beastmasters, as each strong individual would compete for resources, thereby diminishing the interests of the existing elite. Only in times of heightened external threats or national expansion strategies would there be a push for the mass cultivation of new talents. Having come to this conclusion, Lin Heng understood that he needed to accelerate his own growth. Upon returning home, he fed the mutated silkworm the fire silkworm leaves he had purchased. Upon seeing the fire-type plant leaves, it eagerly lowered its head and devoured them, producing a satisfying crunch. A couple of days later, Lin Heng successfully condensed his beast seed once again. Without hesitation, he tossed the silkworm outside, beginning the planting process with 17. The silkworm stood before the red door, bewildered, seemingly unaware of what had transpired. Despite its limited intelligence, far below even that of a dog before its evolution, Lin Heng still sent it away. For now, he only trusted himself and his contracted 17. Soon, another skill fruit was produced, and 17 gazed at Lin Heng with eager anticipation. Owl, Master, what's this skill? After this lengthy period, it had come to understand Lin Heng's talent and began to look forward to this opportunity for rapid enhancement. Lin Heng grasped the skill fruit and soon wore a delighted smile. Congratulations, 17. This will be your first advanced skill. Fortuitously, he had condensed a skill fruit for metal control, a fruit of proficient level. Owl, 17 leaped for joy, feeling that Lin Heng was truly remarkable. Having waited long for an advanced skill, now open wide, Lin Heng said, gently patting 17's little head. Owl, 17 opened its mouth wide, and as Lin Heng placed the fruit inside, it swallowed it whole in 2 bites, quickly digesting it. This time, its period of stillness lasted longer than usual, 10 full minutes, before it began practicing. Initially, it failed to control the spoon on the table after several attempts, but finally, after 30 tries, it managed to levitate it, though it soon faltered again. Owl. 17 turned to open the door, indicating it wanted to practice outside. Thanks to the skill fruit, 17's progress was astonishing. By afternoon, it had fully grasped the basics, and by the next afternoon, it achieved proficiency. Metal control, being an advanced skill, allowed only for close-range manipulation of metals at its initial stage and was prone to failure. At the proficient level, failures became rare, enabling 17 to utilize metal as a weapon, launching it effectively up to 10 meters. Beyond that distance, the power would quickly degrade. Additionally, 17's sensitivity to the presence of metal would continually improve. At the mastery level, not only would the charging time be brief, but failures would be virtually non-existent. And 17's control over metals would greatly enhance, allowing manipulation within about 50 meters. Furthermore, it could concentrate metallic elements from its body to the surface, forming a metallic defensive layer, akin to the stone skin skill of the stone skin ape. At the perfect level, the skill could be unleashed instantaneously and would allow for the transformation of metal forms, seamlessly shifting between liquid and solid states, controlling them to create metallic armor, shields, or weapons. As for the realm of transcendence, Lin Heng was unfamiliar with it. It was not detailed in the texts, perhaps because no one had reached that level or due to insufficient access to information. Though 17 was currently only at the proficient level of metal control, it could still serve as a trump card, yielding unexpected results when deployed, much like the surprise floating skill used against his father's stone skin ape. Over the next few days, Lin Heng sought out several injured commander-level beasts nearby for 17 to practice against, primarily honing its metal control skill in preparation for the upcoming wilderness assessment. It was said that passing the assessment would guarantee at least 500,000 in training subsidies, with the top candidates being taken to the spatial rift in the center of Jinmu City for further cultivation. Upon hearing this, even when Lin Heng suggested 17 take a break, it refused, jokingly remarking on the substantial sum of money that could buy countless food supplies. It was willing to endure a bit of hardship. Time flew, and on July 28th, Lin Heng once again utilized his beast seed talent. The last corpse of a golden magnetic beast was condensed into a skill fruit. Unfortunately, it was merely a fruit for the floating skill, rather than metal control. I truly am not a luckier one, Lin Heng sighed, realizing that golden magnetic beasts were primarily found in areas abundant with mines, and since Jinmu City had few mines, it would be challenging to find more golden magnetic beast corpses. This meant that, for the foreseeable future, improving his proficiency in metal control through skill fruits would be difficult. However, opportunities would still arise. As long as he was prioritized for training by the Beastmaster Association, acquiring golden magnetic beast corpses should not pose a problem. Lin Heng sighed, but he felt that his strength was sufficient now. Participating in an assessment with 17 should yield a commendable ranking. If he ultimately failed to acquire what he sought, he had already devised an alternative plan, employing a dual approach. Even if he did not secure the top position, he should still be able to obtain the desired resources. Chapter 021, Departure. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 30th. That noon, after feeding 17, Lin Heng proceeded to nourish the silkworms with mulberry leaves. Observing the silkworms languidly munching on the leaves, Lin Heng found their behavior rather amusing. Ever since awakening to their fiery essence, they had been indulging in a cycle of feasting and slumber, perhaps due to their lavish diet. One particular silkworm's level had surged from the 3rd tier of the servant rank to an impressive 9th tier, surpassing even 17th level. However, in terms of combat prowess, it might still struggle against Lin Heng. After all, insect-type offspring were notoriously frail, possessing little strength unless they underwent a species evolution. Not far off, the insect-type servant at the 10th tier would soon spin its cocoon and evolve, revealing its new form. Additionally, Lin Heng discovered that the silk it produced was, in fact, a mutated variant of fire silk, a rare material indeed. He pondered whether he could cultivate it as a lucrative venture, but quickly dismissed the idea. The yield was far too meager unless he could raise a multitude. Furthermore, Lin Heng contemplated conducting experiments on the silkworm's bloodline fruit, infused with the talent of fate. Perhaps he could recklessly inject some bloodlines and see what it would evolve into. He had yet to decide on this course of action. Meanwhile, 17, having gorged itself, let out a hefty belch, and an aura suddenly radiated from its body, absorbing the ambient spiritual energy. It had advanced to the 8th tier of the servant rank. Lin Heng turned his head, his expression alight with surprise, though he was not particularly astonished. He had anticipated this breakthrough for 17 over the past couple of days. After all, he had invested his last funds in acquiring the finest first-tier spiritual plants to nourish it. 17's current status panel was nothing short of luxurious, likely unparalleled among servant ranks. Name: Sword-Tailed Ferret. Attribute: Gold. Level: 8th tier servant. Potential: low-grade limit. Skills: Rending Claw, Perfect Limit, Sword-Tail, Mastery, Chi Gathering, Mastery, Levitation, Mastery. Metal Control, Proficient. With 5 skills, all but the high-tier skill of Metal Control were at Mastery level or higher, including a perfectly limited Rending Claw. He could confidently assert that, aside from his father, who was a relentless cultivator, such a level of existence was unheard of among servant Beastmasters. Oh, crunch. 17 briefly acknowledged its advancement before resuming its embrace of the mineral, gnawing away like a large hamster for it. The joy of evolution paled in comparison to the delight of feasting. Of course, it was still elated, for strength equated to sustenance. Excellent. Tomorrow, during the Wilderness Survival Assessment, let us strive for first place, Lin Heng declared with a smile, setting the goal of achieving the top rank, though he remained uncertain whether they could accomplish it, given the potential presence of other servant beasts with medium-grade potential at the 10th tier. Presently, ordinary low-grade potential beasts would stand little chance against him unless they were akin to his father's stonehide ape. However, it should be noted that this wilderness survival assessment would require survival in a designated area for 5 days, during which points could be earned by hunting monsters. The final rankings would be determined by accumulated points. This method was chosen due to the sheer number of participants. One-on-one competitions would be excessively lengthy and could give rise to false prodigies who excelled solely in contests. Moreover, this wilderness survival test evaluated the comprehensive abilities of Beastmasters, survival skills, combat, and emergency response capabilities, among others. Only those who emerged from this selection process would be deemed suitable for national expansion endeavors. Although the highest tier beasts in this assessment would be of the first tier of the commander level, the environmental conditions would closely mimic those of the wild. It was precisely due to this competition format that Lin Heng felt more assured about clinching the top rank. After all, he had exhausted his financial resources. This was a do-or-die situation, and only by securing a position could he acquire further training resources. 17 raised a paw, determined to claim first place, declaring that all the rewards were rightfully its, beyond anyone's reach. Haha, such spirit, such courage. Lin Heng affectionately patted 17's head, grinning. Now, it had been over half a month since their hunt for the golden magnet monster, and 17 had made significant progress. As for Lin Heng, he had not experienced much change. His mental energy steadily increased, and his dynamic vision improved. Yet he still fell short of seeing in the dark as if it were daylight. He felt somewhat dissatisfied but recognized that he could not accelerate his growth without sufficient resources. As dawn broke the next day, Lin Heng, with his backpack and 17 in tow, stepped out of his home. Go for it, my son. His mother, by May, called out. You have the strength to secure first place. I believe in you. His father added. Rest assured. Lin Heng waved his hand and departed with 17. Before long, Lin Heng arrived at the Beastmaster Association, where a throng of people filled the area. Nearly 10,000 aspiring Beastmasters had gathered to participate in the Wilderness Survival Assessment. Among them were freshly graduated students like Lin Heng, as well as past graduates and various insect collectors. The age limit for this assessment was set at 20 years or younger, making Lin Heng and his fellow recent graduates relatively disadvantaged, having only trained for a few months, while others had honed their skills for up to 4 years, raising the possibility of encountering formidable competitors. Thus, Lin Heng was hesitant to guarantee a first-place finish. Once all participants had congregated in the plaza before the Beastmaster Association, a motivational assembly commenced. The association's leaders delivered a lengthy discourse filled with grandiose rhetoric, clarifying the rewards everyone eagerly awaited. Only the top 1,000 would receive rewards, each of whom would gain cultivation opportunities and resources. The top 100 would receive at least 500,000 each, with an additional 10,000 awarded for every rank improved. For those placing 50 or higher, the increase would be 2,000 per rank, meaning the first place could earn at least 2 million in cultivation resources. Furthermore, the top 10 would receive special rewards, allowing them to request between 1 to 10 evolution resources for their beasts directly from the association and would be prioritized for training, with dedicated cultivators assisting them in their beast's evolution and enhancement. With the necessary information conveyed, the president of the Beastmaster Association, Zheng Qianquan, reiterated the key points. Then, He gestured for the participants to board the large flying mounts in order of their registration numbers, setting off for the assessment location. As Zheng Qingquan's words echoed, staff members sprang into action, and 200 white jade qingfeng birds, each measuring 20 meters in length and boasting a wingspan of nearly 30 meters, were prepared for transport. Although these beasts lacked combat prowess, their speed and stability were unparalleled. According to the registration numbers, participants numbered 1 to 2,000 would head to the first assessment site, while Lin Heng, at 5,320, belonged to the third assessment site. He initially did not rush to register, thus not being at the forefront. Once he obtained the map and the emergency distress signal device, Lin Heng proactively mounted his flying steed and set forth towards the third assessment area. Chapter 022, Ascending Thorny Mountain. Accompanied by the takeoff of the white jade qingfeng bird, everyone was transported to 5 designated testing zones. This time, all assessment areas were located amidst the wilderness to the east of Jinmu City, closely situated with similar environments. Lin Heng and his companions were directly taken to the rescue points in different sections of the assessment area, but they were not permitted to leave until noon, at which time everyone would enter the wilderness together to commence the evaluation. Lin Heng glanced at the clock. There was still half an hour remaining, so he was not in a hurry and picked up the map to examine it. The third assessment area they occupied spanned an impressive 10 square kilometers, making it quite expansive, and the distribution of monsters was notably abundant. There were 30 formidable leader-level monsters and 100 Tier 10 subordinate-level monsters scattered throughout various locations. With precise markings on the map, the remaining subordinate-level monsters were only marked by general areas, without indicating specific quantities. According to the regulations, points for subordinate-level monsters began at Tier 5, with Tier 5 granting 500 points, Tier 6 600, and so forth, culminating at Tier 10 with 1,000 points. In contrast, leader-level monsters would yield a minimum of 10,000 points, with the most powerful Tier 3 leader-level monsters offering 13,000 points, equivalent to the value of 26 subordinate-level Tier 5 monsters. It could be asserted that defeating more than 10 leader-level monsters would ensure a solid performance. Considering the assessment spanned merely 5 days, Lin Heng noted that the nearest leader-level monster was a Tier 1 thorny demon, located 1 kilometer away atop Thorny Mountain. He planned to test his mettle against this creature shortly, particularly since gold elements counter wood, giving him a distinct advantage. Lin Heng, is that really you? A startled exclamation came from behind as Lin Heng was studying the map. He turned to see Wang Zhou, who was standing alongside a young man clad in black. Oh, it's you. What brings you here? Lin Heng recognized Wang Zhou, the individual he had defeated over a month ago, albeit noticing the pronounced dark circles under his eyes. Lin Heng, after a month of rigorous training, I have perfected the rending claw of the thorny fox and advanced to Tier 9 subordinate level. This time, I shall undoubtedly surpass you, Wang Zhou proclaimed loudly, evidently still haunted by his previous defeat. Through relentless effort, he had not only elevated the rending claw to perfection, but also mastered the rapid recovery skill. Confident that he would not be bested again in a rematch with Lin Heng. Oh, well, good luck with that, Lin Heng nonchalantly responded with a nod. Wait, is that your only reaction? Aren't you going to say anything else? Wang Zhou pressed. Is he the infamous monster rookie from the Qingyan training ground? The black-clad youth beside Wang Zhou inquired, casting a glance at Lin Heng. Indeed, Wang Zhou affirmed. Rest assured, even if you cannot defeat him, I shall avenge you. My beast has reached Tier 10 subordinate level, and there are few apprentice Beastmasters who can rival me, the young man, identified as Shao Kong, boasted. Being one of the top 5 in the combat major at Lushan District No. 1 High School, he was particularly interested in defeating Lin Heng. For the latter's reputation as a monster rookie was well known, even here, with many having heard of him. Hiss! Beside him, a skeletal mantis let out a fierce roar, its body entirely composed of bone, with a menacing and terrifying mandible. This was a dual-element beast of darkness and necromancy, exceedingly rare in Jinmu City. Although its potential was merely low-grade, it was at the peak of that grade, comparable to some mid-tier beasts, which served as the source of Shao Kang's confidence. Shall we engage in a friendly spar? After all, there is still some time before the competition begins, Shao Kang suggested, believing that Lin Heng would not decline in such a public setting. Boring. Lin Heng abruptly turned away, for he was not one to indulge in reckless displays of valor. He refused to partake in a battle devoid of value, especially against a creature as formidable as the skeletal mantis, preferring not to expend energy unnecessarily. It seems Lin Heng dares not confront Shao Kang directly, murmured the onlookers, who deemed his reaction entirely predictable. There are always stronger foes. It's understandable that Lin Heng would wish to avoid public humiliation. While such a decision might seem shameful, it was certainly wiser than facing defeat before a crowd. Shao Kahn was elated, having not anticipated Lin Heng's timidity, which only enhanced his own reputation, garnering the attention of many. As noon approached, the stationed Beastmasters at the rescue point emerged, addressing the gathered crowd. All right, you may now set forth. Fantastic. Finally, we can take action. Charge forth. Our grand ambitions lie ahead. The 200 individuals at the rescue point surged out, eager to hunt monsters nearby for points, as traveling longer distances would consume considerable time. 17, it's your time to shine. Lin Heng called as he released 17 from the beast space, watching it with anticipation. Oh woo. 17 joyfully dashed forth, eager for treats and delicacies. Wrong way, over here. Lin Heng corrected. Oh. 17, unfazed, circled back and resumed its charge. Their destination was Thorny Mountain, a popular choice among many due to the presence of both the leader-level Thorny Demon and numerous subordinate-level Thorny Demons. The journey was uneventful, and they soon arrived at the base of Thorny Mountain. Look, Lin Heng has come here too. Shao Kahn and Wang Zhou are also present, someone exclaimed, their voices filled with anticipation. Would a confrontation unfold here among the strongest contenders? Lin Heng, Wang Zhou, and Shao Kahn? Lin Heng, you are tardy. We have already claimed these 2 Tier 10 subordinate Thorny Demons, Wang Zhou announced. Having raced over with Shao Kahn at the start of the assessment to secure the 2 subordinate-level beasts, now commanding their own beasts to engage. According to the rules, cooperation was prohibited, meaning that once they commenced their attack, others could not interfere. I understand. I'm not here to compete with you for them, Lin Heng replied, shaking his head as he led 17 up the mountain towards the leader-level Thorny Demon. Had it not been for special reasons, he would have preferred to avoid such a crowded Thorny Mountain, but the Thorny Demon was exceptionally suitable for honing his beast skills. This revelation left the onlookers astonished. Wait, his target is the leader-level Thorny Demon? Has he lost his mind? While wild monsters may possess lesser strength than beasts of the same rank, it is still a leader-level creature, and his Sword-Tailed Weasel is merely Tier 8 subordinate level. The surrounding Beastmasters displayed expressions of disbelief, considering Lin Heng's ambitions to be dangerously reckless. What a foolhardy endeavor. Shao Kahn observed Lin Heng with a gaze akin to that reserved for a jester. The Thorny Demon, being a wood-type beast, possessed remarkable recovery abilities and could manipulate ordinary thorns. Even he would not dare to challenge a leader-level Thorny Demon head-on. To him, Lin Heng was courting disaster. Nevertheless, Lin Heng remained indifferent to their reactions, be they derisive or astonished, as he ascended the mountain, confronting the leader-level Thorny Demon head-on. Below, the gathering of Beastmasters had forgotten to direct their own beasts, their gazes fixated on the mountain peak, eagerly anticipating Lin Heng's next move. Chapter 023, The Path to Transformation. Upon reaching the summit, Lin Heng and 17 were immediately besieged by ordinary thorns. These menacing thorns, sharp and spiky like iron, posed a grave threat. Their toxic barbs could inflict excruciating pain and cause profuse bleeding. Oh woo. 17 exhibited a disdainful expression, and with a series of metallic clangs, silver flashes erupted as all the iron-like thorns within a 3-meter radius fell to the ground. In Lin Heng's hand appeared a machete, yet there was no need for him to wield it. With the effortless grace of a leisurely stroll, he advanced past the thorns. Is this the infamous rending claw of the perfect tier? It feels as though these thorns are utterly powerless against them. Indeed, it's no wonder he is referred to as a monstrous newcomer. He possesses a modicum of strength. Someone nodded in agreement. This is merely the beginning. The true ferocity lies within the core of the Thorn Demon. Just wait, and you shall soon comprehend the true strength of the Thorn Demon. The onlooking Beastmasters exchanged remarks, having already paused their battles to observe. Regardless of whether Lin Heng triumphs or falters, they stand to gain invaluable experience. A drone materialized in the sky, evidently capturing the scene for live broadcast. The commentator stationed in the command center beyond the examination area suddenly announced, "We have a Beastmaster challenging a commander-level monster." "Excellent. Switch to the live feed," declared Zheng Qianquan, the president of the Beastmaster Association. Seated alongside him were several dignitaries, including Lu Fei, the president of the Lu Mountain Breeding Association, and Chang Qingshan, the head of the Ironclad Martial Arts Academy. Soon, Lin Heng and 17's figures graced the large screen, with their profiles extracted and displayed. A level 8 servant class Sword-Tailed Weasel daring to challenge a commander-level Thorn Demon. What audacity. Lu Fei, the head of the Breeding Association, was the first to comment. "I recognize this lad. His skills are indeed commendable. Although this Sword-Tailed Weasel has soaked in a spiritual spring, Reaching its potential's lower tier limit, it still seems somewhat precarious, depending on the strategy and execution. Zheng Qianquan remarked, his understanding of Lin Heng and 17 derived from reports by Xiao Bai and Zhang Shui, unaware of their current prowess. I don't hold much hope. Had it been another beast, there might have been a chance, but the Thorn Demon recovers too rapidly. He's bound to lose. The head of the Ironclad Martial Arts Academy shook his head, while metal counters wood. The disparity is too vast, especially against an opponent adept in recovery. On Thorn Mountain, as they advanced, they found themselves within 50 meters of the Thorn Demon. The creature's true form was colossal, extending over 30 meters in length, with dozens, if not hundreds, of vine-like appendages branching out. As 17 drew nearer, the beast finally erupted in fury. It unleashed a growth skill, causing its own vines to elongate dramatically while simultaneously commanding the surrounding iron thorns to grow wildly. In an instant, the thorny tendrils converged upon 17 from all directions, resembling a multitude of writhing serpents, instilling terror in any who beheld it. 17. Gather your energy and unleash the rending claw. In the face of such an assault, Lin Heng's tone remained tranquil as a still pond, yet his hands did not remain idle. The encroaching thorns demanded his constant cleaving. Roar. 17 let out a fierce bellow as pure white metal spiritual energy surged within. Once the energy was amassed, it lunged toward the left, bravely meeting the oncoming thorns, relentlessly employing the rending claw, relying on its sharpness to slice through. Upon clearing the left, the right was upon it, and after dispatching the right, both the front and rear followed suit. Although the residual metal spiritual energy from 17's cuts possessed some inhibiting effects on growth, it was rendered nearly ineffective against the mightier growth skill at play. 17 sought to advance and undermine the Thorn Demon's roots, yet the adversary offered no respite. Though a plant monster, the Thorn Demon was not devoid of intelligence, skillfully restraining and pulling, leaving 17 no opportunity to progress. Roar! Roar! 17 emitted a cry of agony. Wounded by the thorns, toxins infiltrating its body, inflicting unbearable pain. While it continued to slice its way closer, it glanced back at Lin Heng, signaling a desire to employ its sword tail for a ranged resolution against the Thorn Demon. No, gather your energy once more and keep using the rending claw. This is the optimal moment to grasp the essence of the rending claw. The pain and the overwhelming attacks will ignite your potential. If anger surges, concentrate that power into your claws, condensing the claw light to vanquish it. Not only will you avert further suffering, but you will also earn a fortune to procure sustenance. Do not fear. Unleash your full assault. Your agony resonates with me. Lin Heng urged, his countenance contorted as he relentlessly hacked at the encircling thorns. His hands and arms were already lacerated by the thorns, pain rendering him nearly senseless. Yet he did not retreat. He merely intensified his efforts to clear the thorns. This method was his conception. He could not allow his companion 17 to endure suffering alone while he stood aloof, nonchalantly. Roar! 17 bellowed once more, gathering energy and fighting with renewed fervor. However, the thorny vines encroached ever closer, the Thorn Demon firmly rooted in the earth, its strength seemingly inexhaustible. I warned against overestimating oneself. After all this, you might find it impossible to extricate yourself. Shao Kong on the mountainside shook his head, predicting that it would not be long before Lin Heng would seek assistance. Such hubris. He himself would not dare provoke that Thorn Demon. How could Lin Heng? Why has this fellow shown no sign of advancement after all this time? Wang Zhou appeared somewhat perplexed, sensing that Lin Heng's displayed strength was no different from before. Lin Heng was in dire straits, likely to become the first eliminated. Alas, one must never be arrogant. No matter how formidable the rending claw, stamina will inevitably deplete. The only aspect I admire is his willingness to endure the excruciating poison of the thorns without uttering a sound. The Beastmasters below exchanged opinions, their sentiments varied. Yet the consensus leaned towards viewing Lin Heng's bravado as excessive, predicting his imminent elimination. Even the trio before the command center screen found their enthusiasm waning. They had initially anticipated witnessing a promising prodigy, yet now could only commend his courage, devoid of any claim to excellence. To rely on the Thorn Demon for tempering and to elevate the rending claw to the pinnacle of comprehension is unrealistic. Does he believe breakthroughs in battle are that simplistic? Lu Fei, the head of the breeding association, shook his head, deeming Lin Heng somewhat presumptuous. As a mid-tier breeder, he was not as ignorant as those present. He understood Lin Heng's intentions, thus his skepticism deepened. Achieving the pinnacle is exceedingly difficult. Even for low-tier skills, reaching that level requires decades of relentless honing. I must admit, I hold a certain admiration for this lad. He is indeed tenacious, enduring suffering alongside his beast. Even if he fails, I would still be willing to offer him assistance. Chang Qingshan, the head of the Ironclad Martial Arts Academy, nodded, albeit not overly optimistic about Lin Heng. Yet, he respected the young man's endeavors, as such attempts and the ability to share in hardship with one's beast are rare. Even Zheng Qinkuan sighed, remarking, "Indeed, today's youth seem to regard their beasts as mere accessories, hiding behind them. Unlike our era, where we battled alongside our beasts in the wilderness." Even if Lin Heng does not succeed, his courage is commendable. Clearly, he harbored reservations about Lin Heng, yet was moved by the spirit displayed, deciding that should Lin Heng falter, he would extend a helping hand. Such unwavering resolve often outweighs innate talent and is far more arduous to cultivate. As time slipped by, other challengers emerged to face commander-level monsters, the screen's swiftly shifting focus. Zheng Qianquan and his companions arranged for rescue efforts, their attention drifting elsewhere. Even at the foot of Thorn Mountain, many began to disperse, for assistance was on the way, merely awaiting Lin Heng to activate the emergency signal. By now, half an hour had elapsed, 17's stamina waned, its body increasingly marred by wounds. Lin Heng too bore numerous injuries, the excruciating pain having shattered his teeth, leaving him numb. Still, it was futile. It seemed that the pinnacle was not easily attained. Lin Heng shook his head, feeling a sense of helplessness, though he could employ skill fruits. He yearned to attempt the challenge. Achieving a breakthrough independently would be pivotal for 17's character development. A breakthrough in combat would render its will indomitable, a feat unattainable through mere skill fruits. Without unwavering determination, even the most proficient skills may falter, leaving one's strength unfulfilled. However, resignation seems inevitable at this juncture. He lifted his gaze and, with a smile, addressed 17. "Fear not. We have exerted our utmost efforts. Let us gather our energies once more and utilize the sword tail. Despite their current disarray, if we succeed in channeling our energy, a single strike of the sword tail could turn the tide." Although he desired to attempt this, he also planned a contingency. 3 energy gathers represented 17's limit within a short span, after which it would possess sufficient spiritual energy to unleash the sword tail. This was a conclusion drawn from numerous battles against the Stonehide monkey. Roar. "No, I can certainly succeed." Yet, 17 was unwilling to relent. With an indignant roar, it gathered its energy once more, resolutely channeling all its willpower to direct the spiritual energy towards its claws. In the throes of excruciating pain, an intense will broke through some unseen constraint at that moment. In the next instant, a brilliant white light erupted, and a meter-long luminescent claw manifested around its forelimbs, glistening with lethal sharpness and emanating a chilling aura. With a mere flick, the surrounding thorny vines snapped asunder, rendering them incapable of regrowth. Roar. 17 unleashed another swipe, the luminous claw soaring forth, effortlessly breaching defenses and targeting the base of the thorny demon. A thunderous crash resonated as the colossal thorny demon toppled, and in that same moment, all the ironwood thorns atop the mountain stood still. "Heavens, the claw of transformation has appeared. They have broken through," the announcer exclaimed, leaping to his feet. What did you say? Lin Heng has succeeded in his breakthrough?" At the examination headquarters, 3 prominent figures simultaneously rose, crowding around the small screen. They beheld a solitary figure amidst the chaotic thicket of thorns, accompanied by a companion. Though both were battered and bruised, their eyes shone with an unyielding brilliance. The 3 men found themselves enveloped in profound astonishment and silence. Chapter 024. Restore your unyielding spirit. What a remarkable talent. Does he have a master? The head of the Golden Armored Martial Arts Academy spoke first. "I believe such a promising individual deserves to be mentored by someone of my impending advanced status. It would be a disservice to his gifts otherwise," chuckled Lu Fei, the president of the Breeders' Association, stroking his beard. "Nonsense. Utter nonsense," Zheng Qianquan bellowed, smashing the keyboard in frustration as he glared at his 2 companions. "I discovered this talent first. Anyone who dares to compete with me shall face my wrath. You 2 old geezers were just dismissing him, weren't you? How quickly you turn your coats." Zheng Qianquan spat, his words flying in exasperation. Clearly, Lin Heng had captivated the 3 notable figures. His steadfast will, coupled with formidable talent, constituted the epitome of genius. "Oh, Zheng, your anger is futile. It ultimately depends on whom the young man chooses." Lu Fei laughed heartily. "Indeed, let him have the freedom to choose," chimed in Chang Qingshan, the head of the Golden Armored Martial Arts Academy. The 2 men showed no regard for Zheng's feelings. Such talent was exceedingly rare, and they were unwilling to let it slip away. Shameless. Zheng Qianquan pointed an accusatory finger, yet he was utterly powerless. He contemplated preemptively strategizing his next move. Breaking through a low-tier skill to the transformation stage is trivial. However, achieving such a feat at such a young age, particularly in the midst of battle, is extraordinary. Individuals who exhibit such prowess in their youth invariably become legendary Beastmasters, signifying exceptional innate ability. Meanwhile, on Thorn Mountain, an unexpected silence fell, prompting the onlookers to instinctively glance back. What is happening? Wang Zhou turned to inquire. Could it be that the rescue team has intervened? Why has the thorny demon's presence vanished? Shao Kong, equally puzzled, turned to find the rescue personnel still hovering in midair on their flying mounts, their expressions blank and shocked. In an instant, an ominous thought crossed the minds of both men, resonating with everyone below. Roar! A jubilant cry rang out as a white figure descended the mountain, clutching the massive corpse of a thorny demon, followed closely by a tall, slender boy clad in blue. Who else could it be but 17 and Lin Heng? After vanquishing the thorny demon, they discovered a type of secondary spiritual plant nearby, capable of healing wounds, which was classified as a lieutenant-level spiritual plant. It not only neutralized the poison, but also restored their injuries fully. My heavens, it is truly the corpse of a thorny demon. He has accomplished it. But how did he manage that? Hadn't he been on the verge of defeat? I only caught a glimpse of white light, and then everything concluded. The remaining young Beastmasters were left in a daze, expressions vacant and laden with confusion. Yet upon witnessing the enormous corpse of the thorny demon, admiration became their sole sentiment. Incredible, he truly did it. How did you manage this? Shao Kong inquired slowly, feeling like a jester in comparison to Lin Heng's triumph over the so-called invincible thorny demon. You've certainly improved significantly. You're quite the monster. Wang Zhou found it hard to believe, having thought he and Lin Heng had drawn closer. It was clear now that they existed on entirely different planes of existence. He cursed under his breath, feeling a surge of frustration. Luck played a part. I struck while it was off guard. Lin Heng chuckled, refraining from boasting about 17th's transformation-level claw of rupture. Yet, truth be told, it was indeed a surprise attack. 17th state had lulled the thorny demon into a false sense of security, coupled with the enhanced claw of rupture from 3 energy gathers. It had led to a swift and decisive ambush. As the crowd absorbed this revelation, they gaped in astonishment, struggling to articulate their disbelief. Please, if you're going to concoct an excuse, at least make it a plausible one. To defeat it merely by surprise, are you jesting? While they were incredulous, curiosity swirled about how Lin Heng had achieved such a feat, especially when he had seemed on the brink of failure. However, Lin Heng had no time to indulge in explanations. He and 17 swiftly made their way to the recently established rescue point. Each rescue point also served as a points exchange. I wish to redeem my points, Lin Heng announced to the professional Beastmaster who had just landed from the sky. You truly are impressive, the professional Beastmaster exclaimed, giving a thumbs up before commencing the points exchange. He had witnessed the transformation-level claw of rupture and understood its significance. The transaction was completed swiftly, and Lin Heng glanced at the points leaderboard. He stood second with 10,000 points, while the first place boasted 12,000 points. A name listed as Chang Shi. Thank you. Lin Heng expressed his gratitude before turning to depart, reflecting on how this assessment was indeed teeming with hidden talents. It had barely begun, yet someone had already amassed such a significant number of points. Nonetheless, even if he could not claim the top spot, he mused that he should still acquire ample resources. Lin Heng pondered, for his endeavor to refine 17's Claw of Rupture was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. He had diligently researched and prepared beforehand, fully aware of what possessing a transformation-level skill at his age signified. From the outset, he had aspired to utilize the monsters in the assessment venue for training, serendipitously encountering the thorny demon, which was particularly suitable, allowing him to achieve his objectives ahead of schedule. Does it still hurt, 17? Lin Heng gently stroked 17's head, inquiring tenderly. Roar. No pain, no pain. 17 shook its head, adding that if its master could provide more food, it would hurt even less. Haha, I'll give you some. Lin Heng chuckled, willingly offering sustenance. As things stood, every effort had proven worthwhile. Following the spontaneous breakthrough of 17's Claw of Rupture, its entire demeanor underwent a transformation, and its spirit ascended. This would become an invaluable, irreplaceable resource for its future evolution and advancement. Even Lin Heng himself had experienced significant growth in both his pain threshold and mental fortitude. Indeed, pain is the most effective catalyst for progress, Lin Heng mused with introspection. Having satiated 17, They set off once more towards the next region, hoping to vanquish another commanding-level creature before darkness fell. However, as they journeyed, Lin Heng discerned that two individuals were trailing behind him. With a hint of exasperation, he inquired, "What are you two following me for? I have no desire to form an illicit team. I merely wish to observe how you intend to slay the commanding-level monster. Rest assured, I have no intention of joining forces with you. It will not impede your efforts," replied Shao Kahn, his eyes filled with admiration and curiosity, his tone polite and deferential. The rebellious demeanor of the audacious youth had completely dissipated. There was no escaping the fact that he had been captivated by Lin Heng's prowess. At this age, boys are naturally competitive and easily idolize the strong, thus creating no contradiction. "I'll just take a distant look and then depart," Wang Zhou added cheerfully, having long been intrigued by Lin Heng, and seizing this opportunity to witness his skills. Lin Heng sighed. "Please, could you both revert to your former rebellious selves? This makes things rather complicated for me." He felt helpless, yet there was no way to dissuade them. They were determined to follow. He was too lazy to expend effort in driving them away, so he acquiesced. If they wished to accompany him, so be it. It wouldn't be long before they would have to engage in their own monster hunts. Chapter 025, Cuscuta, the Trapping Grass, Navigating the Perilous Wilderness. Lin Heng examined the map and noted that the nearest commanding-level monster was a dual-type fire and earth rock pig, known for its tough hide and formidable combat abilities. Given that this creature had attributes that countered 17 strengths, Lin Heng resolved to bypass it and target a more distant commanding-level creature, the diamond hedgehog, which resided atop the White Iron Mountain. This small hill contained a scarce deposit of first-tier spiritual, or white patterned iron, and was home to the golden iron spear, a food source for the diamond hedgehog. The diamond hedgehog was notoriously challenging to confront. Upon sustaining damage, it would launch the formidable quills from its back, which possessed remarkable power and a faint toxin. Even the servant-level diamond hedgehogs were seldom approached, primarily because when they curled into a ball, they became a spiked sphere, an insurmountable challenge for many beast tamers. Yet, Lin Heng chose the diamond hedgehog precisely because, with his newfound mastery over metal, 17 had developed a means to contend with it. Additionally, due to its difficulty, it was likely that no one else would be occupying that territory. Once he subdued the diamond hedgehog, it would serve as a resting place for the night, with the nearby golden iron spears and white patterned iron providing sustenance for 17, a true win-win situation. For Lin Heng, who had already acquired dynamic vision, this previously surveyed wilderness posed little danger. Nevertheless, caution remained paramount. For instance, directly ahead lay an innocuous-looking piece of grass, which was, in fact, a cuscuta. Unlike the yellow cuscuta found on Earth, which only parasitizes plants, this variant had mutated and evolved to resemble ordinary grass, while being capable of parasitizing animals and feeding on their blood. Its parasitic seeds were minuscule, and a moment's inattention could lead to disaster. Fortunately, Lin Heng's acute dynamic vision allowed him to identify it early and evade it. The two followers behind him, however, remained oblivious and walked straight past. In addition to cuscuta, numerous similar parasitic plants thrived in the area. They had not ventured far when a massive Venus flytrap came into view. Lin Heng noticed that 3 aged forest wolves were trapped within its jaws and quietly distanced himself. As he exited that area, he encountered a trapping grass, a seemingly desiccated plant adorned with fallen leaves and dust. This plant no longer relied primarily on photosynthesis for survival. Instead, it had evolved to capture other life forms. Under the influence of the mystical energy known as spiritual aura, many plants had become exceedingly predatory, with ongoing mutations giving rise to new species. In contrast, the mutations among animals were even more pronounced. Some leeches and ticks could evade mental perception, parasitizing silently. Others, resembling locusts or ladybugs, would brazenly fly towards one's face, unafraid of death. Lin Heng found these pests particularly vexing, constantly swatting them away, and was grateful for his dynamic vision. After traversing 2 kilometers of barren plains, a small grove of bamboo appeared on the horizon. This bamboo resembled a larger version of Earth's variety, reaching heights of 8 to 9 meters, with each leaf perfectly shaped and arranged, exuding a profound aesthetic appeal. "How?" 17 called out, inquiring how much farther they had to go. "We're almost there. We just need to cross through this forest," Lin Heng replied, patting its head. The bamboo grove was inhabited by the wood-type creature, the giant horned bull, known for its strong territorial instincts and social behavior. The map indicated that only 2 servant-level, 10th-tier giant horned bulls resided here, with no commanding-level monsters present. Lin Heng planned to dispatch them as he passed through the forest. Upon entering the forest, Lin Heng quickly heard sounds of battle and soon spotted a group of 7 or 8 individuals commanding their beasts to engage with several giant horned bulls. These bulls, with their yellow fur and tree root-like structures on their 4 legs, could anchor themselves into the ground. The primary attack method of the servant-level giant horned bull was a charge, with their massive, sharp black horns and 2-ton bodies delivering terrifying force. Coupled with their tough hides, they were exceedingly formidable opponents. Lin Heng's arrival did not garner much attention from the beast tamers. They merely glanced at him before diverting their focus. He had yet to reach a level of notoriety where everyone would recognize him. Moo! Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from ahead, followed by the thunderous sound of hooves pounding the ground. Amidst the rising dust, a herd of bulls charged forth, led by 2 towering giant horned bull kings, each standing 3 meters tall, measuring 5 meters in length, and weighing 3 tons. Their eyes glowed red, and as they galloped, the earth trembled beneath them. Witnessing this spectacle, the apprentice beast tamers displayed expressions of sheer terror. Not good, run. The 2 bull kings are coming. In an instant, the dozen-odd beast tamers abandoned their fight and retreated, realizing that should they be caught in the fray, there would be no opportunity for rescue. We should also avoid the fray, Lin Heng advised 17. While he could have charged indirectly, it was prudent to wait for the situation to settle before striking. Danger was not imminent. By the wind, this is intense. Wang Zhou and Shao Kong exchanged glances and retreated without hesitation, none wanting to face the fury of the bulls. Help! We're trapped. Just as the crowd retreated, a cry for help echoed from the front. Lin Heng looked up to see a short boy with a chubby round face, accompanied by a young, Earth-type silver-armored rhino. Their position was precarious. Having wounded one of the giant horned bulls to the point of frenzy, they found themselves unable to escape as it charged recklessly, undeterred by death. Even with the emergency distress signal activated, time was against them, as professional beast tamers required time to arrive. Faced with the boy's plea, the onlookers were powerless to assist. Charging in with their limited strength would only lead to certain doom. 17. Go distract those giant horned bulls. Take them down if you can, Lin Heng said, feeling a sense of helplessness. He had the ability to help, but he was unwilling to witness unnecessary sacrifices. How? 17 responded with a spirited cry, indicating its readiness, and swiftly charged forward, preparing to flank the bulls. Thorn Fox, let us move in to assist. We'll intercept from the side, commanded Wang Zhou. Bone Mantis, it's up to you to block the herd. At the same moment, Wang Zhou and Shao Kong called out, their competitive spirits momentarily overshadowed by their innate goodness. Seeing someone in peril, they hesitated only briefly before charging forward. We're going to. A number of youths present witnessed this scene and eagerly joined in. Despite their lack of combat prowess, they could provide remote support. Moo. Upon noticing that there were creatures daring to charge forward, the herd of giant horned cattle surged towards 17 with an air of great fury. Be careful, the chubby-faced boy, trapped in the predicament, urgently warned. Watch out, don't get hit head-on. The other youths exclaimed in alarm, for 17 was leading the charge and was in grave danger. They were all somewhat afraid of witnessing the horrific sight of 17 being trampled to death. After all, from an outward appearance, 17 was merely a servant-level, 8th-tier sword-tailed marten, seemingly far less formidable than the 10th-tier skeletal mantis looming behind. They admired Lin Heng's bravery and were reluctant to see further casualties. Chapter 026, Turning to Flee, Abandoning Home. How? To everyone's astonishment, 17 merely maneuvered around and charged into the midst of the cattle herd from the side. Upon witnessing this, except for Wang Zhou and Shao Kong, the others couldn't help but close their eyes, not wanting to witness 17's grim fate. Yet, in the next moment, 2 flashes of silver light flickered, and a sharp, cold gleam pierced through the neck of a giant horned bull king. Moo! Accompanied by a piercing scream, the charging giant horned bull king collapsed with a resounding thud, its head tumbling even farther away, blood gushing several meters high. Under 17's tearing claws, the defenses of this massive bull king were as fragile as paper. 17 not only severed its horns, but also decapitated it in one swift motion. Goodness, what kind of combat power is this? The youths, who had initially closed their eyes, sensed something amiss and opened them to behold this breathtaking spectacle. Their mouths agape, they could only utter an exclamation of astonishment. They had thought Lin Heng was unwilling to see the chubby-faced boy perish, and had intervened forcefully, only to find that he had effortlessly dispatched a bull king in a single strike. What on earth is this power? Where did such a deity come from? The most astonished of all was the chubby-faced boy. Having witnessed 17 charging into the herd, he had felt despair, only to see a massive bull's head crash to the ground before him. It was the bull king, which he had feared immensely. and it was no match for that sword-tailed marten, falling in one blow. At that moment, he sat on the ground, mouth agape, staring blankly at this scene, feeling as if he were in a dream. Moo. Upon seeing their leader, the bull king, slain in one strike, the herd of cattle instantly panicked. The remaining female bull kings wasted no time in leading the herd to flee. Even with their strong territorial instincts, they could only run in the face of overwhelming power. How? 17 was unwilling to let this end so easily. With a flick of his tail, a beam of white sword light shot forth. In an instant, the sword light flashed, piercing through the neck of a female bull king and impaling several other bulls behind it. Bang, bang, bang. 5 bulls fell to the ground one after another, blood spraying like a fountain 5 meters high. Just moments ago, the once formidable herd had now dwindled to merely 3 or 4 remaining, retreating in a disarrayed rout. They could not comprehend why a sword-tailed marten, which appeared rather unimpressive, was so overwhelmingly powerful. All they knew was that they had to flee or face death. In the sky, the emergency rescue Beastmasters had just arrived and were greeted by this scene. While they breathed a sigh of relief, they also felt incredulous. I knew we wouldn't have to intervene, Wang Zhou lamented. Why does it feel like they dispatched a giant horned bull king as easily as one would kill a chicken? Xiao Kong remarked, somewhat speechless, as he genuinely wished to inquire how Lin Heng had trained such a formidable beast. 17's evasive maneuvers were astonishingly precise. He moved through the herd with the ease of a phantom, sustaining not a scratch. It seemed as if his agility was maxed out. Little did they know. 17 trained daily against a complete combat system of stonehide monkeys, whose strength surpassed many chief-tier monsters. Through repeated encounters, he naturally learned to dodge. All right, come back with me to the rescue point. I'll arrange for you to go out, said the rescue Beastmaster, glancing at the chubby-faced boy. He then turned to Lin Heng, smiling. Thank you for saving him. My name is Du Hai, and I will report this matter faithfully. It's nothing. I merely did what I could, and everyone else helped as well, not just me, Lin Heng replied, shaking his head, dismissing any notion of personal glory. The others felt a bit embarrassed, as they had indeed intervened, but had not even managed to land a blow. The battle had been concluded by that sword-tailed marten. Thank you. My name is Xu Yong. May I ask your name? The chubby-faced boy finally regained his senses and approached Lin Heng to express his gratitude. I am Lin Heng. If you wish to thank someone, thank everyone. I believe if you had the ability, you would also help others in need. Lin Heng smiled, patting Xu Yong's shoulder before turning towards the fallen bull heads. 17 proceeded to decapitate them. Lin Heng patted 17's head and handed him a shard of spirit crystal. 17 crunched the crystal and swallowed it, then swiftly severed 5 bull heads. Lin Heng retrieved a rope from his backpack and bound all 6 bull heads, allowing 17 to drag them toward White Iron Mountain. The points exchange location was behind them, and he was too lazy to backtrack, opting instead to head directly to White Iron Mountain. After slaying the diamond-spiked hedgehog, we'll cross over White Iron Mountain tomorrow morning. There's a points exchange location on the other side. Upon seeing Lin Heng set off, Wang Zhou and Xiao Kong hurriedly followed, clearly unwilling to miss out. You should check your legs. Those daughter vines should have sprouted by now. Lin Heng turned to them and remarked. What? The two looked puzzled and quickly rolled up their pants, revealing their calves were already covered with numerous seeds. The roots having embedded into their flesh, starting to siphon their blood for nourishment. Goodness. They were startled and, disregarding Lin Heng, hurriedly stopped to deal with the situation. Lin Heng shrugged and left with 17, having refrained from mentioning it earlier just for this moment. He was finally free of them. The state of the daughter vines was still in its early parasitic stage, not yet capable of causing harm, but dealing with it required painstakingly extracting the roots, which necessitated time. As Lin Heng walked further away, the surrounding Beastmaster youths gradually regained their senses, gazing at the scene before them, feeling somewhat unreal. Who exactly is Lin Heng, and why is he so formidable? Some turned to Wang Zhou and Xiao Kong for answers. I don't know who he is. Wang Zhou shook his head, then added, all I know is that he recently killed the leader-tier Thorn Demon on Thorny Mountain, currently ranking second in points. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively gasped. It turned out he was such a formidable individual. No wonder he was so powerful. That is not all. Did you not see him heading toward White Iron Mountain? It's likely that another leader-tier monster will soon be eliminated, Xiao Kong remarked with a shrug. Hiss. The crowd gasped again. This guy specifically targets formidable monsters, first the Thorn Demon, and now the diamond-spiked hedgehog. They were at a loss for words. Even the rescue Beastmasters were taken aback, wondering if today's youth had become so fierce. Exiting the Wenzhou forest and walking 500 meters further, a peculiar little hill came into view, covered in white iron spikes that stood out prominently from a distance. Unlike the Wenju forest, there was not a soul in sight here, as the diamond-spiked hedgehog was exceedingly challenging to deal with. Just as they reached the foot of the hill, a servant-level 6th-tier diamond-spiked hedgehog charged out, glaring fiercely at them, signaling them to halt their advance. Howl! 17 stepped forward, disdainfully regarding the creature, as if to say, "I'm coming in, what are you going to do about it?" The diamond-spiked hedgehog was immediately enraged, lowering its head. It launched 7 or 8 of its spines from its back. "Let us test the metal control," Jiang Heng declared. 17 focused his mind, activating metal control, targeting those spines. Most of the diamond spines were composed of metal, making them susceptible to manipulation by metal control. Under the control of 17, the metal spikes gradually decelerated and swiftly turned to launch toward the armored hedgehog. It found itself perplexed, unable to comprehend how the spikes adorning its body had betrayed it. Bang! 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 A series of metal spikes struck the armored hedgehog, leaving it momentarily dazed, its little eyes shimmering with incredulity. After a brief hesitation, it turned and fled, abandoning its home, convinced it had encountered a ghost. Chapter 027, The Worst Choice. After driving away one armored hedgehog, the pair soon arrived at the hillside. Here lay a massive cave sloping upward, its walls exposed with numerous veins of white patterned iron. Just as Lin Heng approached, a large hedgehog, measuring 1.5 meters with white spikes on its back, appeared. Its small, bean-sized eyes glared furiously at 17 and Lin Heng, enraged by the invasion of its territory. Huff! Huff! Unable to contain itself, it soon unleashed its metal spikes, launching them towards 17 and Lin Heng. Each spike, 50 centimeters long, resembled deadly arrows, inducing a shiver down the spine of onlookers, especially for a servant-level beast. Such an adversary was exceedingly difficult to contend with, as even close combat proved nearly impossible. Furthermore, the servant-level beasts possessed scant spiritual energy, rendering their ranged attacks feeble and usable only a couple of times. Thus, few dared to provoke a creature like the armored hedgehog. 17. Go and eliminate it. Use your metal control to deflect the spikes, shred its defenses, and finish it off directly, Lin Heng instructed, preparing to catch the armored hedgehog off guard, denying it any chance to react. After all, aside from its metal spike skill, it also possessed skills for rolling and burrowing, making it particularly troublesome to deal with once it decided to flee. 17 charged forward, the advanced skill of metal control proving invaluable. Even at a proficient level, it could manipulate metal with ease. As 17 activated its skill, it opted not to reverse the spikes this time, but merely to cause them to veer slightly, allowing them to fly past on either side. This approach was undoubtedly simpler and more pragmatic. Under the manipulation of metal control, 17 advanced steadily, drawing closer. The armored hedgehog remained oblivious to the reason its spikes failed to hit. It continued to augment their release. However, it soon sensed something amiss. How could the spikes it launched be deflected on their own? But it had no time to ponder further, for 17 was now within 3 meters. After a moment's thought, the armored hedgehog curled into a spiky ball, a defense tactic that had proven effective time and again. Regrettably for it, this time it faced 17, who possessed the Tear Claw skill. A silvery radiance emanated from its claws, forming a half-meter-long light claw. This was the result of the metal spiritual energy condensing into the Tear Claw, its sharpness surpassing that of its own claws, giving one the sensation of being wounded merely by gazing upon it. Under such a formidable Tear Claw, the hedgehog's best choice had unwittingly become its worst, a swift demise, as it was inevitably dispatched by 17's claw. How splendid! 17 nodded in satisfaction, reflecting on how useful the Tear Claw was, thanks to the innovative breakthrough conceived by its master. Let us proceed inside and investigate. Lin Heng affectionately patted 17's soft head as a reward, and together they ventured into the cave. Night had fallen, making this the ideal resting place, as no monsters would dare to attack here. The cave was vast, over 200 square meters, and contained a tunnel excavated by the armored hedgehog, leading down to the mountain's base, likely created in its pursuit of white patterned iron. The interior was composed entirely of solidified rocks, eliminating any fears of collapse. Additionally, the hedgehog was fastidious, ensuring no waste was present within the cave. Lin Heng selected a spot deep inside the cave to kindle a fire. Once the flames rose, he skewered meat from the giant horn bowl with a metal spike and placed it by the fire to roast. Wow, there truly is an abundance of food here. My master is exceedingly clever, 17 exclaimed excitedly, seizing the white iron spear and white patterned iron left by the hedgehog and beginning to consume them. As a metal-type beast, these delicacies were equally appealing to it. Do take it easy. Soon we shall explore the depths of the tunnel. Perhaps we will discover even better white mouth iron. Lin Heng cautioned, observing 17's impatient demeanor. White patterned iron is a level 1 spiritual, or equivalent to a servant-level spiritual plant, while white mouth iron is a level 2 spiritual, or akin to a commander-level spiritual plant. Typically, an abundance of white patterned iron leads to the emergence of white mouth iron. And an excess of white mouth iron births the level 3 white snow iron, with even rarer varieties existing beyond that, such as the world-renowned white iron and rooster iron. 17 nonchalantly patted its belly, signaling that it had ample room, and implored Lin Heng not to doubt its appetite. Lin Heng ceased his urging and began to remove his clothing to assess his own condition. Upon shedding his garments, he was struck with astonishment. Goodness! Despite his caution, he discovered that his legs had been infested with leeches and ticks, while a dandelion seed was sucking blood from his waist. This sight sent a shiver down his spine. Although it was summer, the environment remained relatively arid, far from tropical, and yet he had fallen victim to so many parasites. The wilderness was indeed a treacherous place. This reminded him of several terrifying parasites, such as the dual sucker worm that could control snails and the threadworm that could manipulate mantises, which seemed far removed from the earth he once knew. Not only had their controlling abilities surged, but they had also mutated into numerous forms, making them exceedingly difficult to guard against. Many individuals in this world had succumbed to such parasites, with reports of people in tropical regions being turned into puppets by these creatures. Fortunately, this was not a true wilderness. Lin Heng cautiously removed the blood-sucking parasites and cast them into the fire to incinerate them, then meticulously inspected his clothing before dressing once more. He roasted the meat until it resembled jerky before consuming it, preferring its unpalatable taste over the risk of ingesting parasites. After finishing his meal, he groomed 17's fur, checking for any parasites that may have burrowed into its coat. Only then did he find a comfortable position to lie down, cradling 17 like a pillow as he drifted off to sleep. Since this was not genuine wilderness, and the most formidable creature nearby, the armored hedgehog, had already been dispatched, Lin Heng felt secure in his slumber. Although 17's tail had transformed into sword-like bristles, it remained soft as long as it refrained from channeling spiritual energy. Holding 17 while sleeping was a delightful experience. He could rest his head upon it and pet its soft fur and head, far superior to any plush toy. Initially, Lin Heng intended to meditate and cultivate that evening, but the exertions of hunting the thorn demon had drained his energy, leaving him quite fatigued. The following morning, Lin Heng rose early to meditate for a while before crafting a torch from beef fat. He then descended the tunnel with 17, arriving at the mountain's base. Indeed, there is white mouth iron. 17, you are in luck, Lin Heng exclaimed with a smile. The white mouth iron had been partially gnawed by the armored hedgehog. Yet enough remained for 17 to feast upon. Wow! 17 exclaimed joyfully, eagerly tearing into the remaining white mouth iron. Once 17 had finished, Lin Heng led it toward the points exchange area to redeem their points before continuing to hunt the remaining commander-level monsters. Chapter 028, Lin Heng's Smile. Before long, Lin Heng found himself outside the points exchange area. Wonderful! My rank has risen by 2 places. Indeed, if I can slay a few more iron-toothed pigs, I might even reach the 1000th rank, exclaimed some youths who had just exited the exchange area, chatting merrily. Look over there. Is that the armored hedgehog from White Iron Mountain? Before long, someone spotted Lin Heng, their eyes widening in disbelief. No way. It truly is a commander-level armored hedgehog. Where did this master come from? After a meticulous confirmation, everyone was left utterly astounded, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief at the sight of someone having slain the most elusive and formidable of monsters. Not only had this individual vanquished the diamond-spiked hedgehog, but he also bore the heads of 6 colossal strength bulls. This formidable figure had traversed from the Wonju forest to this very place, and amidst their astonishment, the crowd instinctively parted to grant him passage. Lin Heng was no stranger to such reactions. He, along with his companion 17, made their way directly into the points exchange center. Inside, the youths gathered around the exchange were taken aback by the gruesome sight of the corpses 17 dragged along, and they collectively inhaled sharply, quietly clearing a path. The staff members, noticing the sudden silence, looked up and found themselves rendered speechless by the scene before them. Please exchange these for points, Lin Heng instructed the staff. Why yes, the staff member stammered, hastily approaching to verify his level and confirm his identity. Lin Heng perused the leaderboard. After a day's efforts, he had ascended to the 18th position. The top spot was still held by Chang Shi, who had amassed an impressive 33,000 points. indicating he had defeated 3 leader-class monsters. Second place was occupied by Jiang Shui, a familiar face with 21,000 points. From the third place onward, the points dwindled to just 10,000, signifying that those individuals had only managed to slay a single leader-class monster. Given the brevity of time, it was nearly impossible to accumulate such points merely by hunting servant-class monsters. Your total is 15,200 points. After entry, your cumulative score will reach 25,200, temporarily placing you in second, the staff member informed Lin Heng. At this revelation, a collective gasp arose from the crowd, as they absorbed the chilling realization that this powerhouse was indeed terrifying. With an appreciative nod, Lin Heng turned and departed. An hour later, he arrived at the wild boar forest, and within mere minutes, he had dragged away the corpse of a second-tier leader-class unicorn wild boar. By noon, a leader-class wood-type monster, the forest wolf, met its demise, accompanied by 2 servant-class 10th-tier monsters, all brought to the points exchange. In the afternoon, a 3rd-tier leader-class wood-type monster, the venomous forest python, was also hauled away, leaving a trail of crimson on the ground. Over the subsequent 3 days, leader-class monsters continued to vanish from their territories. As the wilderness survival assessment drew near its conclusion with merely a day remaining, some individuals finally mustered the courage to hunt leader-class monsters. Yet, upon arrival at their designated locations, they were met only with bloodied grounds and utter chaos. Damn it, that golden-haired dog was slain by some godly figure. One lamented. I just came from the nearby azure waters, where the silver-armored crocodiles were also killed, exclaimed another. Goodness, my area too, copper-headed mongooses and mountain turtles have been slaughtered. The more capable apprentice Beastmasters congregated, their astonishment growing as they shared their grievances. Surely, the traces of battle in your vicinity are from a gold type? One inquired, taking a deep breath. Could it be that you encountered the same? Oh my, it's the same here, they exclaimed in unison, horrified by the realization that the majority of leader-class monsters had perished at the hands of a single individual. As inquiries spread, the name Lin Heng began to circulate, evoking a mixture of admiration and incredulity among the populace. Everyone yearned to glimpse the true visage of this monstrous figure. However, their restlessness soon transformed into urgency. Lin Heng is merciless. After finishing off the leader-class monsters, he's now slaughtering servant-class ones. If we don't act soon, we won't earn a single point, cried one apprentice Beastmaster. He already has 250,000 points. Must he continue? Leave us a morsel, brother. Amidst their despair, many called upon the association to intervene, pleading for Lin Heng to cease his relentless hunt. The shock was not confined to the apprentices. Even the higher-ups at the assessment headquarters were momentarily at a loss, since comprehending the transformative power of the rending claw during the battle at Thorny Mountain. Lin Heng and 17 had embarked on a path of unrelenting slaughter, drastically altering the dynamics of the entire 3rd assessment area to a point where no monsters were left to hunt. Should we intervene? Chang Qingshan, the head of the Diamond Martial Arts Hall, pondered aloud. How can we? Has he broken any rules? No. Lu Fei, the president of the Beast Breeder Association, shrugged helplessly. Once again, silence enveloped the room as the 3 leaders deliberated, their thoughts racing as they resolved to capture Lin Heng. They realized that 17 possessed the rare high-tier skill of metal manipulation, a talent that promised immense potential and would be a valuable acquisition. The other 4 assessment areas apprentice Beastmasters also found themselves in a similar state of dismay. In the first assessment area, Chang Shi brought the last leader-class monster, the ghost-faced spider, to the points exchange. Upon seeing Lin Heng's score had reached 250,000, he fell silent before furiously kicking the spider's leg, frustrated. Damn it. How could the individuals in the 3rd assessment area be so inept, allowing him to kill so many leader-class monsters? Chang Shi roared, his anger stemming not from defeat by Lin Heng, but from the environment itself. The first assessment area was teeming with skilled individuals, and many leader-class monsters had been slain in the first 2 days. Despite his strength, he found himself at a loss for suitable monsters to hunt. With only a day remaining and a paltry score of 150,000, he despaired at the insurmountable gap. The inability to seize points from others only compounded his frustration. Failing to even secure second place left him infuriated. He had aimed for first. In response, he unleashed an even more frenzied campaign of slaughter, leaving the others in the first assessment area to suffer as they wondered who had earned the wrath of such a powerful figure. Similarly, Jiang Shui in the 5th assessment area faced the same predicament. Once I'm out of here, I must find out how you train and live, she fumed, her chest swelling with indignation. How was it that she was always overshadowed by this man? Clenching her teeth and fists, she felt utterly powerless. While her competition was not as fierce as that in the first assessment area, numerous skilled participants remained, and her score had stagnated at 180,000. No matter her efforts, surpassing Lin Heng seemed an impossibility. This guy is defying the heavens. In the fourth assessment area, Xiao Bai howled at the sky. Having barely scraped together 30,000 points, over 8 times less than Lin Heng, he and Wang Zhou Xiaokong shared the same frustrations, as they had been denied the opportunity to even confront leader-class monsters. He must have planned this meticulously, registering during a period when fewer skilled individuals were present. In the second assessment area, Li Yao stared at the leaderboard, equally speechless. Meanwhile, in the third assessment area, Lin Heng returned to the exchange point with a collection of low-tier monster corpses. With these additions, his score soared to 260,000 if he maintained this pace. Success was assured. Lin Heng chuckled as he regarded the leaderboard, knowing that his strategy for entering the third assessment area had been meticulously calculated to avoid the dire circumstances faced by Chang Shi and Jiang Yao. Brother, even if you lie down and sleep, they won't surpass you. Chapter 029, Conclusion and Rewards. As the sun rose once more on the fifth day, the noon deadline for the Wilderness Survival Assessment approached. Lin Heng refrained from his previous frenzied hunting, choosing instead to meditate until 8 o'clock. Awo, 17, perched on a rock, enjoyed a leisurely breakfast. Yesterday, Lin Heng had gathered a bounty of golden spiritual plants, leaving a delightful stash for 17 to savor. The warmth of the sun and the taste of delicious food made for an utterly blissful experience. I must strive even harder. This is the benefit of strength, 17 mused, munching on golden pine nuts, gazing around, realizing that with sufficient power, sustenance was abundant everywhere. After finishing their meal, it instinctively began practicing its mastery over metal, manipulating some iron or to soar through the air, ever mindful of self-improvement. Let us go, we should head back, Lin Heng remarked. As the clock approached 10, he concluded his meditation and walked out with 17. The map indicated designated gathering spots in each area, but access was only granted during the last half day of the assessment. To avoid drawing attention, he chose to arrive last. Yet, despite his efforts, countless eyes turned towards him upon his arrival, eager to witness the figure who had nearly annihilated the third assessment zone. This was indeed Lin Heng, appearing charming and refined. Yet his actions were undeniably extraordinary. Don't be deceived by his appearance. He was ruthless in the gambling arena, someone muttered. It's infuriating. He has left me without any commanding level monsters to hunt. Others chimed in, expressing their frustration, curiosity, envy, and disdain. Yet one sentiment was universally shared. Whether they admitted it or not, admiration and envy were unmistakably evident in their gazes. Fundamentally, it was their own inadequacy that prevented them from achieving similar feats as Lin Heng. He remained oblivious to their scrutiny, comfortably seated on a stone, playfully engaging with 17, entirely unconcerned. Accompanied by the melodious chime from the loudspeaker, the president of the Beastmaster Association announced the conclusion of the Wilderness Survival Assessment, indicating that everyone would soon be transported back to Lushan District, with their respective scores also ceasing and being locked at that moment. Shortly thereafter, the colossal flying mount, the white jade Qingfeng bird, reappeared to ferry the participants back in succession. Upon returning to the square in front of the Breeder Association, those outside the top 1,000 were dismissed, while only the top 1,000 who had earned rewards were permitted to remain. However, before dispersal, there was a speech segment. The association indicated that this would not be the final assessment, as there would be many future training and development programs for apprentice Beastmasters. During this assessment, 15 unfortunate individuals met their demise. Some were overwhelmed by beast hordes, unable to evacuate or receive aid, while others misjudged their strength and fell to commanding level monsters. The leading cause of death, however, was attributed to those who slept too soundly at night, succumbing to toxic or parasitic creatures and plants, often without even having the chance to activate their distress beacons. Despite the seemingly innocuous size of seeds like dodder and dandelion, their growth rates exhibited exponential increases, leading to dire consequences if one was not vigilant. A mere night could leave a person reduced to nothing but skin. Leeches, ticks, spiders, and other insects also shared this dangerous trait, possessing the ability to paralyze nerves, rendering any awareness of their presence too late. Thus, a thorough examination of one's body before sleep was imperative. This was an unavoidable reality. The path of a Beastmaster had never been devoid of challenges, and countless professional Beastmasters perished in the wilderness each year. Even with signed agreements for safety and voluntary participation, the association would still compensate the families of the deceased. This incident imparted a stark realization to the youths regarding the arduous and perilous nature of this profession. Subsequently, the remaining 9,000 participants were gradually dismissed, leaving behind 1,000 individuals. After completing the registration process, they would receive their bonuses within 3 days. The final 900 were also sent away, including Wang Zhou, Xiao Bai, Xiao Kong, and Li Yao, acquaintances of Lin Heng. Many departed with regret, casting lingering glances at Lin Heng. Individuals like Xiao Kong undoubtedly had the capability to rank within the top 100, yet lamentably lacked the monsters to hunt. The remaining 100 could be regarded as the most exceptional talents in Lushan District, destined for focused cultivation in the future. With their achievements, they would garner significant attention from associations, martial arts schools, legions, and research institutes, simplifying the process of joining considerably. According to regulations, these individuals could earn bonuses ranging from 500,000 to 2 million, based on their rankings. Lin Heng was elated, with over 260,000 points. He secured first place, thus claiming 2 million. Even without any additional rewards, this sum was sufficient to elevate 17 to the commanding level, replenishing his previously severed financial resources and alleviating concerns about resource shortages for the foreseeable future. Now, the top 10, please come forward. The remaining participants will be escorted to another area, President Zheng Qianquan announced before turning to head towards the association building, with Lin Heng and the others closely following. You are Lin Heng, correct? Excellent. We must find time for a friendly spar, Cheng Shi said softly as he approached Lin Heng, his eyes brimming with challenge. I never engage in sparring. My apologies, Lin Heng replied, shaking his head, dismissing the hot-blooded youth's competitive spirit and unwilling to partake in any duels. Were it not for the need to acquire resources, he would not have participated in this wilderness survival assessment. His true aspirations lay in cultivation, achieving higher realms, and ultimately attaining longevity or even immortality. Combat was merely a means to an end, and he saw no necessity for unnecessary conflict. Are you a coward? Afraid to participate in a duel? Your first place is unmerited, Cheng Shi retorted, his voice low and filled with indignation, frustrated that his ambition to claim first had been thwarted. It matters not. I am unconcerned, Lin Heng replied with a shrug and a smile, choosing not to engage further, hastening to keep pace with the president, which dissuaded Cheng Shi from continuing his provocation. Before long, they arrived at an office where Lu Fei, the president of the Breeder Association, and Chang Qingshan, the head of the Diamond Martial Arts School, were present, along with several vice presidents and higher-ups. As the 10 most outstanding apprentice beastmasters in Lushan District, you will be granted the opportunity to cultivate within the spatial rift of Jinmu in the city center. You will also represent our Lushan district in competing for resource allocations against 9 other districts. The specific date is approximately 1 week from now, at which point I will accompany you. In the meantime, you should consider what materials you require. President Zheng Qianquan addressed the 10 youths. Beast species, whether beastmasters or monsters, share fundamental similarities. They are categorized into distinct developmental stages: larval, growth, maturity, and ultimate stages. The prime period for species evolution occurs at the end of the larval stage, just before entering the growth phase, where the beasts possess a certain capacity for endurance, and their cells and genes are highly active. This represents the optimal time for evolution. For lower-tier beasts, reaching the commanding level signifies entry into the growth phase, making the most favorable moment for evolution when they reach the 10th stage of subservience. As advancement and evolution coincide, increasing the likelihood of success. Typically, preparations for beast evolution commence around this time. If unsuccessful, the chances for subsequent evolution diminish. And after 3 failed attempts, evolution may become impossible, capping their strength at the commanding level's 10th stage. Similarly, a beastmaster's potential would significantly decline without stronger reciprocation. If financially viable, the best timing for evolution is at the 10th stage of subservience, if funds are lacking. Waiting until the beast reaches the commanding level for evolution is also an option, albeit with reduced success rates. The rewards granted by the Beastmaster Association to the top 10 are precisely this. Report the materials you require, and the association will assist you. The 10th place winner receives 1 material, while Lin Heng, as the first place winner, is entitled to 10 materials. It can be said that he is virtually free from concerns regarding the materials necessary for 17's evolution. Understood. The group nodded in agreement. The first beast is often referred to as the life-bound beast, holding significant importance for a beastmaster. Good to hear. There is one more matter. We will be selecting some exceptional individuals for cultivation and apprenticeship. Those interested may remain, President Zheng Qianquan added with a smile. Chapter 030. The Ghost Hand Firestorm Dragon. The leadership organization of the entire Qinglong nation is the Beastmaster Association, comprising members from various professions, with numerous factions and complex affiliations. Beneath the auspices of the Beastmaster Association, there exist 9 subdivisions: national defense, exploration, research and development, administration, security, finance, engineering, energy, and agriculture, each overseeing its respective domain. While a conventional administrative structure is in place, the true power remains firmly in the grasp of the Beastmaster Association. For instance, the district chief of Lushan District is, in fact, one of the vice presidents of the association, while the president, Zheng Qianquan, occupies a rank even higher, though not directly involved in administrative matters. In essence, the intricate hierarchy can be distilled into a singular notion. This is a political landscape dominated by the strong, with clearly defined class distinctions. The foundation of this establishment was laid around the most formidable beastmasters, wherein strength begets authority, albeit within certain limitations that have fostered a modern civil society. The act of apprenticeship is a distinctive feature of this system, akin to the practice of families seeking suitable sons-in-law, serving as a pivotal aspect of influence and vitality for one's faction. Among the 10 individuals surrounding Lin Heng, apart from Jiang Shui and Chang Shi, whose parents are prominent figures, the others are ordinary yet talented individuals, naturally drawing attention. The most effective method of recruitment is, therefore, apprenticeship. Lin Heng, I wish to take you on as my disciple. Do you accept? Zheng Qianquan, after his introduction, promptly posed the question to Lin Heng. Do not rush your decision. Lin Heng, I too recognize your exceptional talent and am inclined to accept you as my disciple, chimed Lu Fei, president of the Breeder Association, who possesses profound insights into the evolution of beast species and holds several rare evolution formulas. I also wish to take you on as my disciple, added Chang Qingshan, the head of the Diamond Martial Arts School, which specializes in combination techniques for metal-type beasts, offering dedicated breeders and fellow disciples for practice. The other vice presidents remained silent, fully aware that they lacked the qualifications to vie for Lin Heng's allegiance. Witnessing this familiar scenario, Lin Heng had anticipated such an outcome, as it had become a widely recognized tradition. He had conducted thorough research on the 3 individuals to prepare for this very moment. Firstly, the head of the Diamond Martial Arts School was not a viable choice. At 60 years old, he was still in his prime, with room for further growth. And he happened to be Chang Shi's grandfather. His innate talent could lead to unpredictable consequences if discovered. Furthermore, joining the Diamond Martial Arts School would likely subject him to persistent harassment from Chang Shi. Lu Fei, president of the Breeder Association, and Zheng Qianquan, president of the Beastmaster Association, emerged as commendable options. Lu Fei, in his 70s, had progeny, and while the allure of his evolution formulas was tempting, Lin Heng ultimately chose not to pursue him. As a breeder, he recognized that the likelihood of encountering abnormalities at 17 was significantly higher, and he was more familiar with the capabilities of the spiritual springs than most. Zheng Qianquan, approaching 90, stood as a peak master-level beastmaster, remarkably powerful, yet limited by the loss of a beast that had drained his potential. However, he possessed vast experience, having traversed other continents in his youth, and held numerous secrets. Moreover, he had no descendants, only a handful of apprentices, most of whom seemed to reside far from Jimu City. Based on his findings, Zheng Qianquan's approach to his apprentices entailed a laissez-faire cultivation style, which aligned perfectly with Lin Heng's preferences. He did not wish to be overly close to his master, as that would feel constricting and hinder the use of his innate talent. Of course, he could choose not to select anyone, but that would be an unwise decision, akin to severing his future prospects, leaving him to struggle in the wilderness. As the 3 prominent figures extended their offers, the surrounding youths exhibited expressions of envy. Chang Shi appeared indifferent, while Jiang Shui gazed at Lin Heng with curiosity, seemingly pondering whom he would choose. I have grown up hearing tales of you, Senior Zheng, and I hold you in great admiration. I wish to become your disciple, Lin Heng declared, his eyes glimmering with reverence as he looked towards Zheng Qianquan. Excellent. I accept you. Once we formally conclude the apprenticeship, you shall become my 10th disciple. What a splendid child you are, with such discernment, Zheng Qianquan exclaimed, laughing heartily as he approached Lin Heng, giving him a firm pat on the shoulder before drawing him close. Following Lin Heng, Jiang Shui chose Lu Fei without hesitation, as it was only natural for her to apprentice under the association's president, given her father's position as vice president. However, Chang Shi opted not to align himself with Chang Qingshan, but instead selected another vice president. Soon after, the remaining youths also found their respective mentors. Once the selections were complete, Attendants soon arrived with tea for the apprenticeship ceremony. Unlike the elaborate rituals of yore, the modern practice required no kowtowing or formalities. One simply needed to offer tea and bow respectfully to their master. Lin Heng straightened his attire, respectfully approached, and bowed, saying, "Master, please enjoy this tea." Zheng Qianquan took a sip and exclaimed with delight, "Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be my 10th and youngest disciple. This is a token of our meeting, a bank card containing 5 million Qinglong coins, and a special evolution formula for the Sword-Tailed Weasel." Zheng Qianquan then presented Lin Heng with a bank card and a USB drive as a welcoming gift. The special evolution formula had initially been intended as an inducement for Lin Heng, but having not been utilized, it was now included as a parting gift. "Thank you, Master." Lin Heng replied eagerly, realizing that the generosity of a peak master-level Beastmaster was truly remarkable. He was a grateful individual. Having become Zheng Qianquan's disciple, he would undoubtedly repay any kindness shown to him with loyalty and gratitude. Following the ceremony, Lin Heng accompanied Zheng Qianquan to his residence, which was a large villa situated in a remote suburban area, boasting an expansive training ground of 5,000 square meters. "This is where I typically rest. You are welcome to visit me anytime. I prefer not to impose specific developmental paths on my disciples. I encourage you to pursue your own growth. Thus, I will not outline any plans for you. Feel free to explore any route you desire, and if you have any questions, I will gladly offer guidance." Zheng Qianquan explained to Lin Heng. "Thank you, Master." Lin Heng nodded, reflecting that his findings were indeed accurate. His master favored a free-range approach to mentorship. "Let me see your Sword-Tailed Weasel," Zheng Qianquan requested. Lin Heng nodded and summoned his Sword-Tailed Weasel, named 17. "How?" 17 glanced at Zheng Qianquan, then at Lin Heng, inquiring about the identity of this elder. "Indeed, it is an exceptional beast with immense potential. I have reviewed your battle footage. It seems to possess advanced metallic manipulation skills. Likely awakened by the spiritual spring, correct?" Zheng Qianquan observed and confirmed, nodding with approval as he recognized that 17 exceeded his expectations. "Yes, it works diligently," Lin Heng affirmed. "You may study the evolution formula I provided. It is a promising direction. If it proves viable, you can utilize your first-place reward to acquire the materials. Once it reaches the 10th tier of the servant level, you can commence its racial evolution. Additionally, I will share my Choyang Qingsong meditation method with you, which will enhance your meditation efficiency. Should you have further inquiries, I can provide you with the contact information for your 9th senior sister. So you may consult her in my absence," Zheng Qianquan added. He then began to instruct Lin Heng on the Choyang Qingsong meditation method, emphasizing the importance of practicing each morning for optimal results. Regarding other matters, Zheng Qianquan spoke little, suggesting that they could address everything once Lin Heng attained the status of a professional Beastmaster. Lin Heng nodded, not in haste to depart, expressing a desire to observe his master's beasts. When a Lord-level beast was summoned, Lin Heng was taken aback. It was an enormous creature, reminiscent of a small mountain. This beast bore a striking resemblance to Godzilla, adorned with fiery red scales, numerous fiery tendrils along its back, a white, bony horn atop its head, sharp foreclaws, and a terrifying abyssal maw. This is a Lord-level, 10th-tier beast, the Inferno Dragon, a spectral entity infused with a trace of dragon blood, embodying both the fire and undead attributes. It has evolved from a magma lizard. Merely standing on the ground, the aura of a Lord-level monster radiates from it, enveloping Lin Heng in a sense of suffocation. 17, overwhelmed by its presence, collapses to the ground, unable to move. "Such is the might of a Lord-level creature, truly formidable," Lin Heng exclaimed, observing that this beast measures 15 meters in length and stands 6 meters tall, exuding an unparalleled majesty befitting its rank as a Lord-level beast. "Have you witnessed its grandeur? With diligent effort, your 17 shall also reach such heights," Zheng Qianquan remarked with a smile, thoroughly pleased with Lin Heng's admiration. 17's eyes widened, energized by the intense and terrifying aura, igniting a fervent ambition within. Chapter 031, The Thunderbolt Sword-Tailed Weasel. What a bountiful expedition this has been. As Lin Heng made his way back, he reveled in the marvel of the Super Pock Dex device he cradled in his hand. This device, no larger than a mobile phone, was a parting gift from his master, Zheng Qianquan. Unlike ordinary Pock Dexes, this one boasts an extensive catalog of species and possesses the capability to analyze the data of unknown monsters. By merely depositing a drop of blood from an unknown creature into the designated slot, it can ascertain detailed information regarding its bloodline, cellular vitality, and affinity for spiritual energy, thereby estimating its potential and inherent strengths and weaknesses. Furthermore, this Pokédex does not automatically upload local data, ensuring a high degree of privacy. It is a premium item that has yet to be mass-marketed, valued at $1 million, accessible only to the affluent elite. Upon returning home, Lin Heng found his parents had prepared a grand feast to celebrate his return. Lin Heng, you finally returned. Are you unscathed? His mother, Bai Mei, grasped his hand, inspecting him for injuries, and upon finding none, she sighed in relief. You have exceeded expectations. You truly are my son. His father praised as he clapped Lin Heng on the shoulder. I'm perfectly fine. You needn't worry. Lin Heng reassured them, his voice buoyant as he declared. Although you already know this, I must share it again. I ranked first in the assessment and have taken Zheng Qianquan, the president of the Beastmaster Association in Lushan District, as my mentor. Henceforth, you need not fret over my resources for growth. Moreover, dear father, 17's rending claw has achieved a breakthrough into its transformative state. And we accomplished this during battle. Sharing his achievements with his parents brought Lin Heng immense joy. Ha ha, what splendid news, my beloved son. Just the other day, my stonehide ape also broke through to the transformative state in a recent battle, mastering both Earth Fist and Earth Spike. His father, Lin Yu, boasted, adopting a tone of exaggerated pride. Lin Heng was taken aback, contemplating how his father's stonehide ape now possessed 3 transformative skills. Is that really necessary? He thought. Ha ha. You're astonished, aren't you? I was equally astounded. 5 years ago, both of these skills had already reached perfection. After rigorous training, they finally broke through. His father laughed heartily, relishing Lin Heng's astonishment. Both of you, please sit down and eat. Bai Mei interjected, exasperated by the childlike antics of her husband and son. Eat. Eat. Release 17. We have prepared food for it as well, Lin Yu said, chuckling as he took his seat. Oh well. Upon emerging, 17 eagerly began to feast, playfully charming Lin Heng's mother. This provoked a fierce glare from the green-eyed cat nearby, as if to say, that's my caretaker. Don't you dare seduce them. As they dined, Lin Heng recounted the events of the day, and his parents expressed their approval of his choices, celebrating his successes. Father, what exactly happened to the stonehide ape? Lin Heng inquired after taking a bite of fish. This question was absent from his memories, indicating that the previous owner of this body was unaware. The examination revealed that its genes and bloodline had suffered severe radiation damage, leading to a continual deterioration of its state. His father explained slowly. This seems to be the unique skill of the mountain spirit monster, specifically targeting the potential of beastmasters. They had been lured into a peculiar mountain by the allure of spiritual flora. At first glance, the mountain appeared unremarkable, yet it was eerily silent, concealing subterranean caverns with molten lava within. Only when the mountain spirit launched its assault did they realize they were prey to a living mountain, with the lava serving as its digestive fluid. At that time, Father was the strongest among them and fought desperately to escape, leaving behind the stonehide ape, which fell victim to the bloodline collapse skill. A living mountain, Lin Heng exclaimed, his curiosity piqued. He understood that in this world, mountains and rivers could be imbued with spiritual energy, transforming them into living entities, yet he had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Remember, if you encounter such a being, flee without hesitation, do not provoke it. Its power is terrifying, rivaling only the might of a lord-level beast, Lin Yu cautioned, still haunted by the memory. Lin Heng nodded, contemplating the prospect of researching bloodline fruits in the future, which might aid in restoring the stonehide ape. However, for now, he needed to focus on enhancing his own abilities. After dinner, Lin Heng took 17 for a bath before retiring to his room to rest. 17 was stored in the Beastmaster space, where it could rest conducive to its swift growth. Before sleeping, he took one last look at the caterpillar, which his mother had been nurturing these past few days. Seeing it safe and sound, still resting placidly, reassured him. As for the testing, he decided to postpone it until the morning. He felt exhausted and wished to rest. Upon awakening, he was surprised to find it was already past 5, nearing 6 o'clock, realizing that his bed at home was indeed far more comfortable. He then proceeded to practice the morning mist pine meditation technique imparted by Zheng Qianquan. The mental energy possessed no inherent attributes. Yet this meditation method could harness the essence of the morning mist and pine, accelerating its transformation into mental energy and rendering it warm and radiant, akin to the sun. Its efficiency surpassed that of ordinary meditation methods by a factor of 2. Seated on the balcony, facing the dawn and the pine tree at the entrance, Lin Heng began to modify his technique deliberately. Every meditation method encompasses both spirit and breath, each complementing the other. As he adjusted his breathing, Lin Heng gradually entered a meditative state, his breath becoming long and steady. He continued this practice until 7 o'clock, concluding his meditation with a look of delight on his face. Truly, this advanced meditation method yields remarkable results. Lin Heng mused, reflecting on the advantages of having a benefactor. His meditation efficiency had doubled. Taking a deep breath, he released 17. Oh, Master, why are you so late today? This delays my training. 17 expressed its confusion, its enthusiasm for training having surged after witnessing a Lord-level beast yesterday. It was filled with thoughts of how, if it became such a powerful entity, it would surely enjoy a greater abundance of food. Today, we will rest in the morning, as I have other matters to attend to. We shall train in the afternoon. Lin Heng informed 17 while handing it its breakfast, chuckling at its eagerness. With such a diligent and hard-working beast, I can hardly afford to be lazy. Oh, upon seeing the food, 17 joyfully began to eat, yet it insisted that training could not be delayed. It understood that to grow as powerful as a Lord-level beast, it must train diligently. After finishing its meal, it promptly headed to the training ground to hone its skills. Lin Heng shook his head and opened the special evolution formula his master had given him the day before. The Sword-Tailed Weasel already had 3 known methods of evolution: the Thunderbolt Sword-Tailed Weasel, the Golden Sword-Tailed Weasel, and the Earth Fiend Sword-Tailed Weasel. Each possesses its own strengths and weaknesses. The Thunderbolt Sword-Tailed Weasel incorporates electrical attributes along with gold, enhancing its power significantly. The combination of these two attributes creates a natural lethal strike. In contrast, the Golden Sword-Tailed Weasel focuses on amplifying its golden attributes, allowing its attacks to become more ferocious. One claw can shatter mountains and rivers, while a single strike can rend the very fabric of space itself. The Earth Fiend Sword-Tailed Weasel embodies a dual affinity for both earth and gold elements. This unique combination not only significantly enhances 17's defensive capabilities, rendering them more enduring, but it also allows gold-type skills to be imbued with fiendish energy, thereby rendering them even more formidable and razor-sharp. Each of the 3 evolutionary recipes presented is exceptionally remarkable, yet Lin Heng leans towards acquiring a broader array of attributes, as this would facilitate the learning of a more diverse set of skills. He initially found himself in a quandary between the Electric Light Sword-Tailed Weasel and the Earth Fiend Sword-Tailed Weasel. However, his master provided him with an evolution recipe known as the Purple Lightning Sword-Tailed Weasel, derived from the Electric Light Sword-Tailed Weasel, but with enhanced prowess. In its original form, the Electric Light Sword-Tailed Weasel's electrical affinity served merely as support, electrifying its skills for greater impact. Conversely, the Purple Lightning Sword-Tailed Weasel elevates this electrical affinity to that of lightning, which stands on equal footing with the gold element, thereby amplifying its power even further. Purple lightning represents an extraordinarily potent form of electricity, far surpassing ordinary electrical types in its capacity to deliver high voltage and effective paralysis, as well as an additional penetrating effect that the Electric Light Sword-Tailed Weasel lacked. Upon completion of the evolution, every skill possessed by 17 would carry both paralysis and lightning penetration effects, essentially transforming them into a formidable offensive weapon. Furthermore, the likelihood of awakening lightning-type skills would be substantially increased. If no superior alternative presents itself, this shall be the chosen path. Lin Heng nodded, casting his gaze upon the materials recipe, preparing to commence the necessary preparations. The Electric Light Sword-Tailed Weasel is merely at the threshold of medium-grade potential, while the Purple Lightning Sword-Tailed Weasel stands as the pinnacle of medium-grade potential, exceedingly close to its limits. Chapter 032. This silkworm is depressed. The evolution materials for the Purple Lightning Sword-Tailed Weasel comprise 28 distinct items, with 10 primary evolution materials, each rated at level 3, which corresponds to the leader tier. The evolution of a beast requires the stimulation of its genes and cells, necessitating materials that are generally of a level far superior to that of the beast itself, thus holding considerable value. Lin Heng examined the 10 materials, which include 5 pounds of purple lightning crystals, 3 pounds and 2 ounces of purple jade fruits, 8 pounds of golden thunder bamboo, 3 pounds of earth gold chi, 3 pounds of silver claw thundergrass, 2 pounds of level 3 gold spirit crystals, 1 piece of level 3 thunder spirit crystal, 1 mutated fruit, 8 pounds of thunderwomb wood, and 1 core from a purple lightning golden claw beast. These 10 primary materials, combined with the remaining 18 auxiliary materials, must be meticulously blended according to specific procedures to create a species elixir, with some for internal use and others for external application, achieving a harmonious balance to complete the evolution. The underlying principle revolves around utilizing a series of lightning-type materials to induce genetic and cellular mutations in 17, endowing it with lightning attributes. However, the precise mechanisms remain elusive to researchers. The recipes have been derived from a series of experiments that stimulated monster cells, rendering traditional genetic technology ineffectual in this context. With the acquisition of extraordinary powers, the complexity of a monster's genetic structure has escalated beyond the realms of conventional study, seemingly transcending the original paradigms of genetic science. The 10 primary materials are indeed of considerable worth, each priced between 20,000 to 100,000, collectively summing to over 900,000. The gold materials are relatively manageable, but lightning-type materials, being rare, tend to command higher prices. The 18 auxiliary materials, varying in quantity, cumulatively approach 300,000, indicating that the mere preparation of materials would require upwards of 120,000. This figure excludes the cost of the recipe, as the exceptional evolutionary recipe for the purple lightning Sword-Tailed Weasel is priced at no less than 1 million, rendering it exceedingly extravagant. This elucidates why Lin Heng's parents advised him to select a beast with publicly available evolutionary recipes. Without external support, relying solely on oneself is indeed a formidable challenge. Moreover, Lin Heng's current decision to undertake both species evolution and ascension simultaneously at the 10th tier of the servant level is a feat typically unattainable by the average individual. Generally, one would first elevate their beast to the leader tier before venturing into the wilderness to accumulate funds for materials or purchase evolution recipes. Were it not for his innate talent for life, Lin Heng would likely find himself constrained to this conventional path. However, circumstances have shifted. With his master's assistance and the nurturing from the Breeder Association, he can initiate 17th evolution at this optimal juncture of the 10th tier of the servant level. Indeed, beasts evolved in this manner exhibit greater potential, as servant-level beasts lack cores, making them more receptive to assimilating other attributes. Upon reaching the leader tier, once a core is acquired, activating additional attributes becomes increasingly arduous due to the dominance of the primary attribute, thus diminishing the success rate of evolution compared to that of the 10th tier servant level. Having thoroughly studied the evolution recipe for 17, Lin Heng resolved to submit the materials for collection by the association the following day, aiming to complete the evolution in the spatial rift at the city center after a week's time. With that matter settled, Lin Heng took a moment to rest, inhaling deeply as he glanced at 17, who was training outside. His talent for life was ready for another use, prompting him to consider whether to bestow an additional skill upon 17. Ultimately, he decided to defer that decision until later in the afternoon. Meanwhile, the silkworm was leisurely munching on the leaves of the fire silkworm mulberry, appearing quite content. Lin Heng retrieved his newly acquired Super Pokédex to conduct an analysis. Name, Silkworm. Attribute, Fire. Level, Servant level 12, LV 12. Potential, unknown. Skills, unknown. Description, unknown. Is this Pokédex malfunctioning? A servant level 12 silkworm? Lin Heng's eyes widened upon reviewing the data. Could it be that there was an issue with the Pokédex provided by his master? No, wait. Let me conduct a blood test. Shaking his head in disbelief, he suspected that the Pokédex was fine and that the anomaly lay with the silkworm. Without hesitation, he opened the cage, took out the bewildered silkworm, and administered a small injection at its tail. Chirp! The silkworm immediately emitted a meter-long stream of fiery crimson silk, appearing weak, helpless, and utterly pitiable. There, it will be over soon. Lin Heng reassured, smiling. Although the silkworm appeared fragile, this minor injury was inconsequential, and it would recover swiftly. After all, despite its frailty, it was still an extraordinary creature that had just entered the ranks. The silkworm's blood was a pale red and exuded a sense of heat, which he then dripped onto the sensor of the Super Pokédex, allowing the machine to absorb and analyze it. Approximately a minute later, the results emerged. According to the analysis, the silkworm's bloodstream contained an unknown fire-type bloodline, constituting 60% of its composition, with a remarkable affinity for fire elemental energy reaching 75%. Preliminary assessments indicated that this fire-type bloodline was of exceedingly high rank and exhibited compatibility with most other fire bloodlines, facilitating potential fusion. Additionally, there existed a bloodline derived from the Blood Sea Beast, comprising 35% of its makeup, with a bloodline affinity of 70%. The Blood Sea Beast is a formidable monarch-level creature, surpassing the leader tier. It lacks a fixed form, appearing merely as a vast sea of blood, possessing terrifying digestion and expansion capabilities, growing at an astonishing rate. It is an exceedingly rare existence, with rumors suggesting it may be a man-made beast, though its authenticity remains unverified, perpetually shrouded in legend. Furthermore, 5% of impurities are present within the bloodline, and are in the process of being eradicated. Notably, the unknown fire bloodline is engaged in a fierce struggle with the blood sea beast bloodline, exhibiting tendencies toward both fusion and absorption. Upon reviewing this analysis, Lin Heng was taken aback, standing in a daze for a considerable time, deciding to conduct another test, as this was somewhat alarming. Chirp. Silkworm, why are you back? The silkworm is utterly depressed. Soon, the results were available once again, yielding the same findings, unchanged. Subsequently, he conducted a bloodline test on 17, confirming that the data was indeed accurate. It is known that a beast's potential is intrinsically linked to its affinity for elemental energy. Typically, low-grade beasts possess affinities ranging from 20 to 40, medium-grade beasts from 40 to 60, high-grade beasts from 60 to 80, and top-grade beasts from 80 to 99. This implies that the silkworm's fire bloodline affinity has already attained a remarkably high level, characteristic of high-grade beasts. It is important to note that while inferior and medium-grade beast tamers can still be found in the market, high-grade beast tamers are rarely available for sale, as they are predominantly held by powerful entities such as conglomerates, martial arts schools, associations, and universities. The two significant bloodlines within the silkworm, an unknown fire-type bloodline with a spiritual affinity of 75, and a blood sea beast bloodline with a spiritual affinity of 70, are exceptionally high figures among high-grade beasts. Although the current physical condition, comprehension ability, bloodline skills, and elemental capacity of the silkworm are woefully inadequate, rendering it unable to be classified as a high-grade beast, there remains ample room for improvement in other aspects. However, enhancing spiritual affinity poses a formidable challenge, with the only viable path being racial evolution. The reason the gold-type spiritual affinity of 17 could improve prior to its evolution was that it was originally capable of reaching that level. It was merely stunted due to inadequate development. Upon reaching a spiritual affinity of 40, no further enhancement is possible, as this represents the limit for inferior-grade beasts. Of course, for those within the same rank, such as an inferior-grade beast with a spiritual affinity of 20 to 40, there are various methods to improve spiritual affinity within that tier, such as utilizing spiritual springs or certain rare spiritual herbs. In summary, it can be concluded that the silkworm possesses the potential for high-grade status. Even if it does not evolve into a high-grade beast, utilizing it to create bloodline fruits would effectively mean possessing two high-grade bloodlines. However, Lin Heng currently harbors no such intentions. The extraordinary nature of the silkworm indicates its inherent value, and he is more inclined towards nurturing rather than stifling its potential. Thus, it seems reasonable that the silkworm could reach the 12th rank of servant level, though its ultimate limit remains uncertain. As Lin Heng gazed at the silkworm before him, he recalled a trope from a nurturing game in his past life. Could the silkworm follow a similar path? He felt a flicker of anticipation, yet was cautious, deciding to first acquire some knowledge on cultivation before making any decisions. Should he act recklessly and cause harm to the silkworm? To whom could he turn for solace? Chapter 033. The senior sister whose legs are longer than life itself. All right. I'm merely checking your health, not intending to harm you. Lin Heng reassured the dispirited silkworm with a smile as he stowed away the identification device. Chirp. The silkworm turned its head, despondently refusing the fire silkworm mulberry leaves. See, I've finished the examination, and look, I even bought you some tastier leaves. Lin Heng said, presenting a vibrant red phoenix leaf with a grin. This was a leaf from the third-tier spiritual plant, the fire phoenix, which he had purchased during his recent visit, having come into some wealth. Chirp. Upon seeing the fire phoenix leaf, the silkworm could not help but turn its head, torn between desire and pride. Lin Heng chuckled, placing the phoenix leaf into the cage before turning to exit the training grounds. Come on, 17, we're heading out. Lin Heng called out to 17, who was present in the training area. With their master having finished work, it was said that today he would take Lin Heng to meet his 9th senior sister, a nurturing master currently in Kong City. Additionally, he planned to buy some food for 17 and acquire a monster corpse to create new skill fruits. Oh well, 17 trotted over, keeping pace beside Lin Heng, clearly excited at the prospect of receiving food. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Beast Tamer Association. Lin Heng presented the list of 10 primary materials required for the evolution of 17 into a purple lightning-tailed ferret. For now, he had decided that this would be 17's evolution, as he could not find a better option at the moment. Once his strength increased, he would seek out more formidable bloodlines for 17's further evolution. After completing the necessary formalities, Lin Heng settled in the hall, awaiting his master, Zheng Qianquan, but unexpectedly encountered Xiao Bai, who was there to collect a task. Lin Heng, how does it feel to be Master Zheng's disciple? I highly recommended you, Xiaobai said, cheerfully patting Lin Heng on the shoulder. I'll treat you to drinks one day to express my gratitude. If you need anything, just let me know. Lin Heng nodded, smiling in response. Ha ha ha, no need to say that. I'll definitely make it a point to treat you generously next time, Xiaobai replied, before excusing himself. It was evident that Lin Heng's remarkable progress had instilled a sense of urgency in him, dampening his usual playful demeanor. Be careful, Lin Heng nodded, silently appreciating the friends who genuinely supported him. When he attained sufficient strength to ensure his own safety, without fear of his talents being exposed, he planned to create some skill fruits and bloodline fruits to reciprocate their kindness. Shortly after Xiaobai departed, Master Zheng Qianquan emerged. Let us go? I'll take you to meet your ninth senior sister. She is a nurturing master and a student at the prestigious Qinglong Beast Tamer University in Qinglong City. I believe you two will have much in common, Zheng Qianquan remarked, giving Lin Heng a reassuring pat on the shoulder. All right, Lin Heng nodded, following closely beside his master. He was indeed eager to engage with this ninth senior sister, intending to learn more about beast bloodlines. Have you practiced the morning mist and azure pine meditation method? How does it feel? Zheng Qianquan casually inquired as they walked. I just tried it this morning, and it's vastly superior to my previous basic meditation techniques. Lin Heng affirmed with a nod. Of course, keep practicing diligently. I hope you can become a professional beast tamer by January next year. By then, I'll find a way to secure you a recommendation letter to attend Qinglong City's Beast Tamer University, allowing you to witness the nation's most exceptional talents. Zheng Qianquan stated, holding high expectations for Lin Heng. That's exactly what I'm hoping for, Lin Heng replied. The most remarkable aspect of the Beast Tamer University is that one can acquire skills equivalent to a second innate ability. Although only a select few manage to obtain them, it remains a significant draw for Lin Heng. Moreover, only by stepping onto a larger stage can one achieve rapid growth. The old master and his young apprentice conversed as they leisurely strolled. Zheng Qianquan enjoyed a slow walk, and Lin Heng relished the opportunity to bond with his master, gaining knowledge and insight. Master, what is the situation with the spatial rift to the west of the city? Lin Heng inquired curiously. Recently, not only had the Beast Tamer army been mobilized, but the Nurturing Master Association had also increased the rewards for repelling monsters. Many professional beast tamers had joined the battle in the Western Front, yet the situation remained dire. At present, I cannot provide many details. All I can tell you is that 2 master-level beast tamers have perished within, and so far, nothing substantial has been uncovered. Preliminary assessments suggest the presence of monarch-level fire-type monsters, possessing terrifying strength, Zheng Qianquan sighed, explaining. Once the situation clarifies further, the city lord may organize a team of high-level beast tamers to venture deeper into the rift to test the waters. That sounds terrifying, Lin Heng gasped, realizing that master-level beast tamers possess 4 beast seeds, typically commanding at least 2 leader-level beasts. Human-bred beasts generally outperform most wild monsters, and a master-level beast tamer could potentially engage in combat with a typical monarch-level wild monster. Yet, the loss of such powerful individuals underscores the perilous nature of the rift. Indeed, it is frightening. However, as long as we concentrate our forces, conquering it should not be overly difficult. The challenge lies in minimizing the cost of such an endeavor. Zheng Qianquan chuckled. Currently, humanity's strength is sufficient to conquer even super-large spatial rifts. It simply depends on the willingness to pay the price. Jinmu City is currently exploring ways to balance cost and reward. Only when the rewards outweigh the costs does it become worthwhile. Lin Heng nodded, understanding this reasoning. It seemed that the spatial rift would be difficult to breach in the short term. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of a nurturing base named Yulan. Having made prior arrangements, the 9th senior sister was already waiting for them. Master, you've arrived. Is this your newly accepted disciple? Sister Jiao observed Lin Heng with curiosity. It was no small feat to be accepted as a disciple by her master. Lin Heng, in turn, scrutinized his new senior sister. She stood at an impressive height of nearly 1.8 meters, her long legs elegantly straight, complemented by a slender waist and a generous bosom. With a delicate oval face, cherry-red lips, and large eyes reminiscent of tranquil autumn waters, they shimmered with a mesmerizing allure that captivated all who beheld her. In essence, she embodied an intellectual and strikingly beautiful woman, exuding an air of elegance and maturity. Simultaneously, Sister Jiao was assessing Lin Heng, her newly initiated junior brother. Her first impression was that he possessed a strikingly refined appearance, exuding an innate charm. Although his youthful face seemed quite innocent, his eyes sparkled like stars, radiating a determined and mature brilliance, as if he already harbored an unyielding conviction. This piqued her curiosity about the true nature of her junior brother. Indeed, this is Lin Heng, my newly accepted disciple, Zheng Qianquan remarked with a smile, nodding in affirmation before turning to Lin Heng. This is your senior sister, Chen Yulan, currently a student at the Qinglong Beastmaster University. Do not hesitate to greet her. Junior brother Lin Heng pays his respects to senior sister. Lin Heng quickly bowed to his tall and impressive senior sister. Very well, Chen Yulan replied, her crescent-shaped eyes brightening with joy. From now on, I shall look after you. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to approach me. With the arrival of a junior brother, she was no longer the youngest and now had someone to assist her. This was indeed delightful. Thank you, senior sister. Lin Heng expressed his gratitude earnestly. All right, let us go inside and converse, Zheng Qianquan interjected, having observed their introductions. Chapter 034. A marvelous fate upon entering the Yulan breeding base. Sister Chen Yulan guided Lin Heng and their master into a quaint bamboo pavilion, exquisitely crafted and elegantly adorned. Accompanied by a cluster of striking purple bamboo nearby. Lin Heng noted that this purple bamboo was a level 3 wood-type spiritual plant, known as Yulan purple bamboo, which bore a fruit beneficial for the recovery of Beastmaster stamina. Such a rare botanical was typically regarded as ornamental. His senior sister was indeed affluent. Once inside, Lin Heng discovered several potted plants, all rare spiritual flora, leading him to the realization that his senior sister was not merely wealthy. She was undoubtedly a woman of considerable means. Master, this is the purple bamboo spiritual tea I harvested this spring. Please, do have a taste. Chen Yulan seated herself at the tea table, preparing the tea with utmost skill and grace, boiling the kettle, placing the tea leaves, warming the cups, and pouring with elegance. Each step a delightful spectacle, emanating an air of sophistication. Master Zheng Qianquan lifted the tea she had prepared and savored a couple of sips, nodding in satisfaction. Yulan, your tea-making skills remain as exceptional as ever. It is a pity I cannot indulge daily. If you wish for tea, you are always welcome to come, master. I shall be here all year, Sister Yulan replied with a smile, pouring a cup for Lin Heng as well. Haha, I would love to, but I shall soon be preoccupied with duties. I brought you junior brother here to ensure he has someone to look out for him, to familiarize him with you so that you may assist him with any uncertainties he might face, Zheng Qianquan said, casting a glance at Lin Heng. He sighed, for he was the president of the Beastmaster Association in Lushu District and would soon have to guard the western town of the city, leading the local Beastmasters against monstrous threats. This was both his duty and a necessity for the interests of Lushu District, aiming to secure benefits when the spatial rift was eventually conquered. He feared he would lack the time to mentor Lin Heng, hence bringing him to meet his 9th disciple. Chen Yulan, having no offspring of his own, he treated each disciple as if they were his own children, not merely as pawns in a factional struggle. As Lin Heng sipped the tea, its warm and fragrant essence instilled a sense of tranquility within him. Hearing his master's words, Lin Heng felt a wave of gratitude. His master was genuinely committed to nurturing him, rather than merely recruiting talented individuals for his faction. Rest assured, with such a junior brother, I will certainly care for and protect him. Should he have any uncertainties, he can always seek me out, Chen Yulan affirmed, her phoenix eyes sparkling as she gazed at Lin Heng. Haha, with your promise, I am at ease. Lin Heng, do not forget to express your gratitude to your senior sister. Zheng Qianquan chuckled, pleased with her response. Thank you, senior sister. Lin Heng promptly nodded in appreciation. Such a good boy, Sister Yulan smiled warmly. After several cups of tea, Master Zheng Qianquan rose, preparing to take his leave with Lin Heng. Their primary purpose had been to meet, as he had other matters to attend to. Master, let junior brother stay here for a while. It would be good for us to become acquainted, Sister Chen Yulan suggested with a smile. Zheng Qianquan glanced at the two and nodded in agreement. Very well, Lin Heng. You may remain here. Do remember to call home. He seemed to understand Chen Yulan's intentions, but merely smiled and did not intervene. Understood, master. Please take care on your journey, Lin Heng replied, though he secretly wished to return home. However, with his senior sister's invitation, he could not be so ungrateful as to leave. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. His master's gaze bore a hint of sympathy, and his senior sister's look towards him seemed somewhat peculiar. Lin Heng contemplated in silence, but Zheng Qianquan had already nodded and leisurely departed. Come, my adorable junior brother. Allow me to present you with a welcoming gift, Sister Chen Yulan said with a bright smile, casually draping her arm over Lin Heng's shoulder, leaving him no room to resist. Oh, all right. Lin Heng found himself unable to refuse, allowing his senior sister to guide him forward. As they walked, an alluring fragrance enveloped them. The warmth of her soft presence against his back was undeniable. The Yulan breeding base sprawled widely, featuring various environments and areas. The metal-suited monsters thrived in a mining environment, fire-type monsters in a fiery magma realm, while ice-type creatures inhabited a snowy landscape. With extraordinary powers, the beasts influenced the ecology of their territories, and creating diverse environments within designated areas was not overly challenging. However, this was Lin Heng's first encounter with such marvels, filling him with curiosity and astonishment. "Here we are. Follow me." Chen Yulan winked, leading Lin Heng through a metallic door. Crossing the threshold, they entered a realm of mountains and forests, where a multitude of ivory golden needle pigs, cultivated monsters for harvesting ivory and golden needles, roamed. At that moment, a worker in a jumpsuit was cleaning up behind the pigs. Upon seeing Chen Yulan and Lin Heng, he paused, curious about their presence. "Disciple, stop what you're doing. Come over and hand the tools to my junior brother. Let him take over," Chen Yulan said with a cheerful tone. Turning to Lin Heng, she wore a playful smile. "Are you satisfied with this welcoming gift? It is a tradition in our sect." When she had just become her master's disciple, she had often been called upon by her seniors to assist with such tasks. Now, with a junior brother to pass the tradition on to, she was eager to share this delightful custom. "Indeed, you are truly Lin Heng. How did you become my master's junior brother?" Chen Yulan's disciple, a golden-haired beauty with a slender figure, approached, examining him closely with an incredulous expression. "You are Sister Yulan's disciple?" Lin Heng replied, equally astonished, recognizing her as the golden-haired sister, Lu Yi, who had sold him his beast. What a twist of fate. He had unwittingly become her master uncle. "What is going on? Do you two know each other?" Chen Yulan inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion, realizing her disciple was acquainted with the junior brother she had only just met. "Master, did I not mention to you that the ill-tempered ferret was purchased by a peculiar young man? It's him. But how has he suddenly become your junior apprentice?" Lu Yi offered an explanation, gazing at Lin Heng, increasingly finding the situation surreal. Just 2 months ago, Lin Heng was merely a common Beastmaster who haggled over every purchase, clearly from a modest background. How could he have so swiftly transformed into his master's junior, thus becoming his uncle? It is worth noting that her master's master is the president of the Lu Mountain Beast Cultivation Association, a pinnacle figure at the curator level, not someone who can be casually approached for mentorship. "I see. Then it seems we are truly fated, junior apprentice." Chen Yulan smiled at Lin Heng and then turned to her disciple Lu Yi, explaining, "You have been at the base these past few days and missed the latest results of the wilderness survival assessment. My junior apprentice ranked first. He secured the first position, yet the ferret he purchased evidently possesses lower potential than the average ferret. How did he achieve such an honor?" Lu Yi's mouth fell agape, her confusion directed at Lin Heng. Even if that ferret had slightly higher proficiency in its tail skills, it hardly seemed noteworthy within the entire Lu Mountain region. How could it have taken first place? "I, too, am curious, junior apprentice. Please release your ferret. I am eager to see how you have cultivated it." Chen Yulan's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she regarded Lin Heng, well aware of the capabilities of ferrets in her base, which could not possibly attain first place. Primarily, it is due to 17's own diligence. Its character is also commendable. Moreover, it is bathed in the spirit pool within the spatial rift. Its potential already at the limit of the inferior grade. Lin Heng provided an explanation and then released 17. "Whoa," 17 exclaimed. "Master, are we here for a meal or a fight?" Upon emerging, it surveyed its surroundings, perplexed by a sense of familiarity, particularly with Lu Yi, whom it recognized as the bad woman who often confined it. Upon spotting her, 17 promptly retreated behind Lin Heng, its expression turning fierce. "Master, it's her. She used to bully me frequently. Why don't we go home? I detest bad women." Lu Yi retorted, "What do you mean, bad woman? I was merely concerned you might get beaten up by other ferrets. What choice did I have when you were so weak and belligerent, always returning injured? If you got hurt, how could I sell you?" Lu Yi, exasperated, could hear 17's thoughts through her telepathic gift. She was certainly not a bad woman. However, the transformation in this ferret was remarkable. Merely by appearance, it was already a superior specimen among ferrets, its silver claws, elongated tail, and sleek fur all indicative of its prowess. "Come here, little one. Let me have a look at you," Chen Yulan said. Her curiosity piqued as she sought a closer view of 17. "Woo." 17 turned away, rejecting the idea of interacting with women, save for its master's mother, deeming all others as bad women. Observing 17's reluctance, Lu Yi retrieved a few mineral stones for her master, cheerfully stating, "These should be effective. Come here. I have some delicious treats for you," Chen Yulan coaxed, shaking the precious mineral stones. 17 remained steadfast, unwilling to engage with what it considered a bad woman, resolutely ignoring the tempting morsels. What about these? Chen Yulan then produced 3 golden-scaled fruits. Once again, 17 turned away, dismissing the offering, though its eyes involuntarily drifted towards the fruits. Subsequently, Chen Yulan revealed 5 more, declaring, "If you don't come over, they'll be gone." Woo! 17 dashed over, seizing the food and began munching, mumbling that only those with golden hair were bad women, while Chen Yulan was a caring elder sister. As 17 indulged in its meal, Chen Yulan carefully assessed its condition. She had already gleaned some information during her chat with her master. It possessed the skill Rending Claws at the transformation level, a proficient tail skill and mastery over concentration, along with a skilled level in metal control. The floating skill had not been revealed, aside from its father. No one knew of it. The presence of such skills in a subordinate level ferret was extraordinarily formidable. She had never encountered such a powerful ferret before. Typically, a subordinate level beast would manage to master only one skill to a proficient level, with the exceptional ones reaching perfection. 17, however, had achieved Rending Claws through combat with a commander level Thorn Demon. The other 2 skills were also at the proficient level, along with a high-tier skill in metal control at a skilled level. Such feats could not possibly arise without either an exceptional genetic mutation or extraordinary insight. Yet, upon concluding her examination, her curiosity deepened. Although 17's potential was undoubtedly at the inferior grade limit, there was no discernible indication of mutation. It seemed too powerful. Could it be that the spirit pool it frequented was exceptionally unique, or was its strength solely a result of its own diligence and hard work? Woo! Is there more to eat, sister? During her contemplation, 17 had finished its meal and extended a paw towards her for more. However, Chen Yulan was deep in thought and paid no heed. Woo! 17 called out, seemingly lamenting her stinginess. It turned and unhesitatingly returned to Lin Heng's side, clinging to his leg, expressing that its master was indeed the best. Never mind, little junior apprentice, you should focus on your duties. I shall return to find you later this evening, Chen Yulan said, shaking her head and deciding to cease her investigation, her gaze turning to Lin Heng with a smile. All right, Lin Heng replied, shaking his head in resignation as he walked over to don his work attire and began his chores. 17, feeling bored, scampered off to the mine to practice concentration, its tail skills, and metal control, preparing to enhance its proficiency, causing the pigs to scatter in fright. Lu Yi and Chen Yulan observed for a while before departing to attend to other matters. The task of cleaning was not particularly laborious. The odor was undetectable through the work attire, though it appeared somewhat repulsive. Lin Heng's job entailed scooping it up and depositing it into a cart to be taken to the designated composting area. He bore no resentment towards his senior sister Yulan's request. Rather, he felt it was a sign she truly regarded him as her junior apprentice, warranting such informality. After over an hour, around 9 in the evening, Lin Heng completed the task, removed his clothing, and stepped outside with 17. Just in time to fetch you, uncle. Master has prepared a feast to celebrate your achievement, Lin Heng announced as he emerged, only to be greeted by Lu Yi approaching him. She regarded Lin Heng, noting the considerable age difference, yet still referred to him as uncle. The incredulity of it all left her somewhat exasperated. Lin Heng's talent was undoubtedly exceptional. Thank you. Lin Heng nodded, following Lu Yi closely. Soon, they arrived at a pavilion adorned with a barbecue grill and an abundance of ingredients. Lin Heng, come quickly and help grill the meat. Chen Yulan beckoned, showing no restraint in her request. Okay. Lin Heng nodded, feeling a twinge of hunger as the stars sparkled above. The heat of the day having dissipated, making the prospect of barbecued meat quite delightful. Feel free to grill whatever you like. There are also pre-cooked options and beer. Chen Yulan indicated towards the spread on the table. Lin Heng nodded, picking up 2 skewers of beef and some gluten to place on the grill. Woo! 17 watched the meat in Lin Heng's hands, nearly drooling. This isn't for you, Lin Heng said with a hint of exasperation, but still offered it a piece to taste. After one bite, 17 shook its head, signaling its distaste for such fare. Here, this is for you. Chen Yulan presented a platter of golden spiritual materials before 17. Oh woo! 17 nuzzled against her leg, admiring his beautiful and charming sister. Setting 17 aside, Lin Heng and his companions commenced their meal. Come, let us toast to the arrival of my little junior brother. Chen Yulan raised a glass of beer in invitation. Cheers. Lin Heng lifted his glass and downed it in one gulp. As they continued to drink, Yulan took out a small box and handed it to Lin Heng. Little junior brother, this is a token of my affection for you. You must not refuse when I call upon you for help in the future. With a tipsy smile, Yulan draped her arm over Lin Heng's shoulder. Thank you, sister. Lin Heng accepted it with a smile, not wishing to decline. Open it and see. Are you not curious about what it is? Sister Yulan said with a gentle smile, her breath fragrant like orchids. Chapter 036, Soul Stone. Lin Heng was indeed curious about the gift from his sister. Upon hearing her words, he promptly opened the small box. Inside lay a square, frosted container, no larger than the palm of his hand, and within it rested a black stone. What is this? Lin Heng's face reflected his confusion, as he was unfamiliar with the object. You may hold it and try circulating your meditation technique, she suggested with a smile in her alluring eyes. Nodding in agreement, Lin Heng grasped the stone and began to channel the morning mist and green pine meditation technique. Instantly, a surge of mental energy flowed from the stone into his mind, significantly enhancing his mental prowess to the point of feeling overwhelmed. Furthermore, he discovered that he could perceive objects in the dark, as if his vision had transcended to a level where night appeared as day. This is a soul stone. Lin Heng exhaled, gazing at the contents of the box with newfound understanding. Soul stones are among the few harmless items that can enhance the mental strength of beast tamers. Each one is a rare treasure, birthed only from the fissures in the realm of mental energy. These fissures are exceedingly rare, with no more than 5 existing in the entirety of the Qinglong nation. Consequently, soul stones are virtually priceless and exceedingly difficult to acquire. Only those with connections can obtain them, while ordinary individuals stand no chance. This underscores the preciousness of such a gift. Sister, this is too valuable. I can only say that you can count on me for any of the less glamorous tasks in the future, Lin Heng declared, patting his chest, for he desperately needed the soul stone and could not bring himself to refuse it. Haha, then I shall entrust everything to you. Qin Yulan was quite fond of Lin Heng's character. She found those who were hesitant and reluctant despite their desires quite unappealing. Leave it to me, Lin Heng replied with a smile, viewing the matter not as a burden but as an opportunity to deepen their friendship. Come, let us drink another toast. Qin Yulan raised her glass once more. Lin Heng and Lu Yi followed suit. As they sipped and chatted, Lin Heng inquired about various aspects of beast cultivation, even diverting the topic to the silkworms. According to Sister Yulan, bloodlines, much like inherited memories, are intricately woven into one's genes, awakening at a certain time or under specific circumstances. Inherited memories represent knowledge, while bloodlines denote an imprint of a powerful form, encompassing all data related to that form's physique, skills, and compatibility. Once the bloodline awakens, the genes will facilitate the body's transformation, evolving towards the imprinted form. With this revelation, Lin Heng comprehended the immense potential of the silkworm. Once it evolved, it would follow the path inscribed in its bloodline. One of the bloodlines he had already identified was that of the blood sea beast, which, if it remained singular, would undoubtedly culminate in the evolution into the blood sea beast. However, the existence of a more advanced bloodline raised uncertainties regarding the final outcome when both were combined. After sharing a few more drinks, Lin Heng retreated to the room that his sister had arranged for him. Once inside, he took out the soul stone to meditate, foregoing sleep, not to outpace others, but to strive for his own longevity. By the time dawn broke the next morning, the soul stone had transformed into powder, its unclaimed mental energy entirely absorbed. The soul stone is truly remarkable, though regrettably too precious, Lin Heng exclaimed, shaking his hand in amazement. In just one night, his mental prowess had significantly increased. He could now faintly perceive the rich elements present in the air. This indicated that his mental power had progressed from the ability to see in the dark to the 3rd level, allowing him to perceive spiritual energy. At this rate, it would not be long before his mental strength reached the threshold of an apprentice level, enabling him to birth a 2nd beast seed and attain professional status. Of course, for him, it would be the 3rd beast seed, as he already possessed 2. With over 3 months until the new year, he felt confident that participating in the professional beast tamer assessment would pose no issue. Lin Heng mumbled to himself as he got up to begin his daily training with 17. 17, practice on your own. I'll go take care of the cleaning duties, he said before departing to fulfill the promise he made the night before. Lu Yi, working in the spiritual field beside the training ground, was astonished to witness 17 training relentlessly, even in Lin Heng's absence. What unwavering determination was this? During lunch, she could not help but ask, "Little Master Uncle, how do you motivate 17 to work so diligently?" "It's quite simple. Just help it understand the importance of strength," Lin Heng replied with a smile. Following the transformation on Thorny Mountain, 17's character had been fully formed, imbued with an unyielding resolve, no longer acting solely on instinct like an ordinary beast. Lu Yi responded, "That is essentially saying nothing." After finishing their meal, Lin Heng bid farewell to Sister Qin Yulan. "Sister, I'm leaving now. Please message me if anything arises. Alright. If you need my assistance, just send me a message or feel free to come here directly. I'll be around until the new year. Chen Yulan waved her hand. Smiling brightly, Lin Heng nodded. During their meal, his sister had also shared some training methods for 17. Leaving the Yulan training base, Lin Heng headed to the market to procure food for 17. With 5 million from his master and an additional 2 million from winning the wilderness survival assessment, he had a total of 7 million at his disposal. Thus, he decided to purchase second-tier spiritual plants and ores for 17's consumption. Although this would entail some waste, the enhanced effects were undoubtedly worth it. Now that he had the means, he did not mind the minor waste. Rapid improvement was the true goal. This time, Lin Heng acquired 4 varieties of second-tier spiritual materials: the golden jade fruit for restoring spiritual energy, the copper core hawthorn for enhancing physical strength, the diamond bodhi seed for improving comprehension, and the vitality chestnut for boosting cellular activity. He bought 50 of each golden jade fruit, copper core hawthorn, and diamond bodhi seed, each costing 3,000, totaling 450,000. The vitality chestnut, priced at 11,000 each, saw him purchase 30, amounting to 330,000. The purpose of this item was to enhance cellular activity, thereby increasing the success rate of racial evolution, which justified its high price. Just for these materials alone, his expenditure reached 750,000, illustrating why Lin Heng remarked that raising beasts was even more costly than acquiring them. Spiritual plants are inherently rare, and their artificial cultivation comes at a significant cost. As the level increases, both the difficulty and time required for cultivation increase exponentially, and naturally, so do the prices. To ensure 17's swift growth, Lin Heng felt no remorse in spending 750,000. After all, money held no value unless transformed into strength. After completing his food purchases, Lin Heng returned to the monster market, this time selecting a monster carcass. Fortune smiled upon him as he discovered a wild golden light sword-tailed ferret corpse, a creature of mid-tier potential, priced at 30,000 coins. Without hesitation, he acquired it, for such monster remains are indeed rare. Following this, Lin Heng procured some second-tier fire-type spiritual plants, preparing to nourish his silkworms. Now that he had the means, it was time for the silkworms to enjoy a more substantial diet. In total, his expenditures for this excursion amounted to 800,000 coins. Chapter 037, The Realm of Flames. Once he became a professional beast tamer, he contemplated learning breeding techniques and establishing a nurturing facility. On his way home, Lin Heng mused to himself that the establishment of such a facility served no other purpose than to obscure his increasingly suspicious habit of purchasing monster carcasses. After all, as a combat beast tamer, his frequent acquisitions of monster remains could easily draw scrutiny, especially since his own beasts would soon acquire certain skills. However, by opening a nurturing facility, he could freely purchase the monster carcasses he desired under the guise of research or cultivation, thus evading suspicion. Yet, at present, this was not a priority. Enhancing his strength was paramount, and he could not afford to lose sight of his core objectives. He would reassess the situation in due time. This was merely an idea, not a concrete plan. Arriving home just past 1 in the afternoon, Lin Heng found the house empty as his parents were at work. After placing the acquired spiritual materials down, he took the newly purchased flame grass leaves and fed them to the silkworms in their cage. "Little fellows, come and try this delicious treat," he exclaimed, observing the naive creatures within the cage. The previous offerings of fire mulberry and fire phoenix trees were merely leaves, as most of the spiritual energy resided within the fruits. In contrast, the flame grass was a genuine second-tier spiritual plant, priced at 4,000 coins each, brimming with potent energy. With eager anticipation, the silkworm quickly crawled over and began to nibble at the new food. Yet, after only a couple of bites, it began to sway its head as if intoxicated. "Haha, it seems the flame grass is indeed quite potent." Lin Heng chuckled, placing the cage outside. "Oh well." 17, his companion, adeptly pulled the curtains and gazed at Lin Heng with eager anticipation. It was eager to grow stronger, having already worked diligently, yet it needed its master's assistance. "Hold on," Lin Heng said with a smile, preparing to meld the life seed into the mid-tier golden light, sword-tailed ferret carcass. The life seed appeared to possess a more enigmatic quality than before. Lin Heng, noticing something amiss, scrutinized it closely and confirmed that it was indeed different. The bluish-gray life seed now bore a fine white pattern. This led him to wonder if cultivating the life seed was also aiding its own transformation and growth. He found himself curious about what final form the life seed would ultimately take based on its current development. Nevertheless, he decided to proceed with the implantation, trusting that understanding would come in time. Shaking his head, he directly merged the life seed into the golden light, sword-tailed ferret carcass. Encountering such a creature was indeed a stroke of luck, though he was uncertain about the skills it possessed. However, he was certain that whatever skills it had, 17 would be able to learn them. As if captured in a time-lapse film, within mere minutes, the life seed experienced germination, growth, flowering, and fruiting. Watching the remains of the golden light, sword-tailed ferret turn to ash once again, Lin Heng developed a different perspective. Perhaps the entire carcass was not merely consumed. Rather, other components had been absorbed to facilitate the life seed's growth. Taking a deep breath, Lin Heng picked up the skill fruit, revealing a look of delight. This skill fruit contained a movement skill from the golden light, sword-tailed ferret known as Golden Light Flash. This skill harnessed free-floating golden elements in the air to enhance speed. And upon release, it emitted a flash of white light. The more free-floating golden elements one could manipulate, the more effective the skill became, allowing speeds to reach up to 5 times one's normal velocity, classifying it as a proficient mid-tier skill. Quick, consume it. This is a valuable treasure, Lin Heng exclaimed, knowing that with Golden Light Flash, 17's capabilities would soar once more. Currently, its speed could only be considered average, insufficient for its ambitions. Oh, eating fruit, training. 17 eagerly swallowed the fruit in one gulp and entered a meditative state to comprehend the new skill. Once it completed its understanding, it rushed to the training ground to begin its exercises. Golden Light Flash was no ordinary skill. As a mid-tier technique, it was exceptional. After an hour of practice, 17 finally succeeded in executing it once. The white golden spiritual energy coalesced around it. And then a burst of white light erupted as 17 dashed away at a speed far exceeding its usual pace, at least double its original speed. By evening, it had fully grasped the skill. The next day, after another day of training, it achieved proficiency, restoring its speed to normal, but also making it noticeably slower. At the entry level of Golden Light Flash, it could only provide a 2-fold speed increase. However, upon reaching proficiency, it could grant a 2-fold acceleration. The drawback, however, was that the skill only allowed for linear acceleration, and the flash of white light upon activation made it unsuitable for ambushes. Even at the mastery level, the speed boost only reached 3 times, failing to remedy the linear acceleration limitation. Only by elevating its proficiency to perfection could this drawback be resolved, allowing for a 4-fold speed increase. At the ultimate level, not only would the white light issue be resolved, but it would also achieve a 5-fold speed, along with some unknown qualitative transformation. What that transformation entailed could only be revealed upon reaching that state, which was scarcely documented in literature, leaving only vague hints. In the evening, Lin Heng's parents returned home quite late. With the rewards for hunting monsters in the Flame Forest increasing, many had flocked there. The Flame Forest, originally known as the One Bamboo Forest west of the Jinmu city, had been ablaze since the emergence of a spatial rift. An abundance of fire-type spiritual energy surged forth, transforming the entire forest, causing many monsters to mutate and acquire fire abilities. Lava lakes dotted the ground, some hills had become volcanoes, and certain mutated fire-type plants burned with fierce flames, creating a fantastical and vibrant scene. This could be considered a form of collective ecology, brought about by the fire-type beast tamers, far surpassing some ecological domains. Lin Heng marveled as he viewed before and after comparisons online, astonished by the terrifying impact of large spatial rifts. In just 1 month, the area spanning dozens of kilometers had been completely transformed, almost resembling a realm of flames. No wonder countless rifts had opened, allowing Blue Star to evolve into a world of extraordinary beast tamers. If only he could venture out, he would love to witness it firsthand. His parents returned late for the same reason. His mother had seen an increase in clients seeking treatment for their beasts, while his father was busy hunting low-tier monsters and gathering spiritual materials. Lin Heng, take this for the silkworms, his father said, bringing home some leaves from fire-type spiritual plants. All right, Lin Heng nodded. Though these leaves were all first tier, they were still suitable for the silkworms to consume occasionally. Second-tier spiritual herbs could only be fed sparingly, as he could not afford to provide them regularly. You're about to head to the central city's spatial rift, aren't you? Lin Heng inquired during dinner. Yes, in 5 days. His father confirmed. Lin Heng nodded. Be careful then. Now that you have become a disciple of Zheng Qianquan, while you may have gained numerous benefits, it also means greater peril. Zheng Qianquan has many enemies, and you could easily become ensnared. Stay vigilant. I understand, Lin Heng replied, fully aware that accepting benefits inevitably came with corresponding risks and troubles. However, he found it all quite acceptable, especially considering Master Zheng Qianquan's formidable strength. Few dared to challenge him openly. and I must share some delightful news with you. Father Lin you couldn't help but smile as he gazed at Lin Heng. What is it? Lin Heng instinctively sensed that something was amiss. Sure enough, the very next moment, his father spoke. My stone-skinned ape has once again elevated its rampaging skill to the realm of perfection today. Lin Heng, are you the one with a cheat, or am I? He nearly stood up to ask his father if he possessed a system. Haha, it must be time for refinement. After all, the stone-skinned ape has been my initial beast companion for over 20 years now. A breakthrough is hardly surprising. Seeing Lin Heng's incredulous expression, Father Lin chuckled with satisfaction, patting his shoulder in a comforting manner. Lin Heng. He realized that his father seemed to have developed a habit of astonishing him, and he must find an opportunity to repay the favor. He needed to let him know the true power of cheats. Before cheats, even a diligent cultivator is of little use. Chapter 38. The Contracted Silkworm Baby. In the blink of an eye, it was already mid-August, with merely a day remaining before Lin Heng ventured to the central spatial rift in Jimu City. Over the past few days, Lin Heng had diligently practiced the morning sun pine meditation given by his master, steadily enhancing himself, while 17 also trained diligently. Each morning, he sparred with his father's stone-skinned ape before embarking on the monotonous training to improve himself, eagerly awaiting the next day's battle with the ape. Life was often tedious and dull, but Lin Heng knew this was merely a temporary phase. There would come a day when he could soar across the world. Fortunately, it seemed that the golden light flash skill was also related to the principles of energy gathering, as it required the utilization of the ambient golden elements. Thus, 17 had unexpectedly made a breakthrough in its energy gathering skill, suddenly comprehending it while practicing golden light flash yesterday, elevating its proficiency to perfection. The mastery of the skill had reached an artistic level, no longer requiring the buildup of energy. It could be unleashed instantaneously, and by employing perfect techniques, its power could be amplified, doubling its might. Now, with the perfected energy release, using other gold-based skills would increase their power threefold. This chain reaction also led to an enhancement in the proficiency of the golden light flash skill, which was nearing mastery. This self-initiated breakthrough made 17 more diligent and confident, murmuring to itself during training. Indeed, I, 17, possess extraordinary talent. Even without a master, I can achieve breakthroughs independently, rending claw skill and energy gathering skill alike. Lin Heng. Without the foundation I laid for you, and without the diamond Bodhi fruit I provided, how could you have achieved such breakthroughs on your own? Indeed, he believed that the diamond Bodhi fruit played a significant role in this. As for improvements, the silkworm baby proudly claimed that 17 was nothing compared to it. Over the past 3 days, it had advanced 3 levels, from a level 12 servant to a level 15 servant. Its silk now carried flames capable of igniting wood, and it seemed to be constantly inquiring of Lin Heng if it was impressive. However, in terms of combat prowess, Lin Heng could only scoff at it. Combat prowess? Are you suggesting you could land a punch on me? Lin Heng pondered whether he should contract this silkworm baby. He currently possessed 2 beast companion seeds, allowing for a contract which would facilitate its rapid growth. Yet, he hesitated, still uncertain. The next day, after completing his morning training, Lin Heng prepared a feast for 17, a golden jade fruit, a copper core hawthorn, a diamond Bodhi seed, and an active chestnut, each one a veritable luxury. 17 approached, devouring the golden jade fruit in one bite, then crunching through the copper core hawthorn and diamond Bodhi seed. After finishing the active chestnut, its aura suddenly intensified. Alas, I seem to have broken through again, master. 17 looked up at Lin Heng. Yes, you are now a level 9 servant. Lin Heng replied with a smile. This was entirely expected given the lavish meals it had enjoyed recently. Each meal cost several thousand yuan. What average beast companion would dare to indulge so extravagantly? Name, Sword-Tailed Weasel. Attribute, gold. Level 8 servant. Potential, low grade limit. Skills, rending claw, perfection. Sword tail, mastery. Energy gathering, perfection. Levitation, mastery. Metal control, proficient. Golden light flash, proficient. Through continuous nurturing over these days, 17 stats had become exceedingly impressive, boasting 6 skills at the servant level. The proficiency levels were remarkably high, with few beast companions reaching such heights. In the afternoon, Lin Heng once again employed the contract seed skill, having waited 5 days since his last use. Due to the unavailability of sufficiently high-quality gold-type monster corpses, he chose to acquire a fireball mouse this time. The fireball mouse possessed only one skill, the fireball technique, which allowed it to unleash a fireball to incinerate foes. This time, Lin Heng did not cast the silkworm baby aside. 17 eagerly drew the curtains and gazed at Lin Heng with anticipation, yearning to grow stronger once more. This time, I want to be giving you a skill fruit. 17. Lin Heng squatted down to pat its head. Oh well. Upon hearing this, 17 brought its claws together, lowering its head in apparent disappointment. Does Master no longer love me? How could I not love you, my dear? Here, take this, be good. Lin Heng smiled as he offered a golden jade fruit. 17 continued to keep its head down, refusing to look. Lin Heng then presented the copper core hawthorn, and 17's gaze involuntarily flickered. He added an active chestnut and a diamond bodhi seed. 17 could hardly suppress its saliva but still remained motionless. Well then, I'll take it back and give you a skill instead. Oh woo. Oh. Before Lin Heng could finish his sentence, 17 firmly pressed down on his hand. Having already taken it out, as a loyal companion, 17 would never let him be put in a difficult position. Really not a burden? Lin Heng asked with a smile. 17 shook its head repeatedly, insisting it was not a burden, and if this time the skill fruit was not for it, then so be it. Lin Heng chuckled and shook his head. It seemed that after consuming the diamond bodhi seed, 17 had grown increasingly clever. Perhaps he could teach it to read someday. He then once more activated the contract seed, which flew forth and landed on the fireball mouse's corpse. Soon, a skill fruit matured, given that the fireball mouse possessed only one skill. This was a confirmed fireball skill fruit, at the proficiency level. Here, eat up, little one. Lin Heng placed the skill fruit before the silkworm baby. The silkworm baby, measuring merely 10 centimeters in length and as thick as a thumb, was smooth as jade, with a pinkish-white hue emanating a warm aura, resembling a finely carved jade figure. The skill fruit, on the other hand, was the size of an orange, considerably larger than it. Gee, the silkworm baby gazed at the red fruit before it, sniffed, and began to nibble. Initially slow, it soon picked up speed, glowing with red light as its belly gradually swelled. Gee, after 3 minutes, the silkworm baby let out a satisfied burp, feeling a bit too full to move. However, the power of the fruit swiftly integrated into its body, being digested rapidly. Unlike 17, the silkworm baby took a full half-hour before attempting the fireball technique. Gee, with a roar, it unleashed a fireball the size of a fist. Dazzling and radiant. In one strike, it burned through the cage and even continued to scorch the wall for quite some time before extinguishing. Silkworm baby G. It was startled by its own might, bewildered as to how it had become so powerful. With its limited intellect, it found it hard to comprehend. As if after consuming the fruit, it had embarked on a long, vivid dream, continuously breathing fire and executing the fireball technique. It raised its head once more to gaze at Lin Heng, as if all of this were somehow connected to him. Lin Heng looked at it with great satisfaction. Although the process of comprehension had taken some time, the success was singular, and the intensity of the flames was indeed commendable, accompanied by the unique power of that special fire. Otherwise, it would not have been able to melt iron wire. Very well, since you can utilize the skill fruit, let us forge a partnership. 17 remarked to the silkworm, for the ability to wield a skill fruit implied the potential to use a bloodline fruit. Even if it could not evolve independently in the future, he could rely on his own talent to elevate it to a being akin to a divine dragon. Furthermore, he had already inquired with his senior sister, Chen Yulan, who confirmed that possessing a bloodline conferred the promise of evolution. The silkworm undoubtedly harbored great potential. Chirp! The silkworm, having expended its fiery breath, appeared utterly deflated, barely able to rise, and struggling to comprehend Lin Heng's intentions. Lin Heng shook his head, gently lifting it into his hands. With a mere thought, the unused beast seed from the beast taming space flew forth and merged with the silkworm's body. The silkworm remained bewildered and offered no resistance, swiftly completing the contract with Lin Heng. Upon the contract's conclusion, the beast seed returned to the beast taming space, now adorned with the image of the silkworm. Lin Heng also sensed a faint, almost imperceptible, reciprocation of power. Chirp! The silkworm gazed at Lin Heng in confusion, feeling an unfamiliar sense of warmth and connection. Following the contract, their minds became intertwined, revealing to Lin Heng that the silkworm's intelligence was exceedingly rudimentary, fixated solely on eating and a few simple thoughts, akin to that of a mere infant. For now, I shall call you Silkworm. You shall be my companion henceforth. And 17 will be your elder brother, Lin Heng declared, presenting 2 leaves to it while introducing 17. 17 looked at the diminutive silkworm, puzzled. Master, are you certain there is no mistake? Is this little creature truly to become our companion? Indeed, do not underestimate it. Lin Heng chuckled heartily, curious about what the silkworm would ultimately become. Would it transform into a magnificent butterfly, or perhaps evolve into a fearsome beast of the blood sea? He could not yet ascertain the nature of the unknown bloodline within it. Otherwise, he might have been able to form a clearer hypothesis. This, indeed, was the allure of nurturing a creature. Anticipating its metamorphosis was akin to the thrill of unboxing a surprise. He had resolved that if the silkworm did not succeed in evolving, he would continue to nurture it, eventually acquiring a dragon bloodline to cultivate it into a dragon, thus amplifying his sense of accomplishment. Chapter 39. The City Lord. On the morning of August 12th, Lin Heng arrived early at the Beastmaster Association, awaiting instructions to venture into the city's rift. "You've arrived quite early," Jiang Shui remarked curiously upon her arrival shortly thereafter. The young woman, though straightforward in demeanor, possessed long legs and a delicately featured face. "Fortunately, I merely rose early," Lin Heng replied, lapsing into silence. "Have you experienced significant growth in the past few days?" Jiang Shui observed Lin Heng's eyes, noting their newfound brilliance. "Not much, just a slight improvement," Lin Heng nodded in response. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui pursed her lips, expressing skepticism. Lin Heng's modest claims of minor enhancements had often resulted in surprises for her. "Humph, you came quite early. When shall we spar?" After a brief interval, Chang Shi arrived, provoking Lin Heng with his words. Having been bested for first place, he was visibly displeased. Lin Heng ignored him, closing his eyes to meditate. Chang Shi clenched his fists in frustration at Lin Heng's indifference, yet he refrained from acting out of consideration for the implications of attacking Lin Heng, who was now a disciple of Zheng Qianquan. Before long, others began to arrive, exchanging curious glances as they silently awaited the proceedings. "All right, the time has come. Follow me," Zheng Qianquan announced as he entered the room at 8 o'clock. He led the group into the hall, and with a mere thought, summoned a four-winged thunderbird, exuding an aura of a powerful Lord-class beast. The creature measured 12 meters in length, with a wingspan of 10 meters, its azure and blue plumage adorned with lightning patterns, and its sharp eyes seemed to harbor crackling bolts of electricity. By heavens, what an overwhelming presence! Not only were Lin Heng and the others rendered breathless by its aura, but some of the beasts wandering the square collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Lord-class beasts wield a unique lordly halo, within which any lower-tier creature is compelled to submit, unable to defy their authority. In the wild, Lord-class beasts command their own kin, and their presence shapes the ecology of their territory. "Quickly, mount up, do not waste time," Zheng Qianquan urged as he grasped Lin Heng and ascended onto the bird's back, prompting the others to follow suit. "Understood," Jiang Shui and the others responded, bracing themselves against the pressure as they climbed aboard. Beastmasters, possessing formidable mental fortitude, are not easily daunted by such pressures, yet the sensation is still discomforting, like a mountain pressing upon their very souls. As the last of them settled in, the four-winged thunderbird let out a clarion call and took flight. Arcs of electricity flickered through the air as it soared, and with a powerful flap of its wings, it traversed over 500 meters, creating a series of sonic booms around them. Lin Heng and the others clung to its feathers, nearly swept away by the force of the wind. "Ha ha ha, young ones must relish this exhilarating experience without any protection. Lin Heng, stand up. Do not lie there like a coward," Zheng Qianquan bellowed with laughter, standing firm against the gale, resembling an unyielding pine atop a cliff. In reality, the four-winged thunderbird could have conjured a barrier of spiritual energy to shield them from the tempest, yet Zheng Qianquan preferred to embrace the challenge of the wind. "Master, this feels a bit perilous," Lin Heng protested, reluctant to rise, aware that he lacked his master's formidable strength. The road ahead was long, and he had no desire to flaunt his prowess at the risk of his life. However, in the next moment, he found himself pulled upright by Zheng Qianquan, now standing beside him. Observing this, the others displayed sympathetic expressions, quietly surrendering to the wind. "As my disciple, you must embody the spirit of one who stands tall against the mountains. What is there to fear about falling? Surely your master can save you," Zheng Qianquan chastised, patting Lin Heng's shoulder. "Yes," Lin Heng gritted his teeth, bracing against the wind that whipped his clothes and made breathing a challenge. He could only rely on his breathing techniques to force air into his lungs. Yet, he soon realized his feet were anchored by an unseen force, ensuring he would not fall. Allowing him to gaze down at the vistas below, the entirety of the city lay beneath him. The city unfolded like a grand Bagua diagram, with 8 districts encircling the city center. At the very heart of the city, a massive barrier enveloped a spatial rift, which towered over 100 meters high. This was the large spatial rift belonging to Jinmu City, exuding both metal and wood elemental energies, thus inspiring the city's name. Spatial rifts are categorized by size, not by their entrances, but by the dimensions of the internal space and the rate at which they expel spiritual energy. The Jinmu spatial rift barely qualifies as a large rift, more appropriately belonging to the medium category. However, due to its dual elemental emissions, it is classified as large. Before long, the four-winged Thunderbird descended just outside the barrier. Alongside it landed 7 other beasts, belonging to the presidents of the Beastmaster associations from the other 7 regions, as well as the local prodigies. Zheng, old man, your Thunderbird has reached Lord class. Your strength has significantly increased, remarked a bald elder with a chuckle. Young old man, your wood-footed golden rooster is no slouch either. It appears even more imposing. Zheng Qianquan replied with a hearty laugh. Subsequently, the others engaged in mutual flattery. These octogenarian and nonagenarian elders, all master-level beastmasters, boasting lifespans of over 200 years. They all grew up in Jinmu City, and their familiarity with one another was palpable as they began to chat and boast upon their meeting. Look over there. Now that's truly impressive. At that moment, someone pointed to a 2-headed firebird soaring in the distance, upon which stood a middle-aged man clad in black. It was astonishing that Duan Feng's 2-headed firebird had even reached the Lord level. How remarkable! Yang, the elder, displayed a look of astonishment, recalling that the firebird had only been at the leader level the previous year, and now it had ascended to Lord level. Its progress was astonishingly swift. Others around them also exhibited expressions of shock. These elders had returned to their hometowns with the resignation that they would no longer advance. However, Duan Feng was different. Not only was he youthful, but his potential was boundless, having spent his formative years in Jinmu City without venturing far. The city's lord had once remarked that he held the promise of achieving the epic level in the future. Generally, only the city lords possess the mastery of an epic beastmaster, though some larger cities may not conform to this norm. Greetings, esteemed seniors. Duan Feng greeted cheerfully as he descended, his gaze sweeping over Lin Heng and the others. Duan Feng truly is a prodigy. Zheng Qianquan and Deng Ran responded with smiles. The fire-red hue of Duan Feng's eyes and hair made him remarkably eye-catching, exuding a fervent warmth. Although everyone appeared congenial on the surface, the underlying tension was palpable. This was not a usual gathering, but one that pertained to the distribution of resources sent down from the Beastmaster Association headquarters. Each city had a finite amount of resources, and an increase for one meant a decrease for another. In the face of such interests, even years of camaraderie could be rendered inconsequential. With representatives from all 8 districts finally assembled, the Lord and Vice Lord of Jinmu City made their entrance. Leading the group was a middle-aged man with golden hair, towering at 2 meters tall, his physique reminiscent of a powerful primate. From a distance, one could sense his vibrant life force. This was Jin Tianhe, the Lord of Jinmu City, an epic beastmaster, wielding dominion over beasts even more formidable than the Lord level. The Vice Lord, a woman named Mulan, possessed cascading black hair and striking azure eyes. Her figure graceful yet commanding, exuding a remarkable aura of femininity. She too was an epic beastmaster, albeit with slightly lesser combat prowess. The Jin and Mu families, to which they belonged, were the founders of Jinmu City, having transformed it from a mere encampment into a thriving third-tier city. Since everyone is here, let us adhere to our customary practices, Jin Tianhe began, his voice steady. The talented individuals from each region will enter the rift for a month of training, and the final resource allocation will be determined based on the challenges they overcome. Zheng Qianquan and the others nodded in agreement, accustomed to this procedure. If there are no objections, let us proceed, Vice Lord Mulan added, before turning to create an opening in the barrier and leading everyone inside. Chapter 040, The Fall of the Monster Whale. What are the customary practices? Lin Heng pondered silently, uncertain as he had never inquired with his master about such matters. However, it was undoubtedly linked to the conditions within the spatial rift. As they entered the barrier, the concentration of spiritual energy surged dramatically. Lin Heng, whose vision had previously allowed him to barely perceive elemental forces, could now see them with remarkable clarity, as the air was saturated with spiritual energy. The space within the barrier was relatively small, situated at the very heart of Jinmu City, yet it was not a place for habitation. Rather, it was a sanctuary for cultivating spiritual plants and nurturing beasts. Most people resided outside this barrier. The human body could not absorb spiritual energy. Forcefully introducing it would lead to madness or even self-detonation. Hence, humans had no particular requirements for a spiritually rich environment. Within this area flourished various high-tier spiritual plants, and Lin Heng noticed that some spiritual flowers had even gained sentience, evolving into monstrosities. There were also colossal figures resembling small mountains floating in midair, and seemingly even machinery and swords had attained consciousness. Yet, beyond that, visibility diminished as spiritual mist enveloped the surroundings, obscuring what appeared to be a towering tree emanating an immensely powerful aura. Having traveled a short distance, they arrived before the spatial rift. This stable rift resembled a white oval gateway, while unstable rifts appeared like shattered glass, riddled with cracks and openings. The group fell silent as they stepped into the rift, feeling an immediate darkness envelop them, their bodies becoming significantly lighter before they emerged into an entirely new space. The gravity here felt reduced, Lin Heng noted. His curiosity piqued as he surveyed the surroundings. The interior was vast, with the sky soaring high above, revealing azure and white space barriers that shimmered like flowing light. The concentration of spiritual energy within was several times greater than outside, and the overall shape was elongated, filled with towering fruit trees bearing a plethora of fruits. Beastmasters patrolled continuously, not out of concern for theft, but to guard against monsters. With the richness of spiritual energy, both stones and plants could develop sentience. Transforming into threats, the guard's duty was to eliminate these sentient beings. Should a fruit tree gain intelligence, it would be eradicated, with only those of exceptional potential or specifically cultivated entities allowed to remain. Everyone, board this flying serpent. We shall venture deeper, announced Jin Tianhe, leading the way onto the creature's back. This serpent, measuring 30 meters in length and exhibiting a flattened form, served as a wind-type flying mount. It was noteworthy that while automobiles and electric vehicles existed in this era, they were not as convenient as beast mounts, as vehicles were typically limited to urban use. Once aboard the flying mount, the two city lords and the various vice presidents resumed their jovial banter, revealing the presence of factions among them. Lin Heng's master, Zheng Qianquan, along with 5 other district leaders, were aligned with Jin Tianhe, while the formidable middle-aged leader, Duan Feng, and 2 others were associated with Vice Lord Mulan. Although they maintained a facade of politeness, they were continuously engaged in a subtle struggle for power and resources. Lin Heng's gaze lingered on 2 terrifying monarch-level monsters situated deep within the spatial rift. Each claimed a vast territory, their domains extending outward, creating 2 distinctly different ecological environments. However, before he could examine them more closely, the flying serpent soared away, leaving Lin Heng with a sense of regret, knowing he would have to wait for another opportunity to witness them. This is our destination, Jin Tianhe declared after flying for roughly 10 minutes. Yet what lay before them was not as anticipated. Instead of a spiritual lake, they encountered a vast barrier of blue and white that obstructed their path, with an imposing altar situated beyond it, beneath which was a man-made encampment. What is going on? Lin Heng questioned, his confusion evident. Not only was the barrier peculiar, but the size of this expansive spatial rift seemed off. Typically, a large spatial rift would span at least 100 square kilometers, comparable to the size of a small town. Yet here, the area seemed considerably smaller, estimated at only 70 to 80 square kilometers. This is a monster whale fall, Zheng Qianquan explained. The 2 Beastmasters who founded Jinmu City once collaborated to slay the strongest monster within this spatial rift, but instead of removing its corpse, they sealed it here, utilizing the power and spiritual energy released from its slow decay to create this hidden realm. As long as battles occur here, the energy can be absorbed, enhancing the bloodlines of gold and wood-type Beastmasters, facilitating their evolution. Meditation for Beastmasters can also be accelerated here, but it is exclusively available for apprentice Beastmasters. Zheng Qianquan continued, this is a testament to the remarkable methods employed by those 2 Beastmasters. While it may have sacrificed some area of the rift, the long-term benefits far outweigh the costs. It is precisely due to this extraordinary phenomenon known as the whale fall that Jinmu City, despite being classified as a 3rd-tier city, possesses an overall strength that rivals that of 2nd-tier cities. Particularly noteworthy is its unique cultivation of 2 types of beast tamers, those specializing in gold and wood attributes, which has garnered a considerable reputation nationwide. Oh, Lin Heng nodded, harboring a slight curiosity about the whereabouts of the formidable beast tamers who established these cities a century ago. To have founded such a legacy in the perilous aftermath of a cataclysm, they must have been at least at the level of guild masters, possessing lifespans extending to 200 years. Surely, some of them must still be alive today, yet, whispers of their existence are scarce, with most tales revolving around beast tamers who have risen to prominence only in recent decades. Even if some had perished in battle, there should be survivors. So why are they seldom mentioned? He speculated that there might be some undisclosed secret behind this, one that he lacked the strength to uncover at present. This secret realm has evolved into a structured challenge, comprising a total of 100 levels. Henceforth, all of you are required to enter and explore within. You will have a month for this endeavor, which serves as both a reward and a matter of honor and resource allocation for each district. After 1 month, resources will be distributed based on the number of levels each individual has successfully cleared, accounting for 50% of the total resources. The remaining 50% will be allocated according to the collective level count of each district. The city lord, Jin Tianhe, spoke with a measured tone. This competition bears no rewards in itself, for the act of overcoming challenges is the true reward. The more levels you conquer, the greater the benefits for both your beasts and yourselves. Moreover, achieving commendable results will undoubtedly lead to further cultivation upon your return to your respective districts. The resource distribution hinges on both individual prowess and the overall strength of the district. Individual prowess is a contest among the most exceptional talents, whereas overall strength reflects the average capability of the entire district. Thus, it pertains to everyone, not merely an isolated endeavor. Now, we shall first escort you to the camp to establish your accommodations, and you may commence your challenges at noon. During this time, you are not permitted to leave the designated area, as there will be guards stationed at the perimeter. Resources for your sustenance and clothing are provided here, so you need not worry. The Vice City Lord, Mulan, spoke gently, her demeanor warm, yet her words conveyed an undeniable authority. Naturally, Lin Heng and his companions had no say in the matter, as they were guided to the camp and assigned their respective quarters for the forthcoming month. Lin Heng and 17 specifically chose a quieter dwelling. Although modest in size, the training area was quite spacious. While he was inspecting the house and settling in, his master, Zheng Qianquan, approached from a distance. "Master, what brings you here?" Lin Heng inquired with curiosity. "I have come to caution you. The conditions within this barrier are not as they have been portrayed. Unusual situations may arise intermittently. It remains uncertain whether the founders of Jinmu City had any involvement in its establishment. Keep in mind that although the global cataclysm occurred a century ago, legends of various celestial beings and extraordinary individuals have existed since ancient times," Zheng Qianquan advised. Lin Heng nodded, then posed a question he had refrained from asking earlier due to the crowd. "Master, have you ever encountered the founders of Jinmu City?" "Never." Zheng Qianquan shook his head, a wry smile playing on his lips. In truth, those beast tamers who surpass the epic tier are often fleeting, appearing rapidly only to vanish just as swiftly. Very few have been seen. I once met the highest official of our Qinglong kingdom, who also serves as the president of the Beast Tamer Association. He is a genuine legendary beast tamer, and the impression he left upon me was that of someone from another realm, though I cannot articulate precisely what set him apart. The tiers of beast tamers range from novice to professional, elite, guild master, epic, and legendary. It is said that the transition from epic to legendary involves a significant qualitative change, making it exceedingly difficult to breach that threshold. However, only those who reach the limits of the epic tier truly comprehend this phenomenon. Many renowned beast tamers disappear from public view once they attain the epic limit, leading to speculations that it is connected to that transformative process. "Ah, so even you, master, are in the dark about this," Lin Heng remarked, a hint of surprise in his tone. It seemed there was indeed a profound secret hidden within this matter. "Do not let my status as a guild master level expert mislead you. There remains a vast chasm between me and those at the epic tier. Perhaps the city lords are privy to certain knowledge but would never disclose it. Thus, I advise you to set aside such thoughts, as they bear no benefit for you at present." Zheng Qianquan continued. "You must not only be vigilant regarding the changes and dangers within the barrier, but also pay heed to the individuals outside. As the foremost individual in our district, you will inevitably attract attention. Should you encounter any provocation, ignore it. The primary goal is to gain benefits from conquering the challenges. By succeeding here, you will enable 17 to acquire a more potent gold attribute lineage, facilitating both evolutionary and advancement processes upon your return, bringing you closer to becoming a professional beast tamer." Zheng Qianquan, concerned for his youthful apprentice's impetuousness, made a special effort to impart this counsel. "I understand, master." Lin Heng nodded, assuring him that he would heed this advice without needing further prompting. He was not one to be easily swayed by the frivolities of youth. Presently, to his left, resided Zhang Shui, while to his right was Chang Shi, both of whom harbored ambitions to surpass him. He remained unfazed by their aspirations. "Very well. I shall periodically visit over the coming days. Should I be unavailable, other vice presidents will be present. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek them out," Zheng Qianquan affirmed, offering a few more words of guidance before taking his leave. Once his master departed, Lin Heng began to feed 17. "Owl, master food," 17 exclaimed, bounding over from a distance, its eager gaze fixed upon Lin Heng. It was perpetually spirited and joyous, brimming with a love for food. After devouring its meal, it displayed a grin reminiscent of a samiyed, bouncing around with its soft ears wagging, exuding an adorable charm. While feeding 17, Lin Heng also released the silkworm from the beast's space, holding it in his hand to offer a few leaves from the Polonia tree. Chirp! It seemed that, following their bond, the silkworm had gained a smidgen of wisdom and glanced at the leaves with a hint of disdain. However, Lin Heng shook his head, indicating that if it refused to eat, he would take the leaves away. After a brief moment of melancholy, the silkworm eventually bowed its head to the reality of existence and began to munch on the leaves. Lin Heng. After a short while, a melodious voice called out from outside. Lin Heng approached the window and saw Jiang Shui standing at the door, looking in at him. What is it? Lin Heng asked. Time to eat. Are you not joining? Jiang Shui blinked, smiling as she spoke. You go ahead. I do not wish to be misunderstood and subsequently drawn into tedious challenges. Lin Heng declined her invitation. Although she was undeniably beautiful and had blossomed into a formidable figure at a young age, he found himself disinterested. He preferred the mature allure of his senior sister Chen Yulan or his niece Lu Yi, women of grace and substance. Of course, his appreciation was purely aesthetic, devoid of ulterior motives, for he was a man with steadfast ambitions. Very well, Jiang Shui sighed, her playful demeanor returning as she continued, during this level challenge. I will ensure that I keep you firmly beneath me. With that, she departed, having intended to gain insight into Lin Heng's training methods, only to be met with an unyielding rejection and left to utter bold words to alleviate the awkwardness. Quickly eat, for in feeding 17, you have forfeited the chance to dine with a lovely young lady. Lin Heng mused to himself after Jiang Shui left. He resumed feeding the silkworm a fresh leaf, chuckling as he did so. Chirp! The silkworm emitted a faint sound, its tone ambiguous, whether mocking or indifferent, before it resumed munching leisurely on the foliage, unhurried and calm. Once the silkworm finished its meal, Lin Heng returned it to the beast's space and proceeded to have his own meal. After finishing lunch, Lin Heng also recalled 17 to the beast's space before heading to the altar. Zheng Qianquan and the others had already gathered there, and the other young men and women, having completed their meals, were making their way over. Upon arriving at this location, Lin Heng stood silently, observing his surroundings. The altar was grand, adorned with an ancient aesthetic. Most notably, at the innermost position, there was a radiant portal, presumably the entrance to this secret realm. In front of the luminous gate, a shimmering screen was present, likely intended for recording information, tracking the number of attempts made by each individual. As Lin Heng and his companions focused on this data, others gradually gathered. Excellent. The time has arrived, and everyone is present, so let us commence, declared City Lord Jin Tianhe. Even though this trial poses risks, I urge everyone to exercise caution. You may now enter and initiate your challenge, added Vice City Lord Mulan with a smile. Their presence was merely ceremonial, a testament to the formal commencement of this resource contest, as well as an opportunity to gauge the strengths and weaknesses of each district. The outcomes of the first day were paramount, often indicating the overall trend of the final results. Proceed. With the nods of agreement from the leaders of other counties, Lin Heng and his companions began to enter one after another. Each time an individual crossed the threshold, their name would appear on the screen above the altar, followed by 100 dim stars. Lin Heng glanced at the display before stepping inside, only to find himself enveloped in darkness, transported to a peculiar realm. The ground was black, and the air was thick with the scent of blood, as if he had left the mortal realm for a land of shadows, a world of the deceased. Surrounding him was a dense black mist, obscuring his vision of the sky and other areas. Yet, Lin Heng sensed the unusual nature of this place. The atmosphere reeked of decay and death. Chapter 042, The Corpse of a Mountain-Sized Monster. What a strange locale. What an odd trial. Lin Heng mused as he examined the ground, speculating that it was dried blood. Upon entering, he received information regarding how to navigate the trial. The requirement was singular, destruction. He was to wreak havoc upon everything in sight and eliminate the monsters that appeared. Only by achieving a certain level of devastation would rewards manifest, paving the way to the next level. While he pondered this, a monster materialized before him. It emerged from the ground ahead, a humanoid skeleton composed entirely of blackened metal, with hollow eye sockets containing 2 faint flames. Its level was not particularly high, merely a 5th-tier servant, preliminarily identified as an iron bone skeleton, a creature of both metal and necromantic origins. Let's test the waters, Lin Heng commanded, releasing his companion 17, uncertain of the situation and opting to observe. "Oh well." 17 responded, indicating comprehension, and charged forward. Even without employing its speed skill, Radiant Flash, 17 was swift, reaching the side of the skeleton in the blink of an eye. With a glance, it raised its claw and delivered a devastating strike. A sharp crack echoed as the skeleton was cleaved in half. While the lower half ceased to move, the upper half thrashed violently, swinging its claws in an attempt to retaliate. "Oh well." 17 smashed its paw against the skull, rendering it inoperative, and gestured to Lin Heng, indicating its lack of effort in the encounter. At that moment, the mist parted, revealing a path, signifying that Lin Heng and his companions had successfully passed the first trial. "Did you feel your bloodline strengthen, 17? Lin Heng inquired curiously. "Oh well." 17 shook its head, conveying that it had not. "Try smashing the skeleton's remains," Lin Heng suggested after a moment of thought. 17, perplexed, glanced at Lin Heng before proceeding to demolish the skeletal corpse. Subsequently, it also disturbed the ground, and a faint white light began to coalesce within 17's form, albeit with minimal effect. "What an odd setup," Lin Heng remarked, shaking his head as he led 17 forward to the next trial, which involved 2 6th-tier servant skeletons. Once again, 17 dispatched them with ease. Eventually, they reached the 6th trial, where the monsters had escalated to 10th-tier servants. However, their strength was not formidable. Only their numbers had increased. After defeating them, they were required to obliterate the remains, further damaging the environment and ecosystem. "It seems we have been ascending continuously," Lin Heng observed, gazing at the path ahead as the mist parted once more, revealing a route that inclined upward. Upon entering the 7th trial, 7 monsters swiftly emerged, 3 10th-tier bronze wolves, 3 iron-bone skeletons, and a grotesque flesh creature. This being resembled a wolf but bore green tentacles sprouting from its back, akin to vines or tubes. Despite their abundance, with some effort, they were ultimately vanquished. However, the flesh creature exhibited peculiar behavior. Upon defeat, it quickly dissolved into a pool of blood, merging with the earth. 17. Dig into the ground, Lin Heng instructed, observing the aftermath. "Oh well." Although 17 was unsure of Lin Heng's intentions, it diligently began to excavate. The surface was relatively easy to penetrate, but soon it encountered formidable resistance, as if obstructed by an impervious barrier. Even 17's rending claw was ineffective. 17 looked up at Lin Heng, indicating that it had never encountered anything so solid before. "Try digging from the spot where the flesh creature vanished," Lin Heng suggested after a moment of contemplation. "Oh well." 17 changed its location and began to excavate from where the flesh creature had turned to blood. This time, after removing the superficial soil, a tunnel piercing through the hard material materialized. It was basin-sized, revealing desiccated flesh that emitted a strange and ominous aura, though faint. "Indeed, we are likely situated upon a colossal monster, perhaps merely on a paw or a leg. The soil we unearthed might merely be dust settled upon it." Lin Heng couldn't help but express his astonishment, his expression frozen in shock. Such an enormous creature must exceed a kilometer in length. What kind of entity could this possibly be? It was undoubtedly more powerful than a monarch-level monster. Could it be an emperor-level or even more formidable being? The flesh creatures they had slain were likely mere maggots feeding off the decaying corpse of this gigantic monster, a manifestation of its putrid essence and spiritual energy. The trial's requirement to cause destruction was undoubtedly connected to this. Lin Heng began to suspect that this creature might not have been slain by the founders of Jinmu City, as it was far too immense, definitely surpassing the monarch level. However, such considerations were of little consequence. Shaking his head, Lin Heng's mind ignited with a wild notion. Could the remains of this gigantic monster be utilized to create a skill fruit? In truth, upon hearing City Lord Jin Tianhe and the others mention that this barrier was formed from a massive monster's corpse, he had entertained this thought. His innate talent was specialized in utilizing monster remains, and so far, he had not encountered any level restrictions. Such a powerful monster's corpse could yield immense benefits, whether for crafting skill fruits or bloodline fruits. If he were to create a skill fruit, it might surpass high-tier skills, potentially yielding an extraordinary skill. Conversely, crafting a bloodline fruit could grant him a bloodline of at least superior quality, perhaps even exceptional, propelling 17 to unprecedented heights. Of course, there was a possibility that the sheer strength of the monster's remains might render such attempts futile or provoke unforeseen issues. Nevertheless, Lin Heng was inclined to take the risk. The temptation was simply too great. He felt that the likelihood of acquiring an extraordinary skill or a superior bloodline fruit was significant, and failing to attempt it would lead to lifelong regret. Unfortunately, he had utilized his innate talent just yesterday. meaning he would have to wait another 4 days before he could employ it again. After calming his thoughts, Lin Heng affectionately ruffled 17's head and said, "Let us bury it for now. We shall continue with the trials." Oh well, trials, then food. After completing the 17th level, he charged toward the next challenge. The 8th level presented 8 monsters, including flesh creatures, metallic beasts, and metallic skeletons. The upper limit of their rank remained at the 10th tier of the minion level. With no commanders in sight, these monsters did not cooperate with one another. Their intelligence was low, and they were ravenous for the living flesh of Lin Heng and 17. After approximately 10 minutes, they were all vanquished and mutilated. Upon opening the passage to the next level, Lin Heng continued his quest, focusing on overcoming obstacles and validating certain matters in preparation for utilizing his life seed skill in 4 days. Should he succeed, his gains would far exceed his imagination. Chapter 043. Finally, I have you pinned beneath me. A distinct pattern emerged. Since the first level, with each successive challenge, the number of monsters increased by 1, and their strength escalated as well. Until the 15th level, Lin Heng navigated through seamlessly, although the number of monsters was considerable. Their lack of cooperation posed no threat to 17 at this stage. During this time, Lin Heng experimented with meditation, discovering that it was indeed quicker than external meditation, suggesting the presence of unbound spiritual energy akin to that found within the soul stones. Meanwhile, 17 continuously accumulated bloodline energy, gaining a fragment of white light with each level traversed, which Lin Heng speculated would eventually trigger the evolution or mutation of her bloodline once a certain threshold was reached. Upon reaching the 16th level, the monsters' ranks had all reached the 10th tier of the minion level, with a greater variety emerging, including a new type of wood element monster. The blood-spike serpent, covered in sharp spines and imbued with potent venom that rapidly decayed flesh upon poisoning. However, as long as these creatures did not collaborate, they posed little threat. 17, now equipped with the speed skill Golden Flash, utilized her remarkable agility to swiftly eliminate them. In the realm of minions, 17's attributes were extraordinarily lavish. Typically, a wild minion-level monster possesses at most 1 skill, with proficiency mostly at a basic level. Tamed beasts cultivated by beast tamers tend to be slightly stronger, often awakening 2 skills, with one achieving a commendable level of mastery. Talented or exceptionally diligent individuals might elevate a tamed beast's skill proficiency to perfection, which is already a remarkable feat, yet 17. Through her own efforts and the enhancement of her skills, she had acquired 6 skills, including a high-tier skill, Metal Control, 2 mid-tier skills, Gathering Chi and Golden Flash, all with astonishing high proficiency, along with a transcendent-level skill, Rending Claw. It would be hard to believe that even high-quality tamed beasts at the minion level could boast such impressive statistics. Therefore, levels that appeared challenging for other minion-level beasts posed little difficulty for her. Were it not for her tendency to pause and study the enormous corpses of monsters at each level, her progress would have been even swifter. At the altar, numerous dignitaries had yet to disperse, their gazes fixed on the luminous screen, as the stakes were high, and everyone was eager to gauge the prowess of others' prodigies. Initially, everyone seemed to be on par, but after 5 levels, the disparities became pronounced. Each district had 2 to 3 prodigies who stood out, with the fastest breakthrough in the Liuxiang district not being Lin Heng, but rather Changshi, who had reached the 10th level in a remarkably short time. Even the second place was not Lin Heng, but Jiang Shui, as he had been studying the massive corpses of monsters at each stage, causing his advancement to be comparatively slower. Surpassing Changshi in breakthrough speed were 5 others: Tian Bo from Baya County, Zhao Haixing from Zai District, Sun Sheng from Dahing District, and Bai Yuyu and Duan Mingbao from Baifeng District. While Changshi was still on the 10th level, Tian Bo, Zhao Haixing, and Sun Sheng had already advanced to the 13th level, while Bai Yuyu and Duan Mingbao from Baifeng District had surged to the 15th level. Hey, isn't Lin Heng your newly accepted disciple, Old Zheng? Why is he still stuck on the 7th level? You must have misjudged him, teased President Yang from Baya County, the same Yang who had greeted Zheng Qianquan earlier. His disciple, Tian Bo, had reached the 13th level, which pleased him greatly. Indeed, I never expected you, Zheng Qianquan, to have misjudged someone, mocked Li Jianxun, the president of the Zai District Association. Although Li Jianxun, Yang Mu, Zheng Qianquan, and the other leaders belonged to the same faction under City Lord Jin Tianhe, their internal relations were not as solid as one might think. Zheng Qianquan was the strongest among them and had often suppressed them in the past. Now that they had the opportunity to mock him, they would not let it slip by. Humph, such little achievements, and you're here to boast. You should pay more attention to Baifeng District. Their two prodigies have already reached the 17th level, Zheng Qianquan scoffed, though he was unaware of what Lin Heng was up to. He was well aware of Lin Heng's strength and paid little heed to the jibes of the two elderly gentlemen. Instead, he was concerned about the performance of the two prodigies from Duanfeng's Baifeng district, who had advanced to the 15th level so quickly. If they could maintain such an advantage, they would secure a substantial amount of resources for Baifeng district. The president of the Baifeng District Beast Tamer Association, Duanfeng, was aligned with the deputy city Lord Mulan and held deep affection for her. Mulan harbored no disdain for him, and even subtly indicated that if he could become an epic-level beast tamer, they could be together. Upon hearing Zheng Qianquan's words, Li Jianxun and Yang Mu fell silent, turning their attention to Duanfeng, who stood nearby with deputy city Lord Mulan. The two of them were strikingly matched, one with azure hair and eyes, the other with crimson hair and eyes. One exuded gallantry, while the other possessed an imposing presence. Duanfeng, at merely 50 years of age, exhibited tremendous potential and was skilled in management. Under his stewardship, Baifeng district had ascended from a lower district to an upper district in just 10 years, producing a plethora of talented individuals. Most notably, he primarily specialized in fire element beasts, boasting 3 of them with formidable combat prowess. Now, with a large-scale fire elemental spatial rift appearing outside the city, the Wanzhou forest had transformed into a flame forest due to the ecological radiation and influence of the rift. If he were to acquire a significant amount of resources, he would undoubtedly soar to new heights, and when paired with Deputy City Lord Mulan, their dominance would spell difficulty for the other districts, leading to suppression and purging. Thus, this was a situation they all wished to avoid, yet there was little they could do. The barrier sealing the rift was immensely powerful, and there had been no reports of anyone capable of influencing it. Mulan, don't you think these 2 juniors from our district are quite impressive? Duanfeng inquired, beaming with satisfaction, having invested considerable effort into enhancing their capabilities. Indeed, I believe they have the potential to surpass 20 levels on their first attempt, Mulan replied, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. She was an ambitious individual, having long coveted the position of city lord. Observing Duanfeng's promising potential, she had consistently allocated resources over the years, and it appeared that the time for a return on that investment was nearing. She glanced back at Jin Tianhe, who appeared to be meditating, seemingly unfazed. Yet, she suspected that he was merely putting on a facade of calm. The challenges continued. Bai Yueyu and Duan Mingbao from Baifeng District maintained their significant lead, progressing rapidly and overcoming a level almost every 10 minutes. Only after surpassing 20 levels did their speed begin to wane. Meanwhile, Tian Bo, Zhao Haixing, and Sun Sheng from the other districts also slowed down after reaching the 15th level, their progress becoming sluggish. In the ensuing half-hour, these individuals had yet to breach another level, remaining inside, likely ensnared in some form of stalemate. Several weaker participants had already begun to withdraw, discussing the extreme difficulty of the levels, lamenting that they could not even slay the monsters, let alone breach the challenges. After another 10 minutes, of the 80 who had entered, only 60 emerged, leaving 20 still struggling, yet there was no sign of anyone breaking through. As the foremost contender from Lushan District, Lin Heng continued to grapple with the 12th level, showing no signs of a breakthrough. This situation sparked considerable curiosity among onlookers, some even questioning whether this young man was truly deserving of his reputation, speculating if he had perhaps cheated during the wilderness survival assessment. After all, rumors circulated that he had never accepted challenges from Changshi and Jiang Shui, retreating to the confines of his home after reaping his rewards, rendering him virtually invisible. 10 minutes later, Jiang Shui and Changshi, worn out, also withdrew from the challenge. I told you I am superior to this fellow. The disparity in our strengths is now glaringly evident, Chongqing scoffed, having previously faltered at the 14th level, while Lin Heng was still mired in the 12th. Lin Heng, I have finally managed to surpass you. Jiang Shui clenched her fists, her face alight with excitement and a sense of vindication. She was eager to see if Lin Heng would maintain his aloof demeanor upon their next encounter. She had put forth her utmost effort to break through to the 15th level before emerging. It appeared that they had all approached their limits. Substantial breakthroughs within a short span seemed unlikely. City Lord Jin Tianhe shook his head in disappointment as he prepared to depart, feeling disheartened by the performance of the talents in his camp. Others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of his words. The challenges would only grow more formidable, necessitating extensive training and preparation for any further advancement. The current rankings were unlikely to see significant alterations in the next 10 days. Vice City Lord Mulan, however, expressed her satisfaction, smiling as she remarked, Since today's proceedings are drawing to a close, let us take our leave. She was pleased with the performances of the two prodigies from the Baifeng district, Bai Yuyu and Duan Mingbao. Suddenly, a voice broke through the murmurs, declaring that someone had just broken through another level. The announcement halted the exodus of the prominent figures, who turned back in curiosity. Chapter 044, Unintentional Progress. It was indeed Duan Mingbao who had ascended to the 21st level, an unexpected yet commendable feat. Duan Feng, upon witnessing his nephew's success, burst into hearty laughter. He is indeed a fine talent. We must arrange for him to meet me for proper cultivation. Vice City Lord Mulan's face lit up with surprise and delight. Following this development, the two decided to wait a while longer, speculating that Duan Mingbao might achieve even more. In stark contrast, City Lord Jin Tianhe and Zheng Qianquan wore expressions of icy discontent. The breakthrough of a rival's prodigy was a heavy blow to their spirits. Jin Tianhe glanced at Zheng Qianquan, disappointment etched on his face, as Lin Heng, whom Zheng Qianquan had previously endorsed, remained stalled at the 12th level. Look, someone else has broken through. Another star flickered on the luminous screen, drawing everyone's attention. It turned out to be Zheng's disciple, who had managed to progress to the 13th level, an impressive achievement. Seeing that it was Lin Heng who had made the leap, Yang Mu from Baihe District could not suppress a chuckle, emphasizing the incredibility of the situation. Indeed, quite commendable, though he should be emerging soon. Li Jianxun from Zai District also chuckled, his grin reflecting the sentiment that Zheng Qianquan had indeed misjudged his choice of disciple. Others shared a sense of schadenfreude, as Zheng Qianquan's disciple, once a focal point of attention, had turned out to be a disappointment. Although reaching the 13th level was commendable in its own right, comparisons rendered it rather lackluster, especially given that earlier during breakfast, Zheng Qianquan had boasted about Lin Heng, even assuring Jin Tianhe of his prowess. It was surprising how swiftly the tables had turned. Yang Mu, Li Jianxun, and others felt a surge of joy. If Zheng Qianquan's disciple faltered, their district would secure more resources, even if the top spot was claimed by Duan Feng. Zheng Qianquan's expression darkened, but he refrained from retorting, instead pondering what Lin Heng was truly engaged in. His initial pace through the levels had been anomalous. Could something extraordinary be unfolding within? Wait, how has Lin Heng managed another breakthrough? This defies logic, Chang Shi exclaimed, having kept a vigilant watch on Lin Heng. He had anticipated witnessing Lin Heng's expression upon emerging, only to be met with the astonishing sight of him advancing further. It was unfathomable that Lin Heng had not only remained inside, but had also surged forward, and the pace of his breakthroughs had inexplicably accelerated. After all, it had taken him over 40 minutes to conquer the 13th to 14th levels. Yang Mu exhibited a flicker of surprise, yet remained unconvinced, as the challenges only intensified with each subsequent level. The two city lords and others merely cast a cursory glance. Their focus returning to Duan Mingbao, for the 14th level, was merely average. Moments later, another 10 minutes elapsed, and Zheng Qianquan suddenly burst into laughter, declaring, "I knew I wouldn't misjudge. This lad must have been delayed by something." All eyes turned to see Lin Heng had breached the 15th level. Oh, this young man possesses some genuine skill. It appears he does have a measure of talent, but this must be his limit. Such a rapid advancement surely comes at a cost. Yang Mu mused, feeling somewhat embarrassed, pondering whether Lin Heng was intentionally proving him wrong just after he had disparaged him. Indeed, he must be nearing his limit. Li Jianxun and others were expressions of discomfort. It seemed Lin Heng truly held some merit. However, it appeared he had tapped into his latent potential to achieve such rapid consecutive breakthroughs. This indicated he was likely nearing his limits, with an exit imminent. City Lord Jin Tianhe and Vice City Lord Mulan cast him a fleeting glance, while Duan Feng remained dismissive, believing that even if Lin Heng achieved one or two more breakthroughs, it would not amount to much. At present, the only challengers still inside were Lin Heng, Duan Mingbao, and Bai Yuyu, with the latter two already having emerged, leaving Lin Heng lagging considerably behind. Yet, as the minutes ticked by, Lin Heng not only failed to exit but ascended to the 16th level. What on earth is this young man up to? Yang Mu and Li Jianxun could no longer contain their astonishment, their eyes glued to the luminous screen. This was beyond comprehension. It diverged sharply from their expectations. Humph. My foresight is not something you two antiquated fools can rival. Zheng Qianquan sneered, reveling in his satisfaction, finally feeling a sense of vindication as he surmised that Lin Heng had utilized his healing talents to restore the state of his summoned beasts. Others, too, were wide-eyed. Achieving the 16th level placed Lin Heng in close proximity to Duan Mingbao and Bai Yuyu. Indeed, Zheng Qianquan's disciple was exceptional. Vice City Lord Mulan bestowed a smile upon him, acknowledging that the old man's disciple could not possibly lack in capability. Jin Tianhe's expression softened somewhat. This outcome was, at least, somewhat acceptable. Wait, how has he broken through again? In the midst of discussions, Lin Heng astonishingly reached the 17th level. Yang Mu and Li Jianxun rose from their seats, mouths agape, momentarily at a loss for words. What kind of sorcery was this young man employing? Huh. You two old relics, why the silence now? Zheng Qianquan taunted, having suppressed his frustrations for long enough, relishing in his triumph without a shred of restraint. Yet, deep down, he too was perplexed. How had Lin Heng achieved yet another breakthrough? He undoubtedly possessed talent, but what did it matter? He was still far from the top. And if Lin Heng could surpass the Baifeng district, he would gladly perform acrobatics in celebration. Yang Mu's face flushed with indignation, prompting him to retort sarcastically, indeed. He still cannot surpass Duan Mingbao, can he? You, old man, are hardly any better. Li Jianxun joined in, mockingly asserting that their primary aim was to diminish Lin Heng's prestige, reinforcing the notion that as long as he did not outpace Duan Mingbao and claim the top spot, he was of little consequence. This was also directed at City Lord Jin Tianhe, who, unlike Zheng Qianquan, was more of a fence-sitter in their dealings. Today, the remarks made to mock Zheng Qianquan stemmed from a long-standing displeasure with the old fellow, as well as an overture of goodwill towards Deputy City Lord Mulan. This was a signal that they, along with Zheng Qianquan and Jin Tianhe, were not entirely aligned, and that Mulan could potentially count on their support in his ambition to ascend to the city lordship. However, Jin Tianhe seemed oblivious to the political overture from Yang Mu and Li Jianxun, as displaying anger would be futile. While he held the title of city lord, he was not in a position to easily manipulate these individuals, especially at this critical juncture. Deputy City Lord Mulan maintained a smile reminiscent of a spring breeze, having already perceived the shifting tides, with the city lord's throne appearing tantalizingly within reach. Nevertheless, soon enough, both individuals found themselves at a loss for words. As the atmosphere in the room became charged with tension, Lin Heng advanced steadily through the challenges, conquering the 18th, 19th, and even the 20th with remarkable ease, all within less than 20 minutes. Not only did he surpass Duan Mingbao and Bai Yuyu effortlessly, but he continued to surge forward, breaking through to the 25th level at the same pace. The expressions of the prominent figures present gradually morphed into disbelief. Initially wide-eyed, they soon stood in astonishment, ultimately rendered speechless as they struggled to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. The entire altar was enveloped in a profound silence, punctuated only by the sound of gasps. Changshe felt a wave of despair wash over him, perceiving himself as a complete fool, as the gazes of those around him felt piercing, as if they were all urging him to return to Gotham City, where Batman no longer dealt with clowns. The realization dawned on him that Lin Heng had dismissed his provocation simply because he was too weak to be worthy of a confrontation. It was a bitter pill to swallow, acknowledging the depths to which he had fallen. Jiang Shui's chest rose and fell in agitation, oscillating between hope and despair as she struggled to fathom Lin Heng's astonishing growth. How could the disparity be so vast? Just before, she had managed to breathe and struggle beneath his weight, yet now she found herself utterly immobilized. The chasm between their abilities was staggering, extinguishing any hope of surpassing him. This boy had indeed entered a realm of his own, 25 levels. After a moment of shock, the elder Yang Mu's face contorted in disbelief. Indeed, 25 formidable monsters of level 10 were no trivial feat, not to mention the potential presence of elusive spectral creatures. How could Lin Heng break through with such nonchalance? Li Jianxun too found it incomprehensible, as this was simply not how things should unfold according to his understanding. Yet the most disheartened were Deputy City Lord Mulan and Duan Feng, the president of the Beastmaster Association in the Baifeng district. Duan Feng, weighing in at 180 pounds, now felt as if he had lost a staggering 30 pounds due to disbelief. Having assumed victory was secured due to a substantial lead, he envisioned a triumphant acquisition of resources at the month's end, which would catapult him to new heights, bolstered by the fiery spatial rift in the flame forest. With his newfound power, he anticipated winning the affection of the beautiful Deputy City Lord Mulan, thus reaching the pinnacle of his life. Mulan had shared similar expectations, believing that Baifeng district was destined for victory, which would enable Duan Feng to ascend to the rank of an epic Beastmaster. With his support, she was certain to become the new city lord of Jinmu City. Yet, as it would happen, their dreams began to unravel bit by bit, crushed under the weight of Lin Heng's unexpected prowess. At that moment, Duan Mingbao and Bai Yuyu could no longer endure and withdrew, only to find the crowd around them frozen in shock, mistaking their own astonishment for the impact of their record-breaking feats. Master, I have successfully surpassed 21 levels, but I encountered a spectral monster at level 22 that I could not defeat just yet. However, I am confident I will conquer it in a few days. Duan Mingbao announced with a smile to his uncle Duan Feng, believing he had achieved an impressive feat before Duan Feng could respond. Bai Yueyu tugged at him, her voice trembling. Duan Mingbao, you should take a look at the screen behind you. What is there to see? I am aware I am first, right? He retorted, before turning to the screen and exclaiming, 25 levels? Are you jesting? This screen must be malfunctioning. How could anyone surpass 25 levels? His words trailed off as he became dazed, suddenly leaping up in disbelief, unable to accept that someone could reach the 25th level on their first attempt. He turned to his uncle Duan Feng, seeking confirmation. We must go. Duan Feng inhaled deeply, pulling the incredulous Duan Mingbao away. Deputy City Lord Mulan also departed with a grim expression, unwilling to wait for Lin Heng to emerge. Ha ha, old Zheng, your disciple is indeed extraordinary. City Lord Jin Tianhe laughed heartily, thoroughly pleased with the outcome. Indeed, this lad has put in tremendous effort. Some merely refuse to believe, still needing to drink upside down. What a spectacle I have witnessed today. Zheng Qianquan laughed heartily, even taking a jab at the old fellow Yang Mu who had mocked him earlier. Yang Mu exclaimed, this defies all logic. Li Jianxun too was perplexed, pondering whether Lin Heng was deliberately playing the role of a dark horse for the city lord. Perhaps to gauge their attitudes toward Deputy City Lord Mulan. Both were engulfed in confusion, reflecting on the ramifications of their actions. As Duan Feng's meticulously nurtured prodigy had failed, they surmised that City Lord Jin Tianhe must have intervened covertly. At that moment, Lin Heng finally emerged from the barrier, exuding a relaxed demeanor as he strolled leisurely. After his exploration through 25 levels, he had confirmed his position on the leg of a colossal monster, awaiting the opportunity to utilize his innate skills in 4 days. The 25 levels did not represent his ultimate limit. Even 30 levels would pose no challenge. However, he feared attracting undue attention, so he ceased his advance upon grasping the situation. Upon glancing at the screen, he was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. He had claimed the first position? Was everyone else truly that incompetent? It hadn't seemed overly difficult. Observing the expressions of those around him, he realized the gravity of the situation had escalated. Clearing his throat, he quickly coughed up blood, his complexion paling. Master, it was exceedingly difficult. I nearly perished within. Lin Heng feigned weakness, appearing as though he were on the brink of collapse. The onlookers exchanged incredulous looks, particularly Yang Mu and Li Jianxun, their faces turning green with envy at the thought that Lin Heng had breezed through 25 levels with minimal injury. City Lord Jin Tianhe, however, laughed boisterously, clearly satisfied. Excellent. Excellent. It seems Lu District has indeed birthed a remarkable talent. Should you secure first place, I will personally write you a letter of recommendation to attend the Beastmaster University in Qinglong City. Thank you, City Lord. Lin Heng's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing this, as obtaining a recommendation letter typically required passing assessments. Yet, with the City Lord's endorsement, those hurdles would be bypassed. As the City Lord, he had a set quota for recommendations each year, a minor matter for him, yet transformative for others. This was the privilege of the powerful. A single word could alleviate numerous troubles, and Lin Heng felt that while he had attracted some attention, it was not beyond acceptable limits. Had he pushed himself to an unprecedented 30 levels, he might have faced scrutiny. The other youths present were filled with envy, nearly brought to tears. For a recommendation to the Beastmaster University was the pinnacle of their aspirations, an elusive prize. Lin Heng had secured it so fortuitously, an extraordinary stroke of luck. Ha ha! I thank you on behalf of my disciple, City Lord. Zheng Qianquan exclaimed joyfully, having recommended Lin Heng to Jin Tianhe precisely for the sake of the recommendation letter. To everyone's surprise, this young lad garnered the Lord's recognition purely through his remarkable performance, with no assessments required. Securing first place in the current challenge would guarantee him a letter of recommendation. A trivial matter indeed. Let us quickly escort him to rest. And I shall arrange for him to meet me another day, Jin Tianhe remarked with a smile. Then turned his attention to the other youths. Do not accuse me of favoritism, should any of you manage to usurp Lin Heng's first place. That letter of recommendation shall rightfully belong to you. Having spoken, he departed, leaving the youths in stunned silence. Surpassing the prodigious Lin Heng was an exceedingly daunting task, one they deemed nearly impossible to achieve. Chapter 045. Observe the beast tamers, then reflect upon yourself. Lin Heng, what transpired? Why were you so slow at the outset? Upon returning to the camp, Zheng Qianquan began his inquiry. I was studying those creatures. I am a nurturing major myself, Lin Heng replied. I wish to explore other avenues. Hence I did not rush into the challenges. His reasoning was quite sound, and Zheng Qianquan held no doubts, instead cautioning him. Do not let your curiosity lead you astray. It can invite peril. There have been instances of individuals vanishing within due to the barriers, leaving us oblivious to the reasons behind it. I understand, Master, Lin Heng nodded, assuring him of his newfound caution. In truth, he felt a sense of elation upon hearing his master's acknowledgement that they were powerless against the barriers, as this knowledge would aid him in crafting life seeds in the future. Yet, you have inadvertently gained the Lord's recognition. Strive to maintain your first position. Securing that letter of recommendation will grant you entry into the Beast Tamer University next year, Zheng Qianquan said with a smile, clearly pleased with Lin Heng's performance. Thanks to Lin Heng, the political landscape of Jinmu City was undergoing a significant transformation. Indeed, Lin Heng affirmed, he was determined not to relinquish the recommendation letter. For the Beast Tamer University offered far more than mere academic knowledge. Most importantly, it would impart skills beyond the inherent talents of a beast tamer, equipping them to safeguard themselves. After exchanging a few more words, Zheng Qianquan took his leave. Lin Heng had a simple meal before washing up and resting. He adhered to the morning sun pine meditation method, which was most effective in the early hours. Thus, he now rose at 4 o'clock to commence his meditations. The following morning, Lin Heng awoke punctually to meditate, and 17 emerged from the beast space to train. As the principles of Golden Flash and Qi Gathering were somewhat similar, 17 felt on the verge of mastering Golden Flash. Having been motivated by Lin Heng's prowess, Changshe rose early that day, getting up at 5. However, upon arriving at the training grounds, he was taken aback to find Lin Heng already meditating beneath the pine tree, while the sword-tailed ferret was training independently, darting about. Casting a glance at his own beast, the colorful spider, he felt a surge of frustration. Look at that beast tamer, and then look at yourself. One merely sleeps in. The colorful spider, eager to avoid ridicule, was the first to critique its master. Changshe retorted, as if my diligent meditation would prompt you to train on your own. The colorful spider sighed. Training is an impossible endeavor. One can only bask in the sun and indulge in delicacies to sustain life. That is unacceptable. Train now. Changshe bellowed, insisting on rigorous training. Perhaps they are merely pretending, deceiving you. The colorful spider attempted to defend itself. Very well, we shall venture into the barriers. Changshe declared sternly, resolute not to succumb to despair. He would rise at 3 from now on. Hearing this, the colorful spider hastily commenced training, dreading the dangers of the barriers. Most beasts shared this sentiment, reluctant to engage in tedious training, preferring instead to lounge and feast. 17, however, exhibited a completely contrary disposition. In truth, after a night of reflection, Changshe's attitude toward Lin Heng had entirely transformed. He realized that Lin Heng possessed immense strength, yet had refrained from accepting his challenges, thereby earning a reputation for cowardice. Such behavior was emblematic of a true champion. Considering the situation from Lin Heng's perspective, Changshe concluded he would have never evaded challenges, but would have decisively defeated opponents. Yet, Lin Heng chose restraint. Exhibiting the poise of a true stronghold, it was no wonder he was so formidable. Alongside admiration, Changshe felt an inexplicable sense of reverence. In the subsequent days, others began entering the barriers to train, where honing their skills or meditating proved more beneficial than outside. After witnessing Lin Heng's dedication, Jiang Shui and Changshe emulated his efforts, silently vowing to strive diligently. 3 days passed, and Duan Mingbao and Bai Yueyu from the 100 Peaks district re-emerged, having both advanced to the 24th level, drawing closer to Lin Heng. Meanwhile, Lin Heng remained unperturbed by the challenges. His days were filled with training and teaching 17 to read and write, fostering its intellect. However, news of his rigorous training spread, prompting many to follow suit. On the 4th morning, Jiang Shui awoke around 3 and, upon noticing Lin Heng's absence, breathed a sigh of relief. Today, we shall continue our training in Rending Claw, she declared, releasing her gem tiger with resolute determination. The gem tiger lamented, when a beast tires, the relentless training from dawn till dusk feels never-ending. Lin Heng, how do you manage to have your beast train autonomously? By 4 o'clock, as Lin Heng emerged from his dwelling to meditate beneath the pine tree, Jiang Shui was already waiting, her large eyes fixated on him. She had observed Lin Heng for many days, confirming his regular morning routine, and had chosen to await him today. In the distance, Changshe heard her query and paused, straining to listen for the answer. I've mentioned it as a matter of the beast's inherent character. I merely guide them. Lin Heng sighed, exasperated by her repetitive questioning. With that, he seated himself to meditate, lapsing into silence. Jiang Shui shot him a glance, irked. She thought to herself how excessively aloof he appeared. She was not unattractive either. Yet he treated conversation with her as though it were a waste of breath, refusing to engage further. Meditation continued until noon, when Lin Heng gradually concluded. Surprised to find 17 still training, neglecting to come for food as was customary. 17, time for your meal. Lin Heng called. Aru, I'm coming, master. At this moment, 17 had grown comparable in size to a large Samoyed, bounding over to Lin Heng and nuzzling him for food. Come here as always. Lin Heng chuckled, producing the meal he had prepared for 17. This afternoon, we shall tackle the challenges. You must be well fed to have the strength to fight. He observed as 17 devoured its meal. While munching, 17 emitted a joyful howl, signaling its readiness for battle against any foe. Afterward, Lin Heng retrieved the silkworm and fed it mulberry leaves. Chirp! The silkworm had been enjoying its meal until it caught sight of 17's food, suddenly finding its leaves less appetizing. Look, if you were as formidable as 17, you could indulge in such delicacies too. These treats are earned through its own efforts. Lin Heng remarked, casting a glance at the silkworm. Though it likely could not comprehend, instilling such lessons from an early age was essential. The silkworm, momentarily bewildered, resumed munching on its leaves. Once 17 and the silkworm finished their meals, Lin Heng returned them to the beast space and made his way to the cafeteria on foot. After lunch, he strode toward the altar, attracting many curious glances along the way. Onlookers assumed he was preparing to challenge the next level and began gathering toward the altar. Chapter 046, Cultivating Life Seeds. Alas, Lin Heng sighed, quickening his pace to enter the barriers before the crowd could gather. In a flash of darkness, he found himself back at the 25th level where he had previously been. The monsters here have been eradicated, and the misty passage leading to the 26th level has been unveiled. However, Lin Heng chose not to proceed. His purpose was not to conquer the levels, but to cultivate the life seeds. 17, come forth. With a mere thought, Lin Heng summoned 17 from the Beastmaster space. How? Master, I am here. 17 surveyed the surroundings, ensuring there was no imminent danger before scurrying to Lin Heng's side. Let us return to the 12th level, Lin Heng said, patting 17's head. The 12th level harbored a significant breach, an ideal location for planting life seeds. Within the confines of this barrier, once a level is cleared, one may traverse freely, forward or backward, without constraint. With a heart brimming with excitement, Lin Heng retraced his steps, swiftly arriving at the 12th level, where 3 corrupted blood flowers had once emerged. This creature, a hybrid of wood and blood attributes, possessed animated serpent-like vine heads and was adept at releasing corrosive blood bombs. After 17 dispatched the creature, it unearthed the surface, more accurately, the filth that clung to the skin of the colossal monster. Beneath the debris lay a decaying pit approximately 3 meters wide. 17, you keep watch while I prepare the life seed. Our fortunes hinge upon this outcome, Lin Heng said, rubbing his hands together with palpable anticipation. How? Rest assured, 17 will handle it. Plant the life seed, devour the fruits, and grow stronger, 17 exclaimed, radiating enthusiasm that eclipsed Lin Heng's own. Taking a deep breath, Lin Heng activated his life seed talent, and a mystical gray-white seed emerged from his brow, gently descending into the charred, decayed opening. Curiously, after a prolonged period, Lin Heng felt no response indicating the ability to create skills or bloodline fruits from the life seed. With no other recourse, he sat back and waited. After what felt like an eternity, over an hour, he finally sensed a reaction from the life seed. It had taken root. Is it limited to skill fruits? Lin Heng pondered, bewildered. What could be the cause? Was it the prolonged decay of the corpse, causing the bloodline to dissipate? Or perhaps some other reason was preventing the extraction of the bloodline? Aware that this enormous monster possessed both gold and wood attributes, Lin Heng resolved to take a gamble and attempt to extract a bloodline fruit. Should it yield a wood attribute bloodline fruit, it would be futile. However, if it were a gold attribute bloodline fruit, the rewards would be substantial. Yet, to his dismay, he was not even granted the opportunity to produce a bloodline fruit. The reason eluding him, skill fruits, on the other hand, could prove even more challenging. Such a formidable creature undoubtedly possessed a plethora of skills, ranging from low tier to transcendent. It was uncertain which skill fruit would manifest, leaving it to chance, perhaps even more so than the bloodline fruit. Very well then. Let us pursue a skill fruit and see what luck has in store. Taking a deep breath, Lin Heng resolved to opt for a skill fruit. The scope of skill fruits is broad. Even a wood attribute could potentially be assimilated. As for the inability to extract a bloodline fruit, he dismissed it. Knowing 17 already possessed the recipe for evolving into a purple lightning sword-tailed mongoose, there would be opportunities to seek a powerful gold attribute bloodline in the future. With the decision made, the life seed commenced its growth. Yet, contrary to the usual time-lapse visuals he anticipated, half an hour passed without even a sprout emerging. Was it possible the life seed talent was too feeble while the monster's corpse was too formidable, rendering the extraction of the bloodline impossible? Even the extraction of a skill fruit was exceedingly arduous, hence the sluggish growth? Lin Heng mused, believing this to be a distinct possibility. The talents of Beastmasters are not immutable, they evolve alongside the Beastmaster's growth. It is akin to why novice Beastmasters seldom utilize their talents. At their current stage, their physical and spiritual fortitude is insufficient, making such endeavors laborious. How? Master, more filthy creatures are emerging. 17's exclamation jolted Lin Heng from his reverie. And as he gazed up, fear gripped him. Emerging from the mist's periphery were grotesque entities, their skinless, blood-red musculature writhing grotesquely, sprouting slimy, fleshy tendrils. Their forms morphed unpredictably, at first resembling mere flesh blobs, only to soon transform into quadrupedal beasts, blood-winged avians, slithering serpents, and mutated insects. In an instant, a dozen or more surrounded them. What are these abominations? Lin Heng thought, bewildered, suspecting these might be manifestations triggered by the life seed's abilities. How? 17 charged forward, unleashing a tearing claw that cleaved several of the sanguine monstrosities in two, dark red blood splattering the ground. Yet, a horrifying scene unfolded. The severed creatures merely stiffened momentarily before fusing back together, lunging once more at 17. Tendrils shot forth, their tips splitting into 8 sharp petals lined with snow-white fangs. Grotesque and sanguinary. Concentrate your energy, be cautious not to get hurt. Lin Heng warned, retreating into the opening. Yet he realized these flesh monsters seemed oblivious to him, fixated solely on 17. Even if they drew near, their focus remained unwaveringly on 17. How? Get away from me! 17 roared, gathering energy and slashing furiously at the flesh creatures. These entities were merely at the servant level, easily dispatched by 17. Yet the challenge lay in their relentless ability to reassemble, no matter how they were cut apart. As time progressed, their speed increased, becoming more agile. It was as though they had awakened from slumber, exuding an inexplicable and eerie aura that sent shivers down one's spine. If this continued, 17 would be gradually worn down to nothing. No, these monsters are drawn to 17. Lin Heng deduced, observing the creatures crawling forth from the mist's edge with certainty. If it were due to himself or the life seed, they would have approached his location instead. However, they disregarded him entirely. 17, do not resist. I will withdraw you into the Beastmaster space. Lin Heng resolved to test his hypothesis. How? 17, perplexed by Lin Heng's intentions, used its claws to sever the surrounding tendrils, momentarily creating a space free from the encroaching flesh monsters. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Heng swiftly drew 17 back into the Beastmaster space. Almost immediately, the flesh creatures ceased their advance, gradually collapsing into inert flesh blobs upon the ground. Indeed, it was 17 that attracted them. Lin Heng realized with clarity. He then exited this location and ventured towards the 23rd level, releasing 17 once more. Within a mere 10 minutes, the flesh monsters reappeared, even more numerous and formidable, accompanied by a commanding presence among them. Faced with this alarming situation, Lin Heng hastily recalled 17 into the Beastmaster space, narrowing his eyes at the retreating flesh monsters. It appears I have been ensnared in a trap. Chapter 047, Flesh Devourers. His first thoughts turned to the Vice City Lord, Mulan, and the president of the Beastmaster Association in the Baifeng district, Duan Feng. This was clearly a ploy to thwart his progress. Every time 17 emerged, they would be besieged by increasingly terrifying flesh monsters. Moreover, the threats escalated with each level. And by the 23rd level, there were already commanding level flesh creatures, ones that could not only not be killed but continued to manifest in a relentless stream. With the original monsters added to the mix, breaking through the levels had become utterly impossible. What a cunning strategy, Lin Heng lamented, feeling a chill in his heart. His adversaries had played their hand ruthlessly. Had he not hesitated initially, he might have met a grim fate by now. The monsters at the 26th level, coupled with these flesh entities, would have left him no opportunity to recall 17. To exit the level, he would need to reclaim his beasts, for only then could he access the transport. In truth, he had only traversed 25 levels, apprehensive about this very issue. It was merely the beginning, and revealing too much too soon could lead to setbacks. After all, this was not a trivial contest. It entailed the allocation of substantial resources. In the face of self-interest, human nature proves to be fragile, indifferent to the legitimacy of one's methods. Any means that could eliminate you to seize resources is deemed effective. Just a few days had passed, yet someone had already taken action against him, employing a particularly vicious tactic. Were it not for the intervention to plant the life seed, he and 17 would likely be gravely injured, if not dead by now. Amidst his fury, Lin Heng felt an intensified awareness of his own vulnerabilities. Had he possessed sufficient strength, no underhanded schemes could harm him. 17. Have you consumed anything you ought not to have recently? Lin Heng inquired through mental communication with 17, who resided within the beast taming space. Awu? What is not meant to be eaten mean? 17, reclining on the ground, seemed puzzled by Lin Heng's words, believing anything edible was permissible. To it, the world was divided into 3 categories: consumables, non-consumables, and Lin Heng himself. Besides what I provided, have you eaten anything particularly unusual? Lin Heng continued. He was aware that, apart from the spiritual materials he prepared, 17 had a penchant for gnawing on various objects, such as pull-up bars, weights, and minerals scattered on the ground. Oh, 17 tilted its head in contemplation, suddenly brightening as it exclaimed that it had unearthed a golden mineral behind the training grounds at noon, which had been quite delightful to consume. It appeared this was indeed the culprit. Let us venture outside. I shall examine your condition. Lin Heng exhaled deeply. Failing this level was a minor concern, but if anything were to happen to 17, it would break his heart. Upon returning to Lushan district, he contemplated devising ways to equip 17 with skills for digestion and toxin resistance to prevent future mishaps. Upon revisiting 17's life seed, he discovered it had only just begun to sprout a green shoot. After a moment's thought, Lin Heng resolved to depart. For now, the life seed should be fine. He would check on it daily, and even if it were damaged, it would not affect his innate talent. However, before exiting, he needed to disguise his condition. Lin Heng drew a breath, enduring the pain as he inflicted wounds upon himself. Without this charade, the Vice City Lord, Mulan, and others would undoubtedly harbor ulterior motives. Whoever it may be, I shall exact my vengeance. The more acute his anguish, the more vehement his murderous intent became. He had always been cognizant of the world's inherent strife and had long been prepared for the bloodshed it entailed. Look, Lin Heng has emerged. Oh my! He is gravely injured. On the altar, a considerable number of youths had gathered, their expressions reflecting shock at Lin Heng's battered state. What on earth happened? Is the 26th level truly that brutal? One individual stepped forward to inquire, seeking clarity regarding the situation. Yet Lin Heng chose not to respond, instead scanning the crowd before hastily departing. Upon returning to his quarters, a vice president from Lushan district, who was on duty that day, arrived promptly with a physician. Lin Heng, what transpired? The vice president questioned while instructing the physician to tend to Lin Heng's injuries. A floral fairy was summoned, adept in rapid healing, and soon Lin Heng's wounds were mended. It's nothing serious, just that the 26th level is exceedingly challenging. A new species has emerged, a creature devoid of skin, composed entirely of muscle, and their numbers have significantly increased. Why is that? Lin Heng spoke, feigning ignorance of the plot against him, portraying the flesh and blood monstrosities as mere level challenges. Perhaps some unusual circumstances have arisen. After all, this seal has endured for so long. Similar occurrences have transpired in the past. Regardless, you should rest well. There is no rush. There is plenty of time. If the situation remains unchanged next time, we shall address it then. The vice president nodded, offering a few words of comfort before departing with the physician. Injuries sustained within the levels were commonplace, and the increased number of monsters likely stemmed from some peculiar occurrence that warranted further exploration. Once they had left, Lin Heng breathed a sigh of relief and released 17. Oh, Master, have we been deceived? 17 seemed to grasp that the situation was amiss. Indeed. First, let a drop of blood fall. I will examine your condition. Lin Heng nodded and produced the super encyclopedia device. Oh, who is it, Master? Let us eliminate them. 17 barked indignantly, striking Lin Heng's leg with a paw. Patience. Now is not the time for vengeance. Quickly, produce a drop of blood. Lin Heng shook his head, even with evidence. He would not expose the Vice Lord and her conspirators. This world prized personal strength above all. Exposing them would yield no repercussions, but rather invite even more intense targeting. Moreover, he lacked concrete evidence. For the time being, Feigning ignorance and treating this as a mere accident was most advantageous for him. Upon hearing Lin Heng's words, 17 calmed down, yet still seethed with anger, vowing to grow stronger and eventually retaliate against those who had wronged them. As Lin Heng drew blood from 17 for examination, news reached Mulan, the vice lord of the Mu family in the city center. Remarkably, he emerged alive. He truly is no ordinary genius. Yet, it matters not. As long as the objective is achieved. A cold smile crept across her lips. She was not surprised by Lin Heng's assumption that the flesh and blood monstrosities were an unforeseen occurrence, as this was not her first foray into such tactics. Years prior, during her own trials, she had inadvertently encountered these flesh and blood creatures. A serendipitous moment had revealed to her that they were known as flesh-eating devourers, likely mutated from the powers radiating from the sealed monsters. She learned that these creatures were particularly enamored with blood spirit flowers, and thus had consistently exploited this knowledge to target geniuses not aligned with her faction. Blood spirit flowers, rare third-tier spiritual materials, aided beast tamers in refining their bloodlines. Any beast could utilize them, and once consumed, the effects would integrate into their bloodlines, making detection exceedingly difficult. The unique blood aura they emitted would attract flesh-eating devourers for an extended period, often lasting up to 6 months, making it challenging for ordinary mid-level nurturers to discern. Even if discovered, no evidence could be presented linking it back to her. Chapter 048. Do not set your sights on my disciple. How could it be completely undetectable? What method is at play here? Lin Heng examined the data revealed by the encyclopedia device, finding no issues with 17's condition. Instead, its bloodline appeared even purer. Lin Heng harbored no doubts regarding this, for the rewards from within the barrier inherently enhanced the bloodlines of beasts from the metal and wood attributes, even possessing a retroactive effect. Could it be that this substance is harmless to the beasts yet attracts those flesh and blood creatures? Lin Heng speculated, though he had no means to confirm it. Most critically, the monsters within the barrier could not be extracted, otherwise. Capturing a flesh and blood creature to consult with senior sister Qin Yulan could have yielded insights into the matter. However, without a sample, research became daunting. 17 nuzzled against Lin Heng's cheek, inquiring about the situation. For now, all is well. Remember, do not consume anything indiscriminately here, apart from the food I provide. You are forbidden from eating anything else. Do you understand, my dear? Lin Heng gently caressed 17's cheek, emphasizing his warning. 17's gluttony was both a strength and a vulnerability. I understand, master. 17 promises not to eat anything else. Overjoyed by Lin Heng's affectionate address, 17 buried its head in his embrace. As evening fell, Master Zheng Qianquan received word and arrived, accompanied by Lu Fei, the president of the Lushan District Beast Tamer Association. Master, I suspect I have fallen victim to some underhanded scheme. Those flesh and blood creatures were drawn in by 17. I discerned this issue within, yet dared not speak of it for fear of alerting the enemy, so I maintained the facade of it being an accident. Having just employed the super POC dex you provided, I found nothing amiss. Confronted by his master, Zheng Qianquan, Lin Heng ceased his pretense and candidly divulged the matter at hand. There was simply no necessity to conceal anything from Zheng Qianquan. He could not possibly wish harm upon himself. Their interests were currently aligned, and any malicious intent would not have brought him to this place. Moreover, to feign ignorance before his master would only serve to make him appear foolish and convey a lack of trust. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Heng's words, Zheng Qianquan's countenance brightened with a gratifying smile. His disciple was certainly extraordinary. Nodding, he remarked, "It is evident that someone has been operating in the shadows. Mere speculation is futile. We require tangible evidence. Otherwise, even if the adversary stands before you, there is no recourse." Having lived for over 80 years, he had witnessed countless events. Oftentimes, a situation does not necessitate exhaustive investigation. A simple analysis of the stakes involved suffices to ascertain whether the threat originates from an enemy's covert machinations. He felt a sense of pride that Lin Heng had recognized this from the outset and had chosen not to broadcast it, but rather feigned ignorance until he could confide his suspicions to his master. This demonstrated that Lin Heng was not only endowed with extraordinary beast-taming talent, but also possessed considerable wisdom in his dealings. Such individuals are bound to achieve greatness. And Zheng Qianquan found himself increasingly fond of him. However, you have acted wisely. This course of action will temporarily confound our adversaries, allowing you to maintain your disguise. Do not fret for your safety. I shall leave one of my beasts here to monitor your situation at all times. Zheng Qianquan patted Lin Heng on the shoulder, his gaze brimming with admiration. Lin Heng, why not consider becoming my true disciple? Suggested Lu Fei, the president of the Breeder Association, who stood nearby. Acknowledging Lin Heng's brilliance with a hint of regret for not having invested significantly to take him as an apprentice. The boy was remarkably astute. His handling of the situation showcased his superiority over the likes of Chang Shi, Jiang Shui, and other inexperienced youths. Rather than resorting to frantic outbursts and demands for retribution, he could deduce the problem and formulate optimal strategies. Get lost. Do not lay your hands on my disciple, Zheng Qinkuan chastised, insisting on examining both of them to ascertain their physical well-being. Humph, you've certainly struck a fortunate deal, old man. Lu Fei remarked with a resigned glance at Zheng Qinkuan before summoning a beast to check Lin Heng and 17. After half an hour, he shook his head in resignation. I cannot discern anything. However, this is undoubtedly some clandestine method, likely involving a technique that promotes beast growth but emits an unknown aura. If we had a specimen of that flesh and blood creature, we could investigate further, but without it, only a master breeder of the highest caliber might uncover the issue. Then we are at an impasse for now. We will endeavor to source materials to purify your aura. Rest assured, this matter will not simply fade away, Zheng Qinkuan sighed. A master breeder of that caliber was as rare as a legendary beast tamer. Such hopes were unrealistic. As it stood, they had no choice but to endure this setback. They kept a watchful eye on Lin Heng and his companions daily, but had failed to detect any traces of their adversaries. Experiencing a setback here did not preclude retaliation elsewhere. Zheng Qinkuan was not one to suffer in silence. You may proceed to attempt the challenge. If it proves too daunting, withdraw. The challenge is insignificant. Your life is paramount. Suffering a loss today is inconsequential. One day, when you ascend to the epic or even legendary ranks of beast tamers, you shall have your revenge, Zheng Qinkuan advised Lin Heng. I understand, Master. Lin Heng nodded, fully aware that he would not recklessly jeopardize his life. He valued it above all else. Zheng Qinkuan then reiterated his instructions for Lin Heng to maintain his disguise before secretly dispatching a beast to protect him, and he departed with Lu Fei. In the following days, Lin Heng received special spiritual materials sent by his master, specifically intended for evolving his aura. After applying them to 17, he would enter the challenge area to test his capabilities, but success eluded him each time. His routine consisted of training with 17 and engaging in meditation to enhance his mental fortitude, while everything else proceeded as normal. He visited the seed of life daily. Its growth was slow, expanding only a few centimeters each day, and Lin Heng estimated it would bear fruit by the end of the month. His prolonged inability to break through the 26th level sparked much speculation. Some believed he had reached his limit, citing his previous injuries as evidence that he could not advance. Others suspected he was merely accumulating strength, confident that he would break through in due time. As for the numerous flesh and blood creatures he had encountered at the 26th level, the leadership had yet to provide a definitive answer, stating they would await others to reach that level to ascertain if it was a common occurrence. After all, even the higher-ups could not fully comprehend the situation within that realm. A decision could not be made hastily. Lin Heng remained unconcerned, dedicating his days to training with 17 and routinely entering the challenge area. Before long, Lin Heng and his companions had resided there for over 10 days. During this time, his seed of life talent had remained dormant, seemingly due to the ongoing growth of the previous fruit. However, this was of little consequence, as there were no suitable monsters within the spatial rift. Moreover, with his master having stationed a beast to protect him, there had been no opportunity to utilize the seed of life. Chapter 049, Ecological Kingdom. This morning, 17 practiced its golden flash as usual. It gathered its energy slightly, its body shimmering with white light, and in a burst, it dashed forward, tracing a straight line across the training ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of white lines continuously traversed the empty training area. 17 had performed this training no fewer than 10,000 times. Since it was merely a matter of refining its skills, each activation required a 2-second charge. However, after countless repetitions, this charging time had been reduced to just over a second. Suddenly, the speed of the white line's flash surged dramatically, far exceeding its previous pace. Owl. 17 pondered momentarily. Then, following its earlier sensation, began to weave through once more. With a 1-second charge, its speed escalated to 3 times its original rate. Although it could only move in a straight line and had yet to resolve the limitation of the white light flicker, this threefold speed confirmed Lin Heng's assertion regarding its mastery level. Owl. Oh. 17 arrived breathlessly before Lin Heng. Master. I, 17, have once again surpassed my skill proficiency through sheer determination. I truly possess extraordinary talent. It beamed, displaying a Samiad-like grin, eagerly seeking Lin Heng's praise. Haha, 17 is indeed exceptional. Lin Heng chuckled, producing a golden jade fruit as a reward. Each time 17 excelled or achieved a breakthrough, Lin Heng would bestow a reward, successfully molding 17's character. Having received its reward, 17 devoured the golden jade fruit and frolicked around Lin Heng in delight. Since you're here, let us learn some characters. Lin Heng suggested, retrieving a children's literacy book in preparation to teach 17. Owl. Upon seeing the book, 17 leapt into the air and dashed off to train. Clearly disinterested in learning. Human characters were far too complex for it. Learning made it feel inept, and it had torn several books in frustration. It even believed that the issue lay not with itself, but rather with humans for creating such difficult writing. Lin Heng shook his head in exasperation and rose to take a stroll with 17. In recent days, aside from meditative training with 17, he had been observing the ecological environment within the rift of the Golden Wood space. The ecosystem of monsters diverged significantly from that of typical natural environments. Both monsters and beasts radiate energy, impacting their surroundings. However, the radiation from lower-level beings is too weak to be noticeable, while higher-level entities exhibit this phenomenon distinctly. Upon reaching the Lord level, they manifest a lordly aura. Within the haloed regions, an overwhelming influx of radiation prevails, subduing ordinary creatures, transforming them into the subservient minions of their overlords. The layers frequented by Lord-level monsters exhibit a tendency to evolve towards their inherent attributes. For instance, within this spatial rift of gold and wood, the ecosystem is currently sustained by the Lord-level wood-type beast, the Thorned Demoness, alongside the Lord-level gold-type creature, the Thousand-Clawed Golden Centipede, thus establishing two distinct ecological environments. The dominion of these Lord-level beasts has transcended into a more potent primary domain, amplifying their influence. The Thorned Demoness, at its core, siphons wood-type spiritual energy, radiating a river of wood-type essence, thereby birthing subservient entities such as wood nymphs, thorned bees, wood spirit flowers, and thorn vines. Within the domain under its control, wood-type spiritual flora flourish at an accelerated pace, aided by a series of minions assisting in their growth. Similarly, the Thousand-Clawed Golden Centipede, as a Lord-level creature, possesses the ability to govern the flow of its innate spiritual energy, ensuring that all monsters born within its territory become its loyal subordinates, without jeopardizing the surrounding flora. According to Lin Heng's understanding, it is said that monsters surpassing the Lord level possess even more refined domains, capable of establishing their own ecological realms. The Thousand-Clawed Golden Centipede and the Thorned Demoness serve as the remnants of the Jin and Mu families, tasked with maintaining the balance of this rift. As for whether they are the beasts of Jin Tianhe and Mulan, he remains uncertain. The abundant spiritual energy in this area makes the spontaneous emergence of natural monsters exceedingly likely, necessitating the presence of formidable guardians to avert potential chaos. Although Lin Heng cannot approach them, mere observation on a daily basis broadens his horizons significantly. He now comprehends why the nurturing base can effortlessly cultivate corresponding microenvironments. When these beasts congregate, it resembles the formation of a clan, radiating a plethora of energy, further augmented by the deliberate arrangement of corresponding materials, facilitating the creation of the desired ecological environment. After observing the ecological dynamics for a while longer, Lin Heng experienced yet another epiphany. Establishing a suitable ecological environment is also a testament to the cultivator's skills. A robust ecosystem can sustain itself, while a deficient one necessitates human intervention at regular intervals. In this light, it appears that his tall senior sister's ecological setup is rather inadequate, as it requires him to periodically clean up after her. Shaking his head, Lin Heng strolled leisurely homeward with Qi Shi, unhurried and carefree. Lin Heng, how can you still be ambling about? Are you not aware that Duan Mingbao has just surpassed you, breaking through to the 26th level? Upon seeing Lin Heng return, Jiang Shui hurriedly approached, perplexed by his calm demeanor. Has he made it through? Did he encounter any flesh monsters? Lin Heng, feigning shock, promptly inquired about his most pressing concern. The issue lies here. Duan Mingbao did not face the circumstances you described at the 26th level. He claims there were no flesh monsters at all. That was merely your excuse for failing to progress. The leadership is unable to discern the veracity of your statements, and since they cannot control the levels, they have no means to grant you a rematch. Hence, they have ultimately decided to proceed as is. This implies that even if unforeseen events transpire in your level, you are still required to continue challenging, and should you choose not to, your final score will be calculated based on your current standing at the 25th level. Jiang Shui regarded Lin Heng with a furious expression. For this matter not only pertained to Lin Heng personally, but also impacted the resource allocation for the entirety of Lushan district. I must inquire further. Lin Heng had anticipated this outcome, and with a deliberate display of indignation, he dashed out. His master was present, and upon seeing Lin Heng's arrival, he helplessly raised his hands, stating, "There is nothing that can be done. This matter has already been settled." Even though everyone can see this as a covert scheme, the issue is that the opposing party executed it too discreetly, leaving no evidence to grasp. Without any incriminating evidence, there is nothing that can be done. Even the city lord, Jin Tianhe, cannot intervene. Both sides possess comparable strength, and there is no clear advantage. Against such underhanded tactics, without proof, one is powerless to act. Of course, if one possesses sufficient strength, evidence becomes irrelevant. If I assert that you are guilty, you are deemed guilty, and if I assert otherwise, you are still guilty. The strong wield absolute authority. Thus, the current resolution must remain as it is. Jin Tianhe's faction must silently bear the loss. I understand, master. I shall now play the part of an enraged youth and take my leave. Lin Heng nodded, preparing to depart in a fit of anger. Do not overly concern yourself with your safety. They will not escalate matters beyond this point. Should they engage in further conflict, it would likely lead to greater repercussions. And at this juncture, no one is willing to do so. My beasts will continue to protect you from the shadows. You need not worry about other matters. Rest assured, I shall assist you in avenging any grievances. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Zheng Qianquan's eyes, though this issue could not be resolved. He had already commenced retaliatory measures in other respects. What you can accomplish unnoticed, so too can he. Chapter 050, the first superclass skill. Time flew by, and before long, Lin Heng had spent 28 days within the gold and with spatial rift, with only 2 days remaining until its conclusion, at which point the results of the benefit distribution would be revealed. During this interval, others diligently strove to break through the levels, while Lin Heng remained stagnant at the 25th level. Duan Mingbao and Bai Yueyu from Baifeng District had surpassed Lin Heng, reaching the 29th level. Tian Bo from Baihe District, Zhao Haixing from Zai District, Sun Sheng from Daheng District, as well as Chang Shi and Jiang Shui from Lushan District had all ascended to the 23rd level. Other prodigies had advanced through levels ranging from 15 to 20. After a month of rigorous training, all beasts, including Lin Heng's, had attained the 10th tier of the subservient level. Much discussion surrounded Lin Heng, as many deemed his plight unfortunate, convinced that had it not been for the complications he faced, he would undoubtedly have secured first place. It is worth noting that upon his initial entry, he had already reached the 25th level. Had the difficulty been normal, he would surely have surpassed 30 levels by now. Not only would he have garnered a recommendation letter from the Beastmaster University, but he would also have procured substantial resources for Lushan District. Alas, misfortune had befallen him, leaving him empty-handed, as the recommendation letter and resources now belonged to Baifeng District. Naturally, there were those who secretly reveled in his misfortune, believing he deserved it, taking pleasure in the downfall of someone they perceived as more talented than themselves. Others outright claimed that Lin Heng lacked the strength, fabricating tales of formidable flesh monsters. The most vociferous of these were individuals from Baifeng District. Based on the current tally of prodigies level advancements, it was clear that first place belonged exclusively to Baifeng District, whose top 2 positions were held by their own, with a significant gap separating them from the others. Unless Lin Heng's level were to return to normal, such a scenario was evidently implausible. In the distribution of the 50% of resources allocated for individual rankings, Baifeng District would directly claim 20%. The remaining 30% would then be divided among the other 7 districts. Fortunately, Lin Heng's early achievement at the 25th level had secured him the second place quota. Though it was considerably less than that of the first place, he could only find solace in his misfortune. As for the overall level count, the focus lay on collective strength, with first place also belonging to Baifeng District, whose 10 prodigies collectively achieved a total of 205 levels, thus claiming 20% of the remaining 50% of resources. In second place was Lushan District, where Lin Heng resided, with a total of 197 levels, falling short by 8 levels. Everyone believed that even if Lin Heng's level were to normalize, it would still be improbable for him to catch up. Initially, Lushan District had a chance to secure the maximum resource allocation thanks to the emergence of Lin Heng as a sudden prodigy, but hope had now vanished. As for the other districts, their resources were even scarcer, but the rules remained unchanged. These were regulations set forth by the headquarters of the Beastmaster Association. Just as fate never shows mercy to the weak, often favoring the strong instead, there is no concept of equitable distribution. If you are powerful, You are entitled to the greatest share of resources. In this instance, the Baifeng district has directly secured 40% of the total resources. Its burgeoning power now an unstoppable force, causing those who had previously aligned themselves with the Lord Jin Tianhe to harbor doubts. At noon, Lin Heng, as per his routine, once again ascended the altar. To outsiders, it appeared that he was merely attempting to break through, day after day. Yet, he alone knew that he was awaiting the maturation of the seed of fate. After nearly a month of growth, this unprecedented seed had fully developed, and it was likely to reach maturity today. Upon seeing Lin Heng return to try again, Changshi approached and patted him on the shoulder, offering words of comfort. It's all right, you've done your utmost. I recognize your strength. It's undoubtedly a matter of the trial. Changshi's attitude towards Lin Heng had entirely transformed. He not only admired Lin Heng, but also passionately defended him, often vociferously lamenting the unfairness of their circumstances, exhibiting even more fervor than Lin Heng himself. Lin Heng found this unexpected shift somewhat startling. This fellow had previously held him in disdain, yet now, for reasons unknown, he was not only advocating for him, but also constantly offering reassurance, his gaze a mix of admiration and fervent zeal. Thank you, Lin Heng replied, nodding calmly. Recognizing that Changshi was indeed a passionate youth, approaching matters with a refreshing simplicity. Stop trying. Your strength is insufficient. No matter how many times you attempt it, it's futile. Our district has already secured the position, scoffed a youth clad in black from the Baifeng district. At this remark, others displayed faint smirks of derision, as Lin Heng's claims of a fleshly monstrosity remained unsubstantiated, leading many to conclude he was fabricating tales. Shut your mouth. Do you wish to fight? Changshi roared, turning in anger. Let us fight then. Do you think I fear you? Retorted the black-clad youth, unperturbed, with a cold smirk. Changshi, don't be impulsive. Lin Heng remained unfazed. The taunts of these youths bore no weight upon him. However, he did not wish for Changshi to engage in a brawl on his behalf, so he offered a word of caution. With that, he stepped into the barrier. If they desired to fight, so be it. Hot-blooded youths often acted thus, and it rarely resulted in serious consequences. Once inside, he deftly navigated to the 12th trial. In the vast crimson-hued chasm, a small tree, half a meter tall, shimmered with verdant vitality, resembling jade sculpted by skilled hands. Atop this small tree hung a fruit the size of a fist, its color a vibrant red, with a hint of green at the stem, akin to a tomato on the verge of ripening, glimmering brilliantly. Finally, it is about to mature. I hope it does not disappoint me, Lin Heng exclaimed excitedly, rubbing his hands together as he eagerly watched the last vestiges of green gradually fade away. After a full 5 hours, the final hint of green vanished entirely. A blood-red fruit, its texture reminiscent of jade, reached maturity and landed in Lin Heng's palm. Good heavens! An advanced skill fruit, devouring gold space. This is a monumental opportunity. With the skill fruit in hand, Lin Heng quickly extracted a portion of knowledge from it, comprehending the nature of the skill, which left him in a state of shock and bewilderment. He had heard of devouring gold space, an unequivocally advanced skill that allowed metal-type Beastmasters to create a unique space within themselves, endowed with numerous terrifying capabilities. The simplest among them was the ability to absorb any metal-type spiritual material with 100% efficiency, leaving no waste and rendering them immune to enemy toxins, as everything would be contained within the devouring gold space. Additionally, it could absorb others' metal-type skills and return them, as one's proficiency with the skill increased. The devouring gold space could be utilized in even more creative ways, acting as a prison or a storage space, among other applications. 17. Quickly consume it. Weave struck it rich this time. This is an advanced skill. Even Lord-level monsters may struggle to master it. Lin Heng eagerly summoned 17, anxious that any delay might result in energy loss. Wow, an advanced skill. Master is truly extraordinary, deserving of my utmost admiration. 17 was taken aback, its psyche profoundly shaken. But Lin Heng did not grant it a moment to process. He swiftly placed the skill fruit into its mouth and promptly returned it to the Beastmaster space, wishing to avoid any fleshly monstrosities interfering with its acquisition of this advanced skill. At that moment, he suddenly heard a series of cracking sounds. Looking down, he was astonished to see the ground beneath him fracturing. What on earth? Lin Heng exclaimed in shock, without giving him a moment to react. The colossal creature beneath him erupted into an endless cloud of black ash. The black ash soared into the sky, enveloping Lin Heng entirely. As was customary, when the seed of fate formed, the monster inevitably disintegrated into dust. If one were to gaze down from above at that moment, they would observe a massive dark golden serpent head vanish, The immense mountain Lin Heng had perceived was not a beast's claw, but rather a serpentine head devoid of scales. Scattered across the ground were hundreds of similar serpent heads, all lying prostrate, emanating from a singular source. They spread forth from one point, forming a series of trials. As Lin Heng utterly obliterated this dark golden serpent head, a beam of light shot forth from its origin, traversing the sky and descending upon Lin Heng amidst the black ash. What is happening? Just as Lin Heng's words fell, a torrent of memories unfurled within his mind. In those memories, from countless years prior, a colossal monster spanning thousands of meters spread across the ground, resembling an enormous vine. Yet, every vine culminated in a dark golden serpent head, adorned with impenetrable golden skin and possessing the characteristics of plant vines, capable of growing, thickening, and elongating at will. Through these memories, Lin Heng discerned the creature's name, the 10,000 Woods golden serpent vine. It was a being far more terrifying than a lord-level monster. For within a radius of hundreds of kilometers, it had established the 10,000 Woods golden serpent ecological realm. This was no ordinary domain. It had birthed laws of the realm. Within this realm, metal flowed through the skies like rivers, while the ground was adorned with dense iron-skinned trees. Surrounded by toxic green rivers, teeming with evolved minions like golden-skinned serpents, iron tree demons, blood serpents, and diamond beetles. There were also individuals enslaved, numbly kneeling before the 10,000 Woods golden serpent vine, while numerous lord-level and monarch-level monsters were consumed as sustenance. One day, the 10,000 Woods golden serpent vine arrived at a unique area, unleashing unimaginable power to tear open a spatial rift and delve within. Upon entering, it traversed to the deepest part of the rift, obliterating everything in its path, transforming it into the 10,000 Woods golden serpent ecological realm. However, it remained indifferent. Directly assaulting the deepest part of the rift, where thousands of serpent vines perished in the onslaught, their blood soaking the earth, some coalescing into metallic mines, while others transformed into toxic green ponds. After expending tremendous effort, it finally breached the deepest part of the spatial rift, revealing an utterly dark void. Within this void loomed an enormous, boundless dark red beast. Even with its massive kilometer-long form, it could not perceive the entirety of this creature, which must have spanned at least tens of thousands of meters. This creature emanated an aura that was terrifyingly bizarre and indescribable, adorned with countless black tubes that extended into the void, vanishing from sight. It appeared to possess many heads, dragon heads, tiger heads, avian heads, and human faces, alongside writhing masses of flesh, seemingly forming new heads. It was bound by innumerable colorful chains, ensnared in a state of immovable slumber, completely unaware of the 10,000 Woods golden serpent vine's presence. Yet, even in its slumber, the mere aura it emitted obliterated thousands of the serpent vines, causing the ecological realm to collapse entirely. Subsequently, a number of skinless, fleshly monstrosities erupted from the colossal dark red beast, hurtling towards the 10,000 Woods golden serpent vine. These grotesque flesh and blood monstrosities appear to be parasitic entities residing upon that colossal beast, yet they prove impervious to death by any means. Even when cleaved, they possess an uncanny ability to heal, and only total annihilation can halt their relentless existence. In a fleeting moment, the formidable defenses of the Wanmu golden snake vine were riddled with countless sanguine orifices, leading to the disappearance of vast amounts of flesh and blood. Ultimately, Wanmu golden snake unleashed its most potent ability, consuming these flesh and blood abominations into the devouring gold space, thereafter succumbing to a peculiar slumber, emanating an eerie and terrifying aura capable of tainting all in its vicinity. It seemed to possess an understanding of the nature of that immense crimson monster, and sought to evolve by harnessing its essence. However, as it fell into its slumber, an individual clad in a cerulean Taoist robe materialized from the void behind the massive crimson creature. He regarded Wanmu golden snake with a disdainful smirk, as though observing a foolhardy entity. Subsequently, he raised his hand to summon an ancient sword that flew autonomously, swiftly claiming the life of Wanmu golden snake and establishing a sealing barrier in the wake of its demise. At this point, the recollection concluded, and while Lin Heng remained ensnared in astonishment, he suddenly sensed an inexplicable, terrifying, and ineffable presence manifest within his beast-taming space. What is happening? Lin Heng's consciousness delved into the beast-taming space, where he discovered a wisp of dark crimson, serpentine energy emerging, voraciously consuming his mental strength and rapidly growing in power. Under this oppressive energy, 17 was pinned to the ground, unable to move, while the silkworm pup had succumbed to unconsciousness. Even Lin Heng himself felt immobilized and unable to resist, as this aura seemed to be imbued with an incomprehensible and exalted principle, rendering him a mere mortal, utterly unqualified to contest it. Just as Lin Heng felt his mental energy waning to the brink of depletion, his life seed emerged, radiating a similarly inscrutable yet grander aura. After a protracted struggle, the dark crimson serpentine energy was mercilessly engulfed by the life seed, which subsequently bore additional intricate patterns. Lin Heng finally regained the ability to move freely, and 17 and the silkworm pup were no longer restrained, though they remained in a stupor. Was this aura emanating from the Wanmu golden snake or from the monstrous creature beyond the spatial rift? Lin Heng pondered, realizing that this memory revealed a world teeming with secrets beyond his comprehension. The existence of monsters lurking behind the spatial rift seemed unbelievable. If he were to disclose this, who would truly believe him? Moreover, the man in the cerulean robe appeared to be connected to that crimson creature, referring to it as a being of a certain caliber. The more he contemplated, the more chaotic his thoughts became, leaving Lin Heng bewildered as to why he had been granted this memory. The dark crimson serpentine energy seemingly linked to Wanmu golden snake hinted that it sought to consume him. Additionally, the origins of those flesh and blood monstrosities were far more formidable than he had initially perceived. They arose from the horrific entities lurking behind the spatial rift. Yet, why were they not as fearsome when confronting 17? Was it possible that they were merely inferior remnants evolved from the Wanmu golden snake that had devoured those primal flesh and blood creatures? Lin Heng surmised this to be the case. For the entities that had emerged from the spatial rift exuded a divine aura, sacred and eerie, vast as that of deities, rendering mere mortals incapable of moving, evoking an instinctive desire to kneel and worship. If they were indeed the original flesh and blood creatures, 17 would stand no chance of resistance. Enough of this. Lin Heng shook his head, acknowledging that while he struggled to unravel these complexities, he understood one fundamental truth. Lacking the strength to grasp significant secrets would only lead to his demise. This memory must remain confined within his mind, and he resolutely vowed never to speak of it or delve into such matters until he possessed the requisite strength. If such a terrifying entity as Wanmu Golden Snake had met its end, he would be no exception. 17. You must not divulge anything about what transpired today. Do you understand? Lin Heng said, gazing at 17. Although it had not acquired the memory, revealing such bizarre occurrences would undoubtedly spell trouble. Oh woo. 17 vigorously shook its head, affirming its silence, recognizing the terror of the world and the overwhelming presence that could render it immobile with a mere wisp of its aura. Chapter 052. A New Path to Choose. Have you mastered the devouring gold space? Lin Heng inquired, clearly recognizing that this ability was among the fundamental skills of Wanmu Golden Snake, its terror self-evident, capable of directly devouring those flesh and blood monstrosities and forcibly initiating evolution. Oh woo. I have learned it, master. A small golden space has manifested within me, seemingly birthed from that fruit, 17 replied, nodding in astonishment at the advanced skill, though still grappling with its implications, given that its form had been altered by this ability. Oddly, the proficiency of this advanced skill, the devouring gold space, appeared to be only at a rudimentary level, yet from Wanmu Golden Snake's usage, it was evident that it had been fully developed. Perhaps it was due to the passage of time, or perhaps there was an issue with its remains. Or it could be that the life seed's innate talent was still too weak. Lin Heng pondered, recalling that previous life seed abilities had consumed the entirety of a monster's corpse, whereas this time, it had merely drained a portion of Wanmu Golden Snake's golden serpent head, indicating that not all of its body had been utilized, hence the lower skill proficiency. Although Lin Heng was now cloaked in ash and grime, the mists had dissipated, granting him a clearer view. In the distance, he could see numerous golden serpent heads lying like a mountainous range. Lin Heng began to comprehend why the challenge required destruction. It was intended for them to obliterate the remains of Wanmu Golden Snake. Yet, why did that man in the cerulean robe not destroy it himself? Unable to fathom the reasoning, Lin Heng chose to set aside the thought. Shaking off the dust, he released 17. Oh woo? Master, what shall we do now? Are we no longer afraid of those monsters? 17 asked. Its curiosity piqued as it observed the transformed environment and was struck with profound astonishment upon seeing the immense creature in the distance. There's no need to worry, for now. We should seek out an untouched golden serpent head and test our strength. Lin Heng replied, shaking his head. Oh woo. Continuing onward, Lin Heng discovered that although Wanmu Golden Snake had perished, its power radiated outwards, creating a unique ecological environment that not only evolved monsters of gold and wood attributes, but also those of the undead, spectral, and various other bizarre flesh and blood creatures. However, it was significantly diminished compared to the grand ecosystem of Wanmu golden snake he had once witnessed. It had weakened considerably. Yet even in its current state, it remained far beyond what Lin Heng could recklessly provoke. After traversing for half an hour and evading various creatures along the way, they finally approached a golden serpent head, shrouded in mist and obscured from view. Upon confirming that no one was present, Lin Heng stepped forward, and the mist quickly dispersed, revealing a metallic skeleton that lunged toward him. Indeed, it is possible. Let us proceed. Lin Heng smiled, addressing 17. Awu. Witnessing such a feeble creature, 17's expression brightened. It had been terrified moments ago, but was now eager to unleash its pent-up energy. With a flurry of claws, 17 swiftly reduced the metallic skeleton to several pieces. Do not merely vent your frustrations. Attempt to utilize the advanced skill, the Devouring Gold Space. Lin Heng advised 17. In truth, the Devouring Gold Space was remarkably suited for 17, unlike other advanced gold-based skills, which might have been beyond its capacity due to the immense spiritual energy required and the need for principles to be engaged. The Devouring Gold Space could be employed regardless of level, albeit with varying degrees of power, since it had already created a Devouring Gold Space within its beast-taming form. 17 merely needed to invoke and amplify it. This was another aspect that intrigued Lin Heng, as he had never before encountered such a skill. Certainly, the transcendent skills are realms beyond his comprehension, and it is entirely understandable that he remains oblivious to them. Oh well. 17 nodded, indicating his understanding, and proceeded to employ the Devouring Gold Space against the metallic skeleton, intending to consume it. However, given that the Devouring Gold Space is indeed a transcendent skill, it took 17 over 100 attempts to achieve success, even without any distractions. Upon succeeding, a brilliant white light emanated from his mouth, forming a golden vortex that engulfed the metallic skeleton. At the novice level, such skills must be consciously activated. However, at the proficient level, it would suffice to simply chew and swallow the food. By then, the Devouring Gold Space inside his stomach would have integrated with his digestive system, allowing for effortless control over its activation or deactivation, eliminating the need for such cumbersome procedures. Having succeeded, let us press on, Lin Heng remarked, as his proficiency increased. The utilization of the Devouring Gold Space could become quite inventive. For instance, the simplest form of storage merely requires 17 to control the Devouring Gold Space to refrain from actively digesting the consumed items. Yet 17's current proficiency does not allow for such control, as the internal mechanisms of the Devouring Gold Space operate autonomously. A month ago, they could easily conquer the 25th level, and the present journey was no different, proceeding smoothly. During their advancement, their pace was unhurried, as 17 tirelessly practiced the transcendent skill of the Devouring Gold Space. All consumable metallic substances were absorbed into the Devouring Gold Space. This nascent space was still unstable and required copious amounts of metallic materials to solidify its existence. With the advent of this Devouring Gold Space, 17 no longer had to worry about the perils of poisoning from indiscriminate consumption, as the majority of toxins could be rendered harmless unless they were of the exceedingly potent variety capable of annihilating the very fabric of existence. For example, at this moment, the peculiar aura that once attracted flesh-eating monsters had vanished, as the Devouring Gold Space assured complete digestion of any entity. Moreover, as 17 matures, the Devouring Gold Space would continue to evolve, ultimately allowing for the consumption of anything and everything. Outside, it was already late afternoon. The youths were bustling in and out of the altar, making final attempts, hoping to achieve breakthroughs in these last 2 days. No one noticed the extraordinary events Lin Heng had just experienced within the barrier. On the luminous screen, his 25 stars continued to shine brightly. It was only as the sun began to descend that the crowds dispersed, and Lin Heng emerged from the barrier, having once again shattered the confines of the 25th level. With his current strength, advancing to the 40th or 50th level posed no challenge, yet he refrained from doing so. One reason was that today was not the final day. The competition would conclude at noon tomorrow, and attempting further breakthroughs the following morning would yield a definitive outcome. Venturing forth now would merely afford the Vice City Lord and his associates time to react. Who could predict the lengths they might go to for their interests? Furthermore, a sudden attempt at a breakthrough would surely raise eyebrows. After all, how could he have transitioned from being unable to advance to suddenly succeeding? Such a drastic change would undoubtedly invite suspicion. Currently, 17 could not afford to be subjected to any examinations if the Devouring Gold Space within him were discovered. It would be an extraordinary transcendent skill that even a Lord-class Beastmaster might not possess. Yet here was a mere servant-level creature wielding such power. An investigation would be inevitable. That evening, his master would deliver a level 3 purification fruit, reputed to cleanse all auras, providing him an opportunity to initiate his next breakthrough. Thus, having reached the 25th level, he exited, maintaining his composure and carefully weighing the implications of his substantial gains. Chapter 053, The Greatest Victor. Before long, dawn broke on the second day. The youths rose early, preparing for one last attempt during the remaining half-day, eager to see if they could once again breach the barriers. The competition would conclude at noon, precisely at 12 o'clock. By 8 o'clock, Lin Heng had already entered the barrier. Initially, no one paid him any heed, assuming he was merely following his usual routine. However, it wasn't long before a new star illuminated the sky, prompting someone to exclaim in shock, "Look, Lin Heng has broken through to the 26th level." A voice called out, and suddenly, silence enveloped the crowd. "Haha, I knew Lin Heng could do it. This time the first place belongs to us in Lushan District," Changshu declared, his fists clenched in triumph. "I'll inform Grandpa Zheng." Jiang Shui's face lit up with joy as she turned to notify Zheng Qianquan. "Good heavens! A change is upon us." Others gasped in astonishment, realizing Lin Heng had finally transcended his limitations, regardless of the reason. It was clear that a substantial upheaval was imminent in this competition for resources. Lushan District, where Lin Heng resided, had initially ranked second in both categories, closely trailing Baifeng District. Now that Lin Heng had shattered his restraints, he would become the pivotal factor in determining the outcome. No one doubted Lin Heng's capabilities. Reaching the 25th level from the outset was the best testament to his strength. The only curiosity remained: how far could he ascend now? Some from other districts relished the unfolding drama, eagerly preparing to witness the spectacle, while those from Baifeng District wore grim expressions, cloaked in foreboding. "Haha, the purification fruit has finally taken effect. I wonder who can now stand in Lin Heng's way." Zheng Qianquan's thunderous laughter echoed, as he descended onto the altar atop his formidable beast, the Ghost Hand Fire Dragon, emanating an aura of terror. Soon after, the presidents of the Beastmaster associations from other districts arrived, riding their own Lord-class beasts, the oppressive atmosphere rendering the youths at the altar breathless. City Lord Jin Tianhe and Vice City Lord Mulan also made their appearances, yet their expressions were starkly contrasting. One radiated sunshine, while the other was shrouded in storm clouds. In the distance, Duan Feng, the president of the Baifeng District Beastmaster Association, wore a similar expression of disbelief. No one had anticipated such a dramatic turn of events with only 4 hours remaining until the conclusion. It felt as though one had secured an unparalleled beauty, prepared for marriage, only to have it revealed as a mere dream, vanishing into nothingness. "Haha, let us see who can employ any underhanded tactics now." Zheng Qianquan laughed heartily, boldly taunting Vice City Lord Mulan and Duan Feng. "Humph, it's merely a single breakthrough, and there are just over 3 hours left." Duan Feng retorted with a faint smirk. Mulan gazed at the luminous screen, her previously lovely visage now contorted with an ominous pallor, struggling to comprehend how Zheng Qianquan and his cohort had unraveled their strategies. It could not possibly have been the purification fruit. It was likely they had already deciphered the method but had merely withheld its execution until now, catching them off guard. Although time was dwindling, I believe Lin Heng's chances of surpassing are not entirely bleak. "Just watch," City Lord Jin Tianhe remarked with a smile. The expressions of other district leaders varied, but none dared to confront Zheng Qianquan directly, opting instead for a more cautious approach. After all, even if Vice City Lord Mulan's faction were to lose, they would still secure second place and acquire significant resources, which did not concern those ranked 3rd to 8th. These astute individuals wisely refrained from wading into murky waters. Perhaps, should the situation shift, they may even ally with Vice City Lord Mulan, as there was no significant conflict between them and Duan Feng. What astounding speed! He has already breached the 27th level in under 10 minutes. Gasps erupted from the crowd, astonished at Lin Heng's rapid progression. Duan Mingbao's expression shifted dramatically, gritting his teeth as he charged into the barrier. Others from Baifeng District followed suit, preparing for one last struggle. "Let us also enter and give it a try." Jiang Shui, Changshu, and others from Lushan District joined them, as a wave of participants flowed into the barrier for their final attempts. Time passed slowly. While the progress of others stagnated, Lin Heng's level continued to rise steadily. In just over 10 minutes per level, steady as a seasoned veteran, he had surpassed 30 levels in a little over an hour, eclipsing Duan Mingbao to claim the title of personal champion. With a resounding crash, Duan Feng shattered the tiles beneath his feet, his countenance dark enough to draw tears. Ordinarily, such resources would not hold much significance. This time they were allocated based on the National Expansion Initiative. Not only did these resources facilitate the training of the younger generation of Beastmasters, but they also catered to the needs of established powerhouses like himself. Among these, the most vital were rare resources aimed at enhancing mental fortitude. Additionally, with these assets, he could elevate himself to an epic-level Beastmaster and promote a Lord-level beast to the status. He could ascend to the ranks of an epic Beastmaster and elevate a Lord-level beast to the status of a monarch. Yet now, all of this was slipping away from him. The most infuriating aspect was not the loss itself, but the fact that it was almost within his grasp, only to be snatched away by another. This nearly shattered his resolve. Crushing the tiles was merely a demonstration of his profound composure. Ha ha ha, good disciple, good disciple. And despite their efforts, they could not break through. In stark contrast, Lin Heng surged forward, astonishing all as he effortlessly advanced to the 31st level. Heavens! Even repeated attempts yielded no breakthroughs. In stark contrast, Lin Heng surged forward, his momentum unstoppable, advancing to 30 levels amidst their astonishment. Heavens! As fellow apprentice Beastmasters, with their beasts at the servant level, they had struggled significantly from the 20th level onward. How is it that Lin Heng managed to breeze through 30 levels with such ease? A heavy silence fell upon many, as they lamented the vast gulf between individuals. Why was Lin Heng able to navigate the 30 levels with such ease? Many fell into silence, reflecting on the vast chasm that sometimes separates individuals, greater than that between man and dog. At 11:30, Lin Heng breached 34 levels, bringing the total number of checkpoints in the Liaoshenyu region to 206, surpassing the 205 of the Baifeng region, securing first place in the overall strength assessment, thus extinguishing the hopes of Duan Feng and Deputy City Lord Mulan. As he stepped out, the gaze of 10 prominent figures converged upon him, extinguishing any hopes Duan Feng and Deputy City Lord Mulan had harbored. As he stepped out, the gazes of 10 prominent figures converged upon him, taking in the sight of the young man clad in casual black attire, his striking features and distinguished demeanor radiating confidence. Lin Heng's resplendent brown eyes gazed into the distance. Resolute and unflinching, Deputy City Lord Mulan regarded Lin Heng, a shadow of a cold smile gracing his lips as he enunciated, "Good, good, good, Zheng Qinquan. You have indeed taken on an exceptional disciple. Lin Heng, is it? I am Duan Feng, remember this name." While Duan Feng wore a smile, having contemplated the option of merely achieving personal superiority, having considered the option of merely breaking the personal record while allowing the overall first place to remain with Baifeng to mitigate conflict, they would perceive it as a testament to their own abilities and harbor even greater resentment towards him for encroaching upon their interests. Thus, once enemies, they perceive it as a testament to their own abilities and harbor even greater resentment towards the one who has usurped their interests. Therefore, having offended, he resolved to show no mercy. The title of first place was his for the taking. Of course, he is my disciple. Let us tally the final standings based on the current results. No objections, I trust? Jean Tianhe's laughter resonated. Naturally, no one. Let us proceed to tally the final rankings based on the current results. I trust no one has any objections? Jean Tianhe's laughter echoed through the room. Naturally, no one dared to voice dissent, for that would mean opposing all. Soon, the results were compiled, and the distribution of benefits was delineated according to prior agreements, culminating in an official document bearing the signatures and spiritual seals of the presidents of the 8 regional Beastmaster associations, including the 2 city lords. Thus, no amount of resources could rival the value of an extraordinary skill. He cast a glance back at the barrier, noting the remains of the golden snake vine. For no amount of resources could rival the value of an extraordinary skill. He glanced back at the barrier, the corpse of the Wanmu Jinshi vine still present. He pondered whether a colossal, godlike crimson creature lay beyond the spatial rift, promising to return when his strength was sufficient to explore further. With this venture concluded, and it was high time for a racial advancement. Lin Heng, once you become a professional Beastmaster, remember to come seek me for a recommendation letter. Jean Tianhe called out with a smile, as Lin Heng followed Zheng Qinquan out. Thank you, senior. I will certainly do so, Lin Heng replied, returning the gesture with a bow. Chapter 054. The Recommendation of the Gaming Enthusiast's Father. Upon exit, Lin Heng replied with a respectful clasp of his hands. Chapter 054. Recommendation from the Dedicated Father. Exiting the Jinmu spatial rift, Lin Heng and the others soared towards Liaoshenyu on their 4-winged Thunderbird. All the youths wore radiant smiles, their gazes toward Lin Heng filled with admiration, even tinged with a hint of reverence. Lin Heng surveyed the landscape beneath them, his eyes fixated on the distant horizon. The secrets of this world were manifold, her eyes glimmering with curiosity as she admired his handsome profile. Indeed, is there still strength left within him? Murmurs filled the air, for he had emerged with, "Oh, this is certainly my limit." Lin Heng shrugged nonchalantly. Upon hearing his words, the group collectively exhaled in relief, yet remained somewhat skeptical. He had exited without a single scratch. "Oh, of course, that is my limit." Lin Heng shrugged, a casual smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, the others exhaled in relief, though some remained skeptical. Once they returned to Liashenyu, it was anticipated that they would each possess a commanding-level beast. Perhaps they would even officially become professional Beastmasters during the January assessment. At that time, they could explore the outskirts of the city together or attend the same Beastmaster University. Regardless, let us exchange contact information so we can stay connected, Chang Shi suggested with a grin, directing his gaze towards Lin Heng. In truth, the others already had each other's contact details. This was primarily directed at Lin Heng. The month-long competition and battles within the spatial rift had significantly fostered the growth of these youths, particularly with participants from other districts present. The months spent competing and battling within the spatial rift had fostered significant growth among these youths, especially with the presence of competitors from other regions, uniting them against a common foe. Previous minor grievances had been momentarily set aside. Upon returning to the Liashenyu Beastmaster Association, there was no public announcement. Matters of resource distribution were kept discreet. In the office, Zheng Qianquan addressed everyone with a smile. "Our achievement of first place is owed to each and every one of you. Now, go home and rest. I assure you all will receive satisfactory rewards." Everyone nodded in agreement, knowing they had secured a substantial number of resources for the region as the 10 strongest talents of Liashenyu. Rewards were undoubtedly forthcoming. Once the others had departed, Zheng Qianquan turned to Lin Heng, stating, "Originally, I intended to grant you a recommendation letter for Beastmaster University as your reward. The association will prepare a mid-grade beast with the attributes you desire. What do you think? I have yet to decide on the second beast I wish for now. The association will prepare a mid-tier beast of your desired attributes. What do you think? I haven't yet decided what I want for my second beast, for now. I wish to focus on cultivating the 17th. I prefer to exchange the reward for something else, though I am not yet certain what that may be," Lin Heng replied, "as managing too many beasts early on would be overly challenging. That is acceptable. Just let me know once you've made your decision." "That is acceptable. Just let me know when you have made your decision, and there will be no issues with the Breeder Association." Zheng Qianquan nodded, refraining from impeding Lin Heng's choice. There was another matter. The association ought to prepare to cultivate a cohort of beast tamers vigorously. I wish to recommend an individual. Though his strength is not formidable, he possesses 4 skills of the transformation realm, and with proper guidance, his power will undoubtedly surpass the ordinary. Lin Heng further mentioned his father, the Liver Emperor, as a candidate. He believed that his father's prowess, coupled with their familial connection, would not be dismissed by his master. For transformation skills? Who might that be? Upon hearing this, Zheng Qianquan was taken aback. His own initial beast, the Ghost Hand Fire Dragon, had only a single transformation skill. "It is my father. He was injured during a wilderness expedition 7 years ago." Lin Heng briefly introduced his father. Previously, his father had been a lowly commoner beast tamer. Naturally failing to attract the attention of someone as eminent as Zheng Qianquan. "You have a remarkable father. Such perseverance is exceedingly rare. Rest assured, I shall have Lu Fei conduct an examination. The issue of the bloodline collapse skill is not insurmountable. Someone of his caliber is certainly worth cultivating." Initially skeptical of Lin Heng's assertion regarding his father, Zheng Qianquan's attitude shifted entirely upon hearing the story. He surmised that Lin Heng's diligent character was closely intertwined with his father's influence. Furthermore, a person like Lin Yu was undoubtedly worthy of investment. With over 20 years of unwavering dedication, his resolve had been honed to clarity, and given a slight opportunity, he would surely soar to great heights. The assistance provided now would yield substantial benefits in the future, potentially securing a formidable ally. "Thank you, Master." Lin Heng nodded gratefully. Although he could address the issue of his father's beast, the stone-skin ape, on his own, recommending him to his master was undoubtedly a more advantageous choice, as official backing would afford him greater support. Once his father, the Liver Emperor, matured, it would also bring numerous benefits to him. Little did Lin Heng anticipate that his actions today would one day give rise to an astonishing figure. After concluding his conversation with his master, Lin Heng exited the hall to collect the 10 primary materials that the association had gathered for the evolution of 17 races. As Zheng Qianquan's disciple, the materials he required had been assembled 2 weeks prior, all of the finest quality. However, before the evolution of the 17 races, he needed to first break through to become a professional beast tamer, birthing a new beast seed. This was imperative, as a beast's level could not exceed that of its tamer, a limitation imposed by the laws of the contract. For the 17 to ascend to the commander level, not only must its own power be sufficient, but Lin Heng must also first achieve professional status. Otherwise, the evolution could fail, leading to a chain reaction that might result in its racial evolution failing. Nevertheless, after a month of meditation, Lin Heng's mental fortitude was nearing its peak. He could now clearly perceive the flow of spiritual energy within his field of vision, and a breakthrough was imminent. After organizing his belongings, he hailed a cab to return home. At home, knowing Lin Heng was returning today, his parents had taken the day off work to await his arrival. As soon as Lin Heng's figure appeared outside the training ground, his mother, Bai Mei, was the first to approach, grasping Lin Heng's hand and scanning the area with concern. Xiaoheng, you're finally back. Nothing untoward happened in the past month, right? Of course not. Look at him. He seems perfectly fine. His father, Lin Yu, chimed in with a smile, his eyes reflecting pride at the sight of Lin Heng. Everything is fine. I wasn't off on an adventure. Lin Heng replied with a smile, unlike other youths who often resented their mother's concern. That's a relief. Let us head home. Dinner is all prepared. We can talk while we eat, his mother, Bai Mei, said gently. Chapter 055. All preparations complete. Upon returning home, Bai Mei went to prepare dinner while Lin Heng carried the materials upstairs before returning to the first floor. His father, Lin Yu, had sliced some chilled watermelon, which he handed to Lin Heng as he descended. After enjoying the fruit, Lin Heng joined his father in helping his mother gather vegetables, allowing her to overhear their conversation. Was everything smooth this time? Lin Yu asked with a smile as he picked vegetables. It was relatively smooth, Lin Heng nodded in response. The expedition into the Goldenwood space had been fraught with incidents. While he could not divulge anything regarding the life seed, he shared everything else. His parents were astonished to learn that Lin Heng had helped Lu Mountain District achieve first place with an unparalleled display of strength, leaving them momentarily speechless at how formidable he had become. A wave of pride washed over Lin Yu as he laughed heartily. I can hardly believe my son is so capable, besting other prodigies from different districts. However, upon hearing about the treachery from Deputy City Lord Mulan and the extent to which they had offended him, both parents grew anxious. Though it was unavoidable. You did well. Choices must be made, and not assisting Lu Mountain District could have led to worse consequences. Regrettably, I am too weak to be your pillar of support. Lin Yu sighed, acknowledging that even with all the skills of the stone-skinned ape elevated to the transformation level, he could not contend with someone of Deputy City Lord Mulan's caliber. Even a slightly stronger professional beast tamer would pose a challenge for him. Let them take offense. For now, they cannot retaliate against Lu Mountain District. Son, hasten to become a professional beast tamer, obtain your recommendation letter, and enroll in Beast Tamer University. Once you are far from here, you will be safe, Bai Mei said, her face tinged with worry. The grudges held by epic-level beast tamers were no trifling matter. She hoped Lin Heng would leave Jinmu City soon. You need not worry. For the time being, I am safe. Epic-level beast tamers cannot feel free to strike at us juniors. If they dare, others will treat their kin similarly. Lin Heng reassured his parents with a smile. Moreover, I will likely leave next year. There is nothing to fret about. He mentioned such matters primarily to alert his parents, advising them to avoid hazardous locations to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. Additionally, I have recommended my father to my master. With the substantial resources won from this victory, resolving the issue of the stone-skinned ape's bloodline collapse should not pose a challenge. Father, mother, you may also rise with this favorable wind, as resources will be inclined towards you due to my influence, Lin Heng added with a smile. In truth, while he had secured a significant amount of resources for Lu Mountain District, the rewards he could claim were modest. Thus, he sought to divert some resources to aid his parents. Even his master would not refuse such a request. If even this modest desire could not be met, what hope could there be for loyalty towards Lu Mountain District? In fact, the association itself would naturally take such actions. Do not speak of fairness. If everything were fair, it would be the greatest injustice of all, especially in this world where individual strength reigns supreme. Upon hearing this, his parents felt a mix of gratitude and shame. They had not contributed much to Lin Heng's growth, yet now they found themselves receiving assistance from their son. You truly are a wonderful son. I shan't indulge in sentimental words. But if the issue with the stone skin ape can be resolved, I will exert every effort to enhance my strength. I aspire to become your support, ensuring that no one dares to bully you in Jinmu City or elsewhere, Lin Yu declared earnestly. Having never truly abandoned the path of a beast tamer. Previously, he had only refrained from pursuing this path to gather funds for Lin Heng's initiation as a beast tamer and to procure spiritual materials to maintain the stone skin ape's level. In the days following Lin Heng's ascension to beast tamer, Lin Yu had been doubling his efforts to earn money, seeking an opportunity to thoroughly heal the stone skin ape and reattempt the path of a beast tamer. Little did he expect that his son, Lin Heng, would present him with such an opportunity, prompting him to resolve to seize it and strive anew for his life's aspirations. Even with merely a single beast, one can still ascend to become a formidable Beastmaster. Observing Lin Yu's demeanor, his mother, Bai Mei, felt a slight moisture at the corners of her eyes. She was acutely aware that her husband had never relinquished his aspirations of becoming a Beastmaster, albeit he had been delayed for far too long. 7 years ago, an unforeseen injury, compounded by the need to raise funds for Lin Heng, had thwarted his chances of amassing sufficient resources to fully heal the stone-hide ape. Now, he finally had the opportunity to pursue his dreams once more, and she resolved to resume her role as his healing practitioner, just as before. I firmly believe. Lin Heng nodded vigorously, harboring immense admiration for his father's unwavering dedication over the past decade. The most arduous endeavor in this world is to persist steadfastly in a single pursuit, maintaining one's original intent over countless years. Haha, let us dine. Son, let us raise a glass. Lin Yu chuckled heartily upon seeing the gazes of his wife and son, his heart brimming with joy, for he discerned no hint of disdain or disbelief in their eyes. His wife, Bai Mei, continued to support him unwaveringly, and his son regarded him with profound respect, filling him with an overwhelming sense of pride. With the backing of his family and newfound resources, he was determined to carve out a name for himself once more. The trio indulged in a modest drink, and after their meal, they frolicked with their beasts in the courtyard. Lin Yu discovered that Lin Heng had taken a liking to fishing and had excavated a pond in the training ground to nurture some fish. That night, Lin Heng, who rarely dreamt, found himself in a dream where the sacred yet eerie creature, seemingly the source of all existence, reappeared. It was unshackled and hovered in the sky, grander than the sun itself. It emanated an aura towards Lin Heng, proclaiming itself as the deity of all things, assuring him that by merely believing, he could obtain boundless power and effortlessly ascend to greatness. Under the influence of this overwhelming aura, Lin Heng found himself devoid of choice, as if his mind were being reshaped by this inexplicable essence, compelling him to kneel in reverence. However, just at that critical moment, he jolted awake, drenched in perspiration, realizing that an ominous crimson aura had inexplicably re-emerged within his beast space. The source of his awakening was his innate talent, which was now voraciously absorbing this malevolent aura. In comparison to the previous serpentine essence, this new aura was smaller, yet infinitely more terrifying and tenacious, fiercely resisting the absorption. 17 and the silkworm baby had succumbed to slumber, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events. Is it truly possible to absorb power merely by glimpsing it in memory? Lin Heng pondered in alarm. This was profoundly unsettling. He had not even beheld the creature's true form, yet it possessed such capabilities to influence him while still unsealed and slumbering. Truly a godlike ability. Were it not for his innate talent, he would undoubtedly have become its devotee and servant. He dared not succumb to sleep again and promptly began to meditate. The following day, his father was taken away by members of the association. After an examination by the president of the Breeder Association, Lu Fei, it was confirmed that although the stone-hide ape had endured the torment of bloodline collapse, it had simultaneously refined its bloodline to an extraordinarily pure state. With the aid of some high-grade materials and the special assistance of other beasts, its injuries could be healed, restoring its potential. Furthermore, Lin Yu's condition could also be gradually mended with the aid of some unique spiritual materials and the restorative power of the healed stone-hide ape. However, the loss of the beast was irrevocable, a matter beyond remedy. Lin Heng was not surprised by the news. He had gleaned from prior experience that this was not an insurmountable issue, merely one that required substantial financial resources. For the time being, the Breeder Association would cover the costs, with Lin Yu expected to undertake certain tasks to repay the association once he recovered. Meanwhile, Lin Heng immersed himself in rigorous training, dedicating the majority of his days to meditation, alongside training 17 to stabilize its condition. In the initial month, the ominous crimson creature frequently invaded his dreams, attempting to spread its influence and ensnare him as a servant. yet each time it was thwarted and consumed by his innate talent. Eventually, it ceased to appear, seemingly vanishing without a trace. With the absence of this eerie entity, Lin Heng's life returned to tranquility as he continued his arduous training. He had already commissioned his senior sister, Chen Yulan, to procure the materials necessary for evolving into a purple lightning sword-tail ferret. Everything was in place, awaiting his breakthrough to initiate 17th's evolutionary transformation and level ascension. However, to his astonishment, even this final breakthrough took him a full 2 months to accomplish. It was not until late November that he finally completed it. Chapter 056. The Evolution Begins. As Lin Heng completed the final cycle of the Chaoyang Qing Song meditation technique in his mind, his mental prowess underwent a qualitative transformation. Within the beast space, formless essences converged, forming 2 pearly whirlpools that rapidly spun, coalescing into 2 white beast seeds within a mere 3 minutes. Is the emergence of these 2 beast seeds due to my soul and body originating from different realms? Lin Heng mused, sensing the changes in his beast space. With the formation of the new beast seeds, his beast space began to expand, its area increasing from the original 100 square meters to over 500. The entire space resembled a hemisphere with half of it removed, spanning a diameter of 13 meters and a volume exceeding 2,500 cubic meters. The spherical beast space was enveloped in a flowing membrane of water, emanating a soft white glow. Besides the newly birthed beast seeds, Lin Heng also felt a distinct enhancement in his 2 innate talents. The healing and fate talent had both been augmented, though the specific effects would require experimentation to fully comprehend. Finally, I have broken through. It was indeed a formidable challenge. Lin Heng exhaled deeply, contemplating that had he not succeeded in this breakthrough, he would have requested his master to exchange his unclaimed rewards for soul stones. Thankfully, he managed to achieve it through his own efforts. Over the past 2 months, he had devoted most of his time to meditation, practicing for over 6 hours daily, and aside from training 17, he had assisted his senior sister, Chen Yulan, and learned about the intricacies of breeding. Shaking his head, he rose to assess his current state. The most immediate impact of his mental breakthrough was a significant acceleration in his cognitive processes, rendering his thoughts remarkably agile. In terms of perception, he could discern the slightest disturbance of an ant 100 meters away and detect any fluctuations of spiritual energy within his field of vision, even in absolute darkness. Furthermore, his enhanced eyesight gave him a sense that the world had subtly altered, though he could not quite pinpoint the exact changes. 17. It is time for your evolution and breakthrough. Lin Heng called out with a smile at 17, who was now significantly larger than a large dog. Upon hearing his words, 17's face lit up with joy as it dashed over, moving with the speed and grace of a spirit. Fantastic. 17 has awaited this moment for so long, yearning for evolution and breakthrough, to become an even stronger being, to savor the delectable foods it could not previously manage, is now within reach. 17 leaped into Lin Heng's embrace, rubbing its face against his chest, transmitting waves of excitement to him. Haha, we shall undoubtedly succeed. Lin Heng laughed as he affectionately ruffled 17's head, noting that it was no longer the tiny sword-tailed ferret but had grown sufficiently to carry him on its back. Yet, its personality remained unchanged, still loving towards Lin Heng and fond of food. Its fur had grown longer, becoming exceedingly soft and smooth when not infused with spiritual energy, making it irresistibly huggable. Over the past 2 months, Lin Heng had utilized his fate talent 12 times, bestowing 8 of those upon 17 and 4 upon the silkworm baby. Due to his continuous studies in the field of monster cultivation, he had his apprentice, Lu Yi, procure numerous monster corpses under the pretense of conducting anatomical research. After transforming these corpses into skill fruits, the data for 17 had become exceedingly extravagant. Aside from the proficiency of the ultra-tier skill, Gold Devouring Space, which saw little improvement, all other skills experienced significant advancements. Name: Sword-Tailed Weasel. Attribute: Gold. Level: Servant Rank 9. Potential: Low-grade limit. Skills: Rending Claws, Transcendence. Sword Tail, Perfection. Chi Gathering, Perfection. Levitation, Perfection. Metal Manipulation, Perfect Level. Radiant Flash, Proficient. Gold Devouring Space, Novice. Among these, enhancing the metal manipulation skill proved to be the most arduous task. Even after acquiring the corpses of gold magnetic beasts, the majority exhibited only a modest level of skill proficiency. After utilizing the remains of 7 gold magnetic beasts, he managed to cultivate 5 metal manipulation skill fruits and 2 levitation skill fruits, ultimately elevating 17's metal manipulation to perfection. He discovered that while repetitive use of skill fruits could increase proficiency, there was a certain degree of diminishing returns. Nevertheless, Lin Heng persevered and ultimately achieved perfect metal manipulation. At the perfect level, skills could be activated instantaneously, allowing for seamless control of metal as if it were an extension of his own body. He could alter the form of metals, effortlessly transforming them between liquid and solid states, and could conjure metallic armors, shields, or blades at will. The applications of perfect-level metal manipulation were truly formidable, with various maneuvers yielding entirely different outcomes. Furthermore, he also cultivated a sword-tail skill fruit, bringing 17's sword-tail skill to perfection. The Radiant Flash skill did not see enhancement due to its origin from the Radiant Sword-Tailed Weasel, a creature whose remains were exceedingly rare. Naturally, the Ultra-Tier skill, Gold Devouring Space, was even more unlikely to improve, as it derived from the Golden Wood Serpent Vine. Although a portion of its corpse remained, it lay within a rift of gold and wood space, far beyond his current reach. He refrained from seeking new skills for 17, as he deemed the current array sufficient, and he had no desire for anything less exceptional. Ruffling 17's head, Lin Heng smiled and said, "Let us go visit my senior sister." "Owl, Master, get in the cart, and I shall pull you," 17 exclaimed, bringing over a small cart from nearby, inviting Lin Heng to take a seat. "Haha, very well," Lin Heng responded, fastening a rope around 17 before settling into the three-wheeled cart. With a spirited howl, 17 bolted forward, the cart racing along, already familiar with the route to the breeding base of his senior sister, Chen Yulan. As they journeyed, the sight of a pet pulling a cart drew many curious glances, and Lin Heng relished the attention, eagerly anticipating the day he would ride directly upon 17's back. This cart had been purchased a month and a half prior, specifically to facilitate visits to his senior sister, sparing him the need for frequent taxis. 17's speed was impressive. Within half an hour, they arrived at Chen Yulan's location. "Ah, so eager. But that's all right. Youth often exhibits such impatience. Just wait a moment." Senior sister Chen Yulan remarked with a chuckle as she proceeded to the laboratory to prepare a concoction for Lin Heng. Despite his extensive studies, he still lacked the finesse in handling various materials that his senior sister possessed. Thus, he brought the materials to her for assistance. An hour later, she returned with an assortment of meticulously prepared potions tailored for breakthroughs, set within the Golden Thunder ecological environment, which had been specifically constructed for 17's advancement using various gold and thunder materials. Lin Heng had begun preparations 10 days prior. "Thank you, senior sister. Please assist by observing closely," Lin Heng said, receiving the potions and commencing the process. "Rest assured, your talent as a cultivator is quite commendable," senior sister Chen Yulan replied with a smile, standing at a distance to watch. Today, she wore a canary yellow qipao, her alluring figure captivating, particularly highlighted by the elegant slit revealing her long, graceful legs, an exquisite sight indeed. It was not intentional. Her attire had been a hasty choice, meant to avoid distracting Lin Heng. Lin Heng nodded, focusing intently on his work. For the past month, he had been feeding 17 gold materials infused with lightning, supplemented by the active chestnuts it had been consuming, establishing a foundational environment within. Externally, a specially constructed Golden Thunder ecological chamber brimmed with the essence of gold and thunder. 17, settle in this spot. Lin Heng indicated a small pit at the chamber's center, designed specifically for this purpose. "Owl." 17 excitedly complied, crouching within the pit, its body partially immersed in the spiritual liquid. Lin Heng proceeded to add 3 types of potions before administering 5 different blended elixirs, all crafted from finely ground spiritual materials, thick and syrupy in consistency. As 17 consumed the primary ingredients, evolution commenced approximately 3 minutes later, with the cerulean liquid enveloping its body in a swift flow. Observing this, Lin Heng hurriedly poured in the last 3 catalytic potions, and soon, 17 was enveloped in a barrier emanating white and purple light. A temporary luminescent membrane formed, encasing it within a sealed space as the spiritual energy from the ecological realm was continuously absorbed. Watching the luminous barrier, Lin Heng took a deep breath. He had invested considerable effort into 17's breakthrough, from constructing the ecological chamber to crafting the ideal internal environment and gathering various materials, amounting to an extravagant total of 3 million, a considerable sum indeed. This preparation was a testament to why human-cultivated beasts were far more powerful than their wild counterparts. The beast tamers had meticulously arranged for such endeavors. In contrast, wild beasts evolved largely by chance, often only commencing evolution after consuming materials conducive to such a transformation. Without establishing an optimal internal and external environment, the likelihood of failure was significantly heightened, and they were easily influenced by external energies, leading to various aberrations. Noticing Lin Heng's anxious demeanor, senior sister Chen Yulan gently patted his shoulder, soothingly stating, "Do not worry, all will be well. I possess experience." Lin Heng nodded, understanding that the evolution of beasts was not instantaneous, as depicted in animations. The higher the potential and level, the longer the evolution took. For a servant-level beast like 17 with low-grade potential, the process would roughly span 3 hours. As Lin Heng and his senior sister waited, they engaged in casual conversation. And out of boredom, he even meditated for a time. Finally, as the sun began to set, the luminous membrane shifted, violet lightning erupting forth, and a beastly silhouette began to stir. Owl. 3 minutes later, the violet lightning tore through the membrane, revealing 17 post-evolution. It shook off the spiritual liquid from its body and sprinted toward Lin Heng, a joyful expression adorning its face. "Master, I have completed my evolution." 17's appearance had dramatically changed. It had grown considerably larger, measuring 3 meters in length, not including its tail, and standing at 1.5 meters tall, surpassing even the size of a tiger on Earth. Its fur displayed a beautiful blend of purple and white, not haphazardly arranged, but rather aesthetically distributed. The originally brown fur on its fore and hind legs had transformed into a striking purple, aptly named purple cloud treading snow. In other regions, purple hair is scarce. Yet its embellishment is exceptionally apt, particularly when the occasional flicker of purple lightning flashes, exuding an aura of nobility. Moreover, its eyes have transformed into violet orbs, with arcs of electric energy coursing through them, imparting a sense of enigmatic majesty. As it runs, a subtle radiance of purple and gold emanates from its body. The purple embodies the might of thunder, while the gold exudes an unparalleled sharpness. Undoubtedly, it has successfully evolved into a purple lightning sword-tailed weasel. Ascending to the rank of commander, beasts at the commander level possess a crystalline core within, a source of power that vastly surpasses that of the servant level. Now, 17 can effortlessly overpower 10 previous servant-level 17s. Ha ha ha, splendid. 17 is truly remarkable, Lin Heng exclaimed, affectionately ruffling the fur of 17, which was now larger than a lion, as he presented it with 2 spirit fruits. 17's fur had become even more delightful to touch, and its size was now ample enough for Lin Heng to ride upon. At the moment of 17's breakthrough, Lin Heng felt an immense surge of nurturing energy flood into his body, akin to being overwhelmed. As this power continuously reshaped his form and fortified his soul, 17 communicated telepathically, sharing its transformations with Lin Heng. According to it, the most significant change was in its gold-devouring space. With this evolution, the gold-devouring space had fully fused with its stomach, indicating a mastery of its function. Food would automatically descend into the gold-devouring space for digestion, and it could also consume lesser skills or choose not to digest them, thus serving as a temporary storage space. Furthermore, it seemed that the increase in lightning attributes had triggered some peculiar transformation within the gold-devouring space, now filled with electricity, turning it into a digestive fluid. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Lin Heng nodded vigorously, mentally advising it to keep this secret, as the gold-devouring space must remain undisclosed for the time being. He was genuinely astonished by this change. As 17 had indicated, this evolution had seemingly integrated the gold-devouring space into its very being. Your purple lightning sword-tailed weasel's potential has astonishingly reached the mid-tier limit. Truly exceptional, observed his senior sister, Chen Yulan, who had been observing 17 intently, reaching out to stroke its soft fur. The post-evolution 17 astonished her, far exceeding her expectations. Merely observing the amount of spirit energy it attracted indicated a spirit affinity nearing 60. This level of spirit affinity was characteristic of mid-tier potential, and additionally, its size had increased significantly. Although the purple lightning sword-tailed weasel far surpassed the electric sword-tailed weasel, its anticipated potential had been expected to lie in the upper mid-tier range, not reaching the limit. Based on her intuition, she sensed that this evolved purple lightning sword-tailed weasel possessed even deeper transformations, contributing to its remarkable increase in potential. This piqued her curiosity for further exploration, though she ultimately refrained, recognizing that while Lin Heng was her junior, their relationship had not yet evolved to a point suitable for such discussions. Perhaps it is the effect of bloodline purification within the fissures of the spirit spring and the goldwood space. It is said that skills at the transformation level also facilitate potential enhancement. Lin Heng chuckled, feigning ignorance. As long as you succeeded, you are now destined to soar to great heights. Chen Yulan gently patted Lin Heng's shoulder, her smile radiant. With the current capabilities of the purple lightning sword-tailed weasel, as long as it continued to grow normally, Lin Heng would undoubtedly become a master beastmaster in the future. The first beast often plays a decisive role in a beastmaster's prospects. Thank you, senior sister, for your support these past few days. No matter how high I fly, you will always be the respected senior sister I admire, Lin Heng replied with a smile. He felt elated with 17's breakthrough. He had acquired the initial strength to venture into the wilderness, no longer confined to the city. Well said. Your senior sister loves to hear that. Let us go out and celebrate. Yi has prepared the feast, Chen Yulan responded with a smile, appreciating Lin Heng's sweet words. Chapter 058, a rematch with the gaming emperor father. Upon exiting the ecological chamber, Lu Yi had prepared a meal, while Lin Heng called his master to share the joyous news, hoping he could join the celebration. Unfortunately, his master was currently in the flame forest outside the city and unable to come. With no other option, the three of them began their meal. Sharing joy with a beautiful senior sister and a beloved junior was quite delightful. After a few drinks, the sky had darkened. Lin Heng, what are your plans now? Inquired senior sister Chen Yulan. I intend to continue training 17 and venture outside the city for the first time, Lin Heng replied thoughtfully. The professional Beastmaster assessment was still over a month away, but that did not hinder him from leaving the city, as long as he possessed the requisite strength. He could simply report to the Beastmaster Association. Exiting the city was quite casual. Even apprentice Beastmasters could go out, though it was risky without companions. You plan to explore the flame forest to the west of the city, right? Chen Yulan guessed his thoughts. Indeed. Lin Heng nodded. Even without the silkworms. He intended to check out the resources in the newly formed fissures to the west of the city, which were abundant and would provide him with some valuable materials, thus sparing him the need to purchase spirit materials for the silkworms. Yi and I often visit the flame forest. If you decide to go, you can contact us or join some hunting teams. The areas outside the city are not as stable and harmonious. Numerous rogue beastmasters roam, along with small refuges, camps, and fortresses, none of which are particularly safe. Even fellow beastmasters might betray each other for personal gain, Chen Yulan cautioned, concerned that Lin Heng might be overly optimistic about the dangers outside the city. This is not like Earth. Death occurs frequently, and official agencies lack the resources to investigate adequately. Often, you cannot even ascertain whether someone is dead or merely wandering the wilderness. I understand, senior sister. Enjoy your meal and drink well. I shall take my leave. Lin Heng nodded with a smile. All right, hurry back and be careful on your way, Chen Yulan acknowledged, knowing he wished to share the good news with his parents, and did not try to keep him. Oh well, master, let me carry you. 17. Having overheard Lin Heng's intention to leave, hastily finished the food prepared by senior sister Chen Yulan and ran to Lin Heng, eagerly vying for him to ride. Haha, what a good 17. Lin Heng laughed heartily, mounting 17's back, now measuring over 3 meters long and standing at 1.5 meters tall. 17 was well suited for the task of a steed. The November weather was bitterly cold. Although snow did not fall from the skies, the world had grown desolate and lifeless, with the cold wind causing shivers. However, with 17's long, soft, and warm fur lying atop its back, all traces of chill vanished. After Lin Heng's departure, Chen Yulan continued to drink with Lu Yi, who gazed in the direction Lin Heng had left, and asked her master, Master, what do you think of Lin Heng's purple lightning sword-tailed weasel? Hearing this, Chen Yulan, with her intoxicated gaze, glanced at her disciple and replied with a smile. That purple lightning sword-tailed weasel may exceed our imaginations. Do you believe that with their current combat strength, you might not even be its match? That is impossible. No matter how strong his sword-tailed weasel is, it is merely a first-tier commander level. I have been a professional beastmaster for 4 years. My beast level and combat experience far surpass his. How could I possibly lose? Lu Yi clearly did not believe this, even suspecting her master was speaking nonsense due to her inebriation. In her view, Lin Heng's rapid ascent to becoming a professional beastmaster was nothing short of remarkable. It was evident that he must have lagged in other areas. How could he possibly surpass her? Chen Yulan cast a glance at her disciple, smiling while shaking her head. Many prodigies defy conventional reasoning. Perhaps only through direct confrontation will you come to understand. Chen Yulan had unwavering confidence in her judgment. That purple lightning-tailed ferret was far from being as simple as it appeared. Meanwhile, Lin Heng had arrived home riding 17, noticing the lights were on, indicating that his parents had returned. His father's stonehide ape had been healed a month prior and had since made tremendous strides, likely reaching the 3rd or 4th tier of the commander level. Howl! Upon reaching the door, 17 let out an intentional howl, and shortly thereafter, His parents opened the door. Both were momentarily taken aback upon seeing the tall, majestic, and spirited 17, and in unison, they exclaimed, 17 has successfully evolved? Indeed. This is the purple lightning-tailed ferret, a superior evolutionary path even beyond the lightning-tailed ferret. 17 has now reached the pinnacle of mid-tier potential, Lin Heng replied with a smile. 17 held his head high, deliberately channeling energy to create a dazzling display of purple and gold light, exuding an extraordinary presence and unmatched grandeur. Ha ha ha, splendid. You truly are my son, impressive. Would you care for a spar with me? Lin Yu, his father, laughed heartily, eager to test 17's current prowess. Of course. Although Dad, your stonehide ape is now at the commander level, it may not necessarily best 17 at this moment, Lin Heng remarked with a smile. Even with formidable transformation skills, they no longer posed an insurmountable obstacle against the present 17. The two promptly made their way to the training ground, ready for a contest, while Lin Heng's mother, Bai Mei, shook her head in exasperation at the sight. Can't you two settle down for a moment? Can't you eat first to celebrate before fighting? However, Lin Heng and Lin Yu had already begun their bout. Lin Yu unleashed his commander-level stonehide ape, which now stood nearly 4 meters tall. Its rocky skin transformed into stone armor, exuding an overwhelming aura of power merely by standing there. Let us commence. 17. Show them what you're made of. Unleash your full potential, Lin Heng declared, signaling for 17 to engage. Rather than charging in immediately, 17 first attempted his two newly awakened skills following his evolution, Thunder Strike and Paralyzing Bomb. His eyes flickered with purple lightning as he concentrated for 3 seconds, launching a bolt of purple lightning toward the stonehide ape. Even as a first-time user of Thunder Strike, 17's previous training allowed him to master his spiritual energy, accurately striking the stonehide ape. Unfazed by the attack, the stonehide ape raised its right paw, summoning a rock shield in an instant. However, it evidently underestimated Thunder Strike, for with a resounding boom, the purple lightning collided with the shield, partially deflected while some penetrated, striking the ape's arm. In that moment, the stonehide ape felt a numbing sensation, rendering its arm less agile. After testing Thunder Strike, 17 next tried the Paralyzing Bomb, which he conjured in his mouth, requiring approximately 3 seconds. Soon, a melon-sized energy sphere brimming with electricity was launched. With a powerful explosion, the energy sphere detonated before the stonehide ape, sending purple lightning surging outward, creating a 3-meter radius of damage that would ensnare any struck into a state of paralysis, significantly hampering their mobility. However, this time, the stonehide ape swiftly utilized its transformation skill, Frenzy, to evade the attack and charged towards 17, clearly intent on retaliating. Having tested the waters, it's time for you to experience the true strength of the stonehide ape. Lin Yu chuckled. With a series of thunderous booms, the stonehide ape stomped the ground, creating massive craters as it sprinted, conjuring rock projectiles the size of millstones that it hurled at 17 in rapid succession. Dad, 17 is not the same as before. Lin Heng grinned, and in the next instant, 17 transformed into a streak of white light, swiftly darting to the left. Following this, the skill metal manipulation was activated, as countless fine iron sands were extracted from the earth, forming sharp arrows that flew toward the stonehide ape. The perfected metal manipulation was no longer the same. It could instantaneously extract the minute metal particles from the soil, then liquefy and solidify them into sharp arrows. In less than 3 seconds, dozens, if not hundreds, of metallic arrows surged toward the stonehide ape. Witnessing this, Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. 17 had elevated the advanced skill metal manipulation to such a level. Yet the stonehide ape remained unfazed. With a single stomp, it summoned a boulder the size of a freight truck from the ground, showcasing the greatly enhanced power of its earth spike skill. Roar! Following this, the stonehide ape unleashed its earth punch, its right arm swelling to over 5 times its original size, lifting the boulder and hurling it at 17, effortlessly blocking the incoming metallic arrows. 17's formidable assault was not only thwarted but countered with an even greater onslaught, as the stonehide ape activated its frenzy skill, rapidly closing the distance behind the boulder. Lin Heng had anticipated this and had already devised the optimal counterattack. With a resounding howl, 17 erupted in a flash of white light, instantly draining the metallic spiritual energy within a 10-meter radius. Subsequently, 17's tail glimmered with white light, and a massive 5-meter sword light shot forth, cleaving through the rock mound with a resounding crack, sending debris flying as the white sword light continued its relentless trajectory toward the stonehide ape, radiating a chilling brilliance that seemed poised to sever it in two. Roar! In response to such a powerful strike, the stone-hide ape let out an excited roar, its robust right arm coalescing as it shattered the sword light with a single punch. Then, pushing off with its hind legs, it charged directly at 17. Yet 17 did not attempt to evade. Instead, the multitude of metallic arrows it had previously launched was reliquefied, transforming into a suit of armor composed of gold, silver, copper, iron, and tin, solidifying upon its form as it too charged forward. The dazzling claws of white light clashed with the earth punch in a flurry of strikes. As 17 employed Golden Flash while the stone-hide ape retaliated with frenzy, their continuous collisions caused spiritual energy to surge, debris to scatter, and the training ground to become riddled with craters. Even so, the battle between the two continued unabated. It was truly unfathomable that this was merely a clash between two low-tier commander-level beasts, particularly one that had just recently ascended to that level. Had outsiders witnessed this, they would likely be astounded, mistaking it for a battle between peak commander-level entities. After a full 10 minutes, the two finally ceased their engagement. Lin Yu gazing incredulously at Lin Heng and 17. You both have grown remarkably strong, completely evenly matched against the stone-hide ape. In truth, the stone-hide ape is still somewhat superior. Its endurance is terrifying, while 17's stamina still requires improvement, Lin Heng replied with a smile, having finally reached a stalemate with his father, the seasoned veteran. However, 17's affinity for lightning and metal lends itself to explosive power, albeit at a significant cost, making it inferior in stamina compared to the stone-hide ape. Haha, although 17's endurance may be lacking, it has just recently broken through. Once it combines its lightning and metal skills, it will achieve effects akin to a finishing move, further enhancing its strength. Indeed, I also refrained from allowing the stone-hide ape to utilize its incomplete finishing move, Earth Spirit Transformation. Lin Yu laughed heartily. Lin Heng said nothing, for in truth, 17's capabilities extended far beyond what had been displayed. Its Devourer gold space had yet to be utilized. With its digestion speed, it could easily store some spiritual materials and digest them during battle, continuously replenishing its power. Moreover, the devouring space possesses the remarkable ability to consume skills, which can prove pivotal in critical moments. Chapter 059, Unexpected Joy, Path to the Future. Look at what you've done. You've turned the training ground into this state. Are you satisfied now? Mother Bai Mei remarked with exasperation, as the ferocity of the father-son duo in battle was truly terrifying, showing no mercy, as if they aimed to eliminate their opponents. What astonished her the most was Lin Heng's strength. Having just evolved at 17, he was already so formidable, which caused her to swallow back her initial intention of advising him to refrain from venturing outside the city. Given her son's current prowess, it was perhaps those with ill intentions towards him that warranted concern. As long as he did not stray too far, he should be relatively safe. Haha, this is quite simple. We will have it tidied up in no time, Father Lin Yu chuckled, as the stone-hide ape activated its skills to level the ground and even conjured some rocks to serve as tiles. Ordinary Earth-type beasts would not be able to act so freely, but the stone-hide ape, endowed with several transformation skills, could afford such indulgence. 17. Why don't you gather those metallic arrows into some statues and place them aside? Lin Heng cheerfully suggested, while feeding 17 a second-level golden jade fruit. Woof. No problem. My beloved master. 17 promptly manipulated the metallic control, forming a statue of Lin Heng and another of itself. Lin Heng interjected, all right. Let's wash up quickly and head inside for dinner. Mother Bai Mei shook her head in resignation. During dinner, Lin Heng shared a few drinks with his parents. For him, this modest amount of alcohol was hardly consequential. As they conversed, Lin Heng gleaned valuable experiences about survival outside the city from his father. Naturally, his father imparted his knowledge generously, providing Lin Heng with a clear understanding of the chaos beyond the city walls. After dinner, Lin Heng washed up and ascended the stairs, subsequently feeding 17 and the silkworm. After completing its evolution, 17 still had 5 million, yet it now required lightning-type materials for sustenance, which were rare and costly. He estimated that this sum would only last for about half a year. Meanwhile, the silkworm had also been thriving. In the days that had passed, it had reached the 25th rank of the servant level, rapidly increasing in strength and appetite. Chirp! A leaf from the fire sycamore was swiftly consumed, and it looked up expectantly for more. That's all for now. In a few days, I will take you to the flame forest, where you can feast to your heart's content, Lin Heng replied, offering the last 5 leaves. The silkworm glanced at the leaves, then back at Lin Heng, and continued to munch. As its level rose, its intelligence gradually increased, allowing it to comprehend more. Lin Heng had also utilized the fireball skill 5 times on it. and now its proficiency had reached a perfect level, enabling the silkworm to unleash fireballs capable of piercing through 1 centimeter thick iron plates. At last, it possessed some combat capability, albeit still fragile. Subsequently, Lin Heng requested 17 to shed a drop of blood and employed the Super Pokédex to assess its current condition. Based on the various test results, he deduced its present data. Name: Purple Lightning Sword-Tailed Ferret. Attributes: Gold, Lightning, Space. Level: Servant level 9. Potential: Mid-grade limit. Skills: Rending Claws, Transformation, Sword Tail, Perfect. Energy Concentration, Perfect. Levitation, Perfect. Metal Control, Perfect. Golden Flash, Skilled. Devouring Space, Beginner. Thunderstrike, Beginner. Paralysis Bomb, Beginner. It appeared that due to the complete fusion of the Devouring Space, 17 now exhibited not only lightning attributes, but also the exceedingly rare space attribute. Currently, its affinity for gold-type spiritual energy stood at 58, for lightning type at 50, and for space power at 30. Gold remained the primary attribute, with lightning and space serving as secondary attributes. The acquisition of a space attribute meant a serendipitous opportunity to learn space-type skills for Lin Heng. At this juncture, the focus of 17's training would still be on enhancing the proficiency of its lightning skills, subsequently merging them with gold-type skills to form the prototype of a lethal technique. Thunderstrike was a low-tier skill, while Paralysis Bomb was a mid-tier control skill. Thus, improving proficiency was not as arduous as with higher-tier skills. Regrettably, the vicinity of Jingu City lacked a rich lightning environment, making it challenging to procure materials or the corpses of lightning-type creatures. While researching, Lin Heng decided to return 17 and the silkworm to the beast space after they finished their meal. Although sleeping with 17 was a delightful and comforting experience, for the sake of its growth, it was prudent to allow it to remain in the beast space for further development. After retrieving his beasts, Lin Heng swiftly commenced meditation. As there was still much of the restorative power from 17 that he had yet to absorb, it was an opportune moment to meditate. The meditation of a professional Beastmaster no longer enhanced vision but transitioned into the second phase of hearing, with slight modifications to the operation of mental energy. Though not significantly, soon, Lin Heng found himself engrossed in profound meditation. The levels of hearing were categorized into 2 tiers. The first layer, subtle hearing, allowed one to detect faint sounds, such as the scuttling of ants or the delicate noises made by flies. The second tier, broad hearing, referred to the ability to perceive sounds usually inaudible, like ultrasound, infrasound, and certain extraordinary sounds. The difficulty of such training was considerably greater, as human hearing is inherently less developed than vision, necessitating greater investment of time and effort. Before long, the night had passed, and Lin Heng had preliminarily digested 17's restorative energy, feeling a noticeable enhancement in his hearing, though he remained far from achieving subtle hearing. Rising from bed, he first approached the floor-length mirror to inspect his reflection. He no longer appeared as slender as before, although he still exuded charm and handsomeness. His physique had become significantly more robust, with bright eyes and well-defined muscles on his arms and chest, exuding both strength and aesthetic appeal. What a marvelous world, Lin Heng mused, realizing that not only was his body fit, but his strength was also remarkable. Lifting 100 pounds with one hand was utterly effortless. Achieving such a state on Earth would have required an extensive training period. However, in the extraordinary realm of Blue Star, accomplishing all this was not particularly challenging, as the nourishment from his beasts facilitated a spontaneous enhancement of his physique, propelling him toward perfection. Different beasts impart varied transformations through their nourishment. While the distinctions may not be evident at the professional or elite levels, they become strikingly apparent at the guild master and epic levels. For instance, the golden-haired, golden-eyed city Lord Jin Tianhe and the green-haired, green-eyed deputy city Lord Mulan both symbolize the unique powers of their respective beasts. Merely by observing their appearances, one could deduce that Jin Tianhe's contracted beast predominantly possessed gold attributes, while deputy city Lord Mulan's beast primarily embodied wood attributes. Come on, 17. Let us venture out to train. Lin Heng summoned 17, preparing to complete the morning training session before heading to the Beastmaster Association to finalize his registration, thereby attaining the status of a quasi-professional Beastmaster. The quasi-professional designation indicates that one possesses the requisite strength but has not yet passed the professional Beastmaster assessment. Such Beastmasters are numerous, some failing to pass, while others disdain participating in the examination. Chapter 060, My Cat Can Do Backflips. Lin Heng's current objective is to enhance 17's proficiency in the paralysis bomb to at least the proficient level, then attempt to merge it with gold-type skills. ensuring that every gold-type skill carries a paralysis effect. In this way, regardless of the opponent, their movements will become increasingly sluggish during combat with 17. However, these remain mere aspirations for now, as the paralysis bomb is quite demanding on spiritual energy, and 17's crystal core has only just formed and is not particularly stable, allowing for only 4 to 5 releases before it can no longer continue. Training necessitates a substantial supply of lightning-type spiritual fruits. The ordinary secondary spirit fruits typically range from 3,000 to 20,000 per piece, while those of the thunder attribute can fetch double that price. Thus, the most advantageous choice would be to locate a thunder-type monster's carcass that possesses the paralysis bomb ability, thereby cultivating skill fruits to enhance proficiency. This, however, is contingent upon luck, as it is quite challenging to find powerful thunder-type monsters in Jimu City. After a morning of training, the precision of 17's 2 skills has significantly improved. This is not surprising, considering that while 17 has only recently begun to learn the techniques of the thunder attribute, the methods of activation are not vastly different from those of other attributes, allowing for a swift mastery of accuracy. Come, 17, let us visit the Beastmaster Association and, while we're at it, procure some new food for you, Lin Heng remarked, glancing down at 17. Oh, Master, I want to eat new food. 17 bounded over, nuzzling against Lin Heng's thigh. Of course, no problem. Lin Heng affectionately ruffled 17's head before mounting it, and they proceeded down the street. As they walked, 17 busied itself with gnawing on iron and nibbling on copper. With its impeccable mastery over metals and the devouring space, 17 was eager to consume everything in sight. Moreover, there was no need to worry about overindulgence, as any excess energy would be utilized for the growth of its devouring space. Before long, they arrived at the Beastmaster Association in Lucian District, where Lin Heng approached a less crowded window to conduct his business. May I ask what service you require? Inquired the customer service representative, her smile radiating warmth. Being the most recent apprentice of Zheng Qianquan, she was undoubtedly aware of Lin Heng's remarkable talent and striking charm, which many considered the ideal boyfriend material. Thus, her demeanor was particularly inviting, her voice laced with a hint of excitement. Nearby, another customer service staff member felt a shiver run down her spine, mentally cursing the overly flirtatious behavior while lamenting that Lin Heng had not chosen her window. Feeling slightly flustered by the representative's enthusiastic tone, Lin Heng quickly stated, I am here to apply for the position of an aspiring professional beastmaster. As you can see, my sword-tailed mongoose has already reached the commanding level. He pulled 17 closer, cradling its large head in the crook of his arm. Oh, that's right. I'm now at the commanding level. 17 winked at the customer service representative. Have you truly reached the commanding level so quickly? The representative's expression turned to one of astonishment as she gazed in disbelief at 17's head, unmistakably exuding the aura of a commanding beast. It seemed to have evolved. Truly impressive, Lin Heng. Yes, please assist me with the application. Lin Heng nodded affirmatively. Very well, just provide me with its attributes, the representative replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Before long, the application was completed. The representative smiled as she produced her phone, saying, I have processed your application. However, I have another invitation for you. My cat can perform backflips. Would you care to come and see? She added, handing him a QR code. That's quite all right. My 17 can do backflips as well. Lin Heng replied with a gentle smile before turning to leave. Such occurrences were not unexpected. In any realm, excellence tends to attract the attention of the opposite sex. Having completed the necessary paperwork, he departed to purchase spirit materials for 17. For gold-type sustenance, he selected the secondary-grade golden jade fruit, coppercore hawthorn, and diamond bodhi seeds, 30 of each, totaling 90 pieces at 3,000 per piece, amounting to 450,000. Thunder-type spirit fruits were scarce, and ordinary shops rarely stocked them. It was only at a large spirit material supermarket that he found 3 varieties of secondary thunder spirit fruits, thunderberry, lightning fruit, and thunderous fruit. Each had its distinct advantages. Thunderberry stabilized crystal cores, lightning fruit enhanced paralysis effects, and thunderous fruit imbued roars with electric power. After some contemplation, Lin Heng decided to purchase the lightning fruit, which was priced at 10,000 each, equivalent to the cost of active chestnuts. 30 pieces would total 450,000, bringing the grand total to 900,000, sufficient for 17 to feast for a month. Though the expenditure was considerable, a professional beastmaster could hunt in the wild, yielding equally substantial rewards. Of course, most professional beastmasters did not indulge as extravagantly, typically feeding their beasts at least 4 spirit fruits daily, valued at 20 to 30,000. Lin Heng believed that money should not be overly revered. Converting it into strength was the true path, as mere currency was nothing more than a pile of worthless paper. Upon returning home that evening, he fed 17 the lightning fruit and golden jade fruit. The following morning, after training until 6, Lin Heng set out with 17 once more, this time heading specifically to the hunting hall of the Beastmaster Association. Amidst the crowd, he spotted his golden-haired niece, Lu Yi, and approached her with a greeting. "Hello, niece. I hope you haven't been waiting long. My home is a bit distant from here." At the sound of Lin Heng's voice, the two individuals beside Lu Yi couldn't help but cast curious glances, pondering who this young man was. It appeared he was the newcomer Yi had spoken of. Yet how could he refer to her as niece? Not everyone recognized Lin Heng. Even those who had heard that the recent first-place winner of the Wilderness Survival Assessment was Lin Heng did not know his appearance. Moreover, Zheng Qianquan's acceptance of disciples had not been widely publicized, known only within a small circle. No, uncle, your presence is sufficient." Lu Yi smiled and waved her hand dismissively. She then gestured to the young man and woman beside her, introducing, "This is the newcomer I mentioned, and also my little uncle. Greetings, I am Lin Heng, newly ascended to the professional level. My beast is a purple lightning sword-tailed mongoose, skilled in combat. Though my experience in the wild may be lacking, I would greatly appreciate your guidance today." Lin Heng greeted the young man and woman with a warm smile, preferring to team up for his first outing before venturing alone. "Hello, I am Huang Tao, a professional beastmaster. My beasts are the rose fox spirit and devil vine, specializing in control and attrition. Just stick with us today. I'll protect you," said the youthful man in a military green combat uniform, patting his chest with a friendly grin. "I am Chao Xia, also a professional beastmaster. However, I only possess one beast, a skeletal spider of the necromancer attribute, skilled in healing," chimed in the slender, pale-faced woman with a gentle smile. "A necromancer beast skilled in healing?" Lin Heng expressed his bewilderment, his curiosity piqued. Necromancer beasts are not uncommon, as any life that perishes has the potential to transform into a spectral entity under certain conditions. However, this was the first time he had heard of a healing necromancer beast. "My beast is rather extraordinary. You'll understand when the time comes," Chao Xia replied with a mysterious smile. "All right, now that we are acquainted, let us set forth. Today's target is the fire zombie den we previously discussed," Lu Yi declared, nodding as she led the group onward. Chapter 061, The Fire Zombie Denver. Upon exiting the Beastmaster Association, Lu Yi sought out a flying mount for passengers, and the four of them soared towards the western city gate. They passed through the gate without inspection, as checks were only conducted upon entry to prevent criminals and human traders from infiltrating the city. Indeed, this world is not only inhabited by beastmasters, but also by humans controlled by formidable monsters, as well as various nefarious organizations and cults. Collectively, these individuals are referred to as fallen beastmasters. Upon crossing the western city gate, Lin Heng felt a warm breeze envelop him, and glancing up, he observed the swirling aura of fire energy in the distance. "Let us proceed," Lu Yi proclaimed, summoning her beasts to lead the way. She commanded two beasts. One a humanoid-type plant spirit, a flower fairy, whose upper body resembled that of a fairy while her lower half was composed of plant roots, as if a young maiden had sprouted from a flower bud. It is unable to float and can only traverse the ground rapidly by utilizing its roots and rhizomes. Only upon evolving into a floral spirit can it abandon its roots and take to the air. The other creature is a waterwood dual-type vine crocodile, resembling a blue-scaled crocodile in an upright posture akin to Godzilla, standing 3 meters tall and weighing approximately a ton. Its forelimbs have evolved to be extraordinarily robust, with numerous tendrils sprouting along its spine, resembling a mass of verdant hair. As it walks, these tendrils drag along the ground, allowing the vine crocodile to move with remarkable speed. Lu Yi takes the lead, vigilantly surveying the surroundings, with the flower fairy following closely beside her, while the vine crocodile scouts ahead. According to Lin Heng's assessment, this vine crocodile is likely a mid-grade beast, possessing formidable strength, comparable to a leader-level beast of 8th to even 9th rank. Huang Tao also releases his rose fox spirit and devil vine, both of which are low-grade beasts, with power at the leader level of approximately 4 to 5 ranks. The rose fox spirit appears as a fox with fur resembling rose vines. Measuring 2.5 meters in length and standing about 1 meter tall, it embodies both wood and poison attributes. The devil vine, on the other hand, is a pure wood-type beast, resembling a dark green vine that rides like the tentacles of an octopus, held in Huang Tao's hand. Chao Xia's skeletal spider appears the most conventional, being a spider formed of white bone, with a white spring on its back containing a milky liquid. which presumably serves as its source of healing abilities. Lin Heng also quietly releases his spirit, 17, indicating for it to proceed to the right front, positioning the four of them in a fan-shaped formation. Is this the Thunder Sword-Tailed Weasel? This is my first encounter with such an evolved form. How striking. Xiao Xia remarks with a smile at 17. Indeed, it exudes an impressive aura, surely not an ordinary mid-grade potential beast. Huang Tao compliments, his demeanor amiable, always generous with praise. Haha, compared to brother Huang and sister Xiao Xia as beasts, it still lacks somewhat, particularly in field combat experience. Lin Heng chuckles, as he does not intend to exert himself much today, preferring to observe the wilderness. While they converse, the group has already reached the edge of the flame forest, where the winter chill has vanished without a trace, replaced by an oppressive heat that causes one to sweat profusely. Some mutated fire-type bamboo emit a red glow, sporadically erupting with flames, while magma flows from the ground and large trees continue to burn. In this fiery environment, apart from the vine crocodile and skeletal spider, the other beasts struggle, as wood and metal types are severely weakened by the fire element. 17 is managing well, but the flower fairy and devil vine are particularly distressed. However, there is an advantage. Parasitic monsters are scarce in this fiery environment, alleviating concerns of harm. The flame forest spans over 100 square kilometers, vast and expansive, with Lin Heng and his companions positioned merely at the periphery. In the central area, ordinary wood-type beasts cannot survive or engage in combat. Furthermore, Lin Heng observes that the size of the flame forest continues to expand, driven by the fire-type spatial rifts that incessantly release fire elemental energy, potentially extending into the city. Numerous monsters, flora, boulders, and skeletal remains are gradually awakening to sentience under the influence of the fire elemental energy. It will not be long before fire-type monsters inundate this area, resulting in a beast tide that could assault the Jimu city. As Lin Heng traverses the terrain, he encounters several fire-type monsters, including fire ghost vines, spark moths, and firestone beasts. However, due to their peripheral location, their levels are not particularly high, with the strongest being at the leader level of 4 to 5 ranks. After passing through approximately 3 magma lakes, they arrive at the base of a black mountain, entirely shrouded in darkness and adorned with many fire ash trees, appearing dark red. Once disturbed by foreign spiritual energy, they explode. The group's objective lies within this mountain, at the entrance to the fire zombie lair, which was once a small graveyard where various monster bones and human corpses were discarded. Following the upheaval in the flame forest, it sank underground, birthing a multitude of dual fire and undead-type monsters, the most notorious being the fire zombie, a vicious entity that resembles a human but possesses organs from other monsters. Within their lair, fire bones, a secondary fire-type undead material, are cultivated, holding considerable value. Curiously, Lin Heng gazes at the fiery entrance of the underground lair as they approach the cave's mouth, where a fire zombie has already sensed their presence and is charging toward them. This lair harbors over 30 fire zombies, with approximately 10 at the leader level. I will take the lead in the assault. Huang Tao, you focus on restraining and controlling them. Lin Heng, act according to the situation, and Xiao Xia, be ready to heal any injured beasts. Lu Yi instructs, directing the vine crocodile to charge forth, launching 2 water blasts that strike a pair of leader-level wolf-headed fire zombies emerging from the lair. This fire zombie lair was specifically chosen by her as a suitable training ground for Lin Heng, as the monsters here possess relatively slow speeds, making them easier to handle. Roar. The wolf-headed fire zombie, upon being attacked, retaliates with fury, spewing flames as it charges at the vine crocodile. Devil Vine. Huang Tao calls out sharply, releasing the devil vine, which, upon hitting the ground, rapidly grows, reaching over 10 meters in mere moments. The dark green tendrils ensnare the 3 subordinate-level wolf-headed fire zombies, rendering them immobile. Roar. Faced with the devil vine's entrapment, the wolf-headed fire zombie ignites in flames, causing the devil vine to emit smoke, while bone claws sprout from its back, frantically slashing. Under normal circumstances, these subordinate-level monsters would have perished by now, but the fire element poses a significant challenge to the devil vine, prolonging the confrontation. It is only through the combined efforts of Huang Tao's other beast, the thorn fox spirit, that they manage to eliminate the 3 fire zombies. Lin Heng, do not fear, we are here to support you, Huang Tao states kindly after vanquishing the monsters, demonstrating his amiable nature and care for newcomers. Meanwhile, the vine crocodile grows increasingly fierce, having drawn away 2 leader-level zombies. It suddenly turns back, enveloped in a blue mist, engaging in close combat, and swiftly reducing the 2-liter-level wolf-headed fire zombies to fragments. 17. Why don't you join in and test the waters? Lin Heng remarks with a wry smile at the sight of a subordinate level 10-ranked fire zombie resembling a mountain pig, which Huang Tao had deliberately left for him to gauge his abilities. 17, displaying disdain, remains motionless, and with a flash of its eyes, unleashes a lightning strike that obliterates the mountain pig fire zombie's head, extinguishing its soul fire in an instant. Chapter 062. Is this what you call a recent career breakthrough? With the battle's commotion echoing, all the fire zombies within the lair surge forth, over 20 of them in various forms racing toward the fore, unleashing fireballs, jets of flame, and lava projectiles in rapid succession. Fire zombies have a strong territorial instinct, and upon mobilization, they exert their full strength. Everyone scatter. Lin Heng, be cautious. Lu Yi had anticipated such a scenario, calling out loudly. She commands the vine crocodile to continually unleash water blade attacks to draw the fire zombie's ire. Xiao Xia also sends forth her skeletal spider to engage, which, despite its lower combat power, can still distract a portion of the beasts. The strategy has already been laid out. Retreat, as the fire zombies will return to their lair after a certain distance, allowing them to eliminate the monsters gradually. Wait, there's a mutated fire zombie. Just as they prepare to withdraw, an unforeseen transformation occurs. Huang Tao exclaims in alarm. As a fire zombie with a lava spider's lower half and a skeletal upper body darts forward with astonishing speed, far surpassing the average creature. It spews flames of an eerie blue hue, igniting the devil vine, which cannot be extinguished in time. After incinerating the devil vine, it charges straight toward Xiao Xia and Lin Heng's position. This is bad. Retreat to me quickly. Lu Yi cries out, for in the wilderness, such situations are perilous. Many monsters' information is ambiguous, and unexpected changes can occur mid-battle. However, Lu Yi was not particularly anxious. The Thundertail Weasel and Bone Spider were both commanding-level beasts, capable of holding their ground for a while. Her greatest concern was that they might become trapped, ensnared in the onslaught of monsters. Lin Heng, demonstrating remarkable vigilance, had distanced himself early on and displayed little fear. Yet, Xiao Xia found herself in a precarious situation, having moved too close to Huang Tao, and the Bone Spider was swiftly surrounded, forcing her to contend with several fire zombies in pursuit. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was engaged from another direction, also besieged by fire zombies, and unable to arrive promptly. 17. Go lend support. Lin Heng instructed, directing his gaze at 17. Oh well, watch me. 17 exclaimed, eagerly charging forth. Be careful, don't get entangled. Xiao Xia cautioned upon seeing 17 come to their aid, feeling both gratitude and concern. She feared that this Thundertail Weasel, a novice typically skilled only in arena combat, might struggle in such a chaotic melee. However, her eyes widened in astonishment, for before her warning had fully escaped her lips, 17, enveloped in a flash of white light, appeared behind her. With the prowess of its transformation-level rending claws, it effortlessly dispatched 3 or 4 low-tier fire zombies in mere moments. After accomplishing this, 17 did not flee but employed its golden flash technique to approach the Bone Spider, swiftly eliminating several more low-tier fire zombies before they even realized what was happening. Roar. The mutated lava spider zombie, witnessing this scene, let out a furious roar and unleashed several blasts of eerie blue flames towards 17. Be careful, Xiao Xia exclaimed again, alarmed by the flame's undying properties, which were indeed terrifying. Yet, she had evidently underestimated the adept golden flash. While not instantaneous, it was activated with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, 17 had repositioned itself, evading the attack and casually slaying 2 more low-tier fire zombies. In a flash, over 20 low-tier fire zombies lay slain beneath 17's claws, and even 3 commanding-level fire zombies had met their demise. The trio watching from outside the battlefield regarded Lin Heng and 17 with expressions of incredulity. Huang Tao gaped, at a loss for words. Transformation-level rending claws, such formidable mobility skills, and the ability to vanquish so many monsters without sustaining a scratch. Was this what they termed a lack of combat experience? Xiao Xiao's eyes widened. It was no wonder Yi referred to him as Master Uncle. It was clear that his status was not merely a matter of seniority. And could this really be deemed as having just reached the professional level? Lu Yi, although aware of Lin Heng's prowess, had always believed his strengths lay in fair one-on-one arena battles, much like many novices who had recently attained professional status. Yet, in this moment, she grasped the true essence of genius. Despite it being his first foray into the wilderness, his combat techniques were so refined that they eclipsed her own. How had he trained his beasts? She recalled her master, Qin Yulan, mentioning that Lin Heng's combat strength might surpass her own after he had departed that day. At the time, she had been skeptical. But now the truth was manifest. No wonder he had become her master uncle at such a young age. Yet, she also remembered that this individual had been a boy without a beast merely half a year prior, and in comparison, she felt as if she had lived as a mere dog. Stop gawking and lend a hand. Lu Yi snapped back to reality and commanded the Vine's crocodile to charge forward, assisting in the elimination of the final 5 commanding level fire zombies. Chao Xia, regaining her composure, instructed the bone spider to use its spring of vitality to heal the Vine's crocodile's burns and restore its strength. The bone spider was a mutated existence among undead creatures, its deathly aura giving rise to the spring of vitality, which offered exceptional healing effects for any attribute beast. It was said to have the potential to evolve into the even more formidable flesh and bone spring, capable of restoring bones to flesh as long as the creature had not died instantly, although the conditions for evolution were exceedingly stringent. Lin Heng, prepare to attack. Once the Vine's crocodile was healed, Huang Tao raised his hand and hurled it once more, quickly ensnaring 2 commanding level fire zombies. Oh well. Without needing any further prompting from Lin Heng, 17 transformed into a streak of white light, and with silver glimmers flashing. The 2 ensnared commanding level fire zombies were effortlessly dispatched like lambs to the slaughter. With their combined efforts, even the most formidable mutated fire zombie could not escape death. As everything came to a close, the 4 of them stared at the monster corpses on the ground, still unable to process the situation. What had been planned to take an entire morning was accomplished in little over half an hour. Lin Heng, is this what you refer to as a lack of experience? Huang Tao remarked, incredulous. Your combat prowess rivals that of our team leader, Lu Yi. Indeed, I was worried about protecting you, yet you turned out to be this strong. Chao Xia added, her expression one of shock and confusion, marveling at his extraordinary capabilities. Actually, I meant to refer to my lack of experience in wilderness survival. Lin Heng replied with an awkward smile, as he had indeed come to learn in that regard. His combat experience was robust. He had honed his skills with his father's stonehide ape in one-on-one combat, while he had spent an entire month honing his abilities in chaotic group battles within the rifts of the Jimu space. No worries, this is a good thing. Master Uncle, feel free to ask me anything you're unclear about. Lu Yi sighed deeply, forcing a smile. Yet, internally, she felt a profound sense of resignation. Realizing that she had indeed lived a life akin to that of a dog, she now fully comprehended the words her master had spoken that day. True genius could not be measured by ordinary standards. With that, she led the group to begin collecting bones, as the fallen fire zombies possessed fire bones, which were crucial to their transformation into fire zombies. After gathering all the fire bones from the ground, the 4 descended into the fire zombie lair. The heat within was unbearable, although there was no magma. The landscape was filled with fiery red stones radiating temperatures comparable to molten iron. Some corpses, under such intense heat, slowly deteriorated, ultimately transforming into fire zombies. Lin Heng and the others could not approach, leaving the task of scavenging the fire bones to the Vine's crocodile. Before long, the spoils were brought out: 14 second-tier fire bones, 28 first-tier fire bones, 3 first-tier fire spirit grasses, and 1 second-tier flintstone. Upon examining these bounties, the 4 of them wore expressions of delight. Next came the division of the loot. In this operation, Lin Heng's contributions were the most significant, accounting for 40%, while Lu Yi would take 20%, Huang Tao 25%, and Chao Xia 15%. What do you think? Lu Yi pondered for a moment before speaking. She had never been one to directly allocate goods, but preferred to divide shares based on the final market value upon returning to town. This approach fostered greater cohesion within the team, a method many groups employed. First-tier spiritual materials ranged in value from 500 to 3,000. With fire attributes not considered rare, but not overly common either, these first-tier fire bones could likely sell for around 800 each, while the fire spirit grasses might fetch approximately 1,000. Second-tier spiritual materials were valued between 3,000 and 10,000, with only exceedingly rare items surpassing 10,000. The value of second-tier fire bones was roughly 4,000 each, and the second-tier flintstone could be worth 5,000. Altogether, these items held a total value of around 85,000. Lin Heng's 40% share would amount to approximately 33,000. Of course, that sounds reasonable. We owe it all to Lin Heng. Otherwise, we might have encountered trouble. Huang Tao nodded in agreement, raising no objections. I have no issues either, Chao Xia concurred, acknowledging that her share would typically be higher due to her role as a healer, but her entanglement in danger had necessitated a change in plans, warranting a price to be paid. Good, then I'll take charge of these items. We'll sell them and distribute the proceeds later, Lu Yi affirmed, nodding as she retrieved a bag to store the materials, which she then handed to the flower fairy. The flower fairy extended its vines to envelop the bag. This quantity was trivial for it. Since there are no more spiritual materials here, let us take a moment to regroup and venture to a different location. Everyone can spread out a bit and search for some spiritual materials independently. Lu Yi nodded, indicating that this was a characteristic of their team. Aside from collective missions, each member was free to hunt on their own. After a brief rest to restore their beast's spiritual energy, they rose and prepared to set off to another place. The mountains here were filled with ash trees, which bore no fruit and only gave rise to sentient dead ash tree monsters. The formation remained unchanged, with Lu Yi at the center, Lin Heng and Huang Tao on either side, and Chao Xia in the middle. However, as they stepped out of the valley, a chilling sense of foreboding washed over them. Danger lurked. Bang! Before anyone could react, an explosion erupted in the area where their beasts had trodden. Countless flames and debris shot into the sky, ensnaring 17, the vine demon crocodile, and the rose fox demon right at the epicenter of the blast. Lin Heng and the others quickly dropped to the ground, but the shockwave left them ringing in the ears, disoriented, and bleeding internally. It was a lava potato bomb. Be wary, as enemies may be lurking nearby. Lu Yi shouted angrily, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Is everyone all right? Chao Xia inquired, her gaze sweeping over the group as she commanded the bone spider to employ its life spring ability to heal them. Awu, 17, charred and singed, rushed back to Lin Heng's side. It had timely activated its metal manipulation skill to encase itself in metal, suffering only minor injuries. Quick, save my rose fox demon. It is gravely injured and may not survive. Huang Tao shouted, his voice filled with anguish and fury. Hurry and save the rose fox demon. My vine demon crocodile isn't too badly hurt, Lu Yi quickly added, noticing the rose fox demon, its body nearly halved by the blast. Fortunately, her vine demon crocodile had swiftly wrapped itself in vines and deployed a water shield for protection, sustaining only slight injuries. However, the rose fox demon's defenses were evidently insufficient. Being a dual-type wood and poison creature, it was too vulnerable against fire-based attacks, resulting in severe damage. Lin Heng, we must remain vigilant. Lu Yi glanced at Lin Heng with surprise, impressed by 17's survival tactics. Understood, Lin Heng nodded in agreement, gazing toward the left front. It seems these attackers retreated upon realizing we still retained combat capability. Moments ago, a surge of spiritual energy had erupted from that direction, only to dissipate swiftly thereafter. These individuals likely discovered the fire zombie den and, realizing we had arrived first, quietly set up the lava potatoes. Lu Yi's expression hardened as she spoke, her heart still racing with trepidation. Lava potatoes originate from lava potato trees. Alongside similar entities such as charred thunder-sweet potato vines and corn bomb trees, renowned dual-type wood and fire beasts. They can deploy explosive fruits akin to lava potatoes underground, possessing a certain degree of sensory obfuscation, revealing their presence only at the moment of detonation, making them exceedingly useful creatures. We cannot pursue them. It would be too easy to fall into another trap. They likely had insufficient time to deploy more lava potatoes. Otherwise, we could have been completely eradicated. It's not uncommon to encounter ambushes in the wild, Lu Yi explained to Lin Heng, concerned that he might act impulsively. Simultaneously, she felt a sense of relief that Lin Heng and the others had swiftly dealt with the fire zombies, preventing these unknown foes from setting up a more extensive array of lava potatoes. I understand, Lin Heng nodded, his heart still racing. The treachery of human nature in the wild was even more terrifying than he had imagined. To think that for less than 100,000 spiritual materials, they would resort to such lethal methods. Had he been alone, those rogues might have charged at him without hesitation. After a painstaking half-hour, the bone spider finally healed the rose fox demon, depleting most of its life spring in the process. Thank you, as compensation. You may take an additional 5% from my share when we return, Huang Tao said, stroking the now-recovered rose fox demon. No worries. We should hasten our departure from this place, Chao Xia suggested, shaking her head. Huang Tao nodded before gritting his teeth in frustration, muttering, let me discover who they are. Those scoundrels deserve no mercy. Yet, all he could do was curse in anger, as they were still unaware of their enemies' identities, let alone seek revenge. From that point onward, the group proceeded cautiously, employing skills to probe their surroundings before daring to advance. They felt somewhat jumpy after the explosion. Once they exited the valley, a collective sigh of relief escaped them. In the open terrain, it was unlikely the adversaries would set any more lava potato bombs. Let us take a moment to rest. Feel free to explore the area, Louis suggested as they arrived at a flat expanse. After the delay, it was already noon, making it an opportune time for lunch. However, before dining, the group decided to first scout the surroundings and eliminate any lurking monsters to avoid disruptions during their meal. Lin Heng nodded and led 17 in a random direction. After walking several hundred meters, he stumbled upon an intriguing plant. This must be the popcorn fruit mentioned in the books, he mused, observing a dark red fruit growing on a corn stalk. Cautiously, he plucked it and shook it in his backpack, causing it to pop open with a bang, revealing a half-filled bag of popcorn. Astonished, Lin Heng shook his head. It tasted even better than regular popcorn, yet it was naturally formed. While munching on the popcorn, Lin Heng continued onward and soon discovered a primary fire cabbage beside a cave, along with an irate fireball mouse. Looks like we have food, Lin Heng exclaimed with a smile. Although they were on the outskirts of the flame forest, primary spiritual plants were still abundant. Before long, the fire cabbage was his. The fireball mouse, seeing 17 approach, abandoned its long-guarded food and scurried away, clearly understanding which was more vital, life or food. After walking a bit further, Lin Heng came across a 3-meter-tall tree emitting a dark red glow, radiating intense heat. It was a crimson iron tree, known for its heart that could nurture crimson iron. However, this one, being the thickness of a person, evidently had yet to produce anything of value. 17, however, was undeterred. Upon hearing that there was crimson iron within, something it had never tasted before, it promptly clawed at the tree, tearing off a palm-sized piece of crimson iron and stuffing it into its mouth. "Oh woo, this is delicious," 17 exclaimed, its expression one of pure delight as it dashed off to fell other trees. Lin Heng could only watch in speechless amazement at 17's husky-like antics. Well, if it wants to eat, let it be. It doesn't affect anything. Although crimson iron possesses a fire attribute, it is inconsequential in the devouring space. Continuing on, Lin Heng soon discovered a fire rice bamboo, a peculiar bamboo that grew rice within its segments. Yes, rice, as in the staple food. He quickly felled it, and while carrying the bamboo, he circled back, noting that there were still plenty of small creatures in the wilderness, though they were not particularly valuable. "Hey, there's actually golden reed grass here," Lin Heng exclaimed upon unexpectedly discovering a unique wild grass. This type only grew atop metal. 17, let us dig this up, he instructed, eyeing 17. "Oh woo, I smell food." 17 eagerly began to dig, soon uncovering some secondary metal, red copper, albeit in limited quantity, only about 30 pounds. "First, place these in the devouring space. We'll need to save room for other food," Lin Heng said as he examined the red copper. 17 nodded, indicating compliance. And with a swift intake, a small vortex appeared, drawing the red copper into the devouring space. Having completed this task, Lin Heng returned to the gathering point, where the others had already returned and were busy roasting their catch. "I was fortunate enough to find popcorn fruit and fire rice bamboo," Lin Heng said with a smile. "Perfect. Now we have a staple food source." Huang Tao chuckled as he handed Lin Heng a skewer, saying, "This is from the red snake. Do give it a try. It's quite delectable." "Thank you," Lin Heng replied, taking a bite. It was delightfully crisp and had a satisfying chew, proving to be rather enjoyable. Subsequently, he shared rice and popcorn with the group. They sat in the fields, relishing their meal with great delight. After finishing their repast, they set off once more towards the depths of the flame forest, eager to encounter more valuable spiritual materials. However, they did not come across any locations like the fire zombie nest. Instead, they faced solitary leader-level monsters. Defeating these creatures yielded merely a pea-sized crystal core, a second-tier spiritual material, and some fragmented first-tier spiritual plants. On occasion, they encountered unfortunate situations where the monsters had already consumed the spiritual plants. Given that monsters guard these plants primarily to feast upon them, once ripe, they certainly would devour them. They did, however, stumble upon some groups of leader-level monsters. But these beasts were far too formidable. Particularly those accompanied by leader-level creatures were no longer disorganized. A professional hunting team would not dare to provoke them lightly. "Let us rest for the night at the Spark Camp," Lu Yi suggested, activating her map device and examining the displayed terrain. Beyond the cities, the Azure Dragon Kingdom harbors numerous shelters, camps, and fortresses. Shelters represent the most rudimentary form of refuge, akin to villages, with exceedingly limited defenses, making them susceptible to monster invasions, and most are temporary. Camps typically feature walls, resembling small towns with stable populations, predominantly occupied by various independent families or minor factions. This is permissible in the Azure Dragon Kingdom, as long as one possesses strength, one may establish their own camp and be subject to oversight by the Beastmaster Association, provided they do not overtly violate the laws of the kingdom. Fortresses rank just below cities in terms of significance, varying in size, but uniformly robust in strength. Lin Heng also opened his super map device to check the information on the Spark camp, which was originally built around a small wood-type spatial rift. A few months prior, a minor fire-type spatial rift had also been opened, prompting the camp's owner to erect walls, upgrading it to a camp. Situated within the flame forest, it has become a hotspot for many beastmasters. Lin Heng found these camps intriguing, and the opportunity to explore them would undoubtedly broaden his horizons. As dusk approached, they arrived outside the Spark camp, where they beheld the newly constructed gray-white walls. The outer layer was adorned with a type of fire thorn, a plant brimming with sharp spines and a toxin that inflicts excruciating pain on monsters, specifically designed to repel invasions. The city gate stood open, with designated beastmasters stationed to collect entry fees. Nearby, a tower displayed the severed head of a lord-level fire leopard, serving as a deterrent to any approaching monsters. Entry to such camps required a fee, 100 Azure Dragon coins per person. Although it may seem modest, the accumulated earnings over time would be substantial. Unlike in the cities, identity checks here were not stringent, and a black market thrived within, rife with illicit activities. Let us sell our materials first, then find a hotel to rest in. Afterward, everyone can feel free to wander as they wish, Lu Yi addressed the group. The safety of these officially sanctioned camps under the supervision of the Beastmaster Association was comparatively high. Only those lacking such oversight required extra caution. Lin Heng and the others nodded, following Lu Yi as they inquired about several shops and markets, ultimately selling all their materials. Their total earnings for the day amounted to 160,000, with Lin Heng receiving 50,000. This was a commendable gain. Typically, a professional beastmaster might only earn around 10 to 20,000 in a day. After distributing the earnings, the group was in high spirits. Once they secured a hotel, they dispersed for some leisure activities. Lin Heng visited the monster market, where both shelters and camps teemed with the sale of monster corpses, as these remains served as materials for various crafts, fertilizers, feed, and more. He did not expect to find quality gold-type monster corpses here. Rather, he sought better fire-type specimens. He was preparing to attempt the creation of bloodline fruits. After 2 months of studying beast cultivation knowledge under his senior sister, Chen Yulan, Lin Heng felt confident in assisting the silkworms in their metamorphosis. Chapter 065, Cultivating Bloodline Fruits. Lin Heng browsed the monster market for quite some time without encountering a suitable fire-type monster. Just as he was about to leave, he spotted an impressive corpse, a leader-level fire moth. This dual-type insect monster possessed formidable combat prowess, residing among the fire moth trees. In battle, it would rain down fiery ash, igniting an unquenchable blaze upon contact. It had an evolutionary form, the renowned fire god butterfly, whose might was unparalleled, leaving scorched earth in its wake. Additionally, the fire moth was compact enough to fit in a backpack without drawing undue attention. Having procured the desired monster corpse, Lin Heng ventured into the black market. Located in the southeast corner of Spark Camp, the entrance revealed a throng of scantily clad women. "Hey there, come play." One woman beckoned, her voice so sultry it sent shivers down his spine. Yet many men laughed and pulled a girl inside. Lin Heng pressed onward, discovering more items related to beast mastery. There were pure crystal cores from beasts, which were far superior to those from monsters and beneficial for beast evolution, alongside various potions. The most common being berserk potions that could temporarily unleash extraordinary strength in beasts. After a brief survey, Lin Heng departed. This was not a true black market. The genuine black market likely thrived in unregulated territories. This place was merely a fringe operation. Shaking his head, he returned to the hotel. The following day, the 4 of them enjoyed breakfast at the camp before setting off once more to hunt and gather spiritual materials. The life of a professional beast master was thus. Some might deem it monotonous, yet it was also quite engaging, filled with daily adventures and diverse experiences. Conversely, one might argue it was rather tedious, as each day entailed the relentless pursuit of feeding their beasts, earning money for sustenance, evolution recipes, and more. Nonetheless, Lin Heng felt content, for he was striving for self-improvement and enhancement of his abilities. During the day, they vanquished more monsters in the wild. By afternoon, they returned to Jinmu City to sell their spiritual materials, and Lin Heng earned 30,000. These past 2 days of adventure had illuminated the hardships faced by ordinary beast masters, reliant on slow resource accumulation, solidifying his resolve to attend the Beastmaster University. Only by aligning with such a resourceful and powerful faction could he rise swiftly. The prospect of gradual ascension seemed dauntingly distant. Upon returning home, Lin Heng found his parents absent. He took out food to feed the silkworms and then retrieved the fire moth corpse he had purchased to create a life fruit. Notably, since his promotion to professional level, the cooldown period for his life seed talent had decreased. It once required 5 days, but now took only 4. Previously limited to 6 uses a month, he could now utilize it 8 times or more. For ordinary monsters, the growth rate of his life seed skill was remarkably swift, producing a bloodline fruit within mere minutes. Unlike skill fruits, bloodline fruits developed at the roots of the life seed plant, resembling the growth pattern of peanuts. The resulting skill fruit took on an unusual form, akin to the crystal core of a fire moth, pea-sized, fiery red, radiating a gentle warmth, its appearance unchanged. Yet, once Lin Heng held it in his hand, he was certain it was indeed a bloodline fruit. Silkworm, go ahead and eat it. Lin Heng placed a bloodline fruit, the size of a broad bean, in front of the silkworm, saying, "Chirp." The silkworm exhibited a hint of perplexity, crawled over to sniff the fruit, and then opened its mouth to nibble. Before long, the fruit was consumed, and its body turned a vivid crimson, as if immersed in a metamorphosis. This state persisted until early the following morning. Unperturbed by the silkworm's melancholy, Lin Heng extracted a drop of fresh blood and once again employed the super encyclopedia device for examination. Indeed, the bloodline fruit could enhance its fire lineage. Merely one fruit had augmented its power by 1% compared to before. Lin Heng gazed at the data from the encyclopedia, muttering to himself. According to his conjecture, the current situation of the silkworm was that its 2 bloodlines were evenly matched, entwined in a stalemate where neither could overpower the other. Although the silkworm could eventually complete its evolutionary process, the pace was exceedingly slow. The persistent entanglement of 2 formidable superior bloodlines was the reason it had only managed to reach the 39th tier of the servant level. Lin Heng's intention was to strengthen one of the bloodlines to consume the other. In truth, he favored the bloodline of the Blood Sea Beast over the unknown fire lineage, primarily because fire was its main attribute, and currently, 17 was already quite formidable in terms of offense. He hoped for a beast with control or healing abilities. A defensive capability would also be welcome. The bloodline of the Blood Sea Beast perfectly aligned with this, as it was reputed to be an intimidating creature that could resurrect endlessly as long as a single drop of its blood remained, making it exceptionally resilient and possessing commendable control effects. Unfortunately, bloodline creatures were exceedingly rare and had a poor reputation, making it difficult to find their remains, far scarcer than lightning-type monsters. Thus, he resolved to enhance the fire-type creature, hastening the silkworm's evolution. Moreover, another reason was that this unknown fire lineage was even more potent than the Blood Sea Beast's bloodline and easier to assimilate the other lineage. Strengthening the Blood Sea Beast's bloodline would be excessively challenging. After all, this unknown fire lineage was quite powerful. Lin Heng believed it was the right choice. Furthermore, the assimilation of bloodlines could result in mutations and fusions, potentially creating an entirely new bloodline that combined fire and blood attributes. Very well, little silkworm. I will devote myself to assisting your evolution, Lin Heng remarked with a smile at the silkworm. Chirp. The silkworm, upon hearing this, was not pleased. It dreaded the thought of being pricked for blood, which felt terrifying, wishing only to live peacefully. Rest assured, I will not draw your blood again. Evolution will allow you to live better. Lin Heng reassured it with a gentle touch and a smile. As the silkworm's intelligence grew, Lin Heng had discerned its deepest desire, to survive. For it, a lack of food, drink, or sleep was inconsequential. Merely existing brought it joy. Perhaps this was why it could endure the searing flames. The silkworm, unable to fully comprehend Lin Heng's words, felt disheartened for a moment before returning to nibble on the fire-type spirit plant. For life must continue, and sustenance was essential for survival. After a 2-day respite, Lin Heng prepared to embark on another adventure in the wilderness, hunting fire-type monsters and cultivating bloodline fruits, while simultaneously training 17. A day later, at the western city gate, Lu Yi, clad in a form-fitting black outfit, waved at Lin Heng with a smile. Hurry over. We're waiting for you, Master Uncle. All right, Lin Heng nodded. Catching sight of Lu Yi from a distance, her black attire accentuated her perfect figure, making it hard not to notice. We have discovered a promising monster group. A pack of fire wolves, with an initial estimate of around 20, about half of which are commanding-level monsters, Lu Yi said with a smile. Very well. Let us take a look, Lin Heng replied, as his primary objective for this wilderness venture was to gather the remains of fire-type monsters. Everything else was secondary. In truth, he preferred to venture into the wild alone, but that posed a significant risk. Should 17 suffer injuries and lose its combat effectiveness, Lin Heng would be left to rely solely on his own survival skills in the wilderness, where even a 5th-tier servant-level monster could potentially defeat him. As for the silkworm, although it possessed some combat ability, it was entirely unreliable. This was why Lin Heng was eager for the silkworm to evolve. With another powerful beast, he could begin to navigate the wilderness independently. With you here, Lin Heng, we're sure to succeed, Huang Tao remarked with a smile. Indeed, having Lin Heng in the team makes everything much easier. I brought some dumplings I made last night. Everyone can taste my culinary skills during our lunch break. Chao Xia chimed in, smiling. As supporting members, they particularly appreciated having such a strong combatant on their side. Additionally, they had conducted some research and discovered that Lin Heng was a highly regarded disciple of the Beastmaster Association in Lu Mountain, which elevated their respect for him. Haha, everyone contributes equally, Lin Heng chuckled before following Lu Yi into the wilderness. An hour later, they arrived in a dark forest, where they soon spotted the fire wolf pack. Master Uncle, 17 can move quickly. Let it lure them while we set up an ambush here for a decisive strike, Lu Yi suggested to Lin Heng. This was the optimal strategy, and both Huang Tao and Lu Yi's beasts were well suited for ambushes. Once controlled, they could easily eliminate their targets. No problem. 17, proceed. Lin Heng nodded, approving the plan. Aru, watch me, Master. 17 swaggered toward the heart of the forest, soon approaching the fire wolf pack. These fire wolves, clad in red fur, had one head at the servant level and 2 heads at the commanding level. At that moment, they seemed to have just finished eating, lounging on the fiery rocks in slumber, oblivious to 17's approach. With a flash of white light, 17 activated the golden flash skill, swiftly closing in on several firewolf pups. Before they could react, it struck with a paw, dispatching the young wolves. Aru, the moment the pups were slain, the entire pack of fire wolves erupted in fury, releasing furious howls as fireballs hurled towards 17. Unfazed, 17 took advantage of its rapid mobility to shift positions, shaking its rear end and leisurely departing. A number of the fire wolves pursued madly, soon arriving at the ambush point. The hidden devil vines appeared indistinguishable from ordinary vines. But as the wolves neared, they suddenly erupted, ensnaring several with dozens of tendrils. Attack! Following this command, the rose fox demon, flower fairy, vine crocodile, and bone spider launched their assaults, swiftly annihilating the 7 fire wolves. They subsequently relocated, as the previous spot was no longer suitable for another ambush. Well done, 17. Go lure some more, Lin Heng instructed. 17 nodded and turned back, this time escaping using the golden flash skill, while simultaneously relaying to Lin Heng that all the other fire wolves were hot on its tail. Aru. The fire wolf pack roared in rage, and they were utterly incensed, pelting fireballs relentlessly in a chaotic barrage. This isn't good, there are too many fire wolves. We can only bind a portion, Huang Tao whispered, noting that there were at least a dozen, most of which were commanding level 2-headed fire wolves. No worries. 17 can handle it, Lin Heng replied, indicating for them to continue. Once the leading 2-headed fire wolves had passed a certain distance, the devil vines activated again, ensnaring a portion of the weaker fire wolves. The team then launched a concerted attack, swiftly eliminating 5 of them. Aru. The remaining 6 were all 2-headed fire wolves. And upon witnessing this, they emitted furious howls, their fiery red fur bristling, signaling that they had entered a desperate state. The assailants remained undeterred, converging upon 17, relentlessly launching fireballs that filled the air with an overwhelming intensity. Even the gleaming brilliance of Jin could not provide sanctuary, as several fireballs struck 17 with considerable force. Howl! You shall perish. 17, incensed by the underestimation of its prowess, gathered its energy, steadfastly enduring the onslaught of fireballs, and retaliated with a sweeping strike of its tail. Upon ascending to the rank of commander, 17's mastery over spiritual energy had significantly intensified, coupled with its exceptional skill proficiency. The sword-like energy conjured by its tail could now be shaped at will. In this moment, it manifested a crescent blade of light, initially 5 meters in length, which, bolstered by its energy, expanded to 10 meters and sliced horizontally through the air. The 2-headed fire wolves, rushing forward with reckless abandon, were taken aback by 17's sudden counterattack, especially as it braved the barrage of fireballs. In a desperate attempt to evade, they scattered in all directions. A chilling sound echoed as the central trio of fire wolves were decapitated, crashing to the ground with blood gushing forth like a fountain. Howl! The remaining fire wolves widened their eyes in disbelief, The creature they had relentlessly pursued was, in fact, formidable. 17. Its fur, now metallicized and visibly battered from the fireball barrage, appeared disheveled, yet its adversaries fared even worse. Eliminate the remaining 3 fire wolves. Do not let them escape. Lu Yi commanded, fully aware that the corpses of the fire wolves held significant value. She and Huang Tao swiftly led their beasts into the fray, engaging the remaining fire wolves in fierce combat. Just as the battle reached a fevered pitch, an explosive surge of spiritual energy erupted from behind. "Help!" Xiao Xia screamed. But it was too late. Before her words could fully escape her lips, a shadow leopard, glimmering ominously, emerged from the darkness behind her and struck her down in an instant, her body torn asunder, consumed by the encroaching shadows. "Xiao Xia!" Huang Tao turned in horror at the sight, his heart shattering as he witnessed the loss of his dear companion. "Stay calm. There are others," Lu Yi urged, immediately abandoning her assault on the fire wolves to regroup with the flower fairy and the vine crocodile for protection. Lin Heng's pupils constricted as he summoned 17 back, realizing they had not been far apart. The sudden demise of Xiao Xia left him reeling, a chilling reminder of life's fragility. Hiss! The bone spider emitted a deafening roar. Its form grievously injured by Xiao Xia's death, its bones fractured, yet it charged forward undeterred. The shadow leopard, however, showed no fear, effortlessly dispatching it with a swift strike of its claws. At that moment, a figure clad in black emerged beneath a distant tree, a sinister smile playing upon his lips as he surveyed Lin Heng and his companions. "Do not fret, your turn will come soon." Chapter 066. This is unscientific. With the appearance of the figure in black, 3 more individuals emerged from the depths of the forest, approaching Lin Heng and his team from various angles. "Captain, why waste breath on the dead? Leave this one, Lin Heng, to me." A youth with fiery red hair appeared not far from Lin Heng, a malevolent grin adorning his face. Before him stood a lava potato tree, towering at 5 meters, showcasing its commander-level power. As it absorbed vast amounts of fire energy, it became laden with lava potatoes that resembled ordinary tubers. Additionally, a lava lizard, similarly fiery and the size of a bison, charged towards Lin Heng, adorned with red tendrils along its spine, reminiscent of some bizarre species. Its speed was remarkable, closing the distance rapidly. "You are the ambushers from before," Lin Heng realized immediately upon seeing the lava potato tree, recalling the earlier encounter at the fire zombie's lair. "What grievance do you hold against us?" Lu Yi cried, her face marred by sorrow. "Dead men require no understanding. Lava lizard, eliminate him," the red-haired youth sneered. Before the lava lizard could approach, the lava potato tree unleashed a volley of lava potatoes aimed straight at Lin Heng. Lin Heng, wary of the shadow leopard's earlier disappearance, dared not retreat. The assailants had already dispatched their healer, indicating their formidable experience. This was no mere conflict over resources, but likely orchestrated by unseen hands. 17. Hold nothing back. Let us swiftly conclude this. Lin Heng communicated telepathically. How? 17 grasped the gravity of the situation, recognizing the imminent peril. As lava potatoes hurtled towards it, 17 gathered energy once more, employing its mastery over metal. Tiny metallic particles from the ground coalesced, instantaneously liquefying and solidifying into a metallic fortress, providing temporary shelter for Lin Heng. With a flash of golden light, 17 surged forward, propelled by the explosive impacts of the falling lava potatoes. It closed in on the lava lizard, unleashing its rending claw without hesitation. The claw, imbued with a brilliant white luminescence, was a sight to behold, and the lava lizard, recognizing the threat, summoned a lava claw to counter. Simultaneously, the fiery tendrils on its back lunged towards 17's eyes. 17, however, swiftly recalibrated its attack, not altering the rending claw mid-strike, but instead coalescing countless metallic particles into lethal arrows that shot towards the tendrils. Perfect level skills can indeed be executed simultaneously, and now it was the lava lizard that found itself in a precarious position, forced to endure the onslaught. The collision of the rending claw and lava claw resulted in a stalemate, both combatants being flung back, but 17 suffered from the elemental disadvantage, unable to unleash its full potential. Yet the lava lizard fared even worse, its back riddled with metallic arrows, its scales compromised, and its tendrils now limp. This cannot be. Perfect level metal control? The red-haired youth's expression twisted in disbelief. The rapid extraction and manipulation of metallic particles was nothing short of terrifying. Despite their prior intelligence suggesting that this young man's beast merely had a rudimentary grasp of metal control, the reality before him contradicted all expectations. Yet 17 would not allow him time to ponder. as the lava lizard struggled to remove the arrows embedded in its back. New metallic arrows surged forward alongside 17's charge. Roar! The lava lizard bellowed, expelling a massive fireball in a futile attempt to thwart 17's advance. Acknowledging the amplified threat of this attack compared to the previous firewolves, 17 swiftly changed course, evading the fireball while maintaining its assault with the metallic arrows and unleashing another strike of its tail. The combination of metallic arrows and the tail strike overwhelmed the lava lizard, which scrambled to evade, though it narrowly avoided a direct hit. One side of its body bore the brunt of 17's tail, while the arrows struck true once more. The moment had arrived. Lin Heng quietly chanted within the confines of his metallic fortress. This strategy, crafted for 17, was now crucial. It was a straightforward yet brutal tactic, to leverage 17's extraordinary skill proficiency to suppress the enemy. How? You shall perish. 17 roared, charging once more, launching a relentless barrage of attacks, denying its opponent even a moment to breathe. Roar! The lava lizard could only retaliate passively. It yearned to unleash another lava fireball to deter 17 from advancing. Yet just as it began to gather energy, metallic arrows of liquid metal enveloped it, solidifying instantaneously. This was dire. In an instant, the lava lizard's mobility plummeted to zero. The crimson-haired youth, sensing the impending doom, underwent a transformation, channeling his Beastmaster talent to enhance his fire-type creature, augmenting its overall combat power by 50%. In an instant, the lava lizard erupted with even more ferocious flames, nearly breaking free from its restraints, but it was already too late. A 2-meter-long blade of light awaited it. This was the compressed sword-tail, slicing through its skull with unrelenting sharpness. The lava lizard's gaze began to dull, and with a resounding thud, it collapsed, severed in twain, its blood and entrails spilling across the ground. No, the young man with fiery hair spat out a mouthful of blood, letting out a cry of anguish and fury. He could hardly fathom that his lava lizard had perished in less than 3 minutes. Why could that sword-tailed mongoose incessantly employ the advanced skill of metal control? Why did its spiritual energy seem inexhaustible? This was utterly contrary to logic. Just as he caught sight of the flickering white sword-tail charging at him once more, he had no time to grieve. He could only command the lava potato tree to defend while calling out for assistance. However, while the lava potato tree was formidable, its greatest strength lay in ambush, leaving it at a distinct disadvantage in direct combat. The explosion from a single potato merely inflicted minor wounds on the metal-coated 17. It continued to use golden flash, the white light shimmering amidst the fiery crimson smoke and dust, swiftly reaching the base of the lava potato tree. Confronted by the vine barricade of the lava potato tree, 17 clawed through effortlessly. Upon closing the distance, this commander-level lava potato tree was utterly powerless against it. No! Save me! The crimson-haired youth screamed in terror. But his cries were abruptly silenced as 17's claw tore him into shreds before it turned to annihilate the severely wounded lava potato tree. The commotion here caused battles elsewhere to fall silent. The shadow leopard, poised to ambush Lu Yi's beast, halted, and the black-clad captain gazed incredulously at Lin Heng. Why was this individual so formidable? This defied the data provided. No one could dispatch Horfei in under 5 minutes. He had initially intended to collaborate with his teammates to eliminate the voluptuous blonde woman, who possessed the greatest strength. Now he realized this was the gravest miscalculation. Lin Heng was the true hidden powerhouse. This is impossible. How could Horfei fall so swiftly? The slender woman, embroiled in combat with Lu Yi, displayed her shock as she glanced towards the distant battlefield. The majestic and unparalleled sword-tailed mongoose stood tall, while Horfei and his beast lay lifeless on the ground. How could Horfei be so inept? Had all his arrogance been spent on women? Having just vanquished Huang Tao's devil vine, and on the verge of victory, Sha Xiaoyong turned back, cursing, unable to comprehend how their opponent's healer had met a similar fate. Both Lu Yi and Huang Tao, locked in fierce struggle, were momentarily stunned. They had presumed their situation was dire, given their opponent's overwhelming strength, but suddenly realized Lin Heng had eliminated one of their adversaries. In just 5 minutes, he had dispatched a Beastmaster with 2 commander-level beasts of the 4th and 5th rank. Such combat prowess was terrifying. Lu Yi took a deep breath, contemplating if this was truly Lin Heng's authentic fighting capability. The earlier display that had astonished them now seemed trivial. She deeply felt the chasm between herself and this genius, and was relieved that one of their foes had perished, leaving them in a 3-on-3 situation. Still with a glimmer of hope, Sha Xiaoyong, come with me to eliminate this brat. Having killed Horfei, his beast will be devoid of spiritual energy. We cannot allow him to recover. The black-clad captain was compelled to alter his strategy, for their bounty was Lin Heng. Even if they dispatched the others, not a single coin would be earned. Their previous actions were merely to avoid exposure and complications. They needed to conclude this swiftly, as their opponent had already summoned help, and time was of the essence. Very well, let us extinguish this genius's life. Sha Xiaoyong nodded, glancing at Huang Tao before leading his two beasts forward. This is bad. Lin Heng, run. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Lu Yi panicked instantly, yet felt utterly helpless. Huang Tao could not contribute to the fight, and she was unable to break free. You all must flee quickly. Their target is me. They won't catch up to me in a short while. Just await reinforcements. Lin Heng urged as he mounted 17, instructing it to employ Golden Flash to dash away from the scene. 17's spiritual energy had indeed been entirely depleted. Utilizing high-level skills such as metal control was exhilarating, but drained resources significantly. Fortunately, it possessed the gold-devouring space, which not only digested spiritual materials with complete efficiency, but also did so at an astonishing speed. Earlier, as they departed the city, Lin Heng had provided 17 with some spiritual fruits to store within the gold-devouring space for emergencies. This decision proved to be remarkably wise. During the previous battle, 17 had already begun to digest those spiritual fruits, enabling a continuous supply of spiritual energy. Otherwise, such feats would have been impossible. Even now, while 17's state had been fully restored, Lin Heng had no intention of engaging in combat, opting instead for a hasty retreat. He had merely caught his opponents off guard previously. To believe victory was still attainable would be tantamount to courting death. Upon witnessing the sword-tailed mongoose dart away with a golden flash, the two adversaries were momentarily bewildered. How could it still utilize spiritual energy? How? Just you wait. 17 called out from a distance, launching a paralysis bomb towards the two, preventing them from turning back to attack Lu Yi and Huang Tao. Pursue them. The black-clad captain roared, convinced that Lin Heng was merely putting on a facade. The four beasts formed a semi-encirclement and charged at Lin Heng, particularly the shadow leopard, which was exceedingly swift. However, to their astonishment, the purple sword-tailed mongoose's spiritual energy seemed inexhaustible, continually employing golden flash. Logically, a commander-level first-tier beast should not possess such ample reserves of energy. I refuse to believe this. Keep pursuing. The black-clad captain gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept that Lin Heng could maintain this pace indefinitely. Yet, Lin Heng's heart was bleeding. 17 was consuming a vast fortune every moment. These individuals deserved to die. What a detestable bunch. After pursuing for a full 10 minutes, the black-clad captain's expression darkened as he conceded. Today's operation had failed. They must retreat. This brat was undoubtedly peculiar. He was nothing like the fledgling they had been led to believe. Sha Xiaoyong, equally distressed, lamented the loss of both a potential payday and a teammate. It was utterly disastrous. Yet they understood the necessity of withdrawal. Lin Heng was the apprentice of Zheng Qinquan, who surely had powerful backing. Continuing further would lead to their demise once reinforcements arrived. Resolving to retreat, the three quickly regrouped, mounting a flying steed and swiftly vanishing from sight. Lin Heng, Lu Yi, and the others dared not pursue, remaining vigilant for a potential counterattack. Huang Tao, filled with sorrow, gazed upon the dismembered remains of Chao Xia, falling into profound silence, before erupting in fury. Damnable beasts, I will avenge you, Chao Xia. I apologize. They may be targeting me. Lin Heng spoke after a moment of silence, his voice laced with guilt. Chao Xia had truly been a wonderful person. We are a team. Do not say such things. It is our carelessness that led to this. Lu Yi comforted, patting Lin Heng's shoulder. You are not to blame. Had it not been for you, we would all have perished. The blame lies squarely with those deranged fiends. Huang Tao exhaled deeply, shaking his head as he began to gather the pieces of Chao Xia's remains. Regardless, he could not place the blame on Lin Heng. Had it not been for Lin Heng, they would have been nothing more than scattered remains on the ground. Rest assured, today I shall ensure that the murderer pays a bloody price for their actions, and I will make those who orchestrated this heinous act suffer immensely as well. Lin Heng inhaled deeply and spoke slowly, his heart burdened by an indescribable sorrow as he noticed the small steamed buns from Chao Xia's backpack scattered across the ground. Just moments ago, they had been good friends, and in the blink of an eye, one had succumbed to the hands of an enemy. This cruel loss filled him with guilt. He felt utterly inadequate. The group fell into a heavy silence until a large azure bird swooped down from the sky, and Chun Yulan, clad in combat attire, descended gracefully. For updates with a total of 12,000 words, such vigor. Everyone cast your votes. From now on, Each chapter will be expanded to 4,000 words, she announced. Chapter 067, The Pseudo-Ecological Nation. Are you three all right? Chen Yulan inquired. Her gaze fixed on Lin Heng and the others. They all shook their heads, indicating they were fine. Please accept my condolences. When I arrived, I immediately began searching. But those individuals fled swiftly. We can only wait for the subsequent verification team to utilize the database for further investigation, she said softly. Lu Yi had not contacted the Security Bureau, for who could predict when those individuals would arrive? The verification personnel were sourced from Lushan District before her departure. The group nodded in understanding. Soon, personnel from the Beast Control Security Bureau arrived, 3 officers clad in uniforms, arriving aboard the Bureau's distinctive steel-horned beasts. After documenting the scene of the conflict, one of the staff members released a psychic beast, addressing the 3. To locate those 3 individuals and record the events of the battle, we require your cooperation to recollect the details of the previous confrontation. This dream mist beast can extract the recent memories. Not a problem, Lu Yi nodded. The team from Lushan District's Beast Control Security Bureau was trustworthy. Had it been personnel from elsewhere, they would have had to consider their reliability. The dream mist beast resembled a cat formed from a swirling purple mist. And as it exhaled a breath that enveloped the 3, they began to recall the events of the battle. Soon, the imagery was extracted, forming 3 luminous screens in midair. The officers exchanged glances with Lin Heng, their eyes widening in disbelief. Such formidable strength. Had it not been for you, those individuals would likely have succeeded. They found it hard to fathom that Lin Heng was merely a newly promoted professional Beastmaster. Both his combat prowess and decision-making were executed flawlessly, far beyond that of a novice. Otherwise, they would have been staring at 4 corpses. Chen Yulan smiled warmly. This is my junior brother. Lu Yi and Huang Tao finally grasped the extent of Lin Heng's capabilities, their gazes filled with astonishment. Following the database verification, the 4 culprits were identified. They were notorious shadow bandits, long sought after for their crimes, having taken countless lives. However, due to their concealment in the wilderness, capturing them proved exceedingly difficult, overwhelming even the pursuit-capable officers. After a thorough comparison, the security personnel located the perpetrators in the database but could not guarantee when they would be apprehended. It's fine. I will handle it myself, Lin Heng replied nonchalantly, having never intended to rely on the Security Bureau. The group then collected the remains, which, due to their gruesome state, could only be cremated on-site, returning with the ashes. On their way back, the 3 remained taciturn. By the way, does Chao Xia have parents? Lin Heng asked. No. Her parents perished in the wilderness years ago. She has only a younger brother, just 13, who hasn't even entered high school yet, Huang Tao replied. After some deliberation, they decided to inform her brother, as concealing the truth was neither feasible nor necessary. They agreed to collectively support her brother's living expenses and prepare for his training as a professional Beastmaster once he reached adulthood. Lin Heng initially intended to shoulder this responsibility alone, but both Lu Yi and Huang Tao opposed the idea, leading Lin Heng to acquiesce. In 3 years, if he were still alive, he believed he could easily provide that boy with a beast of moderate potential and facilitate his education at a Beastmaster University. This served as a personal motivation. If he could not alter a young man's fate in 3 years, he would deem his existence futile. When they conveyed this news to the boy named Chao Lei, he initially stood in shock before collapsing into tears, clutching the urn, and then erupted in anger at the 3 and the security personnel, demanding the return of his sister. Once all matters were addressed, it was already dark as they began their journey home. Do not grieve excessively. Death is a common occurrence. Focus on avenging that girl, Chen Yulan consoled Lin Heng, patting him on the shoulder. Indeed, this tragedy is solely the fault of those deranged individuals. It has nothing to do with you, Master Uncle, Lu Yi concurred. Having encountered death before, I understand. You need not comfort me, Lin Heng replied with a smile, not yet feeling so fragile. He merely lamented the fragility of life. If longevity was fraught with challenges, what then of eternity? Come, sister, let me treat you to a drink. Chen Yulan assumed her junior brother was still mourning and embraced his shoulder with a smile. Feeling the warmth of his sister, Lin Heng nodded, sending a message to his parents before heading to his sister's nurturing base. The next day, upon awakening, Lin Heng found himself lying bare on the bed, his clothes washed and neatly stacked beside him. Rubbing his head, he struggled to recall the events leading to this situation. Oh well, time to meditate, he muttered, estimating it was his sister's assistance. Clad in freshly laundered attire, he exited the room. You're up. I was just about to come and get you. Chen Yulan greeted him as he stepped outside. Today, she wore a black pleated skirt, reminiscent of wild lilies quietly blooming in spring, gentle and elegant. Thank you, sister. For washing my clothes. Lin Heng expressed his gratitude promptly. Not a big deal. Chen Yulan smiled softly. By the way, your physique is rather impressive. Lin Heng. Seeing Lin Heng's bashful expression, his sister beamed and waved her hand, urging him to hurry and practice. Nodding in agreement. Lin Heng released 17 to train while he sought out a pine tree to begin his morning meditation. At lunchtime, Chen Yulan shared some news with Lin Heng. The master has instructed us to head to the Flame Forest camp tomorrow. There has been a recent monster outbreak, and we are to assist. Previously, Lin Heng and the others were stationed at the outskirts of the Flame Forest, while Master Zheng Qianquan's camp was situated at the forest center, perilously close to a rift in the fire element space, incomparable to the conditions at the periphery. Sounds good. I want to return today. We'll go together tomorrow. Lin Heng nodded, accepting without hesitation. Going there would allow them to find more fire-type monster corpses, which could be transformed into bloodline fruits to hasten the evolution of the silkworms. Perfect. I'll need your help with some monster cleanup this afternoon, Chen Yulan said with a smile. Absolutely, Lin Heng replied. After lunch, he and Lu Yi went to work, assisting with the cleanup. During their labor, Lin Heng posed a question that had long piqued his curiosity. Why doesn't T's sister establish a complete ecological environment? It shouldn't be too difficult. After all, you are a seasoned junior breeder, and setting up a basic ecosystem should be manageable, at least to avoid this frequent cleanup. Lu Yi glanced at Lin Heng, pondering before responding, because the master insists on conducting his own research. In truth, other breeding areas do not require it. Only these experimental zones do. Moreover, the master's Beastmaster talent is not particularly strong in breeding, resulting in minimal outcomes. What is your Beastmaster talent, sister? Lin Heng inquired, increasingly intrigued by Lu Yi's explanation. Without the innate talent of a beast tamer, to still become a junior beast tamer is indeed quite remarkable for this elder sister. I won't divulge the details just yet. You shall discover it when master demonstrates it one day. Lu Yi chuckled and shook her head, withholding the information. Lin Heng, feeling somewhat helpless, pondered if it was an exceptionally rare talent. Yet, with Lu Yi remaining silent, he could do nothing but wait. However, they would soon be confronting monsters. They were soon to confront the monsters, and he would likely witness his senior sister's beast-taming prowess shortly. After finishing his chores, Lin Heng organized his backpack. 17. Do you still have any spirit fruits left? He inquired, glancing at 17, who was playing with a ball nearby. 17 looked around, bewildered. What spirit fruits? Didn't we consume them all during battle? Lin Heng sighed. You must have consumed all the red copper I asked you to store as well, right? You must have consumed all the crimson copper I asked you to store last time, right? He had realized that he couldn't allow 17 to hoard too many materials. For whenever an opportunity arose, it would start pilfering. Initially, it had stored 10 spirit fruits, a supply meant to last for 3 days. Shaking his head as he rode 17 back home. The following morning, Lin Heng and his elder sister, Chen Yulan, rose early to prepare for their journey to assist master at the camp. This time, Lu Yi remained behind at the breeding base to manage the operations. Let us depart. The elder sister summoned forth her flying beast, a leader-level, 7th-tier azure fire windbird, with mid-tier potential. This creature, a dual-element beast of wind and fire, was said to possess a trace of the divine beast by Fang's bloodline. Although not very large, measuring only 10 meters in length and with an 8-meter wingspan. Lin Heng and his elder sister found themselves somewhat cramped on its back, their bodies brushing against one another. As the azure fire windbird ascended, the ride became a bit unsteady, and a waft of fragrance enveloped them, leaving Lin Heng feeling slightly bashful. In contrast, filling the air with a fragrant aroma that made Lin Heng feel somewhat bashful. In contrast, senior sister Yulan seemed complete. Due to the need to circumvent certain monsters, it took them 3 hours to reach the Jinhua camp, where master resided. Is this the entrance is even larger than that of the metal and wood rift, Lin Heng remarked as he beheld the immense rift stretching across the earth, measuring around 500 to 600 meters in length and 200 to 300 meters in height. From a distance, it resembled a terrifying, gaping red maw surrounding the rift. The fire element spiritual energy had coalesced into billowing crimson mists, obscuring visibility for several kilometers. Yet, even from afar, he could sense the presence of numerous formidable auras. These fire element monsters had united to form a pseudo-ecological realm spanning over 10 kilometers. Spiritual energy congregated in this area, with crimson clouds swirling in the sky and several streams of magma flowing across the ground, nurturing an abundance of spiritual plants, rocks, metals, bones, and even elemental entities, all evolving into fire element kin. These rampant monsters incessantly surged outward, generating waves of beasts of varying scales. And the current situation was merely a precursor to the true horror. Once the concentration of fire element spiritual energy peaked, the rate of monster births would become exceedingly alarming, leading to even more horrifying waves of beasts. It seems the situation here is leading to an even more terrifying tide of beasts. It appears the situation here is perilous. I suspect reinforcements from other regions will be dispatched shortly, Qin Yulan observed, gazing at the scene below. Subsequently, the azure fire windbird descended, and the two dismounted, walking towards the entrance of the Jinhua camp. Although it was a camp, the continuous construction over the days had transformed it into a fortress-like structure. It served as a forward base for Jinmu City, with 4 similar camps distributed nearby. Upon entering the camp, they made their way directly to the central 7-story building, where they encountered Master Zheng Qianquan. Master, Lin Heng and Qin Yulan greeted him. It's good that you've arrived. Did you encounter any issues on the way? Zheng Qianquan inquired with a hint of warmth in his smile as he regarded the two. None, Qin Yulan replied, shaking her head. That's reassuring, Zheng Qianquan nodded. And I will inform you as soon as we have news. As for Deputy City Lord Mulan and the Baifeng District, refrain from acting impulsively. Leave that to me. You will be notified as soon as we have any information. As for Deputy City Lord Mulan and the affairs in Baifeng District, he was not surprised by the actions of his adversaries, as they were loyal to Jin Tianhe, seeking to eliminate his disciples to weaken Jin Tianhe. There would be no evidence to find in the wild. Due to the previous resource allocation, they from Lu Mountain had completely severed ties with Mulan and Duan Feng, and targeting his disciple was tantamount to undermining Jin Tianhe's faction. Furthermore, it was nearly impossible to gather evidence in the wild. Due to the previous distribution of resources, Lu Mountain had irreparably severed ties with Mulan and Duan Feng. Not only Lin Heng, but also several others had faced attacks, incurring substantial losses. I understand, Lin Heng affirmed, fully aware that it would be unwise to provoke Baifeng District or the Mu family. Though he considered Chao Xiao a friend, their bond was not strong enough to warrant such risks. His intention was to seek revenge only when he was sufficiently powerful. Next, I shall arrange accommodations for you. There are many treasures to be found here, Zheng Qianquan added. The rich fire spiritual energy not only nurtured various monsters, but also an abundance of spiritual material. Noting that the dense fire spiritual energy not only spawned various monsters, but also yielded abundant spiritual materials. One of the reasons Zheng Qianquan summoned Lin Heng was to see if he could find a suitable beast for him. Understood, Qin Yulan nodded, and together with Lin Heng, they were escorted to their quarters. As Zheng Qianquan's disciples, they were assigned adjacent rooms in the camp's central zone, sharing a small courtyard. Lin Heng tidied up, releasing 17 and the silkworm to feed them, as it was noon and time for their meal. Chirp! The silkworm, sensing the new environment, glanced around in confusion. Awu! Paused together, displaying a Samiad-like smile, eagerly awaiting Lin Heng's offerings. For it, anywhere was fine as long as Lin Heng and food were present. Hurry and eat, silkworm baby. Next time I'll get you something even better, Lin Heng urged, noticing the silkworm baby's delay in eating. In this place, Lin Heng encouraged, observing the silkworm's reluctance to eat. In this place, fire element spiritual materials were 2 to 3 times cheaper than in Jinmu City. Would you like to go out and explore? Just as Lin Heng finished feeding his beasts, he heard his senior sister's voice from outside. Chapter 0. After putting the silkworm baby away, Lin Heng took 17 and stepped outside. Of course, I was just thinking of going out for a stroll myself, he replied, nodding. As he planned to purchase some spiritual materials. Let us go then, his senior sister said with a smile. The Jinhua camp was significantly larger than a typical camp. Then let us go? His elder sister replied with a smile. The Jinhua camp was significantly larger than an ordinary camp, encompassing the size of 3 towns, where a wave of heat greeted them as they entered. All around, they were greeted by the sight of fire elemental spiritual materials radiating red light. A wave of heat washed over them, and their eyes were immediately drawn to the array of fire element spiritual materials radiating red light. The number of fire elemental beast tamers in Jinmu City will skyrocket, Lin Heng remarked with a sigh. The resources surrounding the city had already been. The number of fire element beast tamers in Jinmu City will surge, Lin Heng mused. The resources surrounding the city had long been nearly depleted, and with fire element materials being so affordable, coupled with their renowned high attack power, many would likely choose to cultivate a fire element beast. Indeed, there are too many materials. The emergence of each new spatial rift signals the rise of a particular faction, Qin Yulan agreed, her phoenix-like eyes scanning the multitude of spiritual materials. How much for this red flame flower? Lin Heng inquired upon spotting a fine second-tier fire element material. Lin Heng was not in a hurry. He casually inquired and then departed. Soon enough, he arrived at the end of the street, where a crowd had gathered around a large stall. Intriguingly, there was a stone gambling area here. Let us indulge in some fun. Upon noticing the sign, where a throng of people encircled a large stall. Fascinating. There is even a stone gambling area here. Let us partake in this amusement. Chen Yulan's interest piqued as she glimpsed the sign. They quickly ventured into the stone gambling zone, where numerous dark red rocks lay. These stones possessed the ability to obscure mental powers, rendering the contents within inscrutable, relying solely on luck or skill. Seeking the thrill akin to unboxing a surprise. Each stone cost 500 coins, with the potential to yield spiritual materials worth thousands or even tens of thousands. Lin Heng. Seeking the thrill akin to unboxing. Each stone cost 500 yuan, with the potential to unveil spiritual materials worth tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Lin Heng. Choose any you like. I shall treat you, and let us see who uncovers more valuable spiritual materials. However, whoever loses must take responsibility for the cleaning in the courtyard from now on, Chen Yulan remarked as she turned to Lin Heng. Sounds good. Lin Heng nodded. Remember, in stone gambling, bigger is not necessarily better. His sister shook her head at his choices. It's fine. Larger stones are not necessarily better in stone gambling, Chen Yulan admonished, observing his choices. It's fine. I merely feel that since the prices are the same, choosing larger stones at least felt more worthwhile. After selecting, there was no need for a specialist to unveil the stones. Lin Heng called out to 17, take your time. There was no need for a specialist to reveal the stones. Lin Heng glanced at 17, take your time, don't split them in half at once. Ah, 17 exclaimed, revealing a primary fire-type spirit bone. Not bad. Lin Heng nodded, at least he hadn't suffered a loss. However, the next two stones yielded nothing. Lin Heng nodded, pleased to have at least not lost. The next two stones yielded nothing, leaving him empty-handed. The final two stones produced a low-quality fire-type lava worm egg, a rather unimpressive creature, while the other unveiled a vibrant red leaf, adorned with clear flame patterns, seemingly from a level 3 spiritual plant. Senior sister, what kind of leaf is this? Lin Heng inquired curiously, unable to identify it. It resembled a phoenix tree leaf, yet was not quite the same. This is likely a phoenix leaf that has absorbed the blood of a powerful fire-type creature. It is indeed a commendable spiritual material. Although it is level 2, it is comparable to level 3 materials, Chen Yulan analyzed after a brief examination. I see. That is indeed impressive. Lin Heng's eyes sparkled, considering it a delightful surprise. She opened 5 stones in a row without revealing a single spiritual material. Ha ha ha, senior sister, you're truly unfortunate. As a cultivator, she opened 5 stones in succession, revealing not a single spiritual material. Ha ha ha, senior sister, you are terribly unfortunate. As a cultivator, do you not possess any special discernment skills? Her demeanor resembled that of a young girl whose doll had been snatched away, or a boy being, her eyes lost their luster. Stop laughing at me, she retorted fiercely, then turned to the stall owner, demanding, what is wrong with your stones? Just you wait. Senior sister glared at him, then turned to the stall owner, demanding, what is wrong with your stones? Why have none yielded anything? Initially, she had hoped to astonish her junior brother with her outstanding stone gambling skills, thereby ensuring he would willingly clean the courtyard. Now, all that was ruined. Why not give it another try? I assure you, we operate with integrity here. Typically, such unfortunate occurrences were rare at his stall. However, he too felt helpless, as such a streak of bad luck was uncommon in his establishment. However, when senior sister attempted 3 more stones, she was met with yet another void of results, her expression now brimming with a murderous intent directed at the owner. Try 2 more, they're on the house. She pondered why she had not randomly selected stones, as the results were unexpectedly poor. Her luck seemed to have taken a remarkable downturn. Forget it, junior brother. Let us leave. Chen Yulan tugged at Lin Heng, hastening their departure, visibly displeased. The duo then explored other areas, familiarizing themselves with the general situation of the zone, and after enjoying a cup of tea at a tea house, they returned home. Lin Heng lay on his bed, preparing to rest. Tomorrow. Lin Heng lay on his bed, preparing to rest. Tomorrow, they would venture forth to repel monsters, and it would likely be half a month before he could relax again. He suddenly noticed a group message mentioning all members. Upon opening it, he saw that Changshi had established a gene consisting of the 10 individuals who had ventured into the Jinmu spatial rift. Attention, all members. Haha. It seems I am indeed the first to break through to the professional level. Let me show you my commander-level beast, the colorful spider. Changshir's message was accompanied by a picture, revealing a more menacing-looking commander-level colorful spider. Lin Heng shook his head, unwilling to dampen the boy's spirit. The very next moment, Changshir sent another message. Lin Heng, it seems I am first this time. You must keep up. Seeing this, Lin Heng fell silent for a couple of seconds before quietly sending 3 images. One of 17 looking splendid, another captured during their battle against the fire zombie nest, and a third, a snapshot of the fiery space rift in the sky. Come to the town's fire base. It's quite entertaining here. Subsequently, Lin Heng noted that Changshir had swiftly retracted his previous message. Apologies, brother Lin, I am but a jester. I shall return to Gotham. Changshir lamented. Lin Heng shrugged. He too felt helpless, as Changshir remained ever fixated on being first. Jiang Shui chimed in. I also broke through 2 days ago. Yet I never imagined Lin Heng would already be at the fire base. Is anyone forming a team? Changshir, perplexed, could not fathom why. Despite his father providing him with 2 soul stones for assistance, both Lin Heng and Jiang Shui had surpassed him. It was utterly confounding. Soon, the others shared envious reactions. Though they had all received resources, they were still far from breaking through. Glancing at the group messages, Lin Heng exited the chat, only for Jiang Shui to message him again, inviting him to team up. However, he declined, stating he was presently unavailable. That evening, Lin Heng fed the vibrant leaf he had acquired from the stone gambling to the silkworms. Upon seeing the leaf, they eagerly began to munch. Burp. 17 let out a satisfied belch, a surge of spiritual energy emanating from it, as it advanced to commander level 2. Ah! It exclaimed, Master, I have broken through. May I have a fruit as a reward? 17 nudged Lin Heng, its expression brimming with joy. All right. Lin Heng chuckled. Could I be rewarded with a fruit? 17 nudged Lin Heng, wearing a beaming smile. Sure. Lin Heng shook his head helplessly, retrieving a lightning fruit for 17. Whenever it found itself idle, it would gnaw on ordinary metals, even with its devouring space, which allowed it to absorb spiritual energy entirely. Much of that energy was used to reinforce the devouring space, leading to rapid hunger. Additionally, with its increased potential, it required significantly more spiritual materials than previously, leaving it hungry quite quickly. Moreover, with its heightened potential, the amount of spiritual materials it required had increased substantially. Unable to find suitable carcasses of lightning-type monsters, this resulted in it utilizing primarily metal-type skills in battle, as the charge time for lightning-type skills was excessively long. Early the next morning, Lin Heng set off with senior sister Chen Yulan. They were assigned to guard a canyon's entrance, alongside 8 other Beastmasters, to collectively maintain vigilance. In this realm, each hunt of a monster yields a certain number of points, which can be exchanged at the camp for much-needed supplies or directly converted into wealth. Furthermore, each hunt of a monster yields a certain number of points, which can be exchanged at the camp for much-needed supplies or directly converted into wealth. Furthermore, which is why numerous Beastmasters flock here to engage in this endeavor. Hurry, a horde of monsters is approaching. Which is why numerous Beastmasters flock here to engage in this endeavor. Hurry, a horde of monsters is approaching. She is an elite Beastmaster, nearing the rank of guild leader. Accompanying her are her formidable beasts, a chief-level, dual-element Firewind Azure Fire Green Wind Bird, and 2 additional creatures. One is a golden-eyed six-tailed fox, embodying both gold and wood attributes, while the other is a pea fairy. And 2 additional creatures. One is a golden-eyed six-tailed fox, embodying both gold and wood attributes, while the other is a pea fairy, a creature of both psychic and wood affinities. The golden-eyed six-tailed fox boasts golden eyes and a coat of pure white fur, with 6 verdant tails, being a mid-tier potential beast of chief level, 8th rank. In contrast, the pea fairy, appearing as a charming little girl, floats obliviously in the air, clad in garments woven from emerald pea stems. Despite its adorable appearance, it possesses the mightiest presence, reaching chief level, 9th rank. Clad in garments woven from emerald pea stems. Despite its adorable appearance, it possesses the mightiest presence, reaching chief level, and is a rare specimen of dual psychic and wood attributes. Lin Heng, do not stray too far from me. The beast tide is perilous. Cautioned Lu Yi as she positioned herself strategically, commanding her beasts. Ahead, a massive swarm of rock flames rats surged toward their direction. Their signature skill being the rock flame fireball, a fearsome fusion of magma and flames unleashing devastating splatter damage. Especially when their numbers. Some may wonder why they must intercept if they cannot engage directly. It is akin to water conservation, stopping the flow upstream to mitigate the impact downstream. By the time they reach the outskirts of the Goldenwood City, the threat is significantly diminished. Typically, by the time they reach the outskirts of the Goldenwood City, the threat is significantly diminished. Typically, beast tides erupt outside city walls due to the fall of critical choke points, akin to the Jinhua camp, leading to a catastrophic surge. Any creature struck by these seeds became lethargic, causing many to collapse lifelessly. This is the effect of the dual psychic and wood-based sluggish peas, which, unlike sleep powder that is countered by fire, not only induce lethargy, but also possess lethality with multiple hits. As the rock flames rat slowed, the azure fire-green wind bird in the sky and the golden-eyed six-tailed fox on the ground unleashed a massacre. Although chief-level beasts cannot obliterate mountains or rivers in a single blow, their might far exceeds that of human artillery, capable of demolishing a house with ease and rendering tanks obsolete. Under their onslaught, each strike could slay hundreds of rock, with some area of effect skills eliminating 1 or 2,000 at once. This exemplifies the prowess of elite Beastmasters. On Earth, one such individual could annihilate a small county, with some area of effect skills eliminating 1 or 2,000 at once. This exemplifies the prowess of elite Beastmasters. On Earth, one Chen Yulan stands out among them, being on the cusp of guild leader status. Though Shichi can slay over a dozen servant-level rock flames rats with each strike and even take down a few commander level, the gap compared to Senior Sister is vast. Therefore, he refrains from boasting and faithfully follows behind her, allowing Shichi to employ lightning skills to combat monsters while honing his own abilities. Here, he refrains from boasting and faithfully follows behind her, allowing Shichi to employ lightning skills to combat monsters while honing his own abilities. The bodies of the slain monsters had piled into a mountain, yet the beast tide showed no signs of abating. Doesn't it seem terrifying? The bodies of the slain monsters had piled into a mountain, yet the beast tide showed no signs of abating. Doesn't it seem terrifying? Senior Sister inquired with a smile as she dealt with the monster corpses. These bodies cannot be transported. After counting, they will be collectively buried in a massive pit. Although this may still spawn monsters, it will also create a resource point capable of yielding various spiritual materials and even high potential beasts. Indeed, it is which he intended to transform into a bloodline fruit. It is said that this is already quite commendable. Over a century ago, the situation was far more dire. Moreover, this is yet to account for the fall of any Beastmasters. Senior Sister shook her head, accumulating the monster bodies before leading Lin Heng back to the camp. What drives individuals to fall and become slaves to monsters? Is it merely for the pursuit of greater power? Lin Heng pondered, aware that fallen Beastmasters are those who have either willingly or unwillingly allied themselves with powerful monsters. One might understand if they allied with creatures such as the 10,000-wood golden serpent vine or those godlike dark red malevolent beasts. But why would anyone pledge allegiance to lord-level monsters? Perhaps in a few days, you will comprehend. They are a rather unhinged group, Shen Yulan reflected, providing an explanation. Chapter 069, Convergence of Divine Blood, Ultimate Evolution. Upon returning to his chamber, Lin Heng seized the opportunity while Senior Sister was away to craft another bloodline fruit for his silkworm. After the last fruit was consumed, the silkworm's fire-based lineage had significantly strengthened, accelerating its assimilation of the blood sea beast's bloodline. Here, consume this. Lin Heng presented a crystal-like bloodline fruit to the silkworm. Recognizing its value, the silkworm eagerly crawled over to devour it. Afterward, it radiated a brilliant glow and fell into slumber. For the next half-month, recognizing its value, the silkworm eagerly crawled over to devour it. Afterward, it radiated a brilliant glow and fell into slumber. For the next half-month, particularly since they could exchange points for lightning-based spiritual fruits at a fraction of the market price. Daily combat with beasts rapidly enhanced Shichi's proficiency in its 2 lightning skills. Within a mere fortnight, both Thunderstrike and Paralysis Bomb had reached a competent level. Utilizing lightning skills against fire-type monsters proved remarkably effective. Moreover, Lin Heng had crafted 3 additional bloodline fruits, all fire-type, which accelerated the silkworm's assimilation of the blood sea beast's bloodline. The silkworm frequently fell into slumber, and Lin Heng suspected it was nearing a limit, poised to fully absorb and integrate the blood sea beast's lineage. We must remain vigilant. Reports indicate that anomalies are emerging within this pseudo-ecological realm, potentially heralding a significant beast tide, remarked a youth named Li Yong. who had often hunted alongside Lin Heng and became a colleague of sorts. I am aware, Lin Heng nodded, having received word of this the previous day, and his master, along with others, had already ventured to investigate. That afternoon, their contingent received a threefold increase in manpower. In addition to the original 2 elite Beastmasters, 2 more arrived. Along with others, had already ventured to investigate. That afternoon, their contingent received a threefold increase in manpower. In addition to the original 2 elite Beastmasters, 2 more arrived. Senior sister Chen Yulan approached Lin Heng with sudden enthusiasm. Aren't we supposed to be on guard? Wasn't it said that a large-scale beast tide might erupt? Lin Heng inquired with curiosity. The senior sister waved her hand dismissively, saying, no need to worry. According to the latest reconnaissance reports, this time it is not a beast tide, but rather a gathering of monsters preparing for a promotion ceremony, during which a multitude of creatures will be sacrificed. This time it is not a beast tide, but rather a gathering of monsters preparing for a promotion ceremony, during which a multitude of creatures will be sacrificed. Such a grand spectacle can only manifest within freshly formed spatial rifts. Observing the excitement on her face, Lin Heng appeared bewildered. What grand spectacle are you referring to? Such a grand spectacle can only manifest within freshly formed spatial rifts. Observing the excitement on her face, Chen Yulan steered the azure flame green-winged bird skyward, drawing closer to the fire element spatial rift. Chen Yulan steered the azure flame green-winged bird skyward, drawing closer to the fire element spatial rift. Lin Heng gazed downwards and noticed that many monsters were not fleeing as usual. The underlying belief among these fallen beast tamers is that spatial rifts are created by deities to bestow transcendence upon the mortal realm. The underlying belief among these fallen beast tamers is that spatial rifts are created by deities to bestow transcendence upon the mortal realm. The monsters that existed prior to the rift's opening are thought to possess a faint trace of divine blood, which is shed by the god, orchestrating a grand sacrifice of beasts to refine divine blood and embark on the ultimate path of evolution. At that moment, while the monsters are defenseless during their evolution, these fallen beast tamers seize the opportunity to pilfer power and claim the so-called divine blood. Chen Yulan elucidated. Divine blood condensation? Are there any successful cases? Lin Heng inquired. These fallen beast tamers seize the opportunity to pilfer power and claim the so-called divine blood. Chen Yulan elucidated. Divine blood condensation? Are there any successful cases? If that were the case, it indeed deserved the title of a god. Indeed, the notorious evil organization, Moon God, is one such example. It is said that within their lair resides a terrifying monster that has successfully completed the divine blood condensation. Ironically, although this organization facilitated the monster's ascension, they failed to extract divine blood, instead becoming its captured followers and mere pawns of the Moon God, the senior sister affirmed. In truth, they failed to extract divine blood, instead becoming its captured followers and mere pawns of the Moon God, the senior sister. High-tier monsters possess intelligence that rivals that of humans. These entities exhibit a formidable capacity for corruption, enslaving a portion of humanity to conduct various studies and analyses for their own evolution, gathering diverse materials. The cultists enslaved by these monsters have long posed a significant obstacle to the expansion of human nations. I understand now, Lin Heng nodded. He was naturally aware of these fallen beast tamers, though he remained perplexed as to why some would willingly ally with them. As the two soared into the heavens, they soon beheld the unique spectacle of the blood of the gods' condensation ceremony. These low-tier fire element monsters spontaneously gathered at the entrance of the spatial rift. They soon beheld the unique spectacle of the blood of the gods' condensation ceremony. These low-tier fire element monsters spontaneously gathered at the entrance of the spatial rift. Collapsing one by one, their flesh and blood powers swiftly absorbed, transforming into streams of crimson light that surged into the depths of the rift. Within a mere moment, over 1 million monsters were reduced to skeletal remains, and a vast river of blood materialized in the sky. Upon witnessing the river of blood flow into the spatial rift, Chen Yulan expressed her excitement. What a pity we cannot enter to see. Upon witnessing the river of blood flow into the spatial, the completion of the grand beast sacrifice clearly indicated that the next step would be the condensation of divine blood. Such a scenario must be thwarted. Upon discovering this situation, the city lord Jin Tianhe, deputy city lord Mulan, along with several other esteemed beast tamers, all plunged into the spatial rift. Should these monsters successfully condense divine blood and complete their evolution, it would spell disaster for Jinmu City, potentially leading to the entire city succumbing to chaos, transforming a 1,000-mile radius into a disaster zone. Lin Heng, however, was not overly concerned. The success rate of divine blood condensation was notoriously low. at critical junctures, transforming a 1,000-mile radius into a disaster zone. Lin Heng, however, was not overly concerned. It would pose no problem to encircle an unguarded monster in the midst of its evolution. Let us go and collect some valuable items, Chen Yulan urged as she directed the azure flame green wind bird towards the vicinity of the spatial rift. As the monster's flesh and blood were drained, resentment and malice rapidly coalesced, and alongside the remains, pallid skeletal hearts began to form slowly. Resentment and malice rapidly coalesced, and alongside the remains, pallid skeletal hearts began. The heart of the undead is a highly coveted material within the undead category, said to only be birthed within necromantic realms. With just one, it can aid undead monsters in developing special flesh, transcending their skeletal forms. The undead flesh boasts remarkable resistance to most elements, is impervious to pain, and can swiftly mend injuries by consuming fresh flesh, rendering the heart of the undead a priceless treasure, sought after yet rarely found. However, the current situation was far from a typical scene of undead heart cultivation. Clearly, no necromantic realm was involved. The current situation was far from a typical scene of undead heart cultivation. Clearly, no necromantic realm was involved. It lacked the perfection of those nurtured in necromantic realms, with its efficacy likely not even reaching 1% of a genuine undead heart. Nonetheless, when paired with certain materials, it could still serve as an excellent evolution catalyst, perhaps even enabling evolved undead monsters to possess undead flesh. The senior sister remarked while observing the rapidly forming counterfeit undead hearts. Many other beast tamers shared a similar mindset, hastening towards the scene, albeit at a slower pace. Soon they arrived in this region dense with death energy. The senior sister glanced at Lin Heng and said, "I will set you down. Let us split up and scavenge." "All right." Lin Heng nodded, landing on the ground and promptly summoning 17. To the left, charge ahead. There are good items that can be exchanged for plenty of food. He instructed the bewildered 17. Oh. Upon hearing the mention of food, 17 shot forward like a streak of golden light. He instructed the bewildered 17. Oh. Upon hearing the mention of food, 17 shot forward like a streak of golden light. Lin Heng rode 17 towards another heart of the undead. Thanks to his senior sister's foresight, they had struck gold this time. By the time others approached, Lin Heng had already gathered over a dozen counterfeit hearts of the undead, ranging from 1st to 3rd tier, though he had yet to tally the specifics. In addition to the hearts, this area also contained several fire element spirit plants, which had become unclaimed possessions following the monster's demise, allowing him to gather a substantial amount. Hurry! In addition to the hearts, this area also contained several fire element spirit plants, which had become unclaimed possessions following the monster's demise, allowing him to gather a substantial. Before they could get close, a fireball suddenly plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground not far in front of Lin Heng with a resounding boom, creating a 5-meter-wide pit and inflicting considerable injury upon him from the splattering flames. Get back! That heart of the undead was mine first, creating a 5-meter-wide pit and inflicting considerable injury upon him from the splat. If that brat from Lushan district dares to approach again, don't blame me for being rude. A youth riding a red-feathered cat-headed fire eagle coldly laughed as he soared towards the heart of the undead. Lin Heng glanced at the cat-headed. A bolt of violet lightning flashed from 17's eyes, instantly shattering the newly formed heart of the undead into fragments. A bolt of violet lightning flashed from 17's eyes, instantly shattering the newly formed heart of the undead into fragments. The young man atop the cat-headed fire eagle was instantly consumed by fury, cursing vehemently. This is a level 4 necromantic heart. Huh, just a brat from the 100 Peaks region. If you possess the ability, come and strike me. I shall remain right here, unmovable. Lin Heng scoffed disdainfully. You're just from the 100 Peaks district, aren't you? If you possess the courage, come strike me. I shall remain right here, unmoving. Attacking a low-level Beastmaster would subject him to the laws of the Qinglong Kingdom, unless he wished to become a criminal and wander the wilderness henceforth. If you dare not make a move, then be gone. Lin Heng did not even spare him a glance as he mounted his beast. Make yourself scarce if you lack the guts. Lin Heng didn't even cast a glance in his direction, continuing his pursuit of. Nearby onlookers erupted into laughter, as though observing a monkey, pondering how audacious Lin Heng was to so fearlessly offend an elite Beastmaster. Very well, I am Duan, spat a final retort before hastily departing, his pride thoroughly shattered by Lin Heng's retort. Following this incident, other elite Beastmasters in the vicinity became more restrained, no longer daring to bully others indiscriminately. Meanwhile, professional Beastmasters looked at Lin Heng with gratitude, thinking to themselves that this young man truly possessed remarkable courage. Soon, Lin Heng discovered another necromantic heart, but upon approaching, he realized that someone had already beaten him to it, prompting him to prepare to turn away. He discovered that someone else had already claimed it. He prepared to turn away, unwilling to engage in conflict. After all, the previous individual had been excessively arrogant, attempting to snatch what was rightfully his. Brother, this one is for you. You are truly a paragon for our kind, allowing me to vent my frustrations. Clearly, he had been bullied in a similar manner before, and witnessing Lin Heng's actions brought him a sense of relief. Thank you, Lin Heng smiled faintly, placing the necromantic heart into his backpack. He understood that even with the laws of the Qinglong kingdom in place, most low-tier beastmasters still refrained from resisting, not wishing to offend others. Once targeted, trouble would ensue, so they often chose to compromise when their resources were pilfered. Just as he was about to continue his collection, a terrifying skill suddenly erupted from the spatial rift, leveling a mountain and creating a vast pit hundreds of meters wide. We must flee at once. It seems the attempt to condense divine blood has failed, and the monsters within have gone mad. If we do not leave soon, we shall be in grave danger. We must flee. It seems the blood of the divine has failed to coalesce, and the monsters within have gone berserk. We are in grave danger. At this, they had scarcely departed when several figures emerged from the spatial rift. Leading them were the main and vice city lords along, followed by prominent beastmasters from various guilds. However, all of these individuals bore wounds, their beasts drenched in blood, suggesting they had endured a disastrous battle within the rift. This does not bode well. We must hasten, his senior sister urged, activating the Bai Huaqing foam bird skills to increase their speed. This bodes ill. We must hasten our retreat, his sister urged, activating the Bai Huaqing foam bird's ability, annihilating some greedy beastmasters who had lingered behind in search of spiritual materials. The pseudo-ecological kingdom quickly reverted to its former chaotic state. Master, are you unharmed? What transpired within the rift? Shen Yulan promptly led Lin Heng to his master, inquiring about his well-being while also seeking information on the situation within. I am largely unscathed, but we have suffered a significant loss this time, with 2 guild master-level beastmasters perishing. A group of fallen beastmasters had been lurking inside and launched a surprise attack. Master Zheng Qianquan replied, shaking his head slowly. He then added, in a few days, you may return. With so many monsters eliminated, things should quiet down for a while. Master, please take care of yourself. We shall take our leave now. Lin Heng and his senior sister placed some fruits they had brought for him on the table before turning to depart. Senior sister, why did we encounter such difficulty? Lin Heng queried, perplexed on their way back. This pertains to the issue of domains. Those Lord-tier and Sovereign-tier monsters reside in an environment that has long since been transformed into a corresponding ecological secret realm, where their combat prowess is significantly augmented compared to other places. Moreover, wild monsters face immense difficulties in leveling up and evolving. Those that reach Lord or Sovereign levels possess formidable strength. Thus, our Beastmasters face considerable suppression upon entering, compounded by the assistance of those fallen Beastmasters. There is also another reason. The higher-ups are utilizing this spatial rift for military training, controlling the scale of the monsters to foster the growth of lower-tier Beastmasters. In the ensuing days, as Master had predicted, the number of monsters dwindled significantly. One day, while Lin Heng and his senior sister were dealing with a horde of lava giant horned cattle in a valley, over the past few days, Lin Heng had been crafting bloodline fruits to enhance the fire element bloodline within the silkworms. At this moment, the fire bloodline had finally reached its zenith, completely overpowering the blood sea beast bloodline. It began to engulf and integrate with it comprehensively, leading the silkworm to absorb an abundance of external fire spiritual energy and commence spinning its cocoon. This is not good. Lin Heng sensed the change within the Beastmaster space. His expression turning grave. He had presumed that the silkworm's metamorphosis and evolution would require more time. Yet it had commenced unexpectedly, leaving him unprepared. First and foremost, he needed to release the silkworm. It must not undergo its cocooning. Remaining in the Beastmaster space would inevitably lead to failure. Furthermore, he needed to find an environment rich in fire spiritual energy immediately, allowing it to absorb sufficient fire energy to maximize the success rate of its cocooning evolution. What is the matter? What is it? His sister Yulan, noticing Lin Heng's troubled countenance, inquired urgently. My second beast has suddenly begun to evolve. Lin Heng admitted without reservation. What? Your second beast? Chen Yulan was taken aback, momentarily thinking she had misheard. How could Lin Heng suddenly have a second beast that had begun to evolve? About 2 months ago, my father caught a rather special silkworm for me. I later used a super Pokédex to detect that it possessed 2 types of superior bloodlines. Hence I formed a contract with it. Now, it has suddenly begun to spin its cocoon and evolve. Lin Heng provided a brief explanation. By now, he had become a professional-level Beastmaster, and having contracted a silkworm was no longer a matter of secrecy. 2 types of superior bloodlines? There was no time for lengthy explanations. Sister, please help me find a fire-rich underground cave quickly. I will explain everything later, Lin Heng urged. Senior sister, please hurry and help me locate a cave rich in fire spiritual energy. I will explain everything later, Lin Heng urged. Chen Yulan nodded, her expression serious, for Lin Heng's demeanor conveyed the urgency of the situation. Subsequently, senior sister Chen Yulan nodded. Were it not for Lin Heng's serious expression, she might have thought he was merely jesting. Without delay, within a mere 3 minutes, over 1,000 rockfire rats had perished. Lin Heng anxiously made his way to the underground cavern, where a vast magma lake sprawled, resulting in a massacre. Within merely 3 minutes, over 1,000 rockfire rats perished. Lin Heng anxiously approached an underground cavern, within which lay a vast lake. The rockfire rats adored bathing in the lava. Thus, the elemental fire energy in this area was exceptionally potent. 17, take me across, commanded Lin Heng, perched atop 17's back. 17, possessing the ability to levitate, complied, albeit at a leisurely pace. Woo! Without hesitation, 17 transported Lin Heng to the island. With its floating ability, 17 could indeed fly, albeit at a leisurely pace. Woo! Without hesitation, 17 soared to the island at the lake's heart, sensing that the silkworm was about to evolve, and its curiosity piqued. Upon landing, Lin Heng swiftly released the silkworm from his beast space. As the silkworm touched down, an immense whirlpool of fire spiritual energy rapidly coalesced, surging toward its body. It felt as though the silkworm did not need to intentionally attract the energy. Rather, the silkworm's spinning and cocooning accelerated significantly. Witnessing this spectacle, senior sister Chen Yulan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Indeed, a superior bloodline. The senior sister, Chen Yulan, observed this spectacle with astonishment, exclaiming, "This is truly an upper-tier bloodline. What a terrifying display of spiritual energy absorption." Initially skeptical, she immediately comprehended the situation upon witnessing this scene. Not only was it an upper-tier bloodline, but it was also a paragon among upper-tier bloodlines, verging on the legendary supreme bloodline. Otherwise, such a scale of spiritual energy absorption would be utterly unattainable. Lin Heng, where did you acquire such a powerful insect-type summoned beast? Although it seemed hard to believe, it was indeed the truth. Your luck is astonishing. Senior sister Chen Yulan gazed at him incredulously. Lin Heng replied with a shrug, though he knew it was hard to believe, it was indeed the truth. Your luck is truly extraordinary. Chen Yulan gazed at Lin Heng incredulously, her alluring lips agape, as if they could accommodate a large sausage. Lin Heng's fortune was remarkable. An insect-type summoned beast with an upper-tier bloodline was simply beyond comprehension. Reflecting on her own recent misfortunes with gambling stones and the frequent failures in her various experiments, anticipation welled within him. What kind of fire elemental beast would it evolve into? Do you know what fire bloodline it possesses? Senior sister asked curiously. Watching the silkworm continuously absorb fire spiritual energy to cocoon itself, Lin Heng couldn't help but feel anticipation for what kind of fire-type summoned beast it would evolve into. The unknown bloodline has overwhelmed and assimilated the blood sea beast bloodline, and then it suddenly began to evolve and cocoon. It possesses 2 bloodlines. One is an unknown fire-type bloodline, and the other is the blood sea beast bloodline. Recently, the unknown bloodline has overwhelmingly absorbed and fused with the blood sea beast bloodline, and then it suddenly began to evolve and cocoon. Lin Heng replied with a shrug, admitting that even he did not know what that fire-type bloodline was. The blood sea beast bloodline. Upon hearing this, Chen Yulan's mouth once again fell agape. Could the unknown fire bloodline possibly belong to a mythical creature, such as a fire phoenix or fire dragon? As time ticked by, half an hour passed, and the silkworm completed its cocooning, encasing itself within a chrysalis of half a meter in size. The silkworm completed its cocooning, encasing itself within a chrysalis of approximately half a meter in size. Subsequently, a more ferocious extraction of fire spiritual energy ensued. An hour later, having depleted a vast amount of fire spiritual energy, the entire magma lake gradually cooled, the underground space devoid of any fire spiritual energy. This is bad. Quickly, we must relocate. Senior sister urged upon witnessing the situation, her eyes wide with astonishment at such a terrifying evolution, as it was her first encounter with such a terrifying evolution. Lin Heng nodded, realizing that this was the only option, for no one could have anticipated such circumstances. Fortunately, and soon they located another underground cavern. Lin Heng placed the silkworm's chrysalis in the center, and a vibrant whirlpool of fiery energy formed once again. To prevent any further unforeseen incidents, senior sister Chun Yulan scoured for several similar caverns, preemptively eliminating any monsters residing within. To their astonishment, over the course of the next day, the silkworm absorbed the fire energy from 8 more underground caverns, finally settling into a tranquil state. Seeing the silkworm finally calm down, Lin Heng exhaled, preparing to quietly await its metamorphosis. At this moment, they remained within an underground cavern adjacent to the magma lake. Let's have a bite to eat. The senior sister produced a boxed meal and offered it to Lin Heng. Thank you. He nodded appreciatively, sitting down to enjoy his meal. He finally found a moment of respite. After their meal, senior sister shared some fruits with Lin Heng. We shouldn't have to worry anymore. Your silkworm may truly possess the bloodline of a fire dragon. If it evolves into a fire dragon, you would become a dragon shepherd, senior sister remarked, her eyes sparkling with envy. Dragons have always been regarded as the most powerful beings, and those possessing dragon-type summoned beasts are referred to as dragon shepherds. These individuals are formidable, capable of challenging those of higher ranks. The founder of the Azure Dragon Kingdom was, after all, a dragon shepherd with a blue dragon. I'm quite excited too. If it truly is a dragon, then we'll be prosperous, Lin Heng replied with enthusiasm. Even if it's not a dragon, it won't be much inferior. Ordinary monsters lack such terrifying energy absorption capabilities. The senior sister shook her head, asserting that, based on her experience. From her experience, she surmised that whatever emerged from this evolution would at least be of the... Lin Heng had to remain vigilant at all times, with senior sister keeping him company in the underground cavern. With the senior sister keeping him company in the underground cavern. In their boredom, the two amused themselves by playing poker with their summoned beasts. However, on the third day, its fiery brilliance dimming gradually. By the third night, the chrysalis had entirely lost its fiery glow, leaving only a faint flicker of life within. Why did the evolution fail? Revealing only a faint trace of life energy within. Why did the evolution fail? Lin Heng pondered in confusion, standing frozen in place. He sensed the silkworm's feeble life force conveying a desperate desire to survive, a profound yearning. As a creature at the bottom of the food chain. Yet its existence had been fraught with adversity. From predators to parasitic fungi and natural disasters, its life mirrored a candle caught in a tempest. Perpetually on the brink of extinguishment, this fragile being faced myriad dangers, with death lurking at every turn. Thus, the deepest desire of the silk seemingly teetering on the brink of death, and thus, its deepest yearning was simply to live forever, untroubled and carefree. This fervent desire conveyed to Lin Heng that it did not wish to perish. It longed to continue living and hoped for Lin Heng to save it. Qin Yulan regarded this scene in silence. The evolution of summoned beasts invariably carries a risk of failure, with higher-tier beings facing an even greater likelihood of such outcomes. She harbored a suspicion regarding the silkworm's peculiar bloodlines. For an insect to possess 2 superior bloodlines was unprecedented. It led her to question whether this was a byproduct of some breeding experiment gone awry or a discarded creation of some malevolent deity's followers. Senior sister. A phenomenon unheard of and unseen. Given her status as a novice breeder, I'm afraid I cannot think of any methods to save the silkworm. My knowledge is too limited, she replied slowly, shaking her head. Do you have any solutions? Lin Heng looked at Chun Yulan, seeking her guidance, as he had no choice but to place his hope in her. Given her status as a novice cultivator, I'm sorry, I can't think of any way to save the silkworm. My knowledge is too limited, she slowly shook her head. They possessed the heart of pseudo-undead. A sudden spark ignited in Lin Heng's mind as he turned to his senior sister and said, Sister. The entire underground space fell into an oppressive silence. Since the silkworm was on the brink of death, could they not directly transform it into an undead being? After all, they possessed the heart of the pseudo-undead. Suddenly, Lin Heng's eyes brightened, and he turned to his senior sister. Sister, could you please bring me all the pseudo-undead hearts from my room? Would you be so kind? Qin Yulan initially thought he was being reckless, but upon reflection, she realized it was worth a try, as this was a matter concerning Lin Heng's future. After all, if the silkworm truly died, Lin Heng would lose a seed of beast mastery, significantly diminishing his potential, a prospect she wished to avoid. Lin Heng also believed this might be the only solution, as the heart of the undead possessed the ability to cultivate the flesh of the undead, originating from those monsters unwilling to embrace death. Perhaps it could indeed save the silkworm. If one were to actively transform into an undead before death, could that even be considered death? It seemed unlikely. If he had willingly succumbed to death, how could he die a second time? Silkworm, hold on. I have found a way to save you. Do not forsake the hope of life. You must strive to survive, to achieve longevity alongside me, to live eternally. Lin Heng silently called out to the silkworm's fading consciousness. Although he still possessed the seed of beast mastery, he could not bear to witness the silkworm's demise, unwilling to capitulate to the specter of death, allowing the aura to diffuse and enabling the silkworm to absorb it more effectively. 10 minutes later, his senior sister, Chen Yulan, returned with the heart of undead. Upon seeing that the silkworm's essence had not entirely dissipated, she revealed a hint of astonishment. She had expected to find it lifeless, still clinging to its final breath. Junior brother, I have brought all the pseudo-undead hearts we collected, Chen Yulan remarked. She had anticipated that the silkworm would be gone by the time she returned, yet it was remarkable how steadfast the creature's will remained, still hanging on to its last breath. Junior brother, I have gathered all the pseudo-undead hearts we collected, Chen Yulan stated. At that moment, she felt a flicker of hope that perhaps this could truly work. Thank you. Lin Heng nodded, accepting the pseudo-undead hearts and approaching the silkworm. It appeared to be a useless bone heart. Lin Heng placed the hearts of undead around the silkworm's cocoon and poured fire essence over them. Silkworm. As long as an undead creature sensed them, it would actively absorb them. However, for living beings, the heart of the undead was utterly unusable. No matter how one handled it, it appeared merely as a useless white skeletal heart. Lin Heng placed the hearts of the undead around the silkworm's cocoon, pouring fire essence over them. Silkworm, absorb these hearts of the undead. Let us transform into the undead ourselves, denying death any opportunity, thus allowing us to live forever. Lin Heng continually called out in his heart. The silkworm's cocoon was now suffused with a dense aura of death, as if it might perish at any moment. Its own will reduced to a mere flicker. Seemingly understanding Lin Heng's words, the silkworm began to attempt the transformation. Before long, Lin Heng noticed one of the pseudo-undead hearts beginning to transform into a pale essence, merging into the cocoon. Gradually, more and more pseudo-undead hearts followed suit. Fully aware that even the pseudo-undead hearts could not be deceived by mere appearances, only true undead could utilize the heart of undead. Chen Yulan was astonished, struggling to comprehend the phenomenon. Could it be that the silkworm's body had fully perished, yet its soul retained a fragment of living obsession, evoking a sense of terror and mortality? 2 hours later, the cocoon underwent an extraordinarily bizarre. She understood well that even the pseudo-undead hearts could not be fooled. Only genuine undead could utilize the heart of the undead. As all the hearts of the undead were absorbed, the cocoon transformed entirely into a ghostly blue hue, a color resembling a blend of silver and blue. Could it be that Lin Heng's talent for nurturing was even more formidable than for combat? Chen Yulan mused, gazing at his profile. Lin Heng distinctly felt that the bond of contract with the silkworm remained intact, signifying it had not perished but had indeed transformed into the undead. Wonderful. This is your researched evolutionary method. You may bestow upon it a name, she suggested, appearing more exhilarated than Lin Heng himself. Throughout history, those who developed unique evolutionary methods were undoubtedly masters of nurturing, leaving their mark in the annals of time. Let us call it catastrophic evolution. You have invented an entirely new method of evolution. I can confidently assert that no one has succeeded in this before, Chen Yulan said with a smile, genuinely happy for Lin Heng. This is your discovery. You may name this method of evolution, she remarked, her excitement surpassing even Lin Heng's. Historically, Lin Heng once again sensed a response from the silkworm. It indicated that it required flesh and blood, an abundance of it. Sister, let us bring in the corpses of the monsters we have slain outside. Lin Heng sprang into action, suspecting that the pseudo-undead hearts were the cause. A day swiftly elapsed. Since the onset of undead catastrophe evolution, the silkworm had not responded to Lin Heng again. At this juncture, and the green tails of the nine-tailed fox sprouted numerous vines, transporting several monster corpses in one go. Lin Heng piled them The blood and flesh of the monsters were entirely consumed. There was no shortage of monster corpses here. Many from the previous battle against the beast tide were stored in designated areas. After consuming the remains of over 10,000 monsters, the cocoon stabilized. And the green tails of the nine-tailed fox sprouted tendrils, transporting dozens of monster corpses in one go. Lin Heng piled the monster corpses near the cocoon, and soon was unexpectedly shared a fragment of memory. The scene depicted a fiery realm, with the sky. Many from the previous battle against the beast tide were stored in designated locations. After consuming over 10,000 monster corpses, the cocoon stabilized. The surrounding bones of the monsters piled high, resembling a throne of white bones. At that moment, Lin Heng, through his connection with the silkworm, was unexpectedly shared a fragment of memory. The imagery depicted a realm ablaze with fire, the sky filled with burning fire clouds, while rivers of lava flowed across the ground. Raising a hand, which instantaneously transformed into countless green vines. The tips of the vines sharpened to a molecular level, imperceptible to the naked eye. These vines penetrated the bodies of the dragon-patterned silkworms, injecting a peculiar substance, seemingly subjecting all of them to a genetic alteration. Moments later, all the dragon-patterned silkworms began to contort and struggle, their bodies undergoing violent mutations, with tumorous growth sprouting forth, sometimes a rabbit's head, a dragon's, or a tiger's head. It appeared that the essence of all beings coalesced within them, yet ultimately, under this experimentation, all the dragon's silkworms succumbed, lifeless, and then, the memory abruptly ended. Lin Heng waited in vain for new fragments of memory to materialize. This appears to be a glimpse into the past of the silkworm. Or perhaps these fragments are indeed related to it. Initially devoid of consciousness, it was incapable of retaining such memories until its evolution awakens. It seemed as though the essence of myriad beings coalesced within them, yet ultimately, under this experimentation, all dragon-shaped silkworms perished, becoming lifeless corpses. Then, the memory abruptly ended. Lin Heng waited in vain for a further segment, but none appeared. It appears to be a glimpse into the past of the silkworm. Due to their complete metamorphosis, are the most conventional subjects for experimentation. They are abundant, inexpensive, capable of undergoing autonomous evolution, and can yield peculiar species. The recollections remain incomplete. What's wrong? Sister Chun Yulan inquired, observing Lin Heng's puzzled expression. I shared a memory with the silkworm. It seems it was once subjected to experimentation. Lin Heng recounted the contents of the memory. This was not a secret that could not be disclosed. Due to their complete metamorphosis, insects are among the most conventional subjects for experimentation. They are abundant, inexpensive, capable of autonomous evolution, and can easily produce bizarre species, making them favored specimens for cultivators. The experimental scene was unmistakable. The blood in the dragon-shaped pit must have been some form of specially treated dragon blood. Subsequently, those capable of conducting such experiments are at least breeding masters, beings of greater prowess than advanced breeders, whom we refer to. The dragon-patterned silkworm from the second act was likely a refined product of that selection, followed by some meticulous manipulation. She had previously speculated that the silkworm might be an experimental failure, and it now appeared that her conjecture was correct. Those who can conduct such experiments must be at least master cultivators, entities far surpassing the advanced cultivators, whom we refer to as supreme cultivators. Yet, it seems the failure of the silkworm's evolution is closely tied to this experiment. Lin Heng sighed, initially believing that his father had discovered a superior beast. She had previously speculated that the silkworm might be a byproduct of the experiment, and now it appeared to be true. However, the 1-meter diameter cocoon began to writhe, sounds emanating from within. Accompanied by a tearing noise, a hole appeared in the cocoon, followed by a lifeless silver-gray dragon head emerging from the breach. This dragon head appeared to be from the depths of the netherworld, adorned with numerous silver-gray bones, only to find it was an experimental product. Fortunately, it had been saved at a critical moment, thanks to the silkworm's unwavering will. The next day, the 1-meter diameter cocoon began to wriggle, emitting sounds from within. Accompanied by a tearing noise, a hole formed, and a faint blue liquid flowed out, followed by the emergence of a lifeless silver-gray dragon head from the opening. This dragon head appeared as if it had risen from the underworld, adorned with numerous silver-gray bones. Gazing at the peculiar beast before them was rendered speechless. Though its head was that of a dragon, its body resembled that of a beast, composed of silver-gray bones. A dark red spine, adorned with sharp, bony spikes, traversed its entire form, connecting to a dragon head fashioned from silver-gray bones. while a massive dragon tail made entirely of dark red bones trailed behind. This silver gray was not the shiny hue of automobiles, but a ghastly pale shade that evoked a sense of dread. In the middle, ran through its entire form, with the front connecting to a dragon head made of silver gray bones and undead flesh, with some dark red spikes protruding, emanating an aura of dark red energy, seemingly a fusion of fire-type spiritual energy and the essence of death, pale silver that seemed to seep with a hellish aura. In the center, its limbs, formed of silver gray bones, were covered with a layer of dark gray undead flesh. It belonged to an entirely unprecedented and peculiar species. It was likely a special product formed from a failed transformation into seemingly a fusion of fire-type spiritual energy and the essence of death, if one were to liken it to anything. Lin Heng instinctively thought of a qilin with a dragon head and tail. Yet, it could not simply be called a qilin. It was an entirely unprecedented and bizarre species. And aside from the clattering sounds made by its bones while walking, it remained eerily silent. It's all right, it's all right. Lin Heng reached out to stroke its head. Sister Chen Yulan contemplated for a moment before slowly articulating her thoughts. The silkworm appeared somewhat unaccustomed to its current form, stumbling several times before awkwardly approaching Lin Heng. The kind brought forth by the essence of death, the distinct aura of the undead. At this moment, the silkworm appeared fearsome and terrifying, exuding a sense. It's all right, it's all right. Lin Heng reached out to stroke its head, which was covered in menacing bones. Due to its fire affinity, it was not cold. Its mind lacked the flames of the soul typically found in the undead. Its consciousness still resembled that of a living being. Sensing Lin Heng's emotions, the silkworm conveyed a sense of warmth. It felt immense gratitude toward Lin Heng, as it had nearly perished during its evolution. There was no soul flame typical of the undead in its mind. It seemed its essence still retained a living form. Sensing Lin Heng's emotions, the silkworm conveyed a sense of warmth. It was profoundly grateful to Lin Heng, for it had been on the brink of death during its evolution, only to be saved by Lin Heng's use of the undead heart. Even in its current strange appearance, it mattered little to the silkworm. It simply yearned to live, and as long as it was not dead, it felt content. Of course, if possible, it also wished to exist in a more conventional manner. Do not worry. We shall examine your condition, Lin Heng assured the silkworm, as, given its unintentional evolution into this form, the specifics of its situation could only be revealed through examination. Through their discussion, it became evident that it possessed a plethora of skills across 4 categories. The fire-type skills included Eternal Dragon Breath, Fireball, and Dragon Claw. The Dragon-type skills encompassed Dragon Might, Dragon Fang, Dragon Tail, and Eternal Dragon Breath, along with Dragon Claw. The undead skills comprised. The blood-type skill was Flesh Consumption. Many of these skills were inseparable, representing a fusion of 2 categories, such as Eternal Dragon Breath, Flesh Consumption, and Dragon Claw. Among Fireball Technique and Dragon Claw, the Dragon-type skills encompassed Dragon Might, Dragon Fang, Dragon Tail, as well as Eternal Dragon Breath and Dragon Claw. The undead-type skills comprised Bone Manipulation, Flesh Consumption, and Eternal Dragon Breath, while the blood-type skill was Flesh Consumption. Many of these skills were intertwined. Bone Manipulation resembled the skill of Metal Manipulation, but focused on the control of bones and corpses. Mid-tier skills included Dragon Might and Flesh Consumption. Dragon Might is a unique deterrent skill exclusive to dragons, capable of diminishing the resistance of opponents. With the capacity to incinerate flesh, Bone Manipulation resembles the skill of Metal Control, but pertains specifically to the manipulation of bones and corpses. Derived from the pseudo-undead heart and the bloodline of the Blood Sea Beast, allows for the absorption of flesh to replenish itself. The low-tier skills included Fireball, Dragon Claw, Dragon Fang, and Dragon Tail. As for these 4 low-tier skills, their effects were as their name suggested. In total, there were 8 skills. Derived from the pseudo-undead heart and the bloodline of the Blood Sea Beast, allows for the consumption of flesh to replenish itself. The basic skills include Fireball Technique, Dragon Claw, Dragon, Undead, and Blood. He found it rather reasonable. Here are my findings, for attributes and formidable strength. However, and Lin Heng was somewhat astonished by the abundance. Yet, recalling that this silkworm was originally destined to transform into a dragon and possessed affinities for fire, dragon, undead, and blood types, it suddenly seemed entirely reasonable. These are my findings, for attributes and formidable strength. However, its potential is rather peculiar, classified as low-grade. His expression far from optimistic as he remarked, "What I have gleaned aligns with your findings. It currently craves flesh and the undead heart." Seemingly on the brink of collapse at any moment, Sister Chen Yulan promptly provided her assessment and analysis. Lin Heng nodded, his expression far from optimistic as he remarked, "This aligns with my findings. It currently craves flesh and the undead heart. Only these two can stabilize its physical condition. It appears that due to the interruption in evolution, coupled with the influence of the pseudo-lich heart, its current form is exceedingly unstable, posing a risk of collapse. Although the silkworm has been rescued, it bears severe aftereffects. Researching its further evolution proves to be quite arduous, as it represents an entirely new form that must be explored gradually. This would suffice to resolve the instability of form. However, research into facilitating its further evolution has proven quite arduous, as this is an entirely new form. It is likely we would need to visit a major city, as the breeders in Jinmu City lack the requisite expertise." Sister Yulan gazed at the fearsome dragon-headed creature before her and stated, "The remedy for the instability in the..." Sister Yulan gazed at the menacing dragon-headed creature before her and remarked, "The solution to the instability of a beast companion's form is straightforward. It is evolution. For those beasts with evolution formulas, it is not a daunting task. They merely need to evolve once more. Yet, the current circumstances surrounding the silkworm are exceedingly unique. This form is unprecedented. Regarding its evolution, whether it should evolve again into a dragon or stabilize its current form, the viable path remains unclear at this juncture. I understand. You possess a letter of recommendation. Once you pass the professional summoned beast trainer assessment and acquire the letter, let us journey together to the capital. As long as it remains alive, the remaining problems can surely be addressed. You happen to have a letter of recommendation. Once you pass the professional Beastmaster examination and obtain that letter, let's head to the capital, Qinglong City, after the new year. There, we will undoubtedly find a solution to this dilemma. I believe facilitating its evolution into a true dragon is not insurmountable." Sister Qinyulan added. "Many breeders will likely be intrigued by the silkworm's condition." Lin Heng nodded, agreeing with his sister's perspective. He was already planning to visit the capital, and now he had an additional compelling reason to do so. He turned, gazing at the silkworm, which stood silently for a while, then smiled and declared, "Let us bestow upon you a name befitting your current form. We shall call you the Bonefire Dragon Beast, representing a form that has never before existed. With your transformation into this visage, silkworm no longer suits you. I shall give you a new name, Star Eternal. Stars are measured in billions of years, symbolizing immortality. We can grow strong enough that no one can take our lives, pursuing eternal freedom side by side, living longevity. And even immortality are not only the silkworm's aspirations, but also mine. Thus, even someone notoriously poor, we can grow powerful enough that no one can slay us, pursuing our eternal freedom side by side, living, achieving longevity. And even immortality is not merely the aspiration of the silkworm, but also his own. Thus, the normally uninspired namer found himself bestowing a name that seemed quite commendable, and to possess a formidable power that none would dare approach. Oh well, greetings, Star Eternal. 17 approached, curiously observing but rather the flames of excitement and anticipation, the thrill of having found a path. It nodded in acknowledgement of the name, Star Eternal, aspiring to live eternally like the stars, to burn fiercely like a sun, and to possess an overwhelming strength that none would dare approach. How? Greetings, Star Eternal. 17 approached, radiating an aura of goodwill. Despite its fearsome and ominous appearance, embodying death and disaster, its spirit remained that of the silkworm. Uninterested, she still came over to greet it. This also served as a declaration of her territory. She had arrived first, and it was imperative to understand the rules of friendship. In response to 17's greeting, the Bonefire Dragon Beast, Star Eternal, stood its ground, emitting a signal of friendliness. Despite its fearsome and horrifying appearance, radiating death and disaster. The two stood side by side, their sizes markedly different. 17 towered about 50 centimeters taller than Star Eternal, standing at 1 meter 50. Lin Heng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He understood that part of this was due to their bond, and also a reflection of Star Eternal's character, creating a somewhat peculiar silhouette, whereas 17 measured just over 3 meters long, including its tail. Ultimately, Lin Heng compiled Star Eternal's data and recorded it in the Pokédex. Name, Bonefire Dragon Beast, Star Eternal. Attributes, Fire, Dragon, Undead Blood. Potential, Low Grade, Incomplete evolution due to erroneous transformation, potential locked. Skills: Bone Control, Novice. Immortal Dragon Breath, Novice. Flesh Devour, Novice. Dragon Might. Blood. Potential: Low grade. Incomplete evolution due to erroneous transformation, potential locked. Skills: Bone Control, Beginner. Indomitable Dragon Breath, Beginner. Flesh Devouring, Beginner. Dragon Might, Beginner. Dragon's Tooth, Beginner. Dragon Tail, Beginner. Indomitable Dragon Breath, Beginner. Fire Dragon Claw, Beginner. Fireball, Perfect. Description: Omitted 500 words. Despite the numerous twists and turns, the outcome was ultimately favorable. Lin Heng exhaled, glancing at Star Eternal and 17, and said, "Let us return home." Although Star Eternal's body presented some issues, its combat prowess was undeniably formidable. With Star Eternal by his side, he felt assured while traversing the wild, unafraid of potential ambushes. Hell! Homeward, time for a feast. 17 trotted ahead, exuberant as a Samoyed, reminiscent of a reaper's attendant, silent and terrifying. "Sister, I owe you greatly this time. I shall compensate you for your portion of the pseudo-lich heart in monetary value." As they made their way out, Lin Heng remarked, "Consider it your salary for cleaning up after me at my breeding base. I still have some left, and it should suffice for research." Sister waved her hand, smiling, "That simply won't do. Let's keep it straightforward. Don't speak of what will or won't do. This is a matter of goodwill. How could I allow you to repay it with money? Do I appear to be someone in need of funds? Alternatively, you could sell yourself to me. That would be acceptable." She interrupted Lin Heng's words with a wave of her hand. "Very well." Lin Heng displayed a resigned expression, no longer insisting. Indeed, as his sister, her assistance had been monumental, helping him hunt monsters and locate spiritually rich caves, acquiring the lich heart. She had accompanied him in this wilderness for an entire week, and providing him with the lich heart. She had accompanied him in the wilderness for a week, and a mere sum of money could not adequately repay her. "This will aid you in helping Star Eternal achieve a complete dragon transformation," Sister observed Lin Heng. "This will aid you in assisting Star Eternal to achieve a complete transformation into a dragon." "I have been considering this as well," Lin Heng nodded, acknowledging the importance of knowledge in breeding. Relying solely on fate seeds could lead to indecision during unexpected events, as had been the case during the silkworm's failed evolution. Star Eternal finally acclimated to its current form, devouring several fire wolves to sustain itself. Upon activating Flesh Devour, the fire wolves were Upon activating the flesh devouring skill, the flame wolves were consumed alive, their blood and flesh swiftly drained, leaving behind only wolf pelts and bones. The scene was truly haunting. Those unaware might mistake them for cultists. Sister remarked upon witnessing this eerie and terrifying spectacle. "The appearance of Lin Heng has always been peculiar." Sister gazed at the bizarre and horrifying spectacle, reflecting on the circumstances. "The appearance of Lin Heng has always been peculiar. And coupled with the gruesome scene of it devouring flesh and blood, the terror is palpable." Indeed, Lin Heng nodded, finding a certain charm in its frightening presence. After all, instilling fear is a remarkable ability. Before returning to the camp, Lin Heng decided to conceal Lin Heng, as its bizarre form would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. He preferred not to expose Lin Heng so casually. However, once they entered the camp and had a moment to recuperate, he shared the news with his master, Zheng Qianquan. Which, after a failed evolution, underwent a necromantic transformation, ultimately resulting in a wholly unprecedented form. "Are you certain you are not fabricating it?" "Resulting in a wholly unprecedented form? Are you certain you are not weaving a tale, but rather recounting your genuine experience, Lin Heng?" Zheng Qianquan exclaimed, as if he were listening to a fantastical story of beast taming. "I knew Master would wear that expression." Qin Yulan couldn't help but "I knew Master would make such a face." Qin Yulan chuckled softly, as her master's expression matched her expectations perfectly. "Is this true? Or are you two rascals conspiring to deceive me?" Zheng Qianquan feigned anger as he inquired. "How could we possibly deceive you, Master? It is indeed the truth. This is the Lin Heng I spoke of. By the heavens!" Even Zheng Qianquan couldn't suppress an exclamation, staring incredulously at the creature before him, which bore resemblance to a dragon, yet was not quite one. He circled around Lin Heng, his eyes wide with awe, finally exclaiming, "Incredible, truly remarkable." The fact that his disciple had a connection to dragons and nearly evolved into a fire dragon was dazzling beyond measure. "You must facilitate Lin Heng's evolution once more, ensuring it fully transforms into a dragon. That will be your moment to soar to new heights, and I will support you wholeheartedly." where there are numerous resources related to dragons that can aid in Lin Heng's evolution, Master Zheng Qianquan declared excitedly. Presently, Lin Heng could be considered a Master Zheng Qianquan declared excitedly. Currently, Lin Heng could barely be considered a subdragon, and with another evolution, it could become a true dragon. Despite a lifetime of effort, he had only managed to evolve a fiery specter with a trace of dragon blood. Now, a being on the verge of becoming a true fire dragon stood before him. Yet, he harbored no intention. A being that nearly evolved into a true fire dragon stood before him. Yet, he harbored no intentions of coveting it. Rather, although Zheng Qianquan himself lacked a dragon, he could still bask in the glory of his disciple's dragon. Such a thought was exhilarating. Thus, Zheng Qianquan resolved to increase his investment in Lin Heng. However, this matter must remain. He could still bask in the glory of his disciple's dragon, proudly proclaiming himself the master of a dragon shepherd. What a delightful prospect that would be. Thus, Zheng Qianquan immediately resolved to invest more significantly in Lin Heng. However, this matter must remain concealed, otherwise it could attract the covetous eyes of others. Only upon reaching Qinglong City and officially becoming a student at Qinglong University can you safely reveal this. By then, there would be few daring enough to act against you. Moreover, especially if it has not completed its evolution, Zheng Qianquan advised Lin Heng. I understand. Lin Heng nodded, fully grasping this principle. Thus, very few would dare to act against you openly. Most importantly, the university is a hub of talent, and your skeletal fire dragon would not appear as astonishing. Especially before completing its evolution, Zheng Qianquan added. I understand. Lin Heng nodded, fully grasping the rationale. He remained discreet about Lin Heng, only releasing it when in solitude. Master, I wish to exchange all my unclaimed rewards for as many pseudo-necromantic hearts as possible. Lin Heng looked at his master with gratitude, appreciating his guidance. He truly was a commendable mentor deserving of respect. That is certainly feasible, assuring Lin Heng that he would gather them under that pretense. The efficacy of these pseudo-necromantic hearts is inherently inferior, unable to be compared with, and acquiring them should pose no significant challenge, provided a slight cost is incurred. That is reassuring. I appreciate your assistance, Master. With this matter resolved, Lin Heng felt a sense of relief. Currently, Lin Heng depended on pseudo-necromantic hearts and flesh to maintain its physical form. Without an adequate supply of pseudo-necromantic, Lin Heng relied on pseudo-necromantic hearts and flesh to maintain its form. Without an adequate supply of these hearts, it could not dare to engage in battle. It required sustenance from these hearts to stabilize its form. This issue could only be resolved upon full evolution. This issue could only be resolved upon complete evolution. Then you should return directly now, preparing for the professional beast tamer assessment, striving for first place. Master Zheng Qianquan instructed Lin Heng. The 157th year of the disaster was merely 5 days away, and the professional beast tamer assessment would take place on January 1st. Not long after the Lunar New Year. I understand, Lin Heng nodded. The Beast Taming University had become an essential destination for him. The Beast Taming University had become an essential destination for him, and he was determined to approach the upcoming professional assessment with his utmost strength. After conversing with his master, Lin Heng comforted Lin Heng before returning it to the beast space. He then departed with his senior sister to gather their belongings in preparation for their return to Jimu City. Lin Heng had little to pack, merely organizing his clothing and the spoils of their recent adventures. And combined with the 5 million he already possessed, his total reached 6,500,000. This meant he earned 1,500,000 in Qinglong coins from participating in this task. Much of this was thanks to his senior sister, Chen Yulan, whose beast. This was largely thanks to his senior sister, Chen Yulan. Her beast companion, the Pea Sprite, had incapacitated many monsters, allowing him to collect the spoils. Other professional-level beast tamers surely did not earn as much as he did. Additionally, he had obtained a significant number of necromantic hearts and an abundance of fire-element spiritual plants, all made possible by his sister's assistance. Together with the support she provided for Lin Heng's evolution, he truly felt indebted. Chapter 073, News of the Fortune-type Beast. Lin Heng organized the fire-element materials still in his possession, all of which were second-tier spiritual materials, totaling 120 pieces. Among them, spiritual herbs and fruits were the most abundant, followed by some spiritual bones and crystals. He had 50 second-tier monster cores as well. These items held considerable value, collectively amounting to nearly 1 million. After gathering his belongings, Lin Heng stepped out of his room and approached his sister's door. Sister, is there anything you need my assistance with? He knocked and asked. Come in, his sister replied. Upon entering, he He found her kneeling on the bed, sorting through her clothes. As she bent over, revealed a rather astonishing sight. The sheer enormity of her assets was laid before Lin Heng, even exposing the intricate black lace of her lingerie. He quickly turned around, his mind flooded with that breathtaking image. "So how do I look, handsome? Is my figure impressive?" she asked with a playful smile, sitting on the bed in a casual manner. It was unclear whether she was being intentional or merely careless. "Senior sister. If you don't require assistance, I shall take my leave," Lin Heng thought to himself, overwhelmed by her flirtatiousness, which was uncharacteristic of her usual dignified demeanor. "Huh. I don't need any help, but perhaps you could assist me in organizing my clothes?" She chuckled, pointing at the lingerie scattered on the bed, gesturing to the garments strewn across the bed. "Never mind, I'll prepare a cup of tea for you instead." Lin Heng retreated. He truly wished to avoid the snares of women. He possessed unwavering ambitions that should not be hindered by such stumbling blocks. His heart and actions were as clear as a pristine mirror, and all he endeavored was for eternal life. After brewing 2 cups of tea, and all his endeavors were for the sake of eternal life. After steeping 2 cups of tea, he could not help but reflect on the grand magnificence of his senior sister. In comparison to her, Jiang Shui seemed like a barren wasteland overgrown with weeds. Indeed, the tea was quite delightful. Once everything was tidied up, his senior sister emerged with a radiant smile, gazing at Lin Heng. "As long as you enjoy it." Tidying up, his senior sister emerged with a cheerful smile, gazing at Lin Heng. "As long as you enjoy it," Lin Heng replied with a smile. After finishing the tea, Lin Heng nodded, thinking that his senior sister was quite unwilling to concede, her luck having been abysmally poor. Soon, they arrived at the previously visited stone gambling market. The proprietor, seeing Lin Heng and his senior sister return, felt a mix of joy and trepidation, hoping that they would not leave empty-handed again. "Shall you play? Or will I treat?" his senior sister inquired, looking at Lin Heng. "Let us play a little. After all, it is your treat," Lin Heng replied with a nod. "Then choose for yourself," she said, and they parted ways to select their stones. Lin Heng, as always, opted for the larger stones, adhering to the principle that even if nothing emerged, he would not suffer a loss. Before long, he selected 3 substantial stones and signaled for 17 to assist in cutting them open. Roar! 17 approached with the ease of familiarity, swiftly opening the 3. One was empty, while the other 2 revealed their contents: a first-level fire spirit crystal and a fireworm egg, neither of which possessed significant value. "Not, at least you broke even," the owner chuckled, his expression seemingly conveying, "See? My establishment can yield results. It's not a black market." Meanwhile, his senior sister continued to select stones, seemingly attracting the attention of a young man in black who approached with a grin. "Beauty, I possess a knack for gambling on stones. We could exchange insights." "No need," his senior sister replied coldly, casting a glance at him. "I've seen you come here several times without revealing anything. You must need assistance." Facing rejection, the young man was reluctant to give up. The young man was unwilling to relent. After all, his senior sister's figure was captivating, and her demeanor exceptional. "Must I tell you to leave before you depart?" Regarding him with a frigid gaze, clearly impatient. "Fine," he conceded, awkwardly departing. "Junior brother, I've made my selections. I believe my luck will be quite good," she turned. "I've made my selection. I believe my luck will be quite favorable this time," his senior sister said, turning to Lin Heng with a bright smile, exuding warmth and charm. "I feel the same," Lin Heng replied, pondering how cold and unfeeling his senior sister could be toward strangers. Qin Yulan began to unearth her stones, astonishingly. For out of the 5 she selected yielded results, with the finest being a 3rd-grade fire-patterned stone. "Senior sister, it appears your luck is quite splendid this time. You've struck it rich," Lin Heng exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that his senior sister had indeed turned her fortunes around. "It is indeed quite fortunate," she said, casting a joyful glance at him, before selecting a few more stones, quickly uncovering some lower-grade materials. Compared to her luck from over half a month ago, the change was nothing short of miraculous. After leaving the stone gambling stall, his senior sister unexpectedly placed her hand on Lin Heng's shoulder. "Did you know that for the past 20 days, I've been coming here to gamble on stones periodically?" She abruptly changed the subject, yet remained close to Lin Heng. "Do you know that over the past 20 days, I've been coming here to gamble on stones periodically?" His senior sister suddenly shifted the topic. "I've discovered a pattern. My luck has been improving, especially after spending so much time with you in the underground monster cave." "I did not know," Lin Heng shook his head. "I discovered a pattern. My luck has been improving. particularly after spending so much time with you in the underground monster cave. This time, my luck is significantly better than before. Thus, being with you seems to enhance my fortune. Isn't that curious?" She gazed at Lin Heng with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Heng sighed in relief, nearly mistaking it for a confession of affection, and was glad it was not, as he pondered how he might continue to benefit from her generosity in the future. "Oh, perhaps it is merely a stroke of luck," Lin Heng shrugged, thinking it had little to do with him. "No, I am certain it is connected to you," she insisted. The reason she returned from the capital was the suspicion that she had been afflicted by the attacks of a luck-type Beastmaster. After a certain battle, and she encountered a Lord-level monster. Ultimately, to avoid further misfortune, she returned to Jinmu City to recuperate, yet her luck continued to falter. A trip to the seaside resulted in a tsunami, and she was unfortunate enough to encounter a Lord-level monster. To avert further misfortune, she returned to Jinmu City to recuperate. But her luck remained dismal. It was only after meeting Lin Heng that she noticed a gradual improvement in her fortunes. Initially, she thought it was simply a change in luck, but later realized it was due to Lin Heng. This latest venture further confirmed that the closer she stayed to Lin Heng, the better her luck became, no longer subjected to the ravages of that mysterious misfortune. Lin Heng, astonished by her revelations, replied, "That's unbelievable. Are you certain there is no mistake? And there really exists a luck-type Beastmaster?" However, he also reflected on his own innate talent, wondering if it possessed other extraordinary effects of which he was unaware. The existence of luck-type Beastmasters was something he took very seriously, as it was a highly coveted creature, even more so than those of the dragon type. Of course, why would you think there are no luck-type Beastmasters? In this world, anything is possible, his senior sister replied. That would be splendid. I have always dreamed of having a luck-type Beastmaster. Then, I could become the embodiment of fortune, achieving success in all endeavors. Lin Heng nodded. Entities like the silkworm that contain the bloodline of fire dragons are not something just anyone can encounter, even as experimental products. Therefore, and even this recent attack caught me by surprise, leaving me unaware of who the enemy truly was. However, I believe your luck is already quite exceptional. Encountering something like a silkworm imbued with dragon blood, even as an experimental subject, is not something everyone can encounter. Therefore, until I find a way to address the decline in luck, I must stay close to you, his senior sister said with a smile, her curiosity piqued. Assisting his senior sister merely required him to stay a bit closer, which was hardly a burden, especially given the help she had already offered him. "Then I shall rely on you, junior brother," she said with a grin. Which was hardly a burden. Moreover, given the assistance she provided him, he could hardly refuse such a favor. "Then I shall count on you, junior brother." Upon returning to their residence, they packed their belongings and departed from the Jinhua camp, making their way back to Jinmu City. Upon returning, they packed away their belongings before setting off from the Jinhua camp back to Jinmu City. Upon their return, Lin Heng felt a sense of discomfort. He shivered slightly. While the Jinhua camp was warm enough for short sleeves, here it was cold enough to require a down jacket. Particularly, the dense presence of Jin energy in the air added an air of chilliness to the winter season. Fortunately, the warmth radiating from the Bai Huaqing foam bird made their journey somewhat bearable. In truth, Lin Heng has yet to reach such heights. Before long, they arrived at the Yulan breeding base. Lin Heng has yet to reach such a level. Soon, they arrived at the Yulan breeding base. Lu Yi remarked, all the while appraising Lin Heng and Qin Yulan. While her master appeared unchanged, she sensed an unfamiliar aura surrounding Lin Heng. Lu Yi said, her gaze assessing Lin Heng and Qin Yulan. While her master appeared unchanged, she sensed a new aura emanating from Lin Heng. After entering the house for a cup of tea and a brief respite, Lin Heng bid farewell to his senior sister and made his way home. Although Star Egg had experienced an unsuccessful evolution, it had nonetheless reached the commander level. It had nonetheless reached the commanding level, and its regenerative power was undoubtedly far superior to that of its previous larval form. With time now at his disposal, it was only natural that he would meditate diligently, transforming this newfound strength into mental fortitude to enhance his auditory perception. Upon conclusion, Lin Heng discovered a significant improvement in his hearing. Even the faintest whispers of the wind reached his ears. In the afternoon, his parents returned home early, bringing with them an abundance of festive goods, including couplets and lanterns. I thought you would stay at the town's fire camp for a few days. His mother said with a smile as she observed Lin Heng. I'm back to rest. Next week, I'll be participating in the professional Beastmaster assessment. Lin Heng nodded in response. Indeed, this is crucial for you. Attending the Beastmaster University will offer opportunities to learn vital skills that can significantly enhance your abilities. His father added, also nodding in agreement. Oh, by the way, father, do you remember the silkworm you gave me? Lin Heng inquired, glancing at his father. Of course, what is on your mind? Have you figured out its situation? His father responded while tidying up his belongings. Yes, it possesses the bloodline of a high-tier beast. It has evolved into a dragon, Lin Heng confirmed with a nod. Just evolved into. Thud. The items in his parents' hands fell to the ground as they turned to him, their expressions frozen in disbelief. What did you say? A dragon? Yes. Don't believe me? Just take a look. Lin Heng chuckled, releasing the star silkworm. Instantly, a formidable aura of draconic power radiated from it, exuding an essence of death, disaster, and terror. His parents stood speechless, staring at the creature. Although it wasn't a fully realized dragon, it was undoubtedly the closest they had ever encountered to one in their lives. For a moment, they were at a loss for words, their jaws agape, still struggling to grasp the reality. As for his mother, she remained in a daze, her mind consumed with the astonishing thought that her son now possessed a dragon. Her mind racing with the astonishing revelation that her son now had a dragon, having become a dragon keeper. It is indeed the case, though the process was somewhat convoluted. Lin Heng nodded, recounting the general experiences he had undergone. His master and senior sister had advised him not to conceal anything from his parents, and thus he felt it appropriate to share. Naturally, he refrained from disclosing any details regarding the seed of fate. After listening to Lin Heng's account, my son has acquired a dragon. It seems I can no longer serve as your pillar of support. From now on, I will have to rely on you. From now on, it is you who must rely on yourself. Despite Lin Yu's clarity of mind, the beauty of a dragon was simply too overwhelming, an iconic creature of legend and a pinnacle aspiration for all Beastmasters. He lacked the confidence to surpass a son who possessed such a magnificent dragon, even if the creature had its complications. Nevertheless, his heart swelled with joy. A dragon. His son had a dragon, and the Lin family had truly produced an extraordinary individual. Moreover, he was the one who had discovered it. When Lin Heng's name became etched in history, he would share in that legacy. Quickly put it away, son. As your master advised, do not reveal this in Jinwu City. The dragon's might was immense, a pinnacle of aspiration for all Beastmasters. While Lin Heng possessing one, the dragon was too powerful, a goal pursued by all Beastmasters. While Lin Heng's possession of one was undoubtedly a blessing, it also signified the commencement of a perilous journey. Indeed, you must conceal it at once. Dragons can drive people to madness and desperate actions. His father, Lin Yu, concurred, vowing not to disclose it until Lin Heng had reached a certain level of strength. It's not that serious. You needn't worry so much. It's not that serious. You needn't worry so much, Lin Heng reassured them as he put the star silkworm away. That evening, a silent snowfall descended quietly. By the time Lin Heng rose around 4 to meditate, a thick blanket of snow covered the ground. Inside the house, a silent snowfall descended quietly, and by the time Lin Heng rose to meditate around 4 o'clock, the ground was already blanketed in thick snow. Inside the house, it remained relatively comfortable, with several fire element materials placed around, maintaining a pleasantly warm temperature. However, Lin Heng did not allow the heavy snowfall to keep him indoors. Donning a black windbreaker, he stepped outside. Upon venturing out, he noticed his father already engaged in exercise at a considerable distance. Regardless of snow or sun, he never flinched, fully committed to his training. Seeing Lin Heng, his father broke into a smile. It seems the snowfall hasn't deterred you. Lin Heng chuckled in return. I've heard that meditating in harsh environments can yield faster improvements. His father harbored dreams of becoming a Beastmaster, while Lin Heng nurtured his own aspirations for immortality. Truly my son, destined to become a dragon master. Lin Yu laughed heartily as he rushed towards Lin Heng, and soon enough, they were playfully sparring. Lin Yu laughed heartily as he charged toward Lin Heng, and soon the two were engaged in playful combat, honing their martial skills. Initially, Lin Heng was no match for his father, but now he could hold his own, though he still occasionally faltered against his father's attacks. Engaging in combat training, their home was a standalone structure, and to avoid disturbing his mother's rest, it had been soundproofed. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to their training, and recently, with newfound resources, she had also begun rising early for meditation. Awu. 17 frolicked joyfully, and recently, With new resources, she had begun rising early for meditation. Oh, the star silkworm, thrilled by the thick snow, frolicked joyously. It was its first encounter with snow. It returned to spar with the stone skin ape, driven by a newfound sense of urgency to not be outpaced by Star Egg. Lin Heng sat cross-legged beneath a towering pine, meditating. The training grounds at home had originally lacked pine trees, and thus became even more earnest in its practice. Meanwhile, Lin Heng sat cross-legged beneath a massive snow-covered pine tree, meditating. Originally, their training ground lacked any pine trees. But upon learning that Lin Heng's cultivation technique was most effective in the presence of pines and sunlight, his father had purchased several varieties of pine saplings. With his mother's green-eyed cat utilizing its growth-enhancing skills, the saplings quickly flourished into towering trees. Lin Heng discovered that the heavy snowfall indeed enhanced his focus. The cold sharpened his senses, while the snow blanketed the world in silence, calming his mind. Meditating amidst the snowfall alleviated much of the restlessness he had felt at the camp. It wasn't until the sun reached its zenith that Lin Heng concluded his session. His limbs had grown stiff from the cold, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. Only when the sun was directly overhead did Lin Heng finally cease his practice. His hands and feet numb from the cold, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. Fortunately, his mother had prepared a nourishing pork rib soup. After consuming it, warmth surged throughout his body. In the following days, and it comprised two components. The first was the professional level assessment, which was This examination was exclusively for those who had reached the professional rank of Beastmaster and was divided into two components. The first was the professional assessment. Generally speaking, the duration of perseverance or the acquisition of skills varies yearly in assessments, which signifies one's ascension to a professional level upon successful completion. Only meeting the stipulated challenges. Generally speaking, the duration of perseverance or the number of skills one must master varies each year during assessments. Achieving the required standards signifies one has attained a professional rank, upon allowing them to obtain certain stipends from the Beastmaster Association annually. Lin Heng's mother, by May, successfully passed this examination. The second assessment is known as the Urban Professional Ranking Examination, aimed at a select group of promising young Beastmasters who have recently achieved professional status, such as Lin Heng, Jiang Shui, and Chang Shi. However, to participate in this ranking examination, one must first complete the Professional Beastmaster Assessment. This evaluation is essentially a competition designed to identify the strongest young Beastmasters in each city through battles, facilitating the recruitment of talent by institutions like Beastmaster University. Typically, the top 10 candidates receive direct recommendations. Although Lin Heng already possesses a recommendation, he must still participate. As the premier Beastmaster University in the nation, Qinglong University maintains stringent admission standards, effectively excluding many signs of families. Lin Heng had registered for the examination upon breaking into the professional tier, but it wasn't until the final day before the assessment. Lin Heng registered for the professional level assessment at the time of his breakthrough, and it wasn't until the very last day before the examination, December 31st of the year 156 after the cataclysm, that the location was announced. The Professional Beastmaster Assessment is administered by the Municipal Beastmaster Association. Even Lin Heng, as a disciple of Zheng Qianquan, could not access this information in advance. His assessment was assigned to the number 3 examination base in the urban area, specifically a venue known as the Blue Sky Training Ground. A total of 100 assessment sites were established across the city, and typically, each location is designated in a manner that prevents local Beastmasters from testing in their own districts to avoid issues of cheating and favoritism. Among the 10 who ventured into the spatial rift, only 4 remained without a breakthrough. Lin Heng and his companions shared their respective examination locations, and they were all scattered. Among the 10 who originally ventured into the space rift, only 4 remained without a breakthrough. Lin Heng and his companions shared their respective assessment locations. The group collectively mourned his fate, as the animosity between Lushan District and Baifeng District is well known, a bitter rivalry over resources, and Changshi would undoubtedly. The group collectively expressed their sympathy for him. It was indeed the most unfortunate outcome. The animosity between Liashanku and Baifeng District was well known. Conveniently along the way, and she messaged, Lin Heng, busy as always. Shall we go to the city together this time, or do you plan to venture alone again? Clearly, Jiang Shui harbored dissatisfaction over Lin Heng's previous refusal to join her on an adventure, holding onto the grievance until now. Lin Heng shook his head at his phone, thinking that if she knew what he had endured in the wilderness, she might think differently. Since Jiang Shui was still miffed about Lin Heng's previous refusal to join her on adventures, and she had not forgotten. Lin Heng shook his head at his phone. Of course we can go together. Let us meet at the Beastmaster Association entrance tomorrow morning, Lin Heng replied. The next morning, as light snow fell, preferring to accompany his senior sister at the Jinhua base. Who knows what formidable foes might pursue him should he venture into the wild again. Of course we can go together. Let us meet at the entrance of the Beastmaster Association tomorrow morning, Lin Heng replied. The next morning, as light snow fell from the sky, Lin Heng set off on his mount, 17. Go for it, son. His father cheerfully encouraged him at the door. Lin Heng signaled an okay with his hand and left without a backward glance, as this professional assessment posed no challenge for him. Before long, exuding a dewy radiance, while her cherry-red lips shone brightly, and her captivating peach blossom eyes sparkled, dressed quite lightly for winter, wearing only a white turtleneck sweater and a black pleated skirt, complemented by thin thermal stockings and brown mid-calf boots. Her delicate features glowed with a healthy radiance, her cheeks flushed, and her captivating peach blossom eyes sparkled as she stood there with her bag, resembling a snow fairy. You're here. Let us hurry, Jiang Shui exclaimed with a radiant smile upon seeing Lin Heng. Aren't you cold? He inquired. Not at all. And doesn't it look lovely? Because I genuinely have matters to attend to. Let us go, or we'll be late, Lin Heng insisted, shaking his head. All right, Jiang Shui asked, a hint of jealousy creeping into her voice. Because I genuinely have matters to attend to. We need to leave, we'll be late. Lin Heng shook his head. All right, Jiang Shui sighed, releasing her beast, the gem tiger. Unlike Lin Heng's sword-tailed ferret, which required evolution, the gem tiger was a naturally mid-grade beast, poised to become a lord-level creature in the future. The leader-level gem tiger had grown considerably, seemingly having mastered the intimidation skill. It appeared slightly larger than 17, and due to its psychic nature, it seemed even more imposing, and its golden eyes exuded an intimidating presence, as if it had mastered the skill of intimidation. It appeared larger than 17, and due to its psychic attributes. Unimpressed by its roar. What good is roaring? I've dispatched countless like you. Don't think that being bigger or louder makes you formidable, a mere cub. 17 merely cast a disdainful glance at the gem tiger, thinking, what good is just roaring? I've dispatched countless like you. Don't assume that a bigger size or a louder voice makes you formidable. You're merely a youthful tiger. 17 had grown too indifferent to be provoked by the sounds of those weaker than itself. Seeing that 17 ignored it, the gem tiger felt triumphant, thinking it had indeed frightened the ferret. 17, pick up the pace, Lin Heng called out, and 17 took off running. Roar, the gem tiger shouted, racing alongside, unable to keep pace due to its lack of specialized speed skills. Stop. If you continue to run amok in the city, you'll be fined 1,000. You won't even see my tail. In a flash of golden light, 17 surged ahead, and soon the gem tiger lagged far behind, unable to catch up due to its lack of specialized speed skills. Stop. If you continue to run wild on the city roads. Feeling a loss of face. Lin Heng, why did you run so fast? Jiang Shui glared at him. What can I say? A beast must compete, Lin Heng thought, patting 17's head, feeling quite exasperated. After being reprimanded by the officer, as Lin Heng prepared to leave, the gem tiger caught up, still feeling disgruntled about being outpaced. Lin Heng, why did you run so fast? Jiang Shui scolded him. What can I say? The beasts need to compete, Lin Heng shrugged, thinking it ironic that Jiang Shui hadn't stopped her own beast from racing and was now blaming him for the loss. I bought you some milk tea, honestly. And even after reaching the professional level, she found herself perpetually overshadowed by him, forever the second in Lushan district. Thank you. Always aspiring to surpass Lin Heng. However, upon realizing the vast gap in their abilities, she quickly bought the milk tea to alleviate her embarrassment. Inwardly, she sighed at Lin Heng's continued prowess, realizing that even upon reaching professional status, she would still remain in his shadow, forever the second in Liushanku. Thank you, Lin Heng said with a smile as he accepted the drink, oblivious to the myriad thoughts swirling in Jiang Shui's mind. By 7 o'clock, they arrived in the city, with Jiang Shui's number 10 examination base being somewhat farther out than Lin Heng's number 3 base. I'll head in first. Wait for me here once I finish my assessment. You better not leave, Jiang Shui insisted, giving Lin Heng a meaningful look. No problem, he assured her, had been cleared for the sole purpose of conducting the professional beast tamer examination. By the time Lin Heng arrived, several hundred individuals had already gathered. Jiang Shui left with a joyful demeanor. Lin Heng continued onward with his companion, 17, and soon arrived at the third assessment base, known as the Blue Sky Training Ground. Given that this was merely a professional level examination, The age disparity was quite significant. Lin Heng, at just 16, was among the youngest, while the oldest participants were in their 40s or 50s. As the crowd was not yet complete, Lin Heng chose to rest at the outer edge. By 8 o'clock, nearly all 1,000 participants had arrived, and the staff emerged, instructing everyone to quiet down. All participants, please remain silent. I will now call out your numbers. At merely 16, was among the youngest, while the oldest competitors were in their 40s or 50s. As the crowd had not yet fully assembled, and soon it was Lin Heng's turn. He was the 20th in group 13. This ranking was quite favorable, instructing everyone to quiet down. Now, according to the numbers I call, please form groups of 50 and follow the staff to your respective assessment locations. Once silence fell over the crowd, the staff began calling out numbers, and it was not long before Lin Heng's turn arrived. He was the 20th participant in group 13. This ranking was quite favorable, indicating that he would be among the earlier testers in his group and could expect to complete his evaluation swiftly. Following the staff to the entrance of training ground number 20, Lin Heng queued for registration, and then the assessment commenced. A middle-aged man excitedly entered the field. The professional beast tamer followed suit, releasing his beast. At the sound of start, the battle commenced. 3 seasoned professional beastmasters were responsible for the evaluations, and the level of the beasts they employed would not exceed the 5th rank of the commander tier. As the assessment began, the first contestant stepped into the arena. With the announcement from the assessment staff, the first participant, an enthusiastic middle-aged man, entered the field, since a more challenging test would result in most candidates failing. As noon approached, the first 19 individuals completed their. The staff called his name. Ah, it's finally my turn. Lin Heng sighed with relief as he stood up. The wait had felt interminably long, reminiscent of sitting for a driving test in his previous life, and he had even dozed off against Shichi's warm side. Ow, master, I'm hungry. After this, I want food. Upon seeing Lin Heng awake, Shichi nuzzled him, its expression filled with eagerness. Of course, no problem. Lin Heng nodded and entered the arena alongside Shichi. Lin Heng. The staff finally called his name. Ah, it's finally my turn. Lin Heng exhaled, rising to his feet. The wait had felt interminable, akin to the lengthy anticipation of a driving test in his past life, and he had dozed off, warmed by 17's presence. Woo, master, I'm hungry. I want food after this. 17 nudged Lin Heng upon awakening, its expression filled with eagerness. Of course, no problem, Lin Heng replied with a nod, leading 17 into the arena. Opposite him, a beastmaster clad in a white down jacket stepped onto the field, releasing his beast, a 5th-rank commander-level blue venom leopard, a creature of deep azure hue, with glossy black claws and a natural affinity for potent paralyzing venom. Lin Heng furrowed his brow as he regarded this young man. He had not previously stepped into the arena, and now he presented such a formidable beast, prompting Lin Heng to question whether he was being specifically targeted. The blue venom leopard transformed into a shadowy blue streak, lunging toward Shichi. Shichi, be cautious and avoid injury. Start with a probing attack. Lin Heng. Engaging the blue venom leopard without sustaining any injuries was paramount, as its paralyzing venom could incapacitate an opponent within 3 minutes. Assessment begins. The staff wasted no time, declaring the start of the evaluation. The youth in the white down jacket flashed a sinister smile at Lin Heng, commanding his blue venom leopard, take him down. Mulan wielded considerable influence, having forcibly inserted such a powerful opponent into the assessment. The 5th-rank blue venom leopard was compliant with the regulations, leaving Lin Heng with little recourse for complaint. Fortunately, the assessment prohibited attacking the beast tamers, or the situation. Jin Tianhe was not only the city lord, but also the president of the Beastmaster Association in Jimu City. Yet, it was evident that the acting city lord, and in the blink of an eye, it was before Shichi, heeding Lin Heng's warning, clearly aiming to thwart Lin Heng's aspirations of becoming a professional beastmaster and advancing to the Beastmaster University. Unfortunately, the blue venom leopard's rank complied with the regulations, leaving Lin Heng with little recourse for complaint. Fortunately, direct attacks against the beastmasters were prohibited during the assessment, or the situation would have been far more troublesome. In the brief moment Lin Heng pondered these concerns, the blue venom leopard had already surged towards 17, demonstrating remarkable speed, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached 17's position. Heeding Lin Heng's warning, 17 recognized the toxic nature of its opponent and swiftly executed a maneuver known as Golden Flash, darting to the left. Although the Golden Flash had the drawbacks of being linear and conspicuous, its advantages were clear. It offered exceptional speed, far surpassing that of standard acceleration skills. It unleashed several blue corruptive toxin energy spheres directly in Shichi's path. These instantaneous energy spheres, naturally outpacing the corruptive toxin energy spheres, struck Shichi with precision, and when it finally came to a halt, patches of its fur had been corroded away, as it had successfully metallized its fur at the crucial moment. Humph, such trifles dare to flaunt themselves. It had merely feigned an attack to provoke 17 into using the golden flash. Once stationary, it unleashed several blue orbs of corruptive toxic energy towards 17's trajectory. These were instantaneous energy spheres, naturally faster than 17's movement. Bang, bang, bang. The corruptive toxic energy spheres struck 17 with pinpoint accuracy, and when it finally came to a stop, patches of its fur had been corroded away. However, such a glaring flaw in a linear movement skill might be effective against wild beasts, but it would quickly be seen through by beast tamers, leading to counter strategies. Take it down. The youth in the white down jacket sneered, deeming Lin Heng inadequate. He felt it unnecessary for such a family to send someone so lacking to confront him. He had heard that Lin Heng was formidable in wilderness combat, but now it appeared he was merely a fool adept at slaying wild monsters. While this blatantly flawed linear movement skill might serve well against wild creatures, don't waste everyone's time. A group of onlookers, some sympathetic and others relishing in his misfortune, observed. The 21st participant clearly not optimistic about Lin Heng's chances. Enough, it seems there's nothing left to test. Your level is evidently quite lacking. Next time, to repeatedly use such a movement skill was sheer folly. He should just surrender. There's no point in dragging this out. A crowd of onlookers expressed a mix of sympathy and schadenfreude. The 21st participant stood ready outside the arena, clearly not optimistic about Lin Heng's chances. Well, it seems there's nothing left to test. Your skills are quite lacking. Next time you wish to thwart me, remember to send someone more capable, Lin Heng said. Faced with such a prime opportunity, the youth had merely unleashed a lackluster corruptive toxin energy sphere, leaving Lin Heng disillusioned after. Of course not. He was acutely aware of the flaws in the golden flash and had deliberately instructed 17 to employ it repeatedly, intending to bait the opponent into revealing their trump card. Yet, in the face of such an opportune moment, the youth had resorted to launching a lackluster corruptive toxic energy sphere, leaving Lin Heng disillusioned after having wasted several precious minutes in the process. It seems I have overestimated these individuals. How could there be so many with formidable skills in beast mastery? Am I dazed? How can this fellow continue to boast? Who is this person, claiming others are targeting him while exhibiting such a lack of ability? If he can't handle this, he should descend promptly and not squander time. Before the youth in the white down jacket could respond, laughter erupted from the spectators, some wearing puzzled expressions, others laughing heartily. Then, they transformed into liquid form before solidifying into a multitude of razor-sharp metallic, yet the sheer number of arrows exceeded 1,000. The sight sent chills down the spine of the young man in the white down jacket, who shouted urgently. Yet before he could voice his thoughts, his jaw dropped in astonishment. Before him, countless metallic particles began to levitate from the earth, as if imbued with sentience, gathering to the left and right of 17. They then liquefied and solidified into innumerable sharp metallic arrows, ultimately launching in unison towards the blue venom leopard. Were they unaware of his achievements in the wilderness? Had they truly dispatched such a lackluster opponent to thwart him? Or was it merely an attempt to annoy him? Get closer to it. Simultaneously, he activated his Beastmaster talent to accelerate the blue venom leopard's speed, urging it to charge at 17. Hurtling directly toward the blue venom leopard, unerringly striking it. As a dual-type poison beast, the blue venom leopard was inherently vulnerable. Do they remain oblivious to his achievements in the wilderness, dispatching such a lackluster opponent to thwart him? Or is it merely an attempt to annoy him? You have passed the assessment. Cease at once. You have indeed passed, the examiner quickly affirmed. 17. Halt. Lin Heng commanded coldly, and 17 ceased its assault, accurately homing in on the blue venom leopard. Being a dual type of gold and poison, the blue venom leopard's defenses were inherently weak, and the sheer number of metallic arrows soon left it bloodied within seconds. In less than a minute, the youth in the white down jacket shouted, "Stop. I concede." The examiner replied with a slight smile, realizing that the opposing force had failed in their attempts to ambush. He would naturally not tamper with the outcome. I wish to see my assessment results. The examiner glanced at Lin Heng, feeling a twinge of fear. This young man was truly formidable. Yet, he had no choice. As he rode out on 17, the onlookers remained in a state of shock, clearly still trying to process what had transpired. A glance back. Knowing that this individual was not someone he could provoke, and since the ambush had failed, he would not alter the outcome. Upon seeing the results indicating that he had triumphed over the examiner in 3 minutes, Lin Heng nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. The results were linked in real time. Once uploaded, they could not be altered. As he rode 17 out, the onlookers remained in a state of shock, still processing the events. With a glance, he urged 17 to hasten their departure. This is the mastery of high-level metal control, utterly terrifying. It must be at least at a perfect level of proficiency. I now understand that the earlier use of that linear movement skill was a deliberate ploy to bait the one attempting to ambush him, to gauge their true capabilities. Yet, when faced with a lackluster counter, his opponent was swiftly dispatched. It was not that this youth lacked combat experience. It was we who were the jesters, utterly failing to discern the grand strategy of a true master. As realization dawned on some, gasps filled the air. Instantly, the training ground fell silent. Those who had been so self-satisfied moments ago now felt like jesters in a grand farce. Lin Heng's earlier nonchalance seemed a retort to all, and he was not particularly surprised. 17's current combat prowess was beyond the reach of ordinary opponents. He's requesting the staff to restore the patches of fur that 17 had lost to corrosion. He could not bear to see his beautiful companion marred. Regarding the previous battle, he cared not. Being ambushed was anticipated, and he was not particularly surprised. 17's current combat prowess was beyond the reach of ordinary opponents. Licking both Lin Heng's hand and the food, then eagerly chewing on the fruit. Unsatisfied, it gnawed at the nearby iron railing as well. Hey! The attending nurse smiled. Thank you, Lin Heng replied, stroking 17's newly grown fur with satisfaction. Exiting with 17, he retrieved some food from his backpack to offer to it. Oh, whoa, master food, 17 exclaimed, beaming with delight, licking both Lin Heng and the food before eagerly devouring the fruits. Feeling unsated, claiming it was tired of the taste of its own creation, preferring something sweeter. Lin Heng, I don't believe you. You just want to cause chaos. Before long, one entire railing was consumed, and a security guard training nearby observed Lin Heng, perplexed at the sight of such a large iron railing gone. Look, there's a flying saucer over there, Lin Heng said, maintaining silence for 2 seconds before pointing behind the guard. As the guard turned around, preferring the different, slightly sweet taste of the fruits. Lin Heng, I believe you're just looking to cause mischief. Soon, the entire railing was consumed. A security guard. It clearly states do not eat. The guard grumbled, displeased, finding it hard to believe this well-groomed young man could spin such tales. I didn't eat it. The railing is right here. Lin Heng pointed at the newly formed railing. The guard turned back, stunned. What the how did the railing come back? Quickly compensate me for the railing. The sign clearly states not to eat. The guard was clearly displeased, finding it hard to believe such a well-groomed young man could be so deceitful. I didn't eat it. The railing is right here. Lin Heng indicated the remaining railing. Did you pass the assessment, Lin Heng? Do you think it's possible for me not to pass? Lin Heng shrugged. Didn't you face any targeting? Jiang Shui inquired, curiosity evident in her expression. Were you also targeted? Lin Heng replied, surprised to learn he was. He found the girl had been waiting atop a gem tiger for quite some time. She held a candied hawthorn and, upon spotting Lin Heng, beamed. Did you pass the assessment, Lin Heng? Do you think it's possible I wouldn't? Jiang Heng shrugged. Didn't you face any targeting? Jiang Shui inquired, reflecting on how terrifying women could be when they went mad. Indeed, it's utterly despicable to resort to underhanded tactics when they cannot win. The opponent's beast reached the highest limit of Tier 5. Thankfully, I am quite capable, Jiang Shui nodded. But Changsha fared even worse. He nearly failed. The thought of being hunted reminded him of his inability to retaliate, leaving him feeling distressed. All right, let us go, Jiang Shui said, mounting the jewel tiger. It's utterly despicable. When they cannot match us head-on, they resort to underhanded tactics. Jiang Shui expressed her indignation. Let us not dwell on this. Let us hurry home. I haven't eaten yet. Lin Heng waved his hand, recalling his own harrowing experience of being hunted, feeling the weight of his inability to retaliate. All right, let us go. You must come. Xiao Bai and the others will be there, Jiang Shui insisted. No problem. Lin Heng nodded, and after accompanying Jiang, my mother has likely prepared a meal. It's inappropriate to intrude on others during the new year. Lin Heng declined promptly. Very well, but before I leave, there's a classmate gathering you must attend. Xiao Bai and the others will be there, Jiang Shui added. Of course, Lin Heng nodded. And as they returned to Lushan district, they parted ways. He first visited the Yulan breeding base to check on his senior sister, where he managed to snag a lunch, allowing 17 to enjoy a meal as well. Upon returning home, Lin Heng's parents exhibited no surprise at his formal induction as a professional Beastmaster. If he were incapable, it would indeed be a rare feat for anyone else. The following day, Lin Heng received his professional Beastmaster certification, a blue booklet. With this document in hand, he could register for this year's professional Beastmaster ranking assessment. Upon registration, the competition was set for January 20th, just over half a month away. The Lunar New Year fell on January 30th, making the competition quite timely. Time flew by, and on the third day after obtaining the booklet, Master Zheng Qianquan presented Lin Heng with all the collected pseudo-undying hearts, a total of 380 pieces, 300 of the first level, 50 of the second, 25 of the third, and 5 of the fourth. All the pseudo-undying hearts from Lushan district had been reclaimed, yet acquiring those from other districts proved challenging. Even though these were pseudo-undying hearts, they still held considerable value. It was evident that his master had to sacrifice certain interests to procure them. Zheng Qianquan waved his hand dismissively, adding, "I had anticipated this situation and informed Jin Tianhe, so the resistance should be manageable. However, the upcoming professional ranking assessment will pose greater challenges. They will undoubtedly do everything in their power to prevent you from securing a top 3 position." Zheng Qianquan waved his hand dismissively, adding, "I had anticipated this situation and informed Jin Tianhe, so the resistance should be manageable. However, the upcoming professional ranking assessment will pose greater challenges. They will undoubtedly do everything in their power to prevent you from securing a top 3 position. Wishing to hinder your admission to the Azure Dragon Beastmaster University. Particularly, the talented individuals from the Mu family possess formidable strength, having been nurtured with the finest resources from a young age, and their beasts are of mid-grade potential. Moreover, I will strive to enhance my abilities in the coming days." Lin Heng replied earnestly. He recognized the gravity of the situation. Attending the Azure Dragon Beastmaster University was not merely about acquiring skills, but was crucial for Lin Heng's further evolution. "I will strive to enhance my abilities in the coming days," Lin Heng replied earnestly. He recognized the gravity of the situation, and failure would yield dire consequences. The professional ranking assessment was aimed at all individuals who had become Beastmasters and advanced, specifically from January 20th of the previous year to January 20th of the current year. And failure would yield dire consequences. The professional ranking assessment was aimed at all individuals who had become Beastmasters and advanced to the professional level within the past year, specifically from January 20th of the previous year to January 20th of the current year. Lin Heng had become a Beastmaster in June and attained professional status by the end of November, now possessing 2 beasts, the second tier, commander-level Thunderclap Weasel, and the first tier. Failure to remain vigilant could lead to disastrous outcomes. Master Zheng Qianquan's visit served as a crucial warning regarding this reality. Has 17's proficiency in thunder skills reached a competent level? Zheng Qianquan inquired, gazing at Lin Heng. Yes, thanks to the training against monster invasions. Failure to remain vigilant could lead to disastrous outcomes. Master Zheng Qianquan's visit served as a crucial warning regarding this reality. Has 17's proficiency in thunder skills reached a competent level? Zheng Qianquan inquired, gazing at Lin Heng. Yes, thanks to the training against monster invasions. Lin Heng affirmed with a nod. Take this. It will assist 17 in enhancing his comprehension of thunder, thereby accelerating his skill proficiency, Zheng Qianquan remarked, producing a dark purple diamond-shaped crystal and handing it to Lin Heng. It appeared that his estimations were accurate. With the proficient level of thunder skill proficiency combined with this essence crystal, it should elevate to a mastery level. He had initially sent Lin Heng to aid in repelling monster invasions to refine 17 skills in preparation for the professional ranking assessment. What is this? Lin Heng inquired curiously. One gains insights into that specific attribute from the monarch-level monster, thereby indirectly enhancing skill proficiency. Due to their rarity, few choose to sell them. Each crystal weakens the monster significantly for an extended duration and is typically formed only when nurturing offspring. Upon utilization, one gains insights into that specific attribute from the monarch-level monster, thereby indirectly enhancing skill proficiency. Due to their rarity, few choose to sell them. He had willingly drawn from his reserves to ensure Lin Heng's Xing Heng could successfully evolve into a dragon. Master, this is far too precious. Even the likes of Mulan and Jin Tianhe would not squander such a resource on their Prot GS. The value of higher-tier spiritual materials escalates significantly, requiring more time and effort to cultivate. For instance, even the cheapest 5th-level spiritual fruit on the market, after all, This was a 5th level item, a product of a monarch level monster. That his master would so readily offer it to him was remarkable. The value of higher tier spiritual materials escalates significantly, requiring more time and effort to cultivate. For instance, even the cheapest 5th level spiritual fruit on the market begins at 1 million. The best way to repay me is to transform Lin Heng into a true dragon. When that time comes, do not forget to take your master for his master's willingness to present it to him exemplified an unwavering commitment to his development, making him the most pivotal mentor in Lin Heng's life. Take it. Lin Heng promised solemnly. Haha, that is reassuring. When the time comes, feel free to consult your senior sister for guidance on usage. Zheng Qinquan said with a gentle smile, his lifelong dream of seeing a dragon manifesting through his disciple's success. Rest assured, master, I will not disappoint your expectations. Lin Heng promised solemnly. Haha, that is reassuring. When the time comes, feel free to consult your senior sister for guidance on usage. I shall take my leave now. With that, he mounted his 4-winged thunderbird and departed, having not even sipped a cup of tea. Lin Heng gazed at the thunder essence crystal in his hand, feeling a profound sense of trust and hope. In truth, if he had access to the corpse of a thunder-type monster, he would not require this crystal, yet, who appeared somewhat listless after several days without a stable supply of undying hearts. Lin Heng dragged over 5 monster corpses and presented 3, rendering it of little use for skill cultivation. Lin Heng, it's time for dinner. With the pseudo-undying hearts in hand, Lin Heng promptly released Lin Heng, who appeared somewhat listless after several days without a stable supply of undying hearts. Lin Heng dragged over 5 monster corpses and presented 3 first-level pseudo-undying hearts to him. Upon seeing the pseudo-undying hearts, Lin Heng's eyes gleamed with a faint red light, and he eagerly consumed them. Subsequently, he activated his blood-devouring ability, and in an instant, even without combat, Lin Heng required copious amounts of flesh and at least 2 first-level pseudo-undying hearts daily. In combat, with the absorption of the undying hearts and flesh, Lin Heng's aura surged, emanating a faint dark red glow, and his previous lethargy dissipated, returning to normalcy. Under typical circumstances, even without combat, Lin Heng required copious amounts of flesh and at least 2 first-level pseudo-undying hearts daily. In combat, the intake was even greater. Depending on the intensity of the battles, Lin Heng estimated that the current collection of pseudo-undying hearts would sustain Lin Heng for no more than a year. And if faced with excessive battles, even that would need to be reduced. The pseudo-spirit heart and flesh are merely the most fundamental components to elevate Lin Heng's prowess. He must also consume fire elemental spiritual plants and materials associated with the undead. Were it not for his master's generous support from behind the scenes, he would find it exceedingly challenging to progress on his own. In the afternoon, Lin Heng took the lightning elemental essence crystal to his senior sister. Upon hearing his intentions, the primary function of the essence crystal is to assist a Lord-level beast in breaking through to the monarch level. A Lord-level beast possesses only the Lord's halo. Lin Heng's curiosity was piqued. Is there some additional purpose for the essence crystal? Indeed, what your master has shared with you is merely the tip of the iceberg. Although your master has given up on advancing to the epic level, claiming his potential has reached its limit, he has continuously prepared essence crystals. And advancing to the monarch level is exceedingly arduous. One must first condense a domain, and the essence crystal's greatest utility lies in aiding Lord-level creatures in this endeavor. I thought it was akin to a 5th-level spiritual fruit, worth 1 million or 2, Lin Heng exclaimed, astonished. 1 million or 2? How could that be? You need connections to acquire such a thing. The lowest tier would be at least 5 million each. Such a precious item. I had assumed it was akin to a 5th-level spiritual fruit, worth a couple of million. Lin Heng was equally astonished, exclaiming, Monarch-level beasts can also condense, but that is only if the individual has no desire for advancement. Otherwise, they would never engage in such an act. It's important to note that one does not simply acquire these by slaying a monarch-level creature. It must willingly condense the essence, which typically occurs only during reproduction. Of course, a monarch-level beast can condense it too, but only if the individual has completely given up on the notion of a breakthrough. Otherwise, initially believing he had overestimated the crystal's worth, only to discover he had underestimated it. However, he reassured himself that once he matured, he could surely assist his master in breaking through, even potentially acquiring a dragon, given his unique lineage. As long as he found a dragon's corpse, there was a possibility of nurturing a dragon. He did not possess the mindset of hesitating to accept something deemed too valuable. Some individuals often fear troubling others. Confident that once he matured and discovered higher-tier resources, He could aid his master in achieving a breakthrough, and even procure a dragon was not beyond possibility. Is it simply to consume it? Lin Heng inquired. As for how to utilize this item, his master had not provided explicit instructions. He did not harbor the mindset of hesitating to accept something deemed too valuable. Many people fear inconveniencing others, yet relationships are often forged through such interdependence. One should take what is rightfully theirs, with the intention of reciprocating in the future. So, how should my senior sister utilize this? Is it simply ingested? Lin Heng inquired further. His master had not specified how to use the item. Yes, you consume it directly, sending a message to his parents to inform them, and remain there. I shall use it tomorrow, Lin Heng replied, recognizing that the sooner he utilized it, the sooner he could convert it into strength. You should stay here today. Once 17 has enhanced its skill proficiency, I can teach you how to create a finishing move. Chen Yulan nodded in agreement. Lin Heng did not refuse, sending a message to his parents to inform them, and remained there. He was not only eager to learn how to construct a finishing move, but was also prepared to delve deeply into the knowledge of cultivation. Only by rapidly acquiring combat strength and achieving self-sufficiency could he establish a healthy development cycle, allowing him to expand into cultivation. Science can be broadly divided into two fields: spiritual plant cultivation and beast mastery. An exemplary beast master undoubtedly possesses substantial knowledge in cultivation as well. Initially, he presented the lightning essence crystal to it. Consume this and comprehend it well. This item is worth over 5 million, so watching intently. Ow! 17 displayed a look of assurance, clearly unafraid when it came to consumption. It promptly swallowed the lightning essence crystal, falling into a deep slumber. Lin Heng, glancing at it, settled nearby to meditate while keeping an eye on 17. In truth, he was not concerned. After releasing 17, he presented the lightning elemental essence crystal to it. Consume it and contemplate. This item is worth over 5 million, so do not waste it, Lin Heng advised. 17 replied with an expression that conveyed trust in its master, undeterred by the value of the item. Without hesitation, the power derived from the 5th-level spiritual material allowed it to break through a stage, advancing to the 3rd tier of the commander level. In the afternoon, keeping a watchful eye on his companion. In truth, he was not concerned about 17, while other creatures might waste such high-level materials. 17 possessed a devouring space that ensured nothing would be squandered, even if it could not fully absorb the essence. It would instead be transformed into power that would enhance and expand the devouring space. 17 slept soundly until midday when it suddenly stirred. It must have absorbed the vast majority of the lightning essence crystal. Chen Yulan marveled, watching 17 in awe, contemplating the extraordinary nature of the. She was left pondering how it had achieved such a feat, eager to study 17 further. Ahem, it seems 17 is truly gifted. Could not help but display a look of astonishment. 17 then glanced at a distant base tree. Its gaze flashed, and a purple N-shaped lightning bolt shot forth, indicating her disbelief. Do you think I'm uneducated? Generally, a 2nd-tier beast absorbing a 5th-level lightning essence crystal would only absorb about 20%, with the 17 situation suggests it has absorbed at least 80%. Otherwise, it could not have raised its skill proficiency to perfection so rapidly. She was equally curious about how it had achieved such a feat. Chen Yulan was eager to capture 17 for study. Cough, cough. It seems 17 is indeed exceptionally gifted. And the effects of the lightning elemental essence crystal are remarkable. Lin Heng coughed a couple of times, deliberately redirecting the focus elsewhere. Hearing this, his senior sister rolled her eyes dramatically, indicating her disbelief. Do you think I am naive? Generally, 2nd-tier beasts absorb only about 20% of a 5th-level essence crystal. Most is wasted. However, 17's situation suggests it absorbed at least 80%. Otherwise, it would not have instantaneously enhanced its skill proficiency to perfection. There was undoubtedly a secret behind 17, but since Lin Heng was reluctant to elaborate, she refrained from pressing further to avoid inciting annoyance. Everyone has their secrets. This is quite normal. Lin Heng felt helpless, having forgotten to remind 17, primarily because he had not anticipated this outcome, but fortunately, only his senior sister Yulan had witnessed it. It appeared that the power of the devouring space was far more formidable than he had imagined.